Weak. Too weak. Does your blood race only know how to brag? This kind of strength, you also dare to come out and pick a fight with your Grandpa Yang? I said that I'll beat you until you can't revive. Then I'm beating you until you can't revive. Above the void, Yang Qing flew up while brandishing a long spear. With the power of a single spear hit, Ba Hao inevitably vomited blood. Ba Hao, who was similarly half-step true sovereign heaven, was not Yang Qing's match at all. Each and every one of the blood race powerhouses' faces became black as the bottom of a pot. Arrogance was not scary. The scary thing was that he was arrogant and you could not even beat him. This was especially true with Yang Qing, this guy whose mouth owed a beating. Although Yang Qing was detestable, his strength was really strong. Especially after following Yi Yuan and killing the sea race until the sky and earth dimmed, plus the success of overcoming the tribulation. His present strength really crushed those in the same rank. Ba Hao's strength was not weak. He was not bragging. He indeed rarely had an opponent in the same rank. But compared to the current Yang Qing, he was far too lacking. Yang Qing was not idling these few days either. He had fought with the Heaven One Alliance's powerhouses in succession too, without a single defeat. Hey, what are the few of you still in a daze for? Your Grandpa Yang said to fight 50 of you by myself, so I'll fight 50 of you alone. Come at me together, let your Grandpa Yang enjoy it. Yang Qing said arrogantly as he suppressed Ba Hao. Those few kiliarchs were virtually going to explode. This guy was really too detestable. Those who came to guard the spatial passageway could be said to all be elites of the blood race. Their combat power was rather formidable. But now, they were actually being overwhelmed by someone in the same rank. They felt ashamed. Freaking hell, this is a race war, not a martial arts competition. Who's playing according to the rules with them? Attack together. Tear this guy's mouth to shreds. Since you want to fight 1-on-50, then we'll fulfill your wish. Foolish human. You guys will find out that provoking the blood race is the biggest mistake of your lives. There were a total of 12 kiliarchs that came out. They were all the same, being half-step true sovereign heaven experts. With 12 people joining forces, the strength was clear at a glance. Yang Qing was strong, but he was not strong to such an extent yet. Yi Yuan, you're still looking on with folded arms. Fucker, are you gonna scam me to death? They're already ignoring the rules. You're still following the rules with them. Yang Qing shouted loudly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, didn't you want to fight 1 versus 50? It's just 12 people now. It's not appropriate for me to make a move. Fuck you. You're always scamming me every time. RDH. I don't want to live anymore. Yang Qing cried out strangely. This guy was a living treasure. However, his ability to pull aggro was also indeed strong. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would not have brought him here. Drawing 12 half-step true sovereign heavens at once, this was a big deal. Yang Qing, this guy, repeatedly screamed strangely, but he could not be defeated in a short while. Yi Yuan's attention was in the direction of the blood race camp. He saw 3 figures at a glance. Even when standing in the army, those 3 stood out like cranes standing among chickens too. The gazes of the blood race powerhouses next to them when looking towards these 3 people faintly carried fear and admiration. This even included some true sovereign heavens. Yi Yuan virtually determined in an instant that these 3 people were the 3 in the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Their bloodline was extremely strong. Entering the Emperor realm in the future was virtually a sure bet. Yi Yuan even heard that the blood race had a long tradition of selecting the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Most of the present hegemon realm powerhouses found their way to distinction by standing out from the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. It could be seen from this how strong the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons' strength was. Yi Yuan was looking at them. They were looking at Yi Yuan too. That punk is very strong, Yan Meng suddenly said. Wuxiang did not agree and said, no matter how strong he is, so what? Just a divergent cultivator. An unorthodox path. Utterly not worth mentioning. Yuan Zheng smiled and said, don't look down on this boy. I heard that when Luo Chuan was hunting him down, he called down a 7-9 Dao tribulation. Under the 7-9 Dao tribulation, he actually survived. Most likely, his combat power isn't beneath the 2 of you. The moment these words came out, Yan Meng and Wu Shang's faces turned black. Among the 3 of them, Yuan Zheng's ranking was the highest, 88th place. Wu Shang was ranked 2nd, 93rd place. Yan Meng was ranked at the bottom, 97th place. The rankings of the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons were attained by killing out of the blood pool. It absolutely could not have any falsehood. 88th place was stronger than 90th place. There was no question about this. Therefore, Yuanzhang indeed had the capital to look down on the two. Yan Meng was still okay, but Wu Shang said in a great rage, "Yuanzhang, don't you be rampant. Before long, I'll definitely take you down." The Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons were all lunatics, their combat power being extremely fearsome. They were naturally unwilling to be beneath people. Therefore, the rankings of the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons would also frequently change. In reality, the strength below 100th place should not be underestimated too. Yan Meng was ranked 97th. He was not necessarily safe. It was also precisely this kind of mechanism that made the combat power of the blood race extremely strong. Coupled with their undying bodies, they had no opponents in the same rank at all. Therefore, no matter how strong Yi Yuan was, these three people did not take him seriously too. Yuanzhang was indifferent and said with a smile, "With just the likes of you? Hoo-hoo. After the matter here is settled, I plan to go and challenge Qi Lin." The moment these words came out, Wu Shang two people's faces changed again. Qi Lin was the 85th rank powerhouse. If Yuanzhang succeeded in challenging, then his ranking would improve greatly. This guy's strength had already reached this level, and right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly extended a little finger and beckoned at the three people with a playful look. The murderous auras on the three people instantly spread out. Yuanzhang said in amusement, "Interesting. This guy is actually provoking us." As he said, he shook his head slightly, looking as if he was not moved. That meaning was very clear. You are not worthy of us to take action yet. Indeed, Yuanzhang did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. What did 7-9 Dao tribulation count for? Their combat powers were all no less powerful than true sovereign heaven. Overcoming a 7-9 Dao tribulation was almost guaranteed. Yi Yuan was similarly indifferent. Suddenly, he grinned. Rustle. Hundreds of divine essence swords instantly spread out, charging right into the battlefield. Pooh, pooh, pooh. His arrival was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. These guys who fought to a draw with Yang Qing were obliterated by Yi Yuan in a few exchanges. Yes, it was not killed. It was wiped out. Of course, everyone did not notice that each time Yi Yuan killed someone, he would use the Dao sword to suppress a drop of blood essence. His action was extremely secretive. Even true sovereign heavens could forget about discovering it too. Meanwhile, Yang Qing was extremely shocked from watching. He cried out, "You became stronger again." Through the 7-9 Dao tribulation, the baptism for Yi Yuan was huge. By borrowing the power of the Dao tribulation, his strength had indeed improved further. His universe sword formation became stronger. The 12 people died out in less than 100 breaths. And Yi Yuan also collected 12 drops of blood essence. His mission for this trip was considered to have been successfully completed. All of them were 12 half-step true sovereign heavens. Furthermore, they were the blood race's elites. These blood essences were much more precious than what he had collected before. Then Yi Yuan extended his finger again and beckoned at the three people. The provocative intent became seemingly even stronger. Yi Yuan did not have many words, but that contemptuous attitude was even worse than Yang Qing's. But on the blood race's side, there was really no one who dared to speak. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yan Meng three people. Only the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons could deal with Yi Yuan. What bullshit Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons? The blood race's trash came up with a ranking and think that they are invincible under the heavens. Come, come, come. Have a fight with your Grandpa Yang if you have the ability. This time, let's fight one-on-one. Seeing Yi Yuan's boundlessly imposing appearance, Yang Qing became unhappy. He was originally planning on sweeping the blood race away. In the end, Yi Yuan took the limelight. He was currently irritated in his heart. Yuanzhang revealed a look of amusement and said to Yan Meng, "Go and play with them?" Yan Meng nodded slightly and said, "This kind of drudgery can only be done by me." Yuanzhang smiled and said, "Who asked you to be the weakest? Go and play casually. This kind of trash, they think that they can fight with the 100 Sons after killing a few trash. Let them witness what's called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Yan Meng also smiled slightly, his figure suddenly turning into a blood-colored streak, rushing towards Yang Qing. Before he reached, Yang Qing already felt an endless blood energy, locking onto his entire being. The cheekiness on Yang Qing's face disappeared into thin air at this time. What replaced it was a serious expression on his face. In his eyes, Yan Meng was like an ancient desolate beast. He was stronger than anyone he had ever met. He had never encountered such a terrifying opponent in the same rank. Yang Qing did not hold anything back, urging Spear Dao rule and destruction rule to the peak. The spear was his pinnacle work. Yan Meng wielded a blood-colored long sword in his hand and said with a disdainful look, "Spear technique is pretty good and already attained quintessence. But, compared to the 100 Sons, it's too weak." In virtually a blink of an eye, two powerful forces clashed together. Boom! Yang Qing's body was abruptly smashed, flying out. PTTFT. Fresh blood spurted wildly from Yang Qing's mouth. Under one strike, he no longer had the strength to fight anymore. Furthermore, a strand of blood energy burrowed into his body just now. He was already inflicted with blood corruption poison. Yan Meng looked toward Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Ant-like trash also dare to compete with eagles. Kid, originally you could have slipped away after making a show of force. But since I've made a move, you can stay behind here. No matter what schemes and intrigues you all have in front of absolute strength, it's all in vain." In his view, Yi Yuan was laughable. Provoking the 100 Sons, then one would have to be prepared to bear their fury. Defeating Yang Qing in one move, the blood race's side was completely boiling over with excitement. How can a lowly race like humans possibly be the blood race's match? Lord Yan Meng is mighty. Let this punk know that our blood race's heavenly majesty is inviolable. Brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Try to be arrogant again now. Being suppressed too heavily previously, how could the blood race army be willing to let it go after being given the opportunity at this time? They let loose a wave of mocking towards Yi Yuan and Yang Qing. Indeed, the combat power that Yan Meng displayed was too strong. When Luo Chuan saw this, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "This kid clearly knows that there are the 100 Sons in the army, and he actually still dares to provoke. He probably doesn't know that the various races Heaven's Chosens who died in Yan Meng's hands had already exceeded what fingers can count." Blood Spirit smiled and said, "Ming-Yi, that fool wants to use a few geniuses to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now I'll make him suffer a double loss. With the 100 Sons around, even if this punk wants to run, he can't escape too." The blood race's current strategy was to remain unmoving like a mountain. "No matter what approach you took, I'll only guard the spatial passageway firmly. But huddling up like this also let Yi Yuan they all have space to be unbridled." However, the crushing combat power that Yan Meng displayed also broadened everyone's horizons. Yang Qing's strength was not weak, but he completely could not stand up to a single hit in front of Yan Meng. And Yan Meng was merely ranked the last among the trio. Far away in the void, several figures were hiding. Wei Liang, Dan Fei, and the rest were also paying attention to the situation of this battle. Yi Yuan willingly risked his life. It was naturally impossible for them to let such an opportunity go. Once the blood race's Emperor Realm powerhouses took any action, they would immediately seize the opportunity to win the war. But very sadly, the blood race's Emperor Realms were like cowardly turtles, completely unmoved by it. At this time, when Wei Liang saw that Yang Qing was defeated in one move and furthermore, sustained serious injuries, he could not help saying with a cold smile, "Warned them long ago that the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were not to be trifled with, but they didn't listen. Hoo-hoo, now they seem to be enjoying the feeling of getting slapped. But the price is their own lives." The others were all silent, including Dan Fei. Indeed, they were very pessimistic about Yi Yuan. They all knew that Yi Yuan was strong, but the strength and reputation of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were accumulated through experiencing countless fights. It was absolutely not an unearned reputation. Each of these people, they were all the embryos of Emperor Realm. Furthermore, the one taking action now was merely the weakest Yan Meng. Yan Meng looked at Yi Yuan as if looking at a dead person and said coolly, "I know that you cultivate Dao Sword and are very powerful, having once killed Han Guang with one sword. If you unleash this sword, you might still have the strength to fight a battle. How about it? Want to give it a shot? He knew that the Dao sword was formidable. He naturally also knew that that was Yi Yuan's final trump card. Once executed, then he would definitely have to die here. Looking at Yan Meng, who was posturing suavely, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "If you only have this bit of strength, then I really wouldn't need the Dao sword to deal with you. Are you sure that you're not letting that strongest one come out?" Yan Meng had a disdainful look as he said, "Still want to posture on your deathbed? I haven't even used my full strength when dealing with that punk, and he was already brought down. Now, I'll let you witness my true power." Finished talking, Yan Meng's blood-colored long sword swung. A terrifying blood energy dyed even the horizon red. In this region of space, it even seemed a little withered. Blood-colored withering. Yan Meng unleashed a sword move. This sword was several times stronger than the one that dealt with Yang Qing just now. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. No one expected that Yan Meng actually did not use his full strength yet when he was dealing with Yang Qing. The muscles on Yi Yuan's body were rapidly withering away. This kind of power was unlike the power of rules but was incomparably terrifying. And right at this moment, Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The dragon might on his body suddenly rose to the sky. That power directly pushed that endless blood color out. Roar! Yi Yuan's body emitted a faint azure color light. Dragon might materialized. The moment Yi Yuan's dragon might came out, it directly suppressed that terrifying blood color. Everyone's faces changed again. It turned out that what Yi Yuan was strongest in was not the universe sword formation. Dragon might surrounded Yi Yuan's body. He looked at Yan Meng and said coolly, "Transcending tribulation the last time, my bloodline transformed. I haven't tested the true power of a battle soul level bloodline yet. Today, I'll test it out on you." 9 heavens, dragon transformation fist. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, directly throwing a punch out, meeting Yan Meng's blood-colored long sword. Boom! 2 terrifying forces instantly collided together. Then Yan Meng was directly blown up, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The power of a battle soul level bloodline was utterly formidable. That cloud of blood mist attempted to recondense, but Yi Yuan smashed a punch out again. Boom! The void trembled. The blood mist was directly wiped out. However, a drop of blood essence was suppressed by Yi Yuan with the Dao sword and put away. Yan Meng, who was still unparalleledly domineering just now, was thoroughly killed by Yi Yuan in one exchange. The entire blood race camp was deathly silent. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said lightly, "Do the so-called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons only have this bit of strength? I still have plenty of strength that hasn't been used yet." Yi Yuan said these words from the bottom of his heart. He thought that Yan Meng could receive a few of his punches, but he did not expect that he failed to receive even a single punch. Too weak. From battle spirit level bloodline to battle soul level bloodline, this was a qualitative leap. The power of Yi Yuan's dragon race battle skill increased by more than 10 times. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's bloodline power was simply the jinx of the bloodline power. At least, in the same realm, Yan Meng was unable to use the power of blood energy to threaten him at all. How can this be? The Saint Sovereign 100 Sons didn't even last one exchange. This guy is actually of the battle soul level dragon race bloodline. This is practically impossible in Saint Sovereign Heaven. This guy is clearly a human. Why would his dragon race bloodline be so powerful? In the blood race camp, a series of puzzled voices suddenly came over. This scene before their eyes had seriously subverted their understanding. In their imagination, even if Yi Yuan had some strength, he could at most fight fiercely with Yan Meng for a few dozen rounds before being defeated. Who could have thought that Yan Meng did not even manage to last one round? The impact that this strong contrast brought to them was too strong. Even Blood Spirit, this commander-in-chief, did not come back to his senses for a while too. Hiding in the void, the gazes of a group of Emperor Realm powerhouses shot toward Wei Liang very strangely. Wei Liang's old face immediately did not know where to go. Emperor Danfei was here. He did not even dare to rebut. Before his void had faded, Yi Yuan already slew Yan Meng. What a resounding slap. A hint of surprise flashed across Emperor Dan Fei's eyes, and he said, "I didn't expect this boy to actually be of the battle soul level true spirit bloodline. It looks like he benefited greatly from overcoming the 7-9 Dao tribulation the last time. Dragon race bloodline, even among chaos true spirit. Bloodlines, it's a paramount existence too. The improvement of bloodline is extremely difficult. I didn't expect that a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven can actually reach this point. Suochen, you really picked up a treasure." Suochen did not speak when he heard it but sighed softly. Everyone understood what he meant. He was sighing about Yi Yuan's identity as a divergent cultivator. No matter how strong he was, his achievements would ultimately be limited. Furthermore, the more powerful he was, the heavier the heavenly punishment he would suffer. He was a good sapling. It was just a shame that he was a divergent cultivator. He took Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. It was more for the sake of redeeming the extreme medicine sect's reputation. And Yi Yuan was also borrowing his influence and power to sit firmly in the seat of great commander. Everyone was just making use of each other, that was all. As for master and disciple feelings, there was no such thing. Of course, if Yi Yuan was not a divergent cultivator, Suochen would definitely view Yi Yuan in a different light. A genius who could casually kill a Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. He would be an extremely sought-after existence everywhere he went. Only that way would it be considered for him to have really picked up a treasure. If the two of you don't dare to come out and fight, go back. Don't say anything about the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons being invincible under the heavens in the future. It's really shameful. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Shang and Yuan Zheng, who were far away, as he shook his head and said, "That appearance was too hurtful." Wu Shang and Yuan Zheng's faces became black as the bottom of a pot. This scene earlier had indeed brought to them a huge shock. Who could have thought that the powerful Yan Meng was actually so weak to not even be able to withstand a single blow? Even someone as strong as Yuan Zheng had no confidence in his heart anymore. These two people stood in midair, unable to leave nor stay, awkward to the extreme. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's still that sentence, one-on-one. I'll challenge the lot of you by myself. If you all feel that you're not strong enough, there's no harm adding a few dozen more. This you will meet all at the same time." Pa, 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 pa. It was as if slapping sounds sounded out in the air. Yi Yuan quoted Yang Qing's words and was unparalleledly domineering. He was not cheeky like Yang Qing, but the words he uttered were unparalleledly domineering. These words were established on an invincible aura. The bluster's arrogant bluster was beaten down in front of Yi Yuan's absolute strength until there was not an unscathed spot. Now, they had no qualifications to be proud at all anymore. Didn't you see that the two remaining Saint Sovereign 100 Sons did not even dare to answer? Yang Qing clutched his chest and said with a gloomy face, "Fucking hell, the limelight got snatched by this guy again. He's so strong. But he actually left me in the lurch just now. This damn guy. I'll trample him underfoot one day and ravage him back and forth." He discovered to his dismay that the gap between him and Yi Yuan was getting bigger. But Yuan Zheng's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, "You don't need to goad us. I don't believe that Wu Shang and I, two people, joining hands aren't your match." Yi Yuan felt some regret in his heart, but he still extended a finger and beckoned at the two. That appearance was scornful to the extreme. "Yuan Zheng, don't show off momentary bravery. This boy wants to goad you into making a move. The two of you hurry up and get back to camp. Ignore these guys." Just as Yuan Zheng was prepared to make a move, Blood Spirit said in a solemn voice. The moment these words came out, it was equivalent to the blood race yielding. As the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, how prideful were Yuan Zheng two people in their hearts. It was still fine if Blood Spirit did not say anything, but the moment he said it, they wanted to fight even more. Humph! Our Saint Sovereign 100 Sons' prestige can't be blasphemed. Yuan Zheng gave a cold snort and stepped into the sky, directly taking out a large blood-colored bell and covering Yi Yuan with it. At the same time, Wu Shang also tuned into a mass of blood water, enveloping toward Yi Yuan. The moment the large blood-colored bell came out, heaven and earth rumbled, and blood energy rose to the sky. Grade 2 Grand Miss Treasure. This power was significantly stronger when compared to Yan Meng. The two people were on a completely different level. adding on Wuxiang's blood water that seemed to have come out from the netherworld. When the blood race powerhouses saw it, their hearts could not help quivering, feeling more hopeful. Yi Yuan did not care about this astonishing momentum in the slightest. It was still the Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. His Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist had already cultivated to the 3rd level and had boundless power. Now, Yi Yuan could blow apart true sovereign heaven powerhouses by relying on the Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. The power of bloodline was no joke. Only to see him throw both fists out, smashing towards the 2 people respectively. Boom! The sound given off by the large bell shocked until everyone's eardrums hurt. Yuan Zheng spurted a mouthful of blood mist wildly, his figure flying out backward. Wuxiang was worse when compared to Yuan Zheng. His stream of blood water was directly blown up by Yi Yuan's punch. Wuxiang revealed his figure, his entire complexion incomparably pale. Clearly, he had suffered considerable injuries. One punch defeated the Saint Sovereign 100 Suns again. Yuan Zheng's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said in a solemn voice, his strength likely already approaches the Saint Sovereign 100 Suns' top 50 powerhouses. The 2 of us joining hands are absolutely not a match either. Dong! 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 The large blood-colored bell emitted a series of bell chimes, reverberating throughout the heavens. Every time it rang, Yuan Zheng would spurt a mouthful of blood wildly. As for Wuxiang, he was unable to get close at all. Yi Yuan's strength could not be cracked at all. This scene shocked everyone deeply. Ha ha! Blood race is trash, weren't you guys very arrogant just now? What's the matter now? All gone mute? What bullshit, Saint Sovereign 100 Suns. In front of us Azure and Yi combo, they can't withstand a single blow at all. The invincible in the same rank that your Grandpa Yang was talking about earlier is our Azure and Yi combo. When the 2 of us join hands, we're unmatched among Saint Sovereign Heavens. Seeing Yi Yuan's grand display of invincible might, Yang Qing suddenly became excited again. This kind of opportunity to posture and slap faces, he would not let it go. Hence, this Azure and Yi combo appeared bafflingly. Everyone could not help rolling their eyes. But no one could refute it. Right now, Yuan Zheng 2 people were currently being abused madly by Yi Yuan. They did not even have the chance to fight back. The hope of the blood race's powerhouses that had just ignited, it was directly extinguished by Yi Yuan's immense strength. Blood Spirit saw that the situation was not good, and his figure moved, about to charge toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had been guarding against the blood race this side long ago. Before Blood Spirit could move out, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly skyrocketed, smashing a punch towards the 2. Boom! The void trembled. Yuan Zheng 2 people were smashed into pieces by Yi Yuan with one punch before they had time to scream. By the time Blood Spirit rushed over, Yi Yuan already brought the 2 people's blood essence as well as the large blood-colored bell and made his getaway. Looking from far away figures of Yi Yuan and the others, Blood Spirit had immense hatred. But he did not dare to chase after. The deaths of the Saint Sovereign 100 Suns, this was absolutely a huge matter in the blood race. Yuan Zheng 3 people dying here was an extremely troublesome thing to him as well. It was not that Saint Sovereign 100 Suns never died before, but they were often killed by the Heaven One Alliance's powerhouses. There were really not many who died at the hands of someone in the same rank. Of course, there were those who were defeated. But directly being obliterated by someone in the same rank, that was a joke. It was not that there were none stronger than the Saint Sovereign 100 Suns in the same rank, but wanting to kill them was far too difficult. But today, this joke actually happened before their eyes. In the blood race camp, people were shocked to the extreme. Damn it! How could a guy from a remote continent be so powerful? Blood Spirit said hatefully. When Han Guang saw this scene, he started dumbfoundedly and mumbled, "This brat. In just a few days of not seeing him, how could he have become so strong?" He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He kept crying out for revenge, but if he really went out, he probably would not have been able to return. As for ordinary bloodkins, they were even more shocked to the core. Saint Sovereign 100 Suns, those were all godlike existences in their eyes. Now, they were actually slaughtered by someone. That's the Saint Sovereign 100 Suns. They died just like this? That guy is only just middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. He hasn't even reached Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. After he reaches Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, that will truly be invincible in the same rank. How could such a monster appear in the Heaven One Alliance? This guy will definitely be our blood race's formidable enemy in the future. The blood race had always had a sense of superiority in front of the Heaven One Alliance, but now their sense of superiority was ruthlessly trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan. When the advantage of revival no longer existed, the blood race also did not appear as powerful anymore. At least, Yi Yuan could disregard the blood race's advantage of revival. Ha ha ha, you bunch of weak chickens. Come out and fight again if you have the ability. What bloodline is powerful? What #1 race across all the heavens? You guys can really brag. Got beaten by your Grandpa Yang until you don't even dare to release a fart anymore. Don't you all have 100 sons? Only 3 came out now. Call those in front out too. My Azure and Yi combo will beat the shit out of them all the same. Why is nobody talking anymore? Your Grandpa Yang is an expert that's lonely and desolate as snow. Also, that guy just now called whatever blood spirit, right? Just you wait. After your Grandpa Yang breaks through to true sovereign heaven, I'll beat you into blood dregs. After blood spirit returned, Yang Qing rode Xiao Qing out again. The blood race's powerhouses were all angered until they had livid expressions. But they really could not send anyone out anymore. No matter how Yang Qing taunted them, the blood race's side had no reaction at all. Let him shout. We'll just shut the camp. Whoever dares to yell about going out to fight again will immediately be sentenced to death. Blood Spirit gave a death order with a cold face. Hence, no one dared to call anymore. In reality, even if Blood Spirit did not give the order, nobody would dare to call about going out to fight anymore as well. Got to be kidding. Even the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons died. Send who else out to fight? But it was really aggravating. Yang Qing's mouth was really loathsome until it was unbeatable. His strength was not considered top-notch, but his taunt skill was really invincible under the heavens. He clearly suffered serious injuries, but looking at his smug appearance, how did he look like an injured person? The Blood Race Army's powerhouses were all beyond furious, but there was nothing that they could do. How aggrieving! In the void, the Heaven One Alliance's Emperor Realm powerhouses were all stunned. These few little fellows actually beat the Blood Race until they did not dare to go out. Although the Blood Race was apprehensive of them sneak attacking Yi Yuan, they all relied on real ability to make the Blood Race huddle up at home too. Including Dan Fei, they were all extremely shocked. Although they knew that Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator and had powerful strength, being powerful to this extent still exceeded their expectations. No wonder this guy dared to come and provoke them. He was really fully prepared. There's really no one coming out? Don't blame your Grandpa Yang for not giving you a chance. If there's really no one coming out, your Grandpa Yang is leaving, Yang Qing said with a look of regret after scolding for half a day. This half a day, he did not repeat a single sentence, scolding extremely satisfyingly. Scolding people like this and others could not even rebut. How enjoyable. All right, go back. They don't dare to come out anymore, Yi Yuan also said with a look of regret. Seeing Yi Yuan few people's departing back views, the Blood Race powerhouses could finally heave a sigh of relief. These few gods of plague finally left. Yeah. I was scolded by this guy until I was even doubting life. Say, you guys, are we really very weak? At the Northern View City's camp, Wei Liang slammed his fist heavily and said excitedly, really exhilarating. This seat has experienced hundreds of major and minor battles, but there hasn't been once that feels as good as this time. The action of blocking the door this time was really incomparably liberating. Even these Emperor Realm powerhouses were incomparably excited too. The battle with the Blood Race was too depressing. You clearly killed the opponent. In the end, the other party resurrected immediately. The next battle, they would similarly deal with you in their strongest state. But once you got inflicted with blood corruption poison, it was basically waiting for death. Yi Yuan directly killed 3 Saint Sovereign 100 Sons in this fight and killed close to half the Kiliarchs. This was killing absolutely. The other party did not even have the chance to revive. Furthermore, the Blood Race army was blocked in the camp and scolded, and they did not even dare to release a fart. Utterly satisfying. This kind of victory was really satisfying. Although the scale of this battle was not large, it was incomparably liberating. An Emperor Realm powerhouse said with a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, it's really great. Yi Yuan's crushing victory feels really great. Also, Yangqing, that punk is loathsome, but he's very tastefully loathsome. It's still my first time seeing the blood race like cowards. Not daring to even release a fart. Relieving. Too relieving. You didn't see. It's silent in the blood race camp. Each and every one of those soldiers, they were flushed red but couldn't vent it. Ha ha ha. Really too great. Each of the Emperor Realm powerhouses felt amazing. They thought that Yi Yuan was in incredible danger in this fight. How could they know that a few little fellows actually brought such a relieving battle? Furthermore, this fight had huge harvests. Eliminating 300 Saint Sovereign 100 sons and close to half the Kiliarchs, this held even greater significance than annihilating an army of 50,000. I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, wielded my long spear and killed the Blood Race army until their helmet and coat of mail were in utter disarray. Those whatever bullshit Saint Sovereign 100 sons couldn't even last one exchange under my spear, and they were thoroughly obliterated. On a small dirt mound, Yangqing had a look of exultation, describing his heroic valiantness. Around him, many Heaven 1 powerhouses were surrounding him, listening until they felt an upsurge of emotion. Yangqing's strength was indeed strong, virtually invincible in the Heaven 1 army. Therefore, his words sound fantastical, but it was still very convincing. Of course, he grafted all of Yi Yuan's contributions onto himself. I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, shouted loudly, who dares to come and fight? That bunch of blood race trash immediately shut themselves in. Sigh. Invincibility is really lonely. Yangqing gave a long sigh, with quite the air of a lonely expert. He had been invincible for too long and naturally developed the air of an expert. When not being detestable, he really had quite the air of a general. Saint Exalt Azure Sky is well deserving of the name Azure Sky, making our human race's awe-inspiring reputation renown. Awesome. Great. Didn't expect that our Heaven 1 alliance will also beat the blood race until they don't want to step out of the door. Saint Exalt Azure Sky is mighty. For a time, praises lingered incessantly. Yangqing immersed into this kind of praise, unable to extricate himself. This kind of feeling, he had enjoyed it countless times but would never tire of it. On the contrary, he gladly endured the hardship. After Yi Yuan came back, he went into close seclusion and did not exit. These few days, Yangqing had been boasting himself every day in the army camp. True Sovereign Heaven powerhouses naturally would not be bored enough to come and bother him. Hence, these few days, Yangqing's reputation became more and more resounding among the bottom-level soldiers. This matter was only known by Emperor Realm powerhouses. In the beginning, everyone naturally did not believe it. But Yangqing obtained the token of the blood race's Chiliarch. This thing could not be faked. There were naturally more people who believed in it. TCH, Yangqing, can you please have some face? I was wondering why you couldn't be found these few days. It turns out that you ran here to brag. Right at this time, a discordant voice came over. The moment everyone looked, it was little dragon girl Jingfei. The moment Yangqing saw Jingfei, he secretly thought to himself, shit, why did this girl come here? Those soldiers felt an upsurge of emotion when they listened and had long already believed Yangqing. The moment they heard her at this time, they became indignant. A soldier called her into question. Girlie, what the hell do you know? Saint Exalt Azure Sky has the token of the blood race's Chiliarch in his hands. This is the symbol of their identity. Without killing the other party, it's impossible to get it. Jingfei rolled her eyes. This bunch of guys was bluffed by Yangqing into becoming his hardcore followers. She was just about to open her mouth to provide an explanation. But there was a blur before her eyes, and Yangqing already arrived in front of her. Hoo-hoo, Jingfei girlie, you came to find me to ask for something, right? Let's go then, find another place to talk about it. Yangqing covered Jingfei's mouth and dragged her, and was about to leave. Jingfei was not Yangqing's match at all. She had her mouth covered and could not speak, but this really could not stump her. The blood race's Chiliarch did die, and the Saint Sovereign 100 sons died too. But they were killed by my big brother Yi Yuan. This guy is just a nobody waving a flag and shouting for cheers, that's all. Asmal and exquisite Sikong flew out, the voice immediately spreading throughout the barracks. All the soldiers exchanged glances when they heard it. It was Great Commander Yi Yuan? Isn't he a heavenly alchemist? Why is his combat strength so strong too? This lass is Great Commander Yi Yuan's younger sister. She naturally fantasizes that her big brother is a hero. Oh, so that's how it is. There was still no one who believed it. Jing Fei became anxious and immediately shouted through the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Yang Qing, you dare to seize my big brother Yi Yuan's credit. Do you still want to resolve your blood corruption poison or not? The moment Yang Qing heard, he immediately jumped up and said excitedly, this guy really found a way? Jing Fei could finally speak. Looking at him, she said with a sneer, is there anything that my big brother Yi Yuan can't do in this world? He made me come find you to go and test the medicine. Yang Qing said excitedly, then what are we still waiting for? Come on. Finish saying. He ignored the dumbfounded crowd too, disappearing with a flash. Jing Fei glanced at the soldiers hatefully and said with a look of anger from their failure to live up to expectations. You bunch of fools, misled by people with a few words. My big brother Yi Yuan is a divergent cultivator. His strength being formidable. Someone like Yang Qing, he can beat him up with one hand. Yet, you guys still believed his rubbish. Humph. Finish talking. She left too, leaving behind the dumbfounded-looking crowd. Yang Qing was poisoned by the blood corruption poison, inflicted with the blood corruption poison, and he could still be as brave as he said? It turned out that they were all fooled. It turns out that the one who did those things was actually Great Commander Yi Yuan. Great Commander Yi Yuan is really impressive. Just how long had he joined the Heaven One army? He already made 3 great miraculous achievements. This kind of big victory is really a tribute to our Heaven One's divine might. It's so amazing. Just now, did that last say that the blood corruption poison can be resolved? Suddenly, the entire place became deathly silent. The moment Yang Qing entered the room, he was virtually about to suffocate. Within the room, there were one powerful aura after another, making him virtually unable to breathe. Everyone's gazes were focused on him. It was just that the gazes were somewhat strange, like looking at a little white rat. All right, begin, Dan Fei said coolly. But in this calm voice, it exuded strong anticipation. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and pointed at the board in front of him and said to Yang Qing, lie down. All right. Yang Qing lay on the panel, seeming somewhat cramped. This room was too terrifying. These guys were definitely all Emperor Realm powerhouses. Upon lying down, a bloody aura hit him in the nose. A wooden basin was placed in front of Yi Yuan. Water was filled in the wooden basin. To be exact, it was blood water. Scarlet red, it looked shocking. Yi Yuan was long prepared. As soon as Yang Qing lay down, starlight shone brightly, and the Xuanji 9 leaves acupuncture technique started. Only to see him reach his hand out in focus, divine essence needles passed through the blood water. The divine essence needles were actually dyed red in an instant. Following that, the fantasy-like acupuncture technique began. The acupuncture technique this time was greatly different from when he imparted to the others before. These few days, he carried out an in-depth analysis of blood essence. The blood essence of Yuanzhang, these people had more reference value. The blood essence of the blood race, the stronger they were, the more powerful and the more vigorous it was. Previously, Yi Yuan already had a framework for treating the blood corruption poison. This time, with an even better reference, he found the method very quickly. The reason why Yang Qing got injured and he did not take action, it was actually to make him be this little white rat. It was easier to get started on an acquaintance. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Yang Qing's strength was extremely strong. His ability to resist the blood corruption poison was also stronger than the others. He was naturally a very good experiment subject. This basin of blood water was actually medicine water refined by Yi Yuan with the blood essence of the blood race assembled with several dozen kinds of grade 5 heavenly medicines. This medicine water coupled with his improved Xuanji 9 leaves, it could completely cure the blood corruption poison. Yi Yuan's technique was dreamlike and mystical. Even a hint of surprise flashed across in Zhuchen's eyes. He was a grade 8 heavenly alchemist. How sharp was his eyesight. The virtues and faults of this technique were clear to him at a glance. Impressive. Sigh. Suichen could not hold back and heaved a sigh again in his heart. A shame that he was a divergent cultivator. This kind of alchemy path genius would definitely be a grade 8 or even a grade 9 heavenly alchemist in the future. Truly a shame. One divine essence needle after another fired into Yang Qing's body. Yang Qing emitted muffled groans continuously. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan's divine essence needles suddenly stopped, the stellar power dissipating with a loud bang. A hint of wild ecstasy flashed across Yi Yuan's face, and he said, "It succeeded!" It was not just Yi Yuan. All of the Emperor Realm powerhouses present. Their chests heaved unevenly, their faces revealing looks of ecstasy. The blood corruption poison in Yang Qing's body had already completely dissipated into thin air. Everyone knew what this meant. During these thousands of years, powerhouses that died under the blood corruption poison were too many to count. Even around these Emperor Realm powerhouses, there were many people who died from the blood corruption poison too. But, even if they had the ability to access the highest heavens, they were powerless to do anything about this too and could only passively watch their loved ones and friends die. That feeling of powerlessness drove people insane. But now, they finally saw hope. Yi Yuan resolving the blood corruption poison absolutely had trans-era significance. This signified that they did not need to fear the blood corruption poison anymore. This meant that the millions upon millions of Heaven 1 powerhouses were able to be reborn. This also signified that even more powerhouses would be born. The significance was far too great. The Heaven 1's various races had many, many geniuses. They could originally have stepped into the Emperor Realm. But, because of the blood corruption poison, they perished. Now with Yi Yuan's method, those geniuses poisoned by blood corruption poison were able to stand up again. Too remarkable. Truly too incredible. With this method, what are we still scared of the blood race for? Ha ha. For thousands of years, the difficult hurdle that numerous heavenly alchemists failed to overcome after advancing and filling the gaps left by fallen comrades was actually overcome. Impressive. Impressive. In the engagements with the blood race in the future, there's no need to be overly cautious anymore either. Succeeded. It really succeeded. Ha ha ha. Wei Liang started laughing agitatedly. As he laughed, his eyes actually became wet. Wei Yun, if you were still alive, how great would it be? How great! Wei Liang choked. An exalted Emperor Realm powerhouse actually cried, crying like a child. Zuo came to his side. Patting his shoulder, he urged, "Wei Yun will also be happy in the afterlife." Wei Liang nodded slightly but still could not resist silently shedding tears. Yi Yuan knew that Wei Liang's impression of him was not good, but he did not expect that his reaction was actually so intense. Seeing Yi Yuan's puzzlement, Dan Fei explained, Wei Liang and Wei Yun, two brothers, were once the extreme medicine sect's peerless twin prides, the two people's feelings being extremely deep. Especially Wei Yun, he was reputed to be the genius with the greatest hope of stepping into Hegemon Realm. But sadly, back then, when they were still at true sovereign heaven, Wei Yun was accidentally poisoned by the blood corruption poison in a great battle, and he fell in the end. This matter is still Wei Liang's heart not till this day. Actually, not just Wei Liang, each and every one of the Emperor Realm powerhouses present had somewhat wet eyes. The Emperor Realm powerhouses present all came over from being weaklings too. Fighting fiercely for several thousand years, who didn't have a few loved ones and friends die around them. Now they found the way to resolve the blood corruption poison, but their loved ones and friends could not return anymore. How could they not feel vicissitudes of emotion? Yi Yuan, you found the way to resolve the blood corruption poison. There's no greater merit, Dan Fei said with a solemn face. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I found it, but this method can't be applied in a large scale at all. In order to refine this basin of blood of flame crystal, it already depleted 1/3 of the blood race blood essence. This basin of blood of flame crystal can at most treat 1,000 people's blood corruption. Poison. Even if the effects of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sun's blood essence is stronger, it can at most treat 5,000 people. After that, it will become useless. The blood race's blood essence is too difficult to obtain. Presently, the biggest issue was still the blood race's blood essence. This blood of flame crystal was Yi Yuan's own invention. The most important ingredient added to enhance it was the blood essence of the blood race. This time, although he obtained some quality blood essence, it was still too little and not enough to use at all. And the blood race would not give him this kind of opportunity anymore. This was also to say that the next time someone got poisoned, he would have no way of curing. At present, there was only half a month left before the 3-month deadline. The blood race side was still increasing its troops. The number of troops at present already surpassed 25,000 people. While on the human side, there was only around 40,000 people left. These 40,000 people were already the limit that the Heaven One Alliance was able to transfer over. After the spatial passageway was exposed, over at the absolute heaven barrier there, the blood race launched an incomparably fierce offensive. It was for the sake of not letting the Southern Front transfer troops over. If the absolute heaven barrier was breached, whether or not the spatial passageway was broken would not hold much meaning anymore too. Therefore, the Northern Front's war affairs currently has at most only left with one last battle. Either succeed or die trying. The last great battle, nearly 10,000 people died. Among them, a very large portion was poisoned by blood corruption poison. Currently, in the army, there are merely 4,000 to 5,000 people poisoned by blood corruption poison. Just nice, we can carry out the final great battle. Putting aside how significant the blood of flame crystal was, even for this battle you've rendered a great achievement too. You've merely entered the alliance for just over a month but already made 4 miraculous contributions. Speak. What rewards do you need? Dan Fei said. Talking up to here, Dan Fei also had to sigh with admiration. In a short 1 month plus, Yi Yuan first breached the blood race's defensive front, triggering heavenly punishment to send the information. Then he created arrows that reversed the war. Then he killed the Saint Sovereign 100 sons as well as many Kiliarchs. Lastly, you even created the blood of flame crystal. These 4 great achievements, any one of them was a virtually impossible to accomplish mission. Calling it 4 great miraculous achievements was not overboard too. Yet, these 4 great miraculous achievements happened on Yi Yuan alone. Dan Fei had fought for many years and made countless achievements. But, compared to Yi Yuan's 4 great miraculous achievements, it still paled greatly in comparison. And Yi Yuan merely completed these in slightly over 1 month. He had to admit that, if there wasn't Yi Yuan, the Heaven One Alliance would probably find it hard to hold on this time too. The entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would probably fall into enemy hands. This kind of achievement was not what a measly little great commander position was sufficient to be a reward. But, to use what to reward, Dan Fei really could not think of it. Therefore, he simply asked Yi Yuan himself. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, I want to enter the extreme medicine sect and browse all of the sect's alchemy classics. Dan Fei was taken aback and said, just this? He thought that Yi Yuan would demand an exorbitant price, but he did not expect that he actually only had this request. Of course, the extreme medicine sect's alchemy records were not what everyone could peruse. Want to enter it and read extensively, one must have sufficient status. But this was all too easy for Heaven One Alliance. Furthermore, compared to the miraculous achievements that Yi Yuan had made, it was utterly not worth mentioning. Yi Yuan nodded his head seriously and said, just this. Of course, I also won't let the extreme medicine sect suffer a loss. I have quite a few alchemy classics in my hands too. I'll make copies and read 'em it to the extreme medicine sect. This sentence made everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. The big shots present were all not fools. Yi Yuan could take out a heaven-defying acupuncture technique like the Xuanji 9 leaves. How could he not have had any fortuitous encounters? But this kind of lucky chance belonged to those who obtained it. Other people could not pry into it. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually so generous to take it out as a payment to the extreme medicine sect? Ha ha ha. Am cured. There isn't any blood corruption poison in my body at all. Laven thought that I was dead for sure. I didn't expect that I actually didn't die. Great Commander Yi Yuan is mighty. Great Commander Yi Yuan is incredible. Great Commander Yi Yuan rendered amazing merit. He's really our Heaven One's great hero. following one blood corruption poison victim after another being cured, the entire Heaven 1 camp was boiling over with excitement. Previously, even if the blood corruption poison was being suppressed, the camp had never been this crazy before too. All of the Heaven 1 soldiers seemed to be having a carnival. No one thought that the blood corruption poison could actually really be cured one day. This was just like a terminal illness being completely cured. That feeling of despair to a new lease on life was sufficient to make people excited until they went mad. Hence, Yi Yuan's prestige in the army reached the peak in an instant. Those soldiers who were cured practically regarded Yi Yuan as a god. The difficult hurdle that could not be overcome for thousands of years was overcome by Yi Yuan. The terminal illness that no one had ever cured was cured by him. Zhao Chen hugged Xiao Yiping and said agitatedly, "Good brother. We can fight side by side again in the future. This time, we have to join forces properly and kill until the blood race is trembling in their boots." Xiao Yiping nodded agitatedly and said, "Boss, rest assured, we've mustered up enough strength this time. We'll definitely teach the blood race bastards an unforgettable lesson. It's all thanks to Great Commander Yi. Without him, there's no need for us to fight this war anymore too," Zhao Chen said. Great Commander Yi is truly divine. Something that the extreme medicine sect didn't accomplish for thousands of years. He did it. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Mentioning Yi Yuan, Xiao Yiping and the brothers around him were all incomparably respectful. This kind of respect came from the bottom of the heart. One time, twice, thrice, 4 times. Yi Yuan used one miracle after another and conquered everyone. Using half a month's time, Yi Yuan led Xiao Shan and the rest and completely cured over 4,000 soldiers in the army who were inflicted with blood corruption poison. At this time, there was already less than a month left from the spatial passageway completely stabilizing. Furthermore, the blood race was still continuously sending large forces through the spatial passageway. A war broke no delay. After experiencing the initial most excitement, clouds of sorrow started shrouding the upper echelons. Can't drag on anymore. The Southern Front has already sent news that the war is very tough, and the casualties extremely heavy. Just a while ago, Hegemon Windthunder was injured by the Hegemon Shai of the blood race, his injuries very severe. The Southern Front there transferred another 10,000 people over. This is already the limit, Dan Fei said in a solemn expression. Hearing this, the expressions of the Emperor Realm powerhouses present changed one after another. Even Hegemon-level powerhouses were seriously injured. The tragic plight of the Southern Front War could be seen. These 10,000 people were even squeezed out through the crevices between their teeth. After all, once the Northern Front was lost, the absolute heaven barrier would also lose its meaning of existence. During this period of time, the blood race had 3 more Emperor Realm powerhouses come over through the spatial passageway. The war this time will probably be even harder, Zuochun similarly said with a worried look. No matter how difficult, we have to fight too. Even if our Northern Front army fights until the last soldier, we have to destroy the spatial passageway too. Otherwise, the consequences are unthinkable, Dan Fei said decisively. He understood that this fight would be even more miserable than that previous battle, because in his fight, both sides had no way out anymore, especially the Heaven 1 alliance. Therefore, even if it was Dan Fei, this commander-in-chief, he was also prepared to die in battle. Zuochun nodded his head and said, "Fight? Naturally have to fight. Nobody is afraid of dying. But right now, the most crucial problem is how can we destroy the spatial passageway? According to the last encounter, we can't get close to the spatial passageway at all. This time, the hope is even more bleak." The moment these words came out, even Dan Fei fell silent too. In the last great battle, 15 people fought 10 of the blood race's Emperor Realm powerhouses, but they still did not take the upper hand. Now, the other side added 3 more. It was naturally even more impossible. They could not even come into contact with the spatial passageway, let alone talk about destroying it. Ming Yi, 50,000 troops versus 30,000 troops. How confident are you? Dan Fei suddenly looked toward Ming Yi and asked. He was the highest commander of the Saint Sovereign Army and naturally had the qualifications to take part in this conference too. Apart from him, there were also 6 great commanders, including Yi Yuan. Although the Saint Sovereign Army were cannon fodders, if the army side won, and the Emperor Realm powerhouses there held out, they could destroy the spatial passageway too. Ming Yi's expression was somewhat awkward as he said, "Honestly speaking, not even 30%. These 30,000 troops are all elites among elites, their combat power extremely strong. Although we resolved the blood corruption poison, it's still very difficult to kill them. This 30% confidence is still because Yi Yuan killed Yuan Zheng 3 people and close to half of the Kiliarchs. Otherwise, we don't even have 10% confidence." As he said, he looked toward Yi Yuan, full of gratitude. Yi Yuan killing Yuan Zheng 3 people and those Kiliarchs was not just venting frustration so simple. It was also of great strategic importance. These people's combat power naturally went without saying. And they also played a destabilizing needle effect in the Saint Sovereign Heaven Army. Yi Yuan killing them was equivalent to destroying the Blood Race's war banner. It was of great significance. The reason why the battle previously suffered heavy losses was because of the eruption of the blood corruption poison on the one hand. On the other hand, it was because the Blood Race's combat power was extremely strong. In front of Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, these people were naturally too weak to stand up to competition. But, to ordinary soldiers, the combat power of the Blood Race was strong. And on the Heaven One Alliance's side, the majority were transferred over temporarily. They were much worse in terms of combat power. However, because of Yi Yuan, the entire army's cohesiveness reached the peak currently. Hearing Ming Yi's words, Dan Fei's expression became a little uglier. Could it be that there was really no hope at all? Everyone fell silent. "Why don't I give it a try?" Suddenly, a voice broke the death-like silence. When all the Emperor Realm powerhouses heard that, they looked over one after another. The one speaking was precisely Yi Yuan. "You? This kind of great battle, what function can you alone play?" Dan Fei shook his head and said. He knew that Yi Yuan had extremely strong combat power, but a great battle of several tens of thousands of Saint Sovereign Heavens, if they really fought, even a grand completion true Sovereign Heaven would be bombarded into residue too. What use did a mere Yi Yuan have? Yi Yuan, Master knows that you have good intentions. However, miracles can't happen over and over again. The great battle this time, you don't take part in it. At present, only you can seize the Blood Race's blood essence and set it aside for use later. Saving more companions is the right thing to do. Zhua Chen said. Yi Yuan was a treasure. He could not die. At that time, once he got targeted by a true Sovereign Heaven, that would be very dangerous. The refinement method of the blood of flame crystal, as well as the new acupuncture technique, Yi Yuan had already imparted them to Xiao Shan and the rest. But, without Yi Yuan, they were unable to suppress the Blood Race's blood essence. They were naturally unable to refine the blood of flame crystal. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm saying, I have a way to destroy the spatial passageway. But the prerequisite is that I can reach the spatial passageway there. Therefore, I need everyone to help me hold off the Blood Race's powerhouses." More than a dozen figures were currently moving swiftly through the air. The great battle was at an explosive point. These dozen over figures were naturally the 15 Emperor Realm powerhouses from Heaven 1. I say we pinned all of the hope on a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. Isn't it taking things a little too trivially? Lu Feng said. Lu Feng was the Heaven 1 Army's number 3 figure, his status second only to Dan Fei and Zhu Chen. Although Yi Yuan joined the alliance not long ago, he rendered amazing merit and created too many impossible miracles. This current situation, apart from gambling, we have no other choice either. Hoo-hoo. Wei Liang, didn't you turn your nose up at Yi Yuan before? Why are you speaking up for him now? Dan Fei scoffed. Wei Liang's old face turned red, and he said, "Either way, I feel that this boy is confident." Lu Feng snorted coldly and said, "How can a mere middle Saint Sovereign Heaven possibly destroy the spatial passageway? Want to destroy the spatial passageway? It has to at least gather the full power attacks of 5,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens before it might be achieved." Dan Fei nodded and said, "Over at Yi Yuan there. It's just a solution born out of desperation. This seat doesn't harbor much hope. The Saint Sovereign Heaven Army has no hope in the first place as well. The most important thing is still our side. At that time, I'll tie down 2 Emperor Vast Heavens and create a chance for you all. Once there's a chance, you guys immediately get out of the battlefield and go destroy the spatial passageway. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They knew that Dan Fei was planning to exchange for a glimmer of opportunity with death. Suddenly, figures flashed, and more than 10 figures blocked the way. Dan Fei's expression turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, "Li He, this battle, there's no rest until we're dead." The one in the front was precisely the Blood Race's leader, Li He. Dan Fei, you and I are also considered old acquaintances already. Can we still not know each other? With our strength, we can at most just perish together. But, after you die, this seat won't die, Li He said with a relaxed smile. There were only so many Emperor Realm powerhouses. Dan Fei and Li He were old enemies too, knowing each other through and through. If an ordinary Emperor Realm powerhouse was threatened like this, then they would definitely have some fear. But this kind of threat was not considered a threat to the Blood Race at all. It was because they could not kill the opponent. Humph. Whether or not you'll die, we'll only know after fighting. Dan Fei gave a cold yell and was about to attack. But Li He was not in a hurry and said smilingly, "No rush, no rush, Dan Fei. Your opponent isn't just this seat alone. This time, this seat even found you an opponent." While speaking, there was a vibration in the void. Another elegant figure stepped out of the void. Seeing the arrival, Dan Fei's pupils constricted, and he sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Lotus where?" A woman was dressed in blood-colored long robes, giving people a cold but breathtaking feeling. She looked at Dan Fei, using a talking-down tone as she said coolly, "Dan Fei, the seed has come over, so you absolutely have no chance to destroy the spatial passageway. Give up on this. Withdraw now, and this seat can still leave you with your life." Dan Fei's expression was extremely ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Dream on. Even if I die, this seat also won't let your blood race succeed." Lotus Ware was indifferent and said coolly, "Forgot to tell you, but Lord May has already entered the passageway. He will arrive in at most a day." The moment these words came out, the expressions of all of the Heaven One powerhouses changed wildly. May was one of the Blood Race's Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens. Saint Sovereign Heaven Realm, the top 100 ranks were called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. While Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm similarly had a ranking, it was Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens. Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens, they were the strongest 10 people in Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm. These 10 people were major figures whose reputation could truly shake the heavens, their strength formidable to the extreme. May was ranked 10th. He was a famous butcher, his strength being incredible. The Heaven One powerhouses that died in his hands were too many to count. May entering the spatial passageway indicated that the spatial passageway was already very stable. The Blood Race sending him over, it was to play the role of stabilizing the world. If he really came over, then this battle had no suspense anymore. If you feel that you can take the passageway away from this seat's hands within a day, then you can very well come and give it a shot, Lotus Ware still said coolly. But Dan Fei was already burning with anxiety in his heart. There was absolutely no hope for him regarding this. Lotus Ware's strength, he was clear about it. She was even 30% stronger than Li He. These two great heavyweights joining forces, their side here had absolutely no hope. Then there was only counting on the Saint Sovereign Heaven army that side. But, with the current stability of the passageway, 5,000 people might not be able to take it down too. Even if they could take it down, could they get through? Could it be that heaven truly wanted my Heaven One continent to perish? A wave of despair could not help rising in Dan Fei's heart. Suddenly, a figure flashed across his mind. Yi Yuan. He said that he could destroy the spatial passageway. Could he really do it? No, it was impossible. A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, it was simply impossible to destroy such a stable spatial passageway. But this boy had created miracles time and again. Maybe this time he could do it too? No idea why. A tiny hint of hope sparked in Dan Fei's heart. He hoped that this boy could really create a miracle. Suddenly his gaze turned cold and he shouted fiercely, "Everyone, follow me to kill the enemy. For the sake of Heaven One's glory, there's no regret in dying." No regret in dying. All the Emperor Realm powerhouses called out in unison, charging towards the Blood Race. "Ha ha ha, you bunch of Blood Race trash. Your Grandpa Yang said before, after breaking through to true sovereign heaven. I'll definitely kill you all until you cry for your daddy and mummy. Weak. Too weak. Above the void, it was a melee. The Heaven One army and the Blood Race army fought in close quarters. The killing was extremely tragic. In this battle, both sides had to conquer or die. There was no path of retreat at all. Each soldier was fighting for their life. Yang Qing's long spear was imbued with a soaring resolve, killing the Blood Race's 3 great true sovereign heaven until they steadily lost ground. Hence, he started showing off again. The last time, after Yi Yuan administered treatment for him, Yang Qing had blessings come to him in the disguise of misfortune and finally broke through the final layer of windowpane paper, breaking through to the true sovereign heaven realm. After reaching true sovereign heaven, Yang Qing's combat power soared and could directly deal with middle true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Now, he was fighting 3 great peak lower true sovereign heavens by himself. He overwhelmed his opponents until they could not catch their breath. Just as he was being pleased with himself, a dragon roar cut across the firmament, smashing towards one of the true sovereign heaven. Boom! That lower true sovereign heaven was directly smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Great Commander Yi Yuan is mighty and domineering. Great Commander Yi Yuan's combat power is unparalleled, dominating the world. Kill, kill, kill. The Blood Race is merely a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Kill. After a punch, a series of frenzied cheering came over. The Heaven One army's morale rose to the peak at once. Currently, Yi Yuan had already become the spiritual pillar of the Heaven One army. His every movement and action affected the morale of the soldiers. This punch earlier, Yi Yuan killed a true sovereign heaven as a saint sovereign heaven. How imposing and domineering was that? Hence, the momentum soared. ARHH. Yi Yuan, you snatched sovereign Azureski's limelight again. This sovereign won't let you off. Yang Qing cried out strangely. Yi Yuan's punch was indeed domineering just now. But being able to kill a true sovereign heaven with one punch was because Yang Qing strained most of the opponent's energy. It was just that those soldiers did not care about these at all. The person was killed by Yi Yuan. They acknowledged Yi Yuan. Yang Qing was originally being pleased with his posturing but was overshadowed by Yi Yuan all at once. He could not help being depressed to the extreme. All true sovereign heaven commanders, kill that boy at all costs. Blood Spirit had clearly realized the danger of Yi Yuan too. At the first instant Yi Yuan exploded, he gave the order to kill Yi Yuan. But a large number of true sovereign heaven powerhouses crowded around Yi Yuan. Those commanders, great commanders, as well as Ming Yi, this commander-in-chief, had seemingly given up Command 4, gathering around Yi Yuan one after another. Younger brother Yi, this exalt will return this life to you. Hope that you don't disappoint this exalt. Song Miao, are you crazy? Hoo-hoo. This life of mine is no longer mine a long time ago. As long as it can stop your blood race, what does a wretched life count for? Song Miao directly broke away from the battlefield and fought together with a blood race true sovereign heaven of similar strength. The two people fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, seeing flesh and blood. At this time, Song Miao did not hold back in the slightest bit. It was completely a fighting style that risked his life. Not just Song Miao, Ming Yi had long already clashed with the Blood Race's commander-in-chief, Blood Spirit. 2 great half-step Emperor realm powerhouses fought until the sky darkened and the earth dimmed. Blood Spirit wanted to break through Ming Yi and kill Yi Yuan, this scourge, but was forcibly sealed in place by Yi Yuan with a life-risking fighting style. He had no time to spare for other things at all. The Blood Race did not fear death, but it did not mean that they allowed others to kill them freely. A powerhouse like Ming Yi, as long as given the opportunity, he would completely obliterate Blood Spirit. Blood Spirit's strength was a notch above Ming Yi's. But Ming Yi did not care about getting injured at all and cared even less about getting poisoned with the blood corruption poison. He completely had a fighting style that showed no regard for his life. Blood Spirit was incomparably shocked in his heart. Were these guys all mad? Cultivation reaching the quasi-emperor realm, how difficult was that? These guys actually had no qualms about dying. Ina blink. Ming Yi's body was riddled with scars. Meanwhile, Blood Spirit was almost blown apart by him several times. Old Zhang, I'll lock this guy down. You don't have to care about me. Just directly blow the two of us up. An Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven 1 powerhouse used all of his strength and locked down a blood race Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, making him unable to move. Old Zhang had tears in his eyes, but he slammed a punch out without the slightest hesitation. The Bloodkin plus the Heaven 1 Saint Sovereign Heaven immediately turned into nothingness. This kind of killing was playing out everywhere. The battlefield was like a meat grinder. Powerful Saint Sovereign Heavens were simply too weak to stand up to competition under this meat grinder. The Heaven 1 powerhouses did not care about death at all. Even if it was death, they had to inflict serious wounds on the Bloodkins too. Although the Blood Race army were all elite powerhouses, they could not bear the madness of the Heaven 1 army too. The numbers of the Heaven 1 army could be seen reducing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, they did not care at all. Especially the army around Yi Yuan. When one of them died, they would be replaced by another. They were like one sharp knife after another, stabbing viciously into the Blood Race army, tearing open a gap in the Blood Race army very quickly. Boom! A true Sovereign Heaven powerhouse was directly wiped out by the Blood Race. The muscles on Yi Yuan's face twitched, but his hands did not slow down, taking out a Blood Race Saint Sovereign Heaven with one punch each. As long as he did not encounter true Sovereign Heavens, he was simply like a tiger entering a flock of sheep in the Blood Race army, mowing down all resistance. However, the true Sovereign Heavens around him were reducing one by one. Yi Yuan could not help but sigh in his heart. What capability did he have to actually be able to make these people entrusted him with life and death? For the sake of his one sentence, the Heaven 1 warriors used their lives to carve out a bloody path. Yes, such frenzied killing was for the sake of killing out an opening in the Blood Race army, to let him charge over. Ming Yi, Song Miao, Zhao Chun, Xiao Yiping, and even Xiao Shan and Dao Chun, they were all defending by his side. All the 50,000 troops disregarded their lives, just for the sake of paving a way for him. Yi Yuan's heart was dripping blood. Ha ha! Great Commander Yi, Xiao Yiping's life was given by you. I'll return it to you now. Great Commander Yi, you must destroy the spatial passageway and show our Heaven 1's might. Xiao Yiping was long already wounded and on the verge of dying. Currently, divine essence bloomed on his body, his small world collapsing with a loud bang, directly blowing the bloodkin opposite him into fragments. That bloodkin still wanted to recondense, but he was killed by Zhao Chun with one punch and completely wiped out. That Xiao Yiping, who was saved by Yi Yuan, really died this time. Zhao Chun had tears in his eyes, but his gaze was incomparably firm. Clearly, he was long already used to this kind of life and death. On the battlefield, they were not whatever Saint Exalt powerhouses at all, just cannon fodders. If the death of cannon fodders could have some meaning, that was pretty good too. They were not unable to face life and death. It was just that they were not willing to die incompetently on the sickbed. Yi Yuan clenched his jaws tightly and said in a solemn voice, "Good brother, Yi Yuan won't let you down." Over there, Blood Spirit had also come to realize it. His expression changed, and he shouted loudly, "Ignore the others. Everyone, stop Yi Yuan at all costs." Under his word of command, there were suddenly countless more Blood Race powerhouses around Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not care. Those true Sovereign Heavens were all held back. As long as true Sovereign Heavens did not disturb him, he would be able to rush over. Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed, one fist force after another firing out, akin to claps of thunder. The Blood Race's Saint Sovereign Heavens died in waves. With how strong the Blood Race was, those soldiers had never had such painful experiences before too. For a moment, they were actually cowed by Yi Yuan. "Who's coming to seek their doom?" Yi Yuan shouted coldly, his figure suddenly rushing forward, akin to a demon god. The Blood Race soldiers ahead actually opened up a path involuntarily and let Yi Yuan rush over. When Blood Spirit saw this scene, he could not help stomping his feet angrily and said in alarm and fury, "Are you all pigs? Kill him! Kill him!" Although he also knew that even if Yi Yuan rushed over, it was impossible to cause any damage to the spatial passageway too. But the apprehension toward Yi Yuan in his heart still left him uneasy. But, even if he was uneasy, there was nothing that he could do as well. It was because the Blood Race army was already afraid of Yi Yuan. These few years, the Blood Race's battles had always been overwhelming. They had never experienced such a bitter fight before. Therefore, Yi Yuan's strength already made them fearful. On the contrary, the Heaven One army's side had an unstoppable momentum and was not afraid of death and actually suppressed the blood race for some time. One should pick soft persimmons to knead. Those blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens were also clear in their hearts that even if Yi Yuan went over, it was useless too. In that case, let him go over then. As long as the others did not go over, it was impossible for Yi Yuan alone to destroy the spatial passageway. Yi Yuan punched out again, directly wiping out the 3 blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens in front of him that did not want their lives. There was already no one in front. The blood race army was killed until he passed through. He finally came out. Ming Yi discovered this scene too. Disregarding the injuries on his body, he said in wild ecstasy, "Yi Yuan, hurry up and go. Leave this side to us." "Yi Yuan, it's entrusted to you. Even if I drain my last drop of blood, this song won't let them advance a single step too," Song Miao said with his entire body covered in blood. Yi Yuan nodded seriously and said in a solemn voice, "Everyone, rest assured. This Yi definitely won't let the brothers' blood to flow in vain." Finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of everyone. "Tech!" Lotusware cried out delicately, a red light flashing on her dainty finger. A terrifying force directly exploded in the air. Dan Fei, who was her opponent, was directly blown away. Dan Fei vomited blood from his mouth. There was not an unblemished spot on his body from head to toe. Facing a powerhouse like Lotusware, he unleashed all of his abilities and was unable to gain any upper hand too. "This seat knows your plan. You're very hardworking, but just based on your strength, you can't tie this seat down." Lotusware looked at Dan Fei, her words carrying a faint mockery. She naturally knew about Dan Fei's plans. It was just that since she came, there was no more hope for the Heaven One Alliance. Dan Fei already used his final ultimate move, but he was still not Lotusware's match. Li He was freed up. Zuochun and Lu Feng joined hands before they barely managed to resist him. As for the rest, that went even more without saying. The Heaven One Alliance's Emperor Realm powerhouses had all fallen into a crisis. In less than a moment after Dan Fei dies, Lotusware would be free, and it would be even more hopeless for the others. Dan Fei had a decisive look, and he said coolly, "It's only death." Finished saying, he ignored the injuries on his body and broke through in the direction of the spatial passageway again. His goal was not to kill Lotusware. It was just to destroy the spatial passageway. Unfortunately, he was unable to get past Lotusware. Suddenly, his figure stopped. Lotusware also frowned slightly and said, "Amen? There's a fish that escaped the net? Blood spirit, this fellow is really a good-for-nothing." Dan Fei's heart stirred, knowing that it was Yi Yuan who rushed over. Emperor Realm powerhouses could sense heaven and earth. Their divine sense covered an extremely vast radius. The moment Yi Yuan came over, they discovered it. Dan Fei roused himself, undoubtedly seeing hope amidst despair. Seeing Dan Fei's appearance, Lotusware said disdainfully, "Are you thinking too much? A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, even if he reaches the spatial passageway there, what can he do? Moreover, this seat has already sensed that Lord Mei is already not far from the entrance of the passageway." Dan Fei's brows furrowed slightly. This was not good news. Once Mei arrived, even if Yi Yuan had the ability to access the highest heavens, there was only death too. Seeing the change in Dan Fei's expression, Lotusware said with a light smile, "Looks like you still harbored some hope in this little fellow. Forget it. This seat will end him and completely cut off your hope." Dan Fei's expression changed wildly, but it was already too late. Lotusware attacked right away. She just flicked her fingers. A shocking force tore across the sky and flew straight for Yi Yuan. Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses, even if it was just a casual strike obliterating a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven, did not take any effort at all too. Dan Fei did not hesitate in the slightest, throwing a palm out fiercely. A similarly terrifying force flew out swiftly, wanting to intercept Lotusware's force. Lotusware did not stop it either, smilingly slightly. She said, "It's no use. A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven is no different from a mosquito. Even if you intercept it, the aftershock is sufficient to kill him several times over too." Boom! Her voice had yet to fade when a loud boom came over from the horizon. The terrifying energy undulation was seemingly like fireworks, exploding until all the spiritual energy in the sky was shaking incessantly. Lotus, where are you? Dan Fei was furious to the extreme. The hope that he just saw was throttled just like this. He understood that no matter how heaven-defying the Saint Sovereign Heaven, it was also impossible to survive under this kind of aftershock. Hee, a little interesting. You're very furious. It looks like you really cared about that Saint Sovereign Heaven, little fellow. Now, do you feel very despaired? Lotusware had a rare laugh as she said. Seeing her opponent's despair gave her a great sense of accomplishment. Not just Dan Fei, the other Heaven One Emperor realms' faces all had looks of despair. It looked like this little fellow was indeed somewhat different from the rest. However, there was already no point. Suddenly, Lotusware's expression changed, and she cried out in surprise, "Amen? Not dead? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan's aura that had just disappeared actually reappeared after it disappeared. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's aura was already very close to the spatial passageway. Such swift speed. A hint of wild elation appeared on Dan Fei's face. "Terrific lad, you're great." Reaching the Emperor realm, Dan Fei no longer had joy nor sorrow a long time ago. But at this time he really wished to clap his hands in joy. He looked at the surprised expression on Lotusware's face and felt great. Previously, he did not take Yi Yuan's plan seriously at all. But now, Yi Yuan was already the Heaven One Alliance's last hope. Lotusware gave a cold snort, her figure moving and about to rush toward Yi Yuan. But how could Dan Fei be willing to comply? His figure moved, stopping Lotusware. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the two people fought together once more. Far away, Yi Yuan looked across the sky with lingering fear in his heart too. That wave of energy undulation just now was too terrifying. Luckily, he utilized spatial rule in advance to escape by cunning maneuvering, escaping this calamity. For Yi Yuan to dare pat his chest and say that he could destroy the spatial passageway, he was naturally not boasting. In reality, there were really not many in the 33 heavens who could match up to Metian in terms of spatial attainments. Metian was born from chaos. The moment he was born, he was Hegemon realm. At his prime, he had once cultivated spatial rule to the realm of grand completion, soaring to the sky and tunneling underground. He was capable of doing anything. Destroying the spatial passageway was as difficult as ascending to heaven to others. But to him, it was as easy as turning his hand over. He imparted Yi Yuan a few spatial secret arts. It was to be used to destroy the spatial passageway. These few spatial secret arts were extremely profound. It was equivalent to analyzing spatial rule in depth. If the average person learned it, it would be hard to achieve results without hundreds of years of hard work. However, Yi Yuan was similarly amazingly talented in the path of space. So learning it yielded twice the results with half the effort. This move earlier was called transfiguring teleportation. He could directly open up a spatial passageway within a certain radius, achieving the effect of instantaneous shifting. Yi Yuan studied and applied it with full vigor, avoiding Lotusware's blow nimbly. In front of him was an enormous spatial door, perched above the sea. Yi Yuan had long sensed its existence. It was just that when he arrived before it, he was still shocked by it. Clearly, the person who opened up the spatial passageway had extremely terrifying strength. Yi Yuan's transfiguring teleportation only opened up a spatial passageway within a short distance. But this person opened up a large-scale spatial passageway from outside of the absolute heaven barrier. When comparing the two, it was simply like an apprentice meeting a great sorcerer. However, although the other party had exceedingly formidable abilities, the application of spatial rule was similar. Just like how machine computations were extremely complicated, but in the end, it was merely ones and zeros. As long as he knew that computational rules, he could always analyze them. Of course, speaking of it was easy, but it was still too difficult for Yi Yuan. But this was not an issue. Yi Yuan did not understand. But Metian, this hegemon, understood it. "How is it, senior?" Yi Yuan asked. "It's SOSO. Metian said disdainfully, "This blood race hegemon realm's understanding of spatial rule is also just the degree of superficial knowledge. If it was me, your Heaven One won't have any chance to turn the tables at all." These words sounded arrogant. But Yi Yuan knew that Mi Tian was not bragging. The spatial rule that he explained to Yi Yuan, that really cut with penetrating criticism. Even Yi Yuan also lamented at his inadequacy. Since he said that it was SOSO, then it was really SOSO. The situation at Emperor Dan Fei there doesn't seem too good. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to damage the passageway, his gaze looking toward Dan Fei there instead. The battle over there was too fierce. He could feel it clearly here too. Not just Dan Fei alone, the other people's situation was not very good too. Yi Yuan even sensed that Heaven One's side already had an Emperor realm that died. Even if he damages the passageway, the Heaven One's Emperor realms are still not the blood race's match. Under this kind of circumstances currently the Southern Front can't dispatch powerhouses over at all. The destructive power of these blood race Emperor realms is too strong. If they slaughtered willfully at the Northern Front, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine, Yi Yuan said with a frown. You brat. What do you want to do? Mi Tian said with a headache. I say, Senior, once space collapses, can it bury these blood race Emperor realms alive? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Mi Tian covered his face with his hand, feeling his head swell bigger. However, he still said, the blood race has powerful life force. They might not die, but to be seriously injured is a certainty. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan nodded and said, all right, let's do it. Mi Tian said, they might not die, but your hope of survival isn't high. Yi Yuan grinned and said, don't kid me. With your elderly self around, how could I die? Finished saying, Yi Yuan immediately turned into a stream of flowing light and tunneled into the spatial passageway. A moment later, rumble. The spatial passageway emitted waves of intense tremors. Over at the blood race side, the expressions of Lotusware and the rest changed drastically. Not good. That Saint Sovereign Heaven brat actually really damaged the spatial passageway. Li He and the fight swiftly, don't drag on anymore. Lotusware said in a cold voice. Li He there was fighting 1-on-2, but he firmly took the upper hand too. Originally, he was not in a hurry to defeat Zhuochun 2 people because that would cost a considerable price. But at this time he could not care much anymore. Got it. It was only to see blood light shine brilliantly on his body, directly giving up defending and unfolding a frenzied killing. Zhuochun 2 people were forced back by Li He until they steadily lost ground, vomiting fresh blood wildly. While on Dan Fei's side, Lotusware suffered several heavy blows too, and directly crippled him. Then, she flew towards the spatial passageway. Dan Fei felt helpless in his heart. He was only left with half a life at this time and could not even move a muscle. He was unable to go save Yi Yuan at all. On the other side, explosion sounds rumbled without ceasing. Li He was blown up by Zhuochun with one punch, but he also gave Lu Feng a fatal blow. Lu Feng died right away without even screaming out. Zhuochun also suffered heavy injuries, and he lost the power to fight again. Li He recondensed his physical body. Ignoring the injured Zhuochun, he pounced over towards the spatial passageway too. The rumbling noises from the spatial passageway became more and more intense and already faintly showed signs of instability. Fortunately, the spatial passageway itself was already close to being stable. Yi Yuan's destruction seemed to find it difficult to succeed for a while. Lotusware 2 people's figures were like lightning, tunneling into the spatial passageway at once. Dan Fei smiled bitterly and said, we're too useless. At this time, it's when Yi Yuan needs help the help, but we can't help him at all. Zhuochun also sighed and said, could it be that it's going to fall short of success at the last stage just like this? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and recover your injuries. Even if we wage our lives, we have to complete the mission too. Dan Fei said in a solemn voice. The 2 people each swallowed a grade 8 heavenly pill and recovered their wounds. It was just that they were injured too badly. It was hard to recover for some time. Damn it! How can a mere Saint Sovereign Heaven destroy a hegemon realm's spatial passageway? Looking at the spatial passageway that was riddled full of holes, Lotusware was incredibly furious. Li He also had a solemn expression as he said, even if he's proficient in spatial rule, it's impossible to do this too. There's something strange about this kid. Lotusware said in sullen anger. Enough crap. Hurry up and find this boy and kill him. Otherwise, the consequences of letting him continue destroying like this would be too ghastly to imagine. Amen? There. In the passageway ahead, a figure was faintly discernible. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? When Lotusware saw Yi Yuan, she was overjoyed. As long as she saw him, wouldn't her killing a saint's sovereign heaven be easily accomplished? Punk, where are you running? Lotusware's clothes fluttered, pursuing Yi Yuan like lightning. Old hag, with just the likes of your middling ability, you also want to kill your grandpa Yi? From ahead came Yi Yuan's cold laughter. Amen? Why was it Grandpa Yi? Got led astray by Yang Qing, that fellow. However, in this spatial passageway, it was really not easy for Lotusware to want to catch up to Yi Yuan. Lotusware gave a cold snort and suddenly pointed a finger out. A terrifying power instantly exploded around Yi Yuan. Boom! The spatial passageway shook and actually became even more unstable. Li He shouted fiercely, Lotusware, are you mad? This guy failed to destroy the spatial passageway. Could it be that you want to destroy it? Lotusware's expression was very ugly too. She did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so slippery. That attack just now, even if it was a peak true sovereign heaven, they would be directly erased too, but it failed to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was like a fish in water in this spatial passageway. Killing him really took a lot of effort. Old hag, you just have this bit of ability? What bullshit, Emperor vast heaven. It's nothing more than this. Yi Yuan still laughed coldly as he said. Lotusware's expression turned cold and she said in a solemn voice, Punk, don't you get cocky. There's Lord May currently hurrying over ahead. This seat wants to see when you can escape until. Yi Yuan said disdainfully. What rubbish, Lord May. If he comes, Grandpa Yi will round you all up in one fell swoop. You bloodkins, each and every one of you, you are outwardly strong and inwardly weak, being simply a bunch of weaklings. I also don't know what you're showing off about, Lotusware said with a cold smile. Boy, you can only indulge in a contention of mouth and tongue. But Li He's expression was ugly as he said in a solemn voice. He's really not indulging in a contention of mouth and tongue. Yuan Zheng, the three of them couldn't even receive a move from him. When Lotusware heard that, her expression could not help changing, immediately being choked badly. This kid was actually so strong. Suddenly, Lotusware sensed a powerful aura ahead that was currently speeding over swiftly. Lotusware was overjoyed and said loudly, Lord May, this boy is currently damaging the spatial passageway. Please take action and stop this boy. Rest assured. Leave it to this seat. A coarse voice came from the gloomy depths of the passageway. There was a wolf ahead and tigers behind. Yi Yuan seemed to have no way out anymore. Very soon, a blood energy that made people suffocate hit the nose from in front. Yi Yuan virtually could not stand firm when he was hit by this blood energy. Too strong. Suddenly, his figure stopped, and he simply stopped running. Lotusware, two people stopped 10,000 feet away from Yi Yuan and said smugly, Boy, continue running. See if this seat doesn't tear your mouth. That powerful aura in the depths of the passageway arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan looked at Lotusware and suddenly smiled. This smile made Lotusware's heart go thump. Old hag, you're thinking too much. I can easily destroy this spatial passageway. But do you know why I'm not destroying it? Did you think that I was joking with you earlier? Actually, I want to round you all up in one fell swoop. Yi Yuan gave a light laugh and suddenly threw a punch somewhere in space. Rumble. The entire spatial passageway started shaking violently. The entire space started collapsing. Arg! A sharp and miserable scream echoed through the spatial passageway. Within the spatial passageway, it was like dominoes. A chain reaction happened and it collapsed with a loud bang. And the energy of the space collapse went from the one in the beginning to the level of atomic fission later on. This level of collapse, the energy undulation was already comparable to the all-out attack of a peak Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse. Such strength even May, this Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens powerhouse, did not dare to brush it off lightly too. Boom! Due to the intense explosion, half of Lotusware's body was directly blown away. Li He's entire person was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. However, their fearsome regeneration ability restored them to health again. Except it was still futile. That horrifying to the extreme explosion was omnipresent. Revive once, explode once. Revive once, explode once. Until the back, Li He was already unable to revive and completely obliterated by the energy of the spatial collapse. This blood race Northern Front Army's highest commander was buried alive by Yi Yuan just like that. Little bastard, your mother will definitely kill you. Lotus Ware screamed sharply. Her current situation was also unbelievably tragic. The violent spatial collapse bombarded her until she was powerless to fight back. As for the Mei who was opposite, he had a struck senseless look. Who am I? Where am I? What did I come for? He came in a threatening manner and only saw a saint's sovereign heaven. Then he was blown up. He had monstrous strength. He could still resist the initial collapse. But toward the back, the energy undulations of the collapse became stronger and stronger, and even he was blown up too. Shit! Who can tell me what happened? Ah! Before Mei finished speaking, his head was blown apart. But very soon he grew another head. However, it was similarly futile. Emperor Sakra Heaven and He Gemin realm seemed to only have the difference of one realm, but the gap in between was like heaven and earth. Amidst this vast energy undulations, peak Emperor Sakra Heavens were just small rowboats too. Time and again, Mei finally could not revive his body anymore and was completely wiped out. One of the Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens, Mei, lost his life at Yu Yuan's hands. A little earlier, Dan Fei and Zuochan, two people consumed heavenly pills, and their injuries took a turn for the better very quickly. The two people did not care much and were going to enter the passageway. However, just as they arrived at the spatial passageway, horrifying explosion sounds suddenly came from inside the passageway. Dan Fei, two people's expressions changed. Before they had time to react, they were immediately sent flying by an air billow. Furthermore, the explosion noises in the passageway grew stronger and stronger. The two people exchanged a glance, their eyes full of shock. Was this Yi Yuan's doing? Zuochan swallowed his saliva and asked. Should be, right? Dan Fei said uncertainly. Then how did he do it? And no idea. This energy undulation that spread out can even blast us flying. Then the energy level in the passageway has probably already reached Emperor Sakra Heaven, right? Most likely more than that. This spatial passageway collapsed from the inside. The energy level in the depths of the spatial passageway can probably kill Emperor Sakra Heavens easily. Even if the person who came is Mei, it's likely certain death too. As Dan Fei said, he himself also felt that it was incredulous. According to this level of energy undulation, the people who entered should have already all died out. Was this really done by a measly little saint sovereign heaven? Dan Fei, two people felt like they had experienced a dream. They had not woken up from this dream until now. It was because everything that happened before their eyes was seriously too fantastical. Zuochan swallowed his saliva again and asked, does that mean that our mission is completed? Completed? Hoo-hoo. More than completed. It's perfect. Li He is dead. Lotus Ware is dead. Mei is dead too. Our mission was impeccable and flawless. Talking until the back, Dan Fei started trembling agitatedly. It was originally impossible for this sort of thing to happen to an Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse. Each Emperor Realm powerhouse was very important. Even in the blood race, Emperor Realm powerhouses could not just die like that too. The deaths of Mei 3 people did not just concern this battle presently. It would also produce a subtle impact on the battle situation on the Southern front too. This was an impeccable victory. Zuochan also understood, but he was still unable to fully believe it. That moment when Lotus Ware appeared, he already despaired. Lotus Ware's strength was too strong. Her appearance completely squelched the hopes of the Emperor Realm powerhouses. As for the Saint Sovereign Heaven army there, they actually did not harbor much hope. With 50,000 troops versus 30,000 troops, wanting 10,000 people to rush over, this was virtually something impossible. However, in this kind of desperate situation, an insignificant Saint Sovereign Heaven completed the final hit. Perhaps Yi Yuan was not an ordinary Saint Sovereign Heaven, but in front of this kind of great battle, he was still insignificant. However, this insignificant Saint Sovereign Heaven completed an act that shocked the world. This kind of conclusion, it was not over the top to call it a miracle. Then, Yi Yuan Zuochan muttered. Dan Fei's expression changed, the wild elation from before instantly vanishing. Right? Even Mei died inside. Could Yi Yuan still survive? The energy undulations inside could kill Emperor Realm powerhouses. Furthermore, it was continuous without ceasing. It was impossible for Yi Yuan, a measly little saint sovereign heaven, to survive. Logically speaking, a puny little saint sovereign heaven exchanging for such a glorious victory was an amazing bargain. But no idea why Dan Fei could not get happy. He even felt that with Yi Yuan dying inside, this battle was no different from a defeat. Perhaps it was because he created too many miracles. Cough, cough, cough. Right at this time, a series of intense coughing sounded out behind them. The two people suddenly turned around only to see someone who was riddled full of holes standing there. Yi Yuan, you didn't die. The two people exchanged a glance, their eyes full of unrelenting shock. This guy actually came out alive. Holy shit, energy undulations that could even blow an Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouse to death. He actually came out alive? You guys wanted me dead so much? Cough, cough, cough. Yuan said huffily. Ha ha ha. No. Nope. My good disciple. My good disciple. Suochen was agitated until he was rambling, rushing up to hug Yi Yuan and planting a kiss on his face that was covered in blood. Sadly, Yi Yuan did not have the strength to fight back at all, being badly disgusted by him. Hey, do you have some weird fetish or something? Stay further away from me. Yi Yuan pushed Suochen away and said in disgust. This scene looked comical, but it was very warm. Dan Fei, who was by the side, also had an agitated look as he said, Terrific lad. You're amazing. The boast that you made is actually really realized. In this battle, our Heaven One gained a complete victory. There are probably quite a lot of people on the blood race side who are going to puke blood. Ha ha ha. Talking until the back, Dan Fei could not resist letting out a loud laugh. This satisfactory victory really gave people great satisfaction. Outside of the absolute heaven barrier, on the distant Thundercry continent, an army of several 100,000 blood race members was awaiting eagerly for battle already, blood energy surging to the sky. The Emperor Realm powerhouses present reached as many as several hundred. A figure stood proudly in the void, covering the sky with only one hand. The spatial passageway was slowly taking shape in precisely his hand. This person was the blood race's Hegemon Realm powerhouse Bloodsky. Beside Bloodsky, a youth in a blue shirt said with a smile, Brother Bloodsky really has excellent means. The stabilizing of this spatial passageway is brought forward half a month earlier than expected. Bloodsky said proudly, That's of course. This seat's spatial divine abilities can traverse the void like walking on flat ground. If not for that, Heaven One continent has dozens of Hegemon realms joining forces. This seat only needs half a day to open up this spatial channel. Opening such a spatial passageway was really not easy. Not only did one have to avoid the absolute heaven barrier, it even had to be able to accommodate Hegemon realms and countless blood race troops. Without corresponding attainments in spatial rule, it was absolutely impossible to succeed. Bloodsky, this blood race Hegemon, had always been wandering the heavens and only came to Grand Brightjade complete heaven recently. Failing to conquer Heaven One for a long time, a restless mood also spread in the blood race. Therefore, Bloodsky's arrival immediately made him sought after like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Of course, Hegemon realm powerhouses proficient in spatial divine abilities were worthy of it. There were many hegemons across the heavens, but those who were experts in spatial rule were scanty few. Bloodsky was definitely worthy of being a major power. The youth in the blue shirt gave a thumbs up and said, Amazing, Brother Bloodsky. Bloodsky's mouth curled, and he said, A trivial matter. There are at most still 3 days, and then the passageway will be able to completely stabilize. The army will be able to march right in without resistance. Qing Yao, the Hegemon blood that the clan promised this seat, you mustn't go back on your words. Qing Yu hurriedly said, Brother Bloodsky is worrying too much. You're our blood race's spatial major power right now. How could the clan possibly go back on our word? Bloodsky snorted coldly and said, I reckon that you all won't dare either. But right at this moment, Bloodsky's expression suddenly changed. Petite, Bloodsky seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, his entire person shooting backward, fresh blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Rumble. Before Xianxia had time to think too much, he heard intense explosion sounds coming from the spatial passageway. His expression changed wildly, and he roared loudly, "Retreat!" It was only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. A gust of strong wind blew past. Tens of thousands of troops were directly sent flying out. Bang! 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 The spatial passageway directly exploded above the void, sweeping up terrifying air billows. Of course, this air billow could not harm him, but his expression was incomparably ugly. It was because the spatial passageway had completely collapsed. In order to open up the spatial passageway, the blood race expended a huge amount of resources. Now it was actually all for naught? "Brother Bloodsky, what's going on?" Xianxia said in a solemn voice. Bloodsky suffered a backlash, sustaining considerable injuries too. He said in a solemn voice, "The spatial passageway was damaged by someone from inside. The other party is at least Hegemon realm. This spatial passageway is completely ruined." Xianxia's expression changed, and he said, "How is that possible? Heaven One's Hegemon realms are currently all at the absolute heaven barrier." Bloodsky shook his head and said, "It's definitely a Hegemon realm. Furthermore, the other party has extremely profound attainments in spatial rule. Otherwise, it's impossible for the spatial rule that I constructed to completely collapse. The collapse of the spatial passageway and the spatial passageway being damaged, they were two completely different things. This kind of caving-style collapse could only be accomplished if one's comprehension in spatial rule reached an extremely terrifying level. If it was not a Hegemon realm, Bloodsky would not believe it even if he was beaten to death too." With regards to Bloodsky's words, Xianxia naturally would not doubt it. He was proud, but it was impossible to lie about this kind of thing too. Could it be that Heaven One continent has a new Hegemon realm that appeared? No can do. This matter is extraordinary. I'll go report to Lord Wangzhou. Xianxia had a solemn look as he turned around and left. Absolute heaven barrier. It extended for no idea how many tens of thousands of miles. This place was Heaven One continent's final barrier and also Heaven One continent's last hope. At this time, it appeared somewhat quiet in the absolute heaven barrier. "Divine Lord is heavy-hearted today. Could it be that you're worried about the war on the northern front?" In the absolute heaven barrier, a voice suddenly came over. Heaven One Alliance, the highest commander, was revered as the common lord and addressed respectfully as Divine Lord. Heaven One's Divine Lord was Grand Bright Jade, complete Heaven's #1 Hegemon realm, Shui Ziming. After a long time, a male voice that was full of energy said, "This seat has heard of Bloodsky's name before. His spatial divine abilities are transcendent, catching up to Hegemon Meteon of back then. This time, if not for a little fellow taking the risk of death to deliver the message, our Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven would be finished. But even so, this seat doesn't harbor any hope for this last battle too. Everyone, be mentally prepared. This seat has let the Northern Front's warriors down." Inside the absolute heaven barrier, it fell into silence for a moment. These Hegemon realms were all clear about the Northern Front's war situation, but they were unable to change anything. These few days, the Southern Front experienced several great battles. Hegemon realm powerhouses fought many times and both sides had losses. As for ordinary soldiers, the casualties were beyond count. They could not leave. A Hegemon powerhouse spoke up, "Divine Lord doesn't need to blame yourself. Dan Fei, they all have a fair idea about this in their hearts. Our Heaven One's men don't have any who clings to life and fears death." Divine Lord let out a sigh and said, "This seat can sense that the Northern Front's war has already died down. Most likely, it has already ended." He did not continue saying the words at the back, but the others all understood that the Northern Front had most likely fallen completely already. The absolute heaven barrier's Hegemon realms fell silent again. A Hegemon realm suddenly sighed and said, "Sigh. The Northern Front being captured. Grand Bright Jade complete heaven is in imminent danger. In the future, we can only take it one step at a time." Reporting. Suddenly, a voice sounded out, reverberating throughout the entire absolute heaven barrier. Divine Lord's heart went thump. He knew that the Northern Front's outcome came. Even if he was Hegemon Realm, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's #1 person, he was also flustered at this time. After all, the outcome of the Northern Front was too important. Although he knew that there was not any hope, he still hoped that he could hear a not-so-bad news. Fei Hong, what's the situation over at Dan Fei there? Divine Lord said in a solemn voice. Zhang Fei Hong, the #1 person beneath Hegemon. Heaven One Alliance, Hegemon Realms held down the fort at the Absolute Heaven Barrier. And below the highest commander was Zhang Fei Hong. When Zhang Fei Hong heard the Northern Front's war report, he came to the Absolute Heaven Barrier straight away and informed the various great hegemons through the Absolute Heaven Barrier. Hearing Divine Lord ask, Zhang Fei Hong forcefully suppressed the surging in his heart and said loudly, replying, Divine Lord, Your Excellency, the Northern Front's Dan Fei won a great victory. The spatial passageway completely collapsed. The Northern Front no longer has any more worries. Killed Mei, one of the Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens. Killed an Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse, Lotus Whirl. We completely wiped out the Blood Race's Northern Front army. The dozen over Emperor Realm powerhouses that entered Heaven 1 through the spatial passageway and 30,000 troops are completely annihilated. Our Heaven 1 alliance is mighty. Zhang Fei Hong, this Emperor Sakra Heaven's #1 person, was currently excited until his arms and legs were waving around. It was as if a child who got praised by an adult. But the Absolute Heaven Barrier fell into a death-like silence. Without a doubt, the hegemons were all shocked by this news. This news was too shocking. Shocking until it could not be surpassed. Fei Hong, this kind of thing can't be joked around. Divine Lord's voice was practically trembling. This sort of thing naturally could not be joked about. Therefore, when Zhang Fei Hong finished giving the detailed war report, these hegemon realms felt that happiness came so suddenly. Indeed, the Northern Front's battle was too low-level. But, in terms of importance, it was not at all inferior to the Southern Front. Furthermore, the Northern Front's battle was extremely dangerous. Even if they could win, that would be a Pyrrhic victory too. However, he did not expect that the Northern Front actually obtained a great victory that was utterly satisfying. An elegant voice said agitatedly, This lad is stellar. A female hegemon said boorishly, You stinking scholar, what are you being refined for? Yuan is amazing. Too amazing. A remarkable feat without rival. A big reward. There must be a big reward. Send the seats hegemon order. Yi Yuan's contributions are unparalleled, saving Heaven 1 from extreme misery, overcoming the raging tides. He'll be placed under Extreme Light Pavilion and become this seat's personal disciple. An aged and hoary voice came over. The woman before said in a cold voice, Humph, old fogey Cloudmount, you really calculated well. The matter previously, we haven't settled scores with you yet. In Absolute Heaven Barrier, a series of dry coughing came over. That old voice appeared slightly embarrassed as he said, Cough, cough. Men all make mistakes. Horses all stumble. Although this seat's alchemy Tao is unparalleled, a clever wife can't cook a meal without any rice. Yi Yuan is originally my extreme medicine sect's disciple. Now he became this seat's disciple. It's also considered making amendments, right? Bullshit. Don't think that your mother doesn't know. Your extreme medicine sect has all become unbelievably cocky because you all came up with this suppression method. Yi Yuan urged you all, and you all didn't listen either, resulting in the great defeat. Now, what's the use of belated action? But the female hegemon was unrelenting after gaining the momentum. What they were talking about was naturally the matter of using true spirit blood to suppress the blood corruption poison previously. That matter caused an extremely adverse impact. Not just the Northern Front, the Southern Front similarly suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the news from the Northern Front there was sent over in time, avoiding a macroscopic loss. This matter, Yi Yuan also performed deeds of valor. Therefore, old Fogey Cloudmount's move was actually exactly the same as Zhuo Chen's method. Boosting Yi Yuan's status was for the sake of making the extreme medicine sect's face look a little better. However, Yi Yuan became a hegemon realm disciple all of a sudden. That seniority was a little frighteningly high. At this time, Divine Lord spoke up. He said, All right, stop arguing this matter. Senior Cloudmount was indeed in the wrong, but he also wholeheartedly had the alliance in mind. Sister Zhiyun, don't keep clinging onto it. Humph. Divine Lord speaking up, that female hegemon could only stop talking. Senior Cloudmount, this seat isn't opposed to you wanting to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple. But this matter had best be dealt with in a low-profile manner. Otherwise, you'll be harming a meritorious subject and chill everyone's hearts. Furthermore, this boy's talent is astonishing. Once he steps into Emperor Realm, he'll be a major combat force too. Therefore, even if he's a divergent cultivator, don't need to treat him as a sacrificial piece too. Divine Lord continued saying to Cloudmount, although the absolute heaven barrier stopped the Blood Race army. But both sides had fought fiercely for several thousand years. There had also been quite a few Blood Race powerhouses who infiltrated the Heaven One continent. There was no lack of powerhouses among them. Once they excessively assisted Yi Yuan to grow, these Bloodkins would probably assassinate Yi Yuan at any cost. It's still Divine Lord who has ample considerations. I'll do as Divine Lord says. Pine Spring, I'll leave this matter to you. Cloudmount hesitated for a bit and said, Yes, Master. In the absolute heaven barrier, a voice answered. Since it was inside the absolute heaven barrier, then it was a hegemon realm powerhouse. This person actually addressed Cloudmount as his master. His seniority could be seen. Even Divine Lord had to address him respectfully as his senior when he saw him too. This kind of old monster actually took Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. That meant that Yi Yuan and those at the hegemon realm were peers already. This seniority was really frighteningly high. In reality, the extreme medicine sect had two great hegemon realm powerhouses. One was Cloudmount, the other was his disciple, Zhou Pinespring. These two people were aloof from worldly affairs and shut themselves away from the world. Yi Yuan became Cloudmount's disciple. In the extreme medicine sect, even if the sect master saw him, he would have to call Yi Yuan as martial uncle respectfully too. The current Northern View City had long already become a sea of joy. Once Lotusware and Li He died, the remaining Blood Race Emperor realms did not pose any threat at all. After Dan Fei and Zhuo Chun slightly recovered their injuries, it would not be difficult to kill them. The Emperor Realm experts were victorious. The remaining Saint Sovereign Heaven army went even without saying. No matter how high the numbers, it was futile too. Therefore, an unprecedented great victory was achieved at the Northern Front. And all these were thanks to Yi Yuan. At present, Yi Yuan's prestige in the Northern Front army was like the noonday sun, even surpassing the highest commander, Dan Fei. It was because they all knew that even Dan Fei, this Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse, could not accomplish such an astonishing great reversal either. However, Yi Yuan could not cheer up. Although this battle was a great victory, the Heaven One army also suffered heavy casualties. Many people that Yi Yuan was familiar with, like Qiao Yiping, all fell. Northern View City Lord Song Miao also died in battle in the end because of holding back a blood race true sovereign heaven. Especially Song Miao, he was Yi Yuan's savior. His death made Yi Yuan very upset. When in the lower realms, Yi Yuan had also once resisted foreign enemies several times. But at that time, while his strength could not dominate the war, it could at least influence the course of the war. But now he was as insignificant as an ant. He could not influence the course of the war in any way. As for this time, it was actually just being lucky enough to be there at the time. He knew that war was cruel, but it was still his first time experiencing it so intimately. In order to protect him while he killed his way out of the heavy encirclement, one comrade after another fell down around him. Those scenes were still vivid in his mind until now. People all said that it was him who overcame the raging tides, dominating this unprecedented great victory. But Yi Yuan understood that it was not him alone fighting. Without those heroes who died, could he have killed his way out of the heavy encirclement? Impossible. Therefore, after the great battle ended, Yi Yuan was very low profile. He used the blood race blood essence collected in the great battle and refined a batch of blood of flame crystals again, treating those poisoned soldiers. There was also a large batch that he had Dan Fei send to the southern front to treat the soldiers over there. The soldiers over there were the ones who needed this thing the most. The remaining time, Yi Yuan imparted the complete Xuanji 9 leaves to Xiao Shan and the rest. He planned to leave for the extreme medicine sect after imparting it. Yi Yuan desperately wanted to increase his strength. In this kind of great battle, only powerful strength could affect the war situation. He understood that this time, there was suspicion of gaining advantage by trickery. Only when one truly became powerful could they reduce the number of deaths around them. And right at this time, Zhou Pinespring descended. Of course, it was not his main body. It was just a wisp of his clone. However, even if it was a wisp of his clone, it was also terrifyingly strong. He did not alarm too many people. He just convened the Emperor Realm powerhouses as well as the army's few great commanders. With regards to Zhou Pinespring's arrival, Dan Fei and the rest were incredibly shocked too. With the northern front suffering a setback, the Blood Race carried out a frenzied counteroffensive. The southern front's war was very tense. At this time, Zhou Pinespring actually split off a wisp of clone and came to the northern front to praise the army. It could be seen how important the various hegemons regarded this great victory. This seat came here today to accept a disciple on Master's behalf. The first sentence that Zhou Pinespring said when he opened his mouth stunned everyone present. It was because his gaze looked towards Yi Yuan. That meaning was self-explanatory. It was not Zhou Pinespring taking in a disciple. It was Zhou Pinespring's master taking in a disciple. This was too shocking. Those present were all Heaven One's upper echelons. They naturally knew who Zhou Pinespring's master was. A hegemon realm was actually accepting a disciple on his master's behalf. This was also to say that he had to address Yi Yuan as his apprentice brother. The Emperor Realm powerhouses present virtually had an urge to vomit blood. This was also going too over the top, right? Especially Wuxia, he simply wanted to cry but had no tears. This is my disciple, alright? Have you guys considered my feelings when accepting disciples? He was still my disciple just now. In a blink of an eye, he became my ancestor. The war report wrote very clearly that I've already taken him in as a disciple, alright? Is this really okay? If he still did not have the mind to teach Yi Yuan before this battle, but after this, he was really moved by the idea of accepting Yi Yuan as his disciple. However, now that he did, there was no more chance. To hegemon realms, all were ants. Not entering hegemon, one would never have the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath with them. Moreover, Wuxia was just a mere emperor vast heaven powerhouse. Zhou Pinespring looked toward Yi Yuan and said coolly, Yi Yuan, my master is Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's Alchemy Path's #1 person, hegemon Cloudmount. He knows that your alchemy path talent is astonishing and wants to take you in as a disciple. Are you willing? Yi Yuan was also very surprised by this. This bunch of hegemon realms were also too good at playing, right? However, he immediately shook his head and said, not willing. Gah! This sudden great reversal made everyone unable to react. It resulted in everyone making all kinds of strange noises. Even Zhou Pinespring also looked at Yi Yuan extremely surprisedly. This boy seemed to really be somewhat extraordinary. Acknowledging hegemon Cloudmount as his master, that was how many heavenly alchemists dream? Even Wuxia, who was present, did not dare to have such an extravagant hope too. It was because hegemon Cloudmount had stopped accepting disciples a long time ago. Unless some heaven-defying to the extreme prodigy really appeared in this Heaven One continent, otherwise, he would not make an exception. But this kind of opportunity, Yi Yuan rejected it without even thinking. This was indeed too surprising. He said with a serious face, Yi Yuan, do you know what kind of existence Master Cloudmount is? If you miss this opportunity, you might regret it for life. Yi Yuan also had a serious face as he nodded and said, I know. However, I refuse. He was not a fool. Could the master of a hegemon be an ordinary person? Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's #1 person, even placed across all the heavens, that was also absolutely a Titan-level existence. However, Yi Yuan had his own principles. Dan Fei shouted coldly, Yi Yuan, are you crazy? Do you know what you rejected? Even Wuxia also said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, don't fool around. This is an opportunity to ascend to heaven in one step. You're a divergent cultivator with ancestors' ability. There's absolutely no problem in guaranteeing that you enter Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm. As he said, he bowed to Zhou Pinespring and said, Master Pinespring, taking into account that this boy is young, don't stoop to his level. The other Emperor Realm powerhouses also urged Yi Yuan one after another. asking him not to be headstrong. This kind of opportunity, which of them were not envious? But Yi Yuan rejected it flatly. It was putting on too much air. Zhou Pinespring looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly smiled. Interesting.
Very interesting. Can you tell me why you refused? Yi Yuan said calmly, firstly, I've already acknowledged Master Zuoqin as master. My words are my bond. If I change masters at this time, it's undoubtedly betraying my master. Hearing this, Zuoqin was incomparably moved in his heart too. It was true that he was an emperor realm powerhouse. But, in front of a hegemon realm, he was nothing. Hegemons would not care about what he thought. But Yi Yuan could be considerate of him, even rejecting such a huge temptation for this. How could he not be moved? At that time, he only took Yi Yuan in for the sake of the extreme medicine sect's reputation. He believed that Yi Yuan also knew. But now Yi Yuan could do this. This made people have no choice but to admire him. Zuoqin could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This disciple was the right call. But the more it was so, the more he could not hold Yi Yuan back. Master! Zuoqin was just thinking of opening his mouth to speak, but was stopped by Zhou Pinespring with a hand gesture. He said to Yi Yuan, Continue. Yi Yuan said, Secondly, I know that the hegemons want to reward me with this, but the contributions this time wasn't made by me alone. Without the brothers fighting with their lives, I simply could not have killed my way out of the heavy encirclement with my power alone. I understand that, in the eyes of you hegemons, whatever true sovereign heaven, saint sovereign heaven, we are all ants. Even emperor realm powerhouses are similarly ants too. But without them, Heaven One would have long been finished. Just based on you all, these hegemons, you can't stop the blood race army. Therefore, Yi Yuan isn't worthy of taking credit for this. These words made everyone present visibly moved. Especially Ming Yi and the few other great commanders, they immediately gave rise to a feeling of how a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. These words reached the depths of their hearts. All along, they had been cannon fodders. But cannon fodders had the use of cannon fodders too. Regardless of whether it was hegemon realm or Saint Sovereign Heaven, they were all protecting Heaven One. After this battle, everyone was celebrating the victory. But apart from those Saint Sovereign Heaven, who would still remember the valiant souls who died on the battlefield? But Yi Yuan engraved it in his heart. This boy was worth entrusting. This was the voice in everyone's hearts. Yi Yuan did not stop. He continued, Thirdly, I entered the extreme medicine sect for the sake of the extreme medicine sect's alchemy classics. I have my own Tao in the path of alchemy. Therefore, there's no difference to me whoever I acknowledge as master. Hiss! Within the great hall, the sounds of cold air being sucked in and breathed out. This third point was too arrogant. Incredibly arrogant. The first 2 points touched people and visibly moved people. But the third point was really too monkeying around. Especially Zuoqin, he was almost crying. He was just feeling touched. You slapped my face sonorously in a blink of an eye? It turned out that you didn't plan on treating me as a master at all. But, thinking about it, they were all smart people. Yi Yuan probably never counted on him, this bargain teacher, at all from start to end. Yi Yuan, what nonsense are you saying?
Get the hell out, Zuoqin shouted coldly.
It was clearly berating, but actually it was protecting Yi Yuan. These words were too treasonous and heretical. This one in front of them was a hegemon. Did he freaking not want his life anymore? Yi Yuan gave Zuoqin a glance, slightly touched in his heart. Ha ha! Zhou Pinespring suddenly laughed loudly. Zhou Pinespring's heart thumped, secretly thinking, not good. Now, a hegemon was really going to get angry. If you refuse, then just refuse. Why did you have to give such a bloody reason? Well said. Zhou Pinespring laughed loudly and said, Yi Yuan, this seat really likes you more and more. The journey of Tao is extremely profound. But only by treading out one's own Tao can one reach the apex. Although your realm is low, your heart is clear as a mirror. A shame, a shame. If you weren't a divergent cultivator, how great would that be?
But Yi Yuan said, So what if I am a divergent cultivator?
The path that others couldn't get through, I, Yi Yuan, might not be unable to clear it. What did you say? You impudent brat, you actually refuse to be the seat's disciple?
He's rebelling. It's infuriating this seat to death. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, how many geniuses want to acknowledge this seat as master? This seat didn't even care about them. Today, I was actually rejected by a saint sovereign heaven. This seat is definitely going to beat him to death.
Definitely going to beat him to death.
Hearing Hegemon Pinespring's reply, Hegemon Cloudmount was angered until he stomped with rage.
Of course, this scene was actually within Joe Pinespring's expectations too.
This master of his valued face the most. When accepting disciples, they absolutely had to be geniuses among geniuses. Ordinary people could not enter his sights at all. Each of the disciples that Hegemon Cloudmount took in, they were powerhouses whose reputation shook a region. It had always been his pride and also his capital for showing off. Honestly speaking, the Hegemon realm really could not be taught.
Therefore, Zhou Pinespring agreed with Yi Yuan's words very much.
Of course, he was able to step into the Hegemon realm. On the one hand, it was because he was amazingly talented. On the other hand, there was indeed an inseparable relationship with Hegemon Cloudmount. Therefore, even if he had stepped into Hegemon realm, Zhou Pinespring was still very respectful toward Hegemon Cloudmount.
Hegemon Cloudmount's conditions for accepting disciples were extremely harsh. Especially after him, his conditions became even more hair-raisingly harsh.
It was not unexpected. With a precious gem in front of him, Hegemon Cloudmount's horizons became even higher. Therefore, Hegemon Cloudmount had already not accepted disciples for more than 100,000 years. This time, he took Yi Yuan in as a disciple groundbreakingly, and Yi Yuan actually refused. How could his face remain intact? Ha ha ha, old fogey Cloudmount. I didn't expect that you'll have this day too. Retribution is really great. An old voice came from inside the absolute heaven barrier. Hegemon Cloudmount's face turned black, and he said with a sneer, "Old fogey black son, stop making wisecracks here. Zhao He, that dumbass, can't do it. Even if you mock me for 10,000 years, he can't make it too."
Humph.
The moment Hegemon Black Sun heard this, he burst into fury and said, "You blind old thing. Zhao He is extremely talented. Even if you don't take him in, he's already a grade 9 heavenly alchemist currently as well. Don't think that this seat doesn't know what you're cooking, no matter how poor Zhao
He's talent is, could it be that it can't compare to a measly grade 5 heavenly alchemist?"
Hegemon Cloudmount chuckled and said, "Honestly, he really can't compare at all.
I've looked at the formula for the blood of flame crystal. It's absolutely a stroke of wonder. Disregarding other things, even if it's the current Zhao He, under the circumstances that he has blood race blood essence, he might not be able to develop it too.
This boy has brilliant perception. Otherwise, do you think that this seat will really take anyone in as my disciple?"
You.
Bullshit. Hegemon Black Sun was choked until he could not speak. Hegemon Black Sun was Thundercry Continent's Hegemon, revered due to his martial Dao. Zhao He was Hegemon Black Sun's descendant. He was not interested in martial Dao, but he was very interested in alchemy Dao. Back then, Zhao He knelt for a month in front of Hegemon Cloudmount's door, wanting to acknowledge Hegemon Cloudmount as his master, but Hegemon Cloudmount did not take him in too.
Later, Hegemon Black Sun moved out in person and Hegemon Cloudmount still did not agree.
Hegemon Black Sun had always been brooding over this matter.
However, Zhao He also lived up to expectations later and cultivated to Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm, becoming a grade 9 heavenly alchemist. Hegemon Black Sun felt very relieved and even came to find Hegemon Cloudmount to show off. But Hegemon Cloudmount turned his nose up at it and straightforwardly said that grade 9 was already the limit for Zhao He. It was absolutely impossible to improve any further.
He really wanted to show off. After Zhao He stepped into Hegemon realm, he would come and show off again. Hegemon Black Sun got a rebuff and a stomach full of anger. After going back, he spent a great deal of effort to groom Zhao He. But Hegemon Cloudmount seemed to have foresight. After Zhao He entered grade 9, his improvement became extremely slow.
Hegemon Black Sun spent a huge price, but the results were very weak.
This face was slapped resoundingly. This time, seeing Hegemon Cloudmount treated this way, he naturally could not resist coming out to slap his face. In the end, he got slapped again. In reality, Hegemon Cloudmount stood at the apex of alchemy Dao. His horizon was naturally not what the average person could compare to. Zhao he was also not really a worthless thing. Otherwise, it would also have been impossible for him to step into the realm of grade 9 heavenly alchemist. But that was it. But Hegemon Cloudmount ignored the furious Hegemon Black Sun and calmed down. He asked Zhou Pinespring, "Pinespring, how do you feel after seeing this boy?"
Zhou Pinespring was silent for a moment and he assessed, "Extraordinary."
Hegemon Cloudmount said in surprise, "Oh? You're actually so optimistic about him." He knew that this disciple of his also had extremely high horizons. He did not care about ordinary geniuses at all. It was because he himself was a prodigy that shocked the world. Being able to be evaluated like this by him, it could be seen that Yi Yuan's talent was really amazing. Zhou Pinespring nodded and said, "If not for that he's a divergent. This disciple feels that he should be able to step into the realm of Hegemon." Not just Hegemon Cloudmount, the other Hegemons were shocked too. Hegemon could not be said casually.
Often, not one Hegemon could be born in several hundreds of thousands of years too. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there were many Emperor Sakura heavens. But the Hegemons were scanty few. This step was way too difficult. Being able to be evaluated by Zhou Pinespring like this, Yi Yuan was absolutely up to par. But the only thing that was a pity was that divergent cultivator.
Then did he reject this seat from the heart, or was it intentional? Hegemon Cloudmount suddenly asked.
This question was somewhat subjective, but Hegemon Cloudmount did not care.
In front of Zhou Pinespring, this Hegemon realm, it was impossible for the slightest fluctuation of Yi Yuan's emotions to deceive him.
The reason that Yi Yuan gave was very ample, but actually it was all not counted as reasons. Hegemon Cloudmount was not an ordinary Hegemon realm powerhouse.
In alchemy, he was the absolute authority. Hegemon Black Sun was a super powerhouse on the same level as him, but he also acknowledged Hegemon Cloudmount's alchemy Dao. Otherwise, he also would not have made Zhao He enter his tutelage. Being accepted as a disciple by this kind of overlord, that was countless people's long-cherished goal. One had to know, even the extreme medicine sect master did not have the qualifications to enter his tutelage too. Some people like to play petty tricks, thinking that this would make them be regarded higher.
Of course, this kind of action was just bumptious. How could they possibly deceive the visual prowess of Hegemon realms?
Zhou Pinespring said, "This boy's heart is loftier than the sky. Most likely, he really turns his nose up at Master."
He also said that walking all the way until today, it was virtually all him comprehending Tao himself. There's no difference who becomes his master.
Bang!
Absolute heaven barrier trembled.
Hegemon Cloudmount was enraged.
"Motherfucker. Your father has lived to this ripe old age and haven't met such an arrogant punk before. Your father is already arrogant enough. This brat is even more arrogant than your father. Not agreeing, your father will go find him personally. If he still doesn't agree, your father will beat him to
death."
Whoosh. A streak of flowing light flew out of the absolute heaven barrier heading all the way north.
Bang. Suichun smacked Yi Yuan into the ground with a slap and scolded him angrily. "Are you a pig?
Such a fine opportunity, you actually don't want it?
Do you know who Hegemon Cloudmount is? Do you know how many people across the heavens and myriad worlds cry and yell about wanting to acknowledge him as their master? Angering your father to death. Angering your father to death.
Your father will definitely beat you, this disappointing thing, to death today."
Facing Suichen's anger, Yi Yuan did not blame him, but he felt warmth in his heart instead.
After the last battle, Suichin had already sincerely regarded him as his personal disciple. Hence, that was why he would be so angry. On the path of cultivation, changing masters was extremely common. It was not a big deal.
As long as it was not betraying one's master and sect, they would not be criticized by people. It was in man's nature to strive for better. This was natural law. Suichun examined his own conscience. If it was him, he would have agreed without the slightest hesitation. But Yi Yuan, this fellow, actually rejected him. "Master Zhua, he really doesn't have anything that he can teach me. Or should I say, do you have anything that you can teach me?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Suichun was just venting his anger. He naturally would not really hurt Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked miserable right now, but actually, it was all external wounds.
The moment Zuo-Chin heard, he immediately exploded and said with a cold smile, "Hoo, what a cocky brat.
You think that by developing a blood of flame crystal, you're invincible under the heavens? Don't talk about ancestor. As a grade 8 heavenly alchemist, am I, your master, not enough to
teach you yet?"
Yi Yuan looked at Zuo-Chin and said coolly, "I've already touched the threshold of profound grade." Zuo-Chin was currently blowing his top. When he heard this, he could not help being stunned, immediately looking at Yi Yuan with a look like looking at a monster. True grade was not the end of alchemy Dao. Above true grade was profound grade. Reaching Emperor Realm, the medicinal effects of ordinary heavenly pills was negligible.
Even if it was true grade heavenly pills, the effects were greatly discounted on Emperor Realms too.
Profound grade was the exclusive heavenly pill for Emperor Realm powerhouses. True grade heavenly pills fused the power of great Tao in it and possessed unimaginable medicinal effects. However, this was just a preliminary use of heavenly Tao power. Wanting to really attain a higher level, one must reach profound grade. Profound grade could excavate even greater possibilities on the foundation of heavenly medicine's medicinal effect. If true grade could unleash 120% of heavenly medicine's effect, then profound grade could unleash twice or even triple the medicinal effect. The difference in between was not just an iota. It was just that from true grade to profound grade, the span was huge.
Yi Yuan naturally did not understand these things before, but after encountering Metian, he naturally learned about it.
Below Emperor Realm, it was simply impossible to reach profound grade. Because if one wanted to refine profound grade, they needed to have an extremely deep understanding of alchemy Dao. Not reaching grade 7 heavenly alchemist realm, wanting to refine profound grade heavenly pills was simply a fool's talk. Of course, there were also extremely few heaven-defying geniuses who were able to refine profound ground before Emperor Realm, such as Zhou Pinespring. This matter had once caused a great sensation, but even if it was Zhou Pinespring, he also reached this step when he was at peak true sovereign heaven. At that time, he was already not far from Emperor Realm.
But what realm was Yi Yuan at now?
Middle Saint Sovereign. This brat had not even broken through to Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist refining profound grade heavenly pill? It sounded like a fantasy tale no matter how one listened. Seeing Zuo-Chin's dumbfounded appearance, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Going to the extreme medicine sect is also for the sake of breaking through to profound grade. Otherwise, when you took me in as a disciple previously, I might really not have agreed to it." Face-slapping sounds could be heard in the air.
The two of them becoming master and disciple just happened to be due to the situation.
Although now the two people's friendship had grown, it could not change their original intentions.
Regarding Yi Yuan agreeing with Zuo-Chin, it was indeed just for the sake of entering the extreme medicine sect to enrich himself and break through the shackles.
True grade was hard. Profound grade was naturally even harder.
Even if it was Yi Yuan, wanting to break through to this step was not easy either.
Bang! Yi Yuan was smacked away by another slap. Zuo-Chin said angrily, "Will you die if you don't tell the truth?
You treacherous disciple, angering your father to death. Your father will beat you to death."
Bang!
Zuo-Chin was smacked flying with one slap. A figure suddenly appeared. He shot Zuo-Chin a glance and said coolly, "Impudent brat, to actually dare hit your grandmaster, you're the treacherous disciple. You deserve to be hit. Your father's disciple can only be beaten by your father."
The arrival was a sagely-looking old man. Who could it be if not Hegemon Cloudmount?
Of course, this was a clone too.
Zuo-Chin's entire body trembled and he said in shock, "Are you Ancestor Cloudmount?" Hegemon Cloudmount said coolly, "It's naturally this seat. Yours Zuo-Chin." Zuo-Chin knelt down with a thud and said tremblingly, "D-Disciple pays respect to Ancestor Cloudmount." Hegemon Cloudmount was totally different from Zhou Pinespring.
He was the extreme medicine sect's legend and undefeated myth. Even if Zhou Pinespring advanced to Hegemon Realm, he was unable to be mentioned in the same breath with Hegemon Cloudmount too.
Hegemon Realm. Their movements and traces had always been elusive and secretive. But Zhou Pinespring was the sect's disciple in the first place. A rising star from the younger generation. Everyone was not unfamiliar with him. There was naturally lesser awe and fear.
But with regards to Hegemon Cloudmount, that was different. He was an old monster-level powerhouse. One should not look at how Wuxia was an emperor-vast heaven realm powerhouse. If he wanted to meet Cloudmount, that was impossible. But today, Hegemon Cloudmount actually came in person for Yi Yuan. Hegemon Cloudmount ignored him but looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Impudent brat, why haven't you knelt when you see your master?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. This old fellow was so shameless. He had clearly rejected the offer already. This guy was still harping on and on about being his master. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I've already made it very clear to Hegemon Pinespring. I won't acknowledge you as master." Heh! What high-sounding sentiments. You said you're not acknowledging and you're done? Do you know how many people cry and wail, requesting for me to take them in as a disciple? Yi Yuan had a helpless look as he said, "These 2 days, I've already heard until my ears grew calluses. But what does that have to do with me? I admit that you're very formidable, but in the future, I might not be unable to catch up to you. I might even surpass you." Hearing this, Wuxia's hair stood on end. "I don't know him. I don't know him." He was whispering vigorously in his heart. Ha ha ha. But, the moment Cloudmount heard, he let out a loud laughter and said, "Indeed arrogant enough. Looking across the heavens and myriad realms, there really aren't many who dare to speak to this seat like this. Kid, you're different from Pinespring, that reticent thing. You suit the seat's taste very much. Your arrogant appearance looks a lot like the seat's style back then. Ha ha. I'll definitely be taking you in as a disciple." Yi Yuan was rendered speechless. He was really not interested in acknowledging a master. Even back then in the Heavenspan world, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, that kind of apex existence, also addressed him as his brother. And he also forged a path that connected to the heavens without any surprise. Now, in the 33 heavens, Yi Yuan was confident that he could also do this. Especially after obtaining those records in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, Yi Yuan's horizons were broadened, and he already had a hazy direction about his path of alchemy. Those few decades before leaving Rainclear Continent, Yi Yuan had accumulated for a long time and also obtained tremendous improvement in alchemy Dao. Apologies. I really don't have plans to change masters. Yi Yuan still shook his head and said. Cloudmount pointed at Wuxian and said coolly, "If you don't agree, this seat will send him to the front lines right away. You should know, fighting with the blood race is 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. Alright, also, those friends around you. The front lines are severely lacking people. Since they are a part of Heaven One, they should serve the Alliance? Wouldn't you agree?" Hegemon Cloudmount revealed a cunning fox-like smile. Yi Yuan's face turned black. This old man was so shameless to actually use this kind of method to force him to concede. Yi Yuan looked at Hegemon Cloudmount and sighed as he said, "Senior Cloudmount, just what do you want before you're willing to give up?" Cloudmount grinned and said, "Very simple, a competition. If you win, this seat will leave right away. If I win, you'll be the seat's disciple obediently. Otherwise, heh." Cloudmount looked towards Wuxian with an unfriendly expression while the latter's beck shrank back. "Why am I always the one getting hurt? Ancestor, making Yi Yuan compete with you, this is too bullying." Wuxian could not resist saying. Cloudmount snorted coldly and said, "Would this seat bully a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven? Kid, this seat will compete in Dao elucidation with you, the Dao elucidation of grade 5 heavenly medicines. As for what kind of heavenly medicines, feel free to choose." Cloudmount's domineering appearance really resembled Yi Yuan a little. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Okay, I agree to it. However, acknowledging you as my master or not can't be determined by winning or losing." Cloudmount's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Then how do we decide?" Yi Yuan said, "As long as you can convince me, I'll naturally acknowledge you as my master. Otherwise, there's no talk." Cloudmount smiled coldly and said, "Bullshit. You're all talk but no promises. Even if this seat beats you, if you refuse to admit it, what can this seat do to you?" But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, "This Yi still has this bit of integrity. You're an alchemy overlord to begin with. Winning against me is within reason. But if you don't win me by much, why should I acknowledge you as my master?" Cloudmount thought about it and nodded as he said, "You make some sense. All right, do as you say." I reckon that you can't play any tricks in front of this seat either. Yi Yuan naturally did not have the intention to play tricks. Hegemon Cloudmount had already come in person. Yi Yuan was still slightly touched in his heart. At present, he was already clear about how great the disparity was between Hegemon and Saint Sovereign Heaven. In the eyes of Hegemon realms, Emperor Sacra Heaven were just ants, let alone Saint Sovereign Heavens. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also understood that at this point it was likely impossible for Yi Yuan to want to refuse it anymore. Yi Yuan had pride, but it did not mean that he was stupid. Under the circumstances where there was no great life and death enmity, why was there a need to offend a Hegemon realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan also felt it. Cloudmount attached quite a lot of importance to him. It was completely different from Zuochen's attitude before. He felt that the problem was with the blood of flame crystal. Yi Yuan spent quite a lot of time and effort on this formula before developing it. Even if it was Zuochen, he only felt that the reason why Yi Yuan could come up with the blood of flame crystal was that he could get the blood race's blood essence. It showed that his horizons were insufficient and his cultivation base was still not enough. But Cloudmount was different. As a Hegemon realm, Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's alchemy overlord, how could he not even have this bit of visual prowess? Hence, Yi Yuan also wanted to see how big the gap between him and an overlord was. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either, directly pulling out an unadorned golden lotus. Unadorned golden lotus was a very precious grade 5 heavenly medicine. It contained extremely complicated rule fragments. The so-called Tao elucidation was drawing out the rule fragments in heavenly medicines and displaying it in front of people. The more that was shown, it naturally meant the stronger the heavenly alchemist's strength. You could only draw it out if you grasped this portion of rule fragment. Yi Yuan's technique naturally went without saying. The unadorned golden lotus in his hand was like a flower, slowly blooming. The multicolored rule fragments presented themselves in an orderly manner before Zuochen and Cloudmount's eyes. Zuochen's pupils constricted. Only then did he understand what Yi Yuan meant by saying that he had touched the threshold of profound grade. This kid already had half a foot into profound grade. He was only a foot away from entering the door. Of course, it was also this step to enter the door that became Yi Yuan's current bottleneck. He wanted to enter the extreme medicine sect and read extensively, precisely for the sake of breaking this shallow layer of a bottleneck. Yi Yuan breaking through to profound grade was only a matter of time. Even if he did not enter the extreme medicine sect, he believed that before long, he could puncture this layer of windowpane paper too. This kid was too heaven-defying. He was just middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. What Cloudmount saw was naturally even more different. His face was very calm, even carrying thick mockery and a look of disdain. But the twinkle in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Hegemon Cloudmount was shouting crazily in his heart. Genius. Peerless genius. A genius even more monstrous than Zhou Pinespring. This kid's affinity was only 67. This rascal was elucidating Tao almost completely based on instinct. Furthermore, it was so perfect and impeccable. When Zhou Pinespring was at grade 5 heavenly alchemist, he absolutely could not achieve this level. One had to know. Zhou Pinespring's affinity had reached grand completion holy realm long ago. Was affinity reaching 100 the limit? No. Above 100 there were still 3 realms. Spirit realm, profound realm and holy realm. Zhou Pinespring's affinity was a freak among freaks and had long already reached the peak of holy realm, unable to rise any longer. But even so, when Zhou Pinespring was at grade 5 heavenly alchemist, he could not compare to Yi Yuan too. Tao elucidation was just one aspect of refining pills. But Tao elucidation could tell how far a heavenly alchemist walked on the path of alchemy. Very clearly, Yi Yuan had already walked very, very far. No wonder this boy was so wild and arrogant. He indeed had the capital to be insolent. Such a genius was simply unreasonably monstrous. His affinity was clearly not up to scratch, but he was more impressive than others. Tell me, was it not aggravating? The geniuses that Cloudmount had seen before were as many as schools of carps crossing the river. But he had never seen before such a prodigy who took his breath away. This trip was the right call. Of course, he would not say these. Hegemon realm had to have the reserved manner of a hegemon realm. No matter how genius you were still an ant in front of this seat. No idea how long had passed either.
Yi Yuan's Tao elucidation finally ended. The unadorned golden lotus seemed to be peeled open, forming an enormous flower. Magnificently beautiful. Yi Yuan reeled off the cocoon, guiding the rule fragments in the unadorned golden lotus out, presenting it in a flower shape. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Suichin sucked in a cold breath. Even if it was him, he also could not do better than Yi Yuan. Impressive. Truly incredible. Brat. I really have nothing that I can teach you, Suichin said somewhat dejectedly. He was indeed more powerful than Yi Yuan in alchemy. Furthermore, he could even refine profound-grade heavenly pills. But Yi Yuan would not take much time to reach his level. With or without him, this master, it was actually all the same. Yi Yuan fished out another unadorned golden lotus, threw it to Cloudmount, and said, "Your turn." Cloudmount did not catch it. Only to see a streak of light flash past, the unidomed golden lotus returned to Yi Yuan's hand again. "No need," Cloudmount said coolly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Cloudmount, are you conceding defeat?" A hint of disdain flashed across the corners of Cloudmount's mouth, and he said, "Conceding defeat? Ha ha ha, you brat, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Forget about this grand bright jade complete heaven, even across all the heavens and myriad worlds, how many dare to make this seed admit defeat? Today, I'll let you witness what's true alchemy Tao." Finished saying, Cloudmount's palm raised up. A flame landed on the unadorned golden lotus that Yi Yuan refined. Whoosh! It was as if the unadorned golden lotus was watered with a catalyst, starting to grow crazily. One flower became 2. 2 flowers became 4. 4 flowers became 8. The rule flowers in the house became more and more and increasingly gorgeous, as if walking into a garden. This spectacular scenery made people feel an upsurge of emotion, refreshing and gladdening the heart. This technique was tyrannical to the extreme. Yi Yuan's expression finally changed. His pupils constricted, his heart virtually about to stop beating. Too strong. Was this the realm of a chaos heavenly master? Done posturing, Cloudmount looked at the Yi Yuan with a shocked expression, secretly taking delight in it. "Who asked you to scare your father just now? Now, your father will intimidate you too. Having a bit of ability, do you really think nothing of others? Really think that chaos heavenly masters were to be trifled with?" Above grade 9 heavenly alchemist was chaos heavenly master. Missing the word alchemist, the terror of hegemon realm heavenly alchemists could be seen. Reaching hegemon realm, developing great Tao was at their fingertips, already breaking away from the domain of medicine. Up in the heavens and down below the earth, nothing could not be refined. To chaos heavenly masters, they could even forcefully refine their opponents, their strength terrifying to the extreme. However, hegemon Cloudmount felt incredibly guilty. This move looked incredible, but it was somewhat taxing to this clone. In order to suppress Yi Yuan, he really exerted all of his strength. "Brat, are you convinced?" Cloudmount said coolly. Only then did Yi Yuan come back to his senses and look toward Cloudmount with a look of shock. It turned out that heavenly alchemists could reach such a transcendent realm. Hegemon Cloudmount's Tao elucidation was already on a totally different level from Yi Yuan. This was like answering a question. Yi Yuan just answered it in a routine manner, but not only did Cloudmount answer it, but he also expanded on it and eventually turned it into an extremely perfect and complete major topic. It was worlds apart. In alchemy Tao, Yi Yuan had always thought that he did not lose to anyone. But this time he was really convinced. The disparity was too great. "Kid, your talent is pretty good. Maybe one day you'll really be able to reach this seat's realm. But alchemy Tao is infinite. With someone giving you guidance on the path ahead, you can take many less detours. Isn't that so?" Hegemon Cloudmount said coolly. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath but arrived before Zuo-Chin and kowtowed 3 times respectfully, saying sincerely, "One day as master, a master for life. From now on, you're still my, Yi Yuan's master." Yi Yuan had never acknowledged a master in alchemy before. Once acknowledged, Yi Yuan naturally would not kick him to the curb after he outlived his usefulness too. There was no real master-disciple relation between him and Zuo-Chin, but there was the name of master and disciple. Now he was going to acknowledge Cloudmount as his master, but he had to make Zuo-Chin call him grandmaster. That was not what a man would do. Chen's face was full of emotion, and he said with a nod, "Boy, with this sentence from you, it's enough." Witnessing Yi Yuan's talent and strength, Chen naturally would not be haughty anymore. Accepting Yi Yuan as a disciple was not Yi Yuan making a profit, but him profiting.
Seeing this scene, Hegemon Cloudmount did not stop it but was slightly moved in his heart.
Looking at it now, the reason why Yi Yuan kept rejecting it before, it was not brushing him off. His misgivings towards Chen probably accounted for a large part of it. This boy's character and disposition was all the best choice.
Hegemon Cloudmount's appraisal of Yi Yuan went up a few more points.
Only after finishing kowtowing to Chen did Yi Yuan arrive in front of Hegemon Cloudmount and kowtowed 3 times again, saying, "Disciple Yi Yuan pays respect to master."
Haha, good. Good disciple. With this seed accepting a disciple, I normally would inform the world and all the heavens to come and congratulate.
However, present circumstances differ from before. For the sake of your safety, we need to keep a low profile. The blood race has many powerhouses lurking within the absolute heaven barrier. If they find out about your identity, they will definitely come and kill you at any cost. Therefore, you also have to be careful yourself. Understand? Hegemon Cloudmount said. Yi Yuan nodded, indicating that he understood.
Hegemon Cloudmount continued, "Since Master accepted you as a disciple, I naturally have to gift you a greeting gift. You're about to enter profound grade soon. This seat will demonstrate to you what's profound grade. This way it will be much easier for you to break through."
Finished saying, Hegemon Cloudmount flicked his sleeves grandly and started refining the unadorned golden lotus. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. Did Chaos Heavenly Masters all refine heavenly medicines like this?
But very soon he converged his mind and placed his mind and body on the unadorned golden lotus, only to see the unadorned golden lotus gradually transform, turning into a heavenly pill.
An incredibly profound aura flowed around the heavenly pill. Yi Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. He seemed to have grasped something but failed to grasp it at the same time. It was seemingly like a castle in the sky.
He felt that this layer of windowpane paper had already been poked through. Of course, he had not broken through yet.
However, he could already see what was profound grade through that tiny gap.
His refinement was not carried out randomly but with a definite target in mind.
He went in the direction of Yi Yuan's Tao elucidation, slowly guiding, letting Yi Yuan cross this river himself.
He did not impose anything on Yi Yuan. He just acted in accordance with the flow. What Yi Yuan was walking was his own Tao. It had nothing to do with him. Very soon, an ordinary but also not ordinary heavenly pill appeared before Yi Yuan.
"Understood,"
Cloudmount said.
"Understood."
Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, "Understood what?"
"Profound grade is also Tao.
However, it's just an extension of Tao.
The water will flow naturally when the channel forms."
A hint of a proud smile flashed across Cloudmount's face.
This boy was too monstrous. To ordinary heavenly alchemists, the divine ability that he displayed where there was nothing in the world that could not be refined, it was absolutely shocking. This kind of divine skill was exclusive to Chaos Heavenly Masters.
Ordinary people would definitely be immersed in it.
Didn't you see that at the side? Chen was still immersed in it, unable to extricate himself? But Yi Yuan did not. This boy's heart was like a clear mirror. He was too clear about what he wanted. Although Yi Yuan was also shocked at his means, he placed all of his focus on profound grade.
Therefore, Yi Yuan really understood.
He understood what profound grade was.
As for breaking through, that was merely something that would happen naturally without extra effort. After Yi Yuan went to the extreme medicine sect and entered the scripture library, he would probably be able to break through before long. If not for his guidance, Yi Yuan would probably have to study for more than 10 years in the scripture library before he could puncture this layer of windowpane paper. Perhaps even longer.
True grade to profound grade was far too difficult. Many Emperor Realm heavenly alchemists could not attain it yet, let alone Yi Yuan, this Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was not that if you reached the bottleneck you would be able to break through very soon.
Breaking through in 10 years, Yi Yuan was already a monster among monsters.
Many Emperor Realms were stuck at this hurdle for thousands of years. Of course, Yi Yuan was also extremely shocked in his heart. Acknowledging this master was the right call. This hegemon Cloudmount was absolutely an expert in teaching disciples. That guidance just now could not be done just because one's realm was high.
A high realm and teaching disciples were two completely different things.
Some people's realms were extremely high, but the disciples under them were each lousier than the last.
Some people's realms were not high, but they could have disciples spread all over the world.
Knowing how to teach and not knowing how to teach, the difference was too great. Hegemon Cloudmount's cultivation realm was not only incredibly high, but he also had the knack for teaching disciples too. No wonder he could bring up Zhou Pinespring, this chaos heavenly master. A bout of casual giving pointers saved him decades of hard work. This was not what the average person could do.
All right, this is settled. This seat will be heading back too. The Southern Front's war is too tense. Master's clone can't leave for too long. You go to the Extreme Medicine Sect first and enter the Extreme Light Pavilion. Over there, Pinespring has already arranged things for you.
The remaining road you can
just walk on your own. After you come to the Absolute Heaven Barrier, this seat will give you more pointers. Yi Yuan was touched in his heart. Hegemon Cloudmount could be said to have taken an extraordinary risk for him.
With his clone leaving during the war, it was equivalent to diminishing one's own strength.
Once he really encountered a formidable enemy, it would be very easy to get injured. Many thanks, Master Cloudmount, Yi Yuan said sincerely.
Hegemon Cloudmount smiled and said, "You boy, didn't let Master down. This trip wasn't in vain." After he was done talking, Hegemon Cloudmount's figure swayed, and he disappeared. Yi Yuan pushed Suichan. Suichan abruptly startled awake and said blankly, "Ancestor Cloudmount, he left?" Yi Yuan gave him a look and said crossly, "Stop thinking. Immersing in it will damage your Tao heart."
Suichan was suddenly shocked.
"Master Zhua, take care."
"You brat, this seat is at any rate Emperor Realm too. Don't make the face as if it's a parting of life and death, all right?"
"Hoo-hoo, old man Zhua. You accepted a good disciple." "Humph. Don't talk rubbish. Yi Yuan's current identity isn't the same anymore."
Emperor Danfei became embarrassed and immediately shut up.
The matter of Yi Yuan becoming Hegemon Cloudmount's disciple, they knew about it too.
When they learned about this news from Zuichin, they were naturally shocked to the extreme. Hegemon Cloudmount had not taken disciples for more than 100,000 years already. This time he actually came over personally for the sake of a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. It could be seen how highly he valued Yi Yuan.
Just as Emperor Danfei said, Yi Yuan's current identity was different. In terms of seniority, they had to call Yi Yuan Grandmaster. On the contrary, it was Zuichin who did not need to call him like this. At this time, it was already time to leave. The Southern Front was strained. Danfei and the other Emperor Realm powerhouses had to head to the Southern Front immediately to fight. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan and a few others were going to the Extreme Medicine Sect. After this parting, he also did not know whether they would meet again. Yi Yuan was naturally sentimental. Zuichin played it down, but he knew that the Southern Front was very dangerous. Forget about Emperor Realm, even Hegemon Realms might fall too.
"Kid, over at the sect side, this seat has already made arrangements for you. After arriving at the sect, your senior apprentice brother Huazong will arrange everything. This matter of Ancestor Cloudmount accepting you as a disciple, you shouldn't publicize this matter either. His identity is too exalted. He's the Tom in the blood race's side. Once exposed, the blood race will definitely kill you at any cost. Therefore, you're still the seat's disciple on the surface. Understand?" Zuichin exhorted. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This disciple understands."
The two groups of people split up. Yi Yuan brought Yang Qing and the others, and they headed straight to the Extreme Medicine Sect. The Extreme Medicine Sect was located at East Victory Mountain Range, east of the Heaven One continent. The landscape was endowed with natural spirits, gathering heaven and earth spiritual energy, being a holy land for cultivation. The Heaven One continent was extremely vast. Something as large as the Rain-Clear continent was only 1/10,000th as the Heaven One continent.
The grand bright jade complete heaven's three vast continents, plus the area of the ocean, was simply immeasurable.
On the three continents, there were originally 7 great hegemon-level sects. The Heaven One continent had the most. It had 3, and the Extreme Medicine Sect was one of them. However, for out of the 7 great sects had been destroyed. Now there was only the heaven-seeking sect, extreme medicine sect, and Nine Suns sect left.
And the blood race marched north. Nine Suns sect was the first to bear the brunt. Most of its territory was occupied by the blood race.
In the past, the 7 great sects were divided. When it came down to race extermination, they had no choice but to join forces too.
It was also under this kind of circumstances that Hegemon realm powerhouses joined forces to build the absolute heaven barrier and resist the enemy.
In contrast, the blow that the extreme medicine sect suffered was actually not considered great. Therefore, the current extreme medicine sect was still a prosperous scene. When Yi Yuan and the rest passed through the transmission array and reached East Victory Mountain Range, it was already half a month later.
TSK Tisk, truly well-deserving of being a Hegemon-level sect.
This magnificence, this aura, in the future Hegemon Azure Sky will definitely dominate here. Yang Qing looked at that magnificent hall that towered into the clouds and said passionately, "Eft." Big Yellow and Jingfei, 2 people, both laughed at the same time. Yang Qing's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "What are you guys laughing about? This sovereign has already stepped into true sovereign heaven. Within 10,000 years, this sovereign will definitely step into Hegemon realm." Jingfei said gleefully, "Bullshit.
If you want to say Big Brother Yi Yuan cultivating to Hegemon realm, I'll believe it. But you?
No chance." Yang Qing was furious and said to Yi Yuan, "Punk, come.
Let's fight one-on-one.
If I don't beat you until you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, then I'm not called Sovereign Azure Sky."
Yi Yuan did not speak. Dao sword appeared indistinctly between his brows.
Yang Qing's expression changed, and he hurriedly took a few steps back and said with a cautious look, "You're acting shamelessly. What kind of hero are you considered by using the Dao sword?" In a frontal confrontation after he stepped in true sovereign heaven, Yi Yuan was definitely not his match. He was not an ordinary true sovereign heaven. In the previous great battle, he had once battled 3 people alone and even overpowered his opponents. Although Yi Yuan was able to jump realms and battle, that also depended on who the target was.
True sovereign heavens were not to be trifled with.
But if he used the Dao sword, that was completely different. One had to know, back then, one sword from Yi Yuan cut down the middle true sovereign heaven Han Guang. Therefore, when Yi Yuan utilized the Dao sword, Yang Qing immediately yielded. When Jingfei saw the situation, she laughed herself even harder into fits and said, "What rubbish Sovereign Azure Sky?
You're just relying on that your realm is a little higher. If you have the ability, fight with Big Brother Yi Yuan at the same realm. Big Brother Yi Yuan will give you a handicap of 1 hand.
Oh no. Give you a handicap of both hands and both legs, and you're not a match for him too." Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "Humph. He's just relying on that. He's a divergent cultivator. You rest assured. This sovereign absolutely won't let him catch up.
When he reaches Emperor Sakura Heaven, this sovereign would have already reached the Hegemon realm.
At that time, I'll ravage him then."
Yi Yuan ignored Yang Qing and already drifted down, frowning slightly. In front of the extreme medicine sect's gates, large batches of wounded people were gathering over from all directions, wails filling the land.
A youth who was injured all over carried another youth as he pleaded bitterly to an extreme medicine sect disciple. "Extreme medicine sect's living bodhisattvas, I beg you, let us enter.
If my younger brother is still not saved, he'll be dead for sure."
The youth on his back was already on his dying breath, looking like he was about to kick the bucket. But at this time, the extreme medicine sect sent people to block his path and did not let these people go up the mountain at all.
The extreme medicine sect disciple whom he was pleading with had an impatient look. Pushing him away, he said in a cold voice, "What's the hurry? What's the hurry?"
"He's merely a lower saint sovereign heaven. Do you know how many people are waiting for treatment on the mountain now? Wait here. If you dare to cause any more trouble, don't blame us for not being courteous." When the youth who got pushed saw his younger brother's appearance, his heart burned with anxiety, and he directly knelt down to that extreme medicine sect disciple and said, "Your Excellency, I beg you, save my younger brother.
He only became like this because of fighting with the blood race at
absolute heaven barrier.
You can't stand by and watch people die. The extreme medicine sect disciple smiled coldly and said, "In that case, you're all heroes?"
Open your damn eyes and take a look. Of those that the extreme medicine sect is treating now, who isn't a hero resisting the blood race?
Go away.
Keep causing trouble and you'll be killed without amnesty. Clank. That extreme medicine sect disciple drew his blade. A cold aura swept out and made everyone's expressions change. Poo work. Poo work. Right at this time, the youth's younger brother suddenly vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes rolling up, looking as if it was hopeless for him.
The youth's expression changed greatly and he said in a panic, "Xianxia.
You have to hold on.
We're already reached the extreme medicine sect. They will definitely save you."
That extreme medicine sect disciple's expression was indifferent. Clearly, he did not have the intention of stepping forward to heal him.
All around, many people had looks of lament and resentment, all glaring at the extreme medicine sect disciple angrily. But they clearly did not care.
Just some ants, what could they do to them?
These days, the southern front had fallen into a frenzied great battle. The blood race launched wave and wave of assault. Heaven one side suffered heavy casualties.
As the #1 alchemy sect, the people coming to the extreme medicine sect to seek medicinal treatment naturally came and went in endless streams.
The entire extreme medicine sect had already reached a state of full load operations. They seriously could not accommodate so many people anymore. Hence, they naturally had to choose who to treat.
The army that the southern front formed, those were all the various major sects' disciples, their strength far surpassing these itinerant cultivators. But the real numbers were still these nameless itinerant cultivators.
They might not be strong, but they also formed all kinds of organizations and were killing the enemy on the front line.
These people in front of them were firstly without background, and secondly they were without strength. They would naturally be stopped outside the mountain pass gates.
Right at this time, Yuan arrived next to the youth's younger brother with a flash. It was only to see stars lit up. The Xuanji 9 leaves suddenly activated.
One divine essence needle after another entered Zhang Yi's body. Very soon, Zhang Yi stopped puking blood, and his aura also became much more uniform. After finishing these, Yi Yuan took out a heavenly pill and directly melted it in water, took out a small cup, and let the youth's younger brother drink it. The complexion of the youth's younger brother, who was originally on his dying breath, became rosy very quickly. Everyone stared at Yi Yuan without moving their gaze, their eyes going from doubt to surprise. That extreme medicine sect's disciple's reaction was the fastest. He naturally knew what Yi Yuan was going to do.
Originally, he had a disdainful look, but very soon his expression became solemn.
An expert. This acupuncture technique was much stronger than even many of the top disciples in the sect. Also, that heavenly pill, it was definitely peak true grade. Was this here to challenge the dojo? Divine Doctor. That kid was practically about to meet King Yama just now. Now, he actually lived.
What formidable medical skills, truly the means to revive the dead.
This master is a virtuous doctor, saving the wounded. Not like the extreme medicine sect, standing by and watching people die. Humph. Seeing Yi Yuan having such miraculous methods, waves of exclamations immediately came from all around. Of course, they also showed contempt for the extreme medicine sect while they were at it.
One refused to help people in mortal danger. The other had a doctor's benevolence. The level was immediately established.
All right, bring your younger brother to go and rest for a while and he'll be fine, Yi Yuan said to the youth. When the youth saw that his younger brother had come back to life, his two eyes went red with agitation. Kneeling down in front of Yi Yuan with a thud, he said, "Many thanks, Master, for your life-saving grace."
Zhang life will be sold to Master.
Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "All right, go on. There are still many people who need treatment here. Don't delay." Finish saying, he said loudly. "People who are on the verge of dying, come in front of me to queue up in haste. You're not allowed to hold a position without being qualified. Otherwise, kill without mercy."
This yell immediately attracted an uproar. Those Saint Sovereign Heavens who were seriously injured on the verge of death immediately rushed forward together. The wounded present were not less than 10,000 people, but those who were truly about to die were naturally in the minority. Very soon, those people came in front of Yi Yuan and lined up in a snaking queue. Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique, coupled with true-grade heavenly pills melted in water, virtually worked like a charm. The surrounded cries of exclamations were continuous. The extreme medicine sect disciple who was in front was called Qian Nan, a half-step true sovereign heaven powerhouse. At this time, Qian Nan's expression became increasingly uglier. This punk clearly came to the extreme medicine sect to slap faces. The people that we did not take in, you treated them to earn fame? Furthermore, it was even in front of the mountain pass gates of a behemoth like the extreme medicine sect. Were you freaking nuts? He came in front of Yi Yuan. Using his blade to point at Yi Yuan, he said in a cold voice, "Brat, here isn't the place for you to show off. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, you'll get it." Yi Yuan ignored him and said coolly, "Big Yellow, dole out a small punishment, break his legs." Qian Nan was just about to sneer and mock Yi Yuan. Did you eat a bear's heart or leopard's gall? To dare beat the extreme medicine sect's disciple in front of the extreme medicine sect's mountain pass gates? However, his eyes blurred. Big Yellow's hoof already arrived. The extreme medicine sect's half-step true sovereign heaven was naturally very strong. But who was Big Yellow? He already killed his way into history's top 1,000 in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. It was already rare for him to have a match in the same rank. This hoof directly kicked Qian Nan's entire person flying. Then Big Yellow followed after swiftly. Crack! Crack! Qian Nan's two legs snapped in response. Arg! Qian Nan screamed miserably. Everyone was stunned, including those people who came to seek medical treatment. Beating the extreme medicine sect's disciple in front of the extreme medicine sect's gates, was this person a fool? The extreme medicine sect was a hegemon-level powerful sect. Even in the era of the 7 great hegemon-level sects, the extreme medicine sect was a top major sect too. The extreme medicine sect's hegemon realm powerhouses reached as many as 4 people. Apart from hegemon Cloudmount and hegemon Pine Spring, there were also 2 martial path powerhouses. This kind of behemoth, even hegemon realms did not dare to easily provoke it. Now it actually had its front door blocked by a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven and got slapped in the face? You really dare to break my legs? Everyone attack together for me. Dice this punk into pieces. Qian Nan roared angrily. As an extreme medicine sect's disciple, how revered was his status? Some fellow who popped out from God knows where actually broke his legs. There were hundreds of Saint Sovereign Heavens maintaining order in front of the mountain pass gates. Hearing the order at this time, they immediately swarmed forward. Sovereign Azure Sky is here. Who dares to act wildly? Yang Qing's long spear swung horizontally. The power of a true sovereign heaven suddenly bloomed. The footsteps of those Saint Sovereign Heaven disciples abruptly stopped. Everyone present was inexplicably shocked again. It was not because Yang Qing was powerful, but they were shocked by his boldness. You were also too freaking domineering, right? A mere true sovereign heaven dared to posture at the extreme medicine sect's door? The extreme medicine sect's true sovereign heavens numbered at least 8,000, even if not, there should be over 5,000. Maintaining order, the extreme medicine sect did not send powerhouses over. Because in their view, no one dared to make a move in front of the extreme medicine sect's gates at all. Who knew that someone made a move? Qian Nan endured the intense pain and said with a cold smile, Hoo, Sovereign Azure Sky, how awe-inspiring. Are the few of you really bullying my extreme medicine sect for not having anybody? It was not that the extreme medicine sect doesn't have anyone. It's that you stood by and watched people die, ruining the extreme medicine sect's reputation. Breaking your legs is teaching you a lesson on your teacher's behalf. Yi Yuan treated a person and opened his mouth to say lightly. Qian Nan said furiously, who the hell do you think you dare? To also be fit to lecture me? Go and invite Martial Uncle Wu Jiang they all over. I want to see what right a measly little middle Saint Sovereign Heaven has to be so impressive. Under Qian Nan's word of command for it, there was immediately someone who returned to the mountain pass gates. Yi Yuan and the rest did not stop him either. With this, those wounded were not calm anymore. While this master was impressive, he was a little too impressive. You also didn't take a look. Where was this place? To still want to teach people's disciple a lesson. Wasn't this courting death?
Master, you'd better leave quickly.
Your great kindness, we're endlessly grateful. But the extreme medicine sect can't be provoked.
Yeah, Master.
You're a virtuous doctor we all remember firmly in our hearts. Hurry up and go, or it will be too late.
The extreme medicine sect is a hegemon-level sect. There are countless true sovereign heavens in the sect. The few of you can't gain any advantages.
The surrounding wounded urged one after another, asking Yi Yuan and his companions to leave.
But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No worries. Even if their teachers came, I'm scared that the people they call over don't have enough weight." Everyone toppled.
You were posturing too much.
If their sect randomly sent a few true sovereign heavens over, they would crush you guys to death.
There was naturally no one who would think that this measly little saint sovereign heaven before their eyes was the extreme medicine sect's ancestor's disciple.
Even if this identity could not be known to the outside world, the seniority of Zuochen's disciple was also extremely high.
When Qiannan heard it, he snickered and said, "Hoo, I really broadened my horizons today."
In that case, I'll see if you can still be so impressive after our teacher arrives.
Very soon, more than 10 true sovereign heavens flew over in a threatening manner.
A youth in blue long robes shouted coldly, "Who is it to dare act wildly before our extreme medicine sect's mountain pass gates?" Blue robes were the attire of true sovereign heaven disciples.
The arrival was precisely Wu Jiang, middle true sovereign heaven powerhouse.
When Qiannan saw that Wu Jiang came, he immediately became emboldened and said to Yi Yuan with a cold smile, "This master, my teacher is here. I want to see how you teach me a lesson."
Martial Uncle Wu Jiang, it's this punk who damaged our extreme medicine sect's reputation in front of the
mountain pass gates. And he even broke my legs, saying that it's teaching me a lesson on my teacher's behalf. Wu Jiang's expression turned cold. The pressure of a true sovereign heaven directly pressed down on Yi Yuan's body, as he said in a solemn voice, "Where did this impudent thing come from?
Are you courting death?"
Yi Yuan ignored him and still administered the needles as he said with his back facing him, "Is the management of the mountain pass gates your responsibility?"
Listening to you, do you also want to denounce me publicly for crimes? Wu Jiang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Why?
Can't I 2-inch?" Yi Yuan still said coolly.
Wu Jiang's expression turned cold and he said, "Showing you a bit of color and you really opened a dye shop."
A mere saint sovereign heaven boasting shamelessly in front of our extreme medicine sect. Who gave you the courage? Yi Yuan still did not turn his head back and said coolly, "The extreme medicine sect is one of Heaven One's only remaining fruits, and it is also the #1 alchemy path sect. In the war with the blood race, the extreme medicine sect's disciples gained great prestige because they fought bloody battles on the battlefield and treated countless wounded. But you all ignored tens of thousands of wounded and stood by as you watched people die, hearts like stone. The extreme medicine sect's face has been utterly lost by you all." Everyone could not help nodding one after another when they heard it.
The extreme medicine sect's reputation had indeed reached its peak after the war.
Only the extreme medicine sect's disciples fought at the front lines and had countless casualties. They even healed countless wounded. In terms of prestige, the extreme medicine sect was currently the well-deserved #1 major sect. But it was also precisely because of this that the extreme medicine sect had many disciples who became conceited and condescending.
Daochen and the others from before, and the Wu Jiang and the others too, they were all like this. To really discuss merits, Wu Jiang, these people had meager cultivation realms. How much merit could they have?
But they relied on the extreme medicine sect's record of merits and damaged the extreme medicine sect's reputation. Now that Yi Yuan entered the extreme medicine sect, he could naturally interfere.
Moreover, the likes of Wu Jiang and Qiannan were incomparably cold-blooded, passively watching these people die without caring about them. This was diametrically opposed to the medicine Dao that Yi Yuan upheld. It was not something that he could tolerate. When Wu Jiang heard, he did not get angry but smiled instead and said, "Oh wow, you, a mere saint sovereign heaven, is bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind.
It's just that, if you want to posture, did you pick the wrong place to do it? Who the hell do you think you are? To dare lecture this sovereign?" Everyone felt that Yi Yuan was crazy. If you lectured the saint sovereign heaven Qiannan, forget it. Now, his martial uncle came and you still lectured him? These 10 over people were all true sovereign heaven powerhouses. You only had one true sovereign heaven here.
Wuxiang could not be bothered to talk nonsense either, directly making a hand gesture. More than 10 true sovereign heavens rushed forward. That commotion was very shocking.
The surrounding people lamented. Asked you to run away long ago, you didn't run. Now, you can't escape even if you want to run away. But right at this time, a figure suddenly blocked the paths of Wu Jiang and the rest.
When Wu Jiang saw the arrival, he could not help being overjoyed and said, "Wu Jiang pays respect to Martial Uncle Huazong."
Paying respect to Martial Uncle Huazong. Paying respect to Grandmaster Huazong. Those true sovereign heaven and saint sovereign heavens bowed one after another. Huazong was Zuochen's personal disciple.
Although he was only grand completion true sovereign heaven realm, he was the personal disciple of Zuochen, this big shot. So he was one generation higher than Wu Jiang in terms of seniority.
Of course, Wu Jiang had nothing to complain about either.
Huazong would step into Emperor realm before long.
Emperor Cloud Heaven, even if it was the weakest Emperor Cloud Heaven realm, it was also not an unimportant character in the sect anymore. Therefore, Huazong's status in the extreme medicine sect was not low. Huazong nodded slightly, considered to have responded. But Wu Jiang said in great joy, "Martial Uncle Huazong came just in time. This boy is trying to win popular support in front of our extreme medicine sect's gates, slandering the extreme medicine sect and even breaking our extreme medicine sect's disciples' legs. Martial Uncle, please uphold justice and take this boy down." Wu Jiang was a wily old fox too. Since Huazong came, this matter would naturally have Huazong take charge. Want to beat or kill, it was all up to him. Huazong did not react. He just said lightly, "Kneel down." Wu Jiang and his fellow disciples were taken aback and said, "Martial Uncle Huazong."
Huazong's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "Kneel down." Wu Jiang naturally did not dare to contradict Huazong. He could only kneel down unwillingly and said, "I wonder how this disciple has offended Martial Uncle Huazong?"
"Martial Uncle, please make things clear." Huazong ignored him but turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, do you want my help?"
One sentence and everyone was extremely shocked.
What did he call? He actually called this master as his junior apprentice brother. No way, right? Although this lord is true sovereign heaven, that sovereign Wu Jiang calls his martial uncle, it can be seen that his status in the extreme medicine sect is extremely high. He's actually calling a saint sovereign heaven junior apprentice brother. Like this, wouldn't that Wu Jiang have to call Master Yi martial uncle too?
Amazing. No wonder Master Yi had a lecturing tone all along. It turned out that his identity is actually so frightening.
The extreme medicine sect is well-deserving as the present Heaven One's #1 major sect. It's indeed still of high moral standing and commands universal respect. It's just that some monks recited the
scriptures wrongly. We've blamed the extreme medicine sect unjustly.
One junior apprentice brother immediately caused the entire place to burst into an uproar.
Before this, there was seriously no one who dared to think so. A mere Saint Sovereign Heaven, what the hell did he count for in the extreme medicine sect?
Although the extreme medicine sect was not a super major sect like the Labyrinth Divine Palace, they still had tens of thousands of Saint Sovereign Heaven disciples. It could be said that Saint Sovereign Heavens were as plentiful as dogs in hegemon level sects. To those upper echelons, they would not go and care about the life and death of Saint Sovereign Heavens at all.
Wanting to stand out from among Saint Sovereign Heaven, there was only defying the heavens all the way and reaching the Emperor realm. If not, one at least had to kill their way to the forefront among true Sovereign Heavens too.
Therefore, no one ever thought that Yi Yuan was the extreme medicine sect's upper echelon. Yet he was. The moment his identity became clear, the surrounding people also finally understood why Yi Yuan kept on lecturing Wu Jiang and Chen Nan. These guys brought shame upon the extreme medicine sect's name.
Yi Yuan could not stand it and was slapping their faces.
One sentence immediately shifted these people's negative emotions towards the extreme medicine sect completely away. As for Wu Jiang and the rest, they were completely dumbfounded.
J Junior apprentice brother?
Isn't Martial Uncle Huazong Grandmaster's Wuchen's youngest disciple?
When did another junior apprentice brother pop out? Wu Jiang was stunned.
In other words, we were all posturing to our martial uncle earlier. Just now, I was still scolding. Who the hell do you think you are? Wu Jiang only felt bitterness in his mouth. In the extreme medicine sect, heavenly alchemists were revered as supreme. Martial artists took second place. And Zuochen was also an extremely strong existence among grade 8 heavenly alchemists, his status being extremely high. Otherwise, even if Hua Zong was a personal disciple, Wu Jiang would not be so respectful either. After all, he had a master too. But now he actually offended Grandmaster Zuochen's disciple. This was a disaster. When Hua Zong greeted, Yi Yuan still did not turn back and just said coolly, "Then I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother Hua. This junior apprentice brother is currently administering needles and can't get up. To pay respects to senior apprentice brother. I hope that senior apprentice brother is magnanimous. After healing these wounded, we'll talk again."
Huazong nodded slightly and said, as it ought to be,
"Wounded people, come over to my side." Hence, these two people started treating those wounded. Huazong was a peak grade 6 heavenly alchemist, his strength being extremely formidable. Otherwise, he would not have been taken in by Zuochen as a personal disciple too.
He had also just arrived and did not see Yi Yuan treating the rest before.
However, when Zuochen summoned him, he told him about some of Yi Yuan's characteristics. This Xuanji 9 leaves was one of them. Therefore, the moment he saw stars revolving around, he knew that Yi Yuan was here.
But at this time he divided a portion of his energy to focus on Yi Yuan there and was incredibly shocked in his heart. What swift and fierce technique! Junior apprentice brother's alchemy Dao realm is likely quite a bit stronger than me.
No wonder master repeatedly exhorted me to definitely take good care of junior apprentice brother. He's just a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. When he reaches my realm, he might even have a chance to compete with Hegemon Pinespring back then. Seeing Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique, titanic waves set off in Hua Zong's heart. It was just that he did not know that in Ancestor Cloudmount's heart, the current Yi Yuan already surpassed Zhou Pinespring back then.
With regards to his master's orders, Hua Zong was very perplexed in his heart.
That tone was actually like somewhat ingratiating himself with junior apprentice brother. Previously, he had some indignation and disdain in his heart. But now, it completely dissipated. The two people were both exceedingly formidable people. When they took action, it was naturally extraordinary. However, the numbers were too many. The two of them also used a full day before completely healing those severely wounded people. Meanwhile, Wu Jiang and the rest knelt there just like that, being at a loss on what to do.
After treating the last person, Yi Yuan got up and said loudly, "Everyone, the extreme medicine sect won't stand by and watch people die.
You all came over from the southern front too. You know how fierce the war is.
Over there are too many wounded being sent back, resulting in the present situation. However, everyone rest assured. You all wait here first. This he will arrange for manpower to come over and carry out
treatment on everyone according to your injuries. Everyone, please observe order. That way, more people can receive medical treatment."
"Okay. Many thanks for your help, Master Yi."
"Master Yi, rest assured. We just came to seek medical treatment. We won't make trouble. We trust the extreme medicine sect's credibility. We'll wait right here." When he was done speaking, those wounded people immediately made their attitudes known. These people were all moved by Yi Yuan. Originally, with Yi Yuan's identity, he did not need to care about them at all.
But Yi Yuan did not shirk from hardship and treated hundreds of people.
These people naturally trusted what he said. However, Hua Zong, who was by the side, frowned slightly. However, he covered it up very quickly. Some things were not appropriate to say in front of so many people. Yi Yuan had not entered the sect yet. He probably did not know how complicated things were inside this kind of hegemon-level sect. Finished saying, Yi Yuan came before the kneeling Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang's expression was extremely ugly, but he could only call out, "D-disciple pays respect to martial uncle."
Yi Yuan said coolly, "I wonder if I'm qualified to teach you a lesson now."
Although Wu Jiang was unhappy in his heart, he still nodded and said, "Martial uncle is naturally qualified to teach this disciple a lesson. His strength was not strong in the sect, and his status was not high. Otherwise, he also would not have been sent to guard the mountain pass gates. Therefore, he could not afford to provoke someone with Yi Yuan's identity. Good that I'm qualified. You listen up.
The Heaven One continent is presently united against outsiders, making no distinctions between each other.
These people, they are all our comrades in arms. As the number one major sect in the world, our extreme medicine sect should naturally also shoulder the responsibility of being the number one great sect.
The extreme medicine sect's prestige, that's all forged bit by hegemon,
ancestors and emperor realm powerhouses. You guys are just sitting idly and reaping the fruits of others' labor. These people are staying in the rear. You don't know the cruelty of the front lines at all.
If you all have also experienced the death of your loved ones and witnessed the power of the blood race, you guys wouldn't
be so cold anymore. Today, in front of all the extreme medicine sect disciples present, I'll report this to the extreme light pavilion and let you all go to the absolute heaven barrier to experience what's called cruelty. And what's called comrade in arms. Hua Zong, who was by the side, was dumbfounded with shock from listening. Was this junior apprentice brother too naive or too arrogant? A few hundred saint sovereign heavens present, more than 10 true sovereign heavens, you said dispatch and they would be dispatched? Nah, massive sect. The relationships were complicated and confusing.
Saint Sovereign Heaven was still all right, but behind true sovereign heavens there were more or less the shadows of Emperor Realm powerhouses.
He touched one or two people with Zhuo Chen's face. There was naturally no one who dared to talk behind his back. But, touching several hundred people at once, even Zhuo Chen could not suppress it too. According to Extreme Light Pavilion, you really dared to say something like that? Did you really think that this extreme medicine sect was run by your family? Hua Zong felt a headache coming. This junior apprentice brother had not even entered the sect and already caused considerable trouble. Of course, he did not feel that Yi Yuan had the ability to do this. But the tall talk was already released. At that time, if it could not be completed, then where would Master Zhuo Chen's face go?
However, these words received the unanimous cheering of those seeking medical treatment when it was uttered.
Master Yi is mighty. Well done, Master Yi. The faces of Qian Nan and the rest punctured these people's hearts deeply. Therefore, when Yi Yuan said it, they naturally clapped their hands in joy. Wu Jiang and the rest had respectful faces, but they were sneering endlessly in their hearts. No idea where this country bumpkin came from either. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted in the extreme medicine sect after acknowledging Emperor Zhuo Chen as his master? There were no less than 100,000 extreme medicine sect disciples.
So many disciples, the factions in it went without saying.
The larger the sect, the more complicated and confusing the relationships.
If you were Emperor Realm, there might really be some deterrent force when you said this.
But you were just merely a puny little grade 5 heavenly alchemist. That was all. No matter how high your talent was, could it still affect the decision of the upper echelons?
Eckless and blind.
Young people indeed hungered for fame and reputation and liked posturing.
It was just that. Have you considered your master's feelings when you postured like this?
Wu Jiang knelt, the corners of his mouth sneering as he said, I leave it up to Martial Uncle to deal with. Hua Zong frowned slightly and said with a wave of his hand, all of you withdraw. Switch to another batch of people to come and maintain order.
Wu Jiang kowtowed to Hua Zong and brought people and withdrew. Along the way, Wu Jiang had a disdainful look as he said, hoo, really a very stupid and naive boy. Does he think that by acknowledging Grandmaster Zhuo Chen as his master, he transformed from a swallow into a phoenix?
Doesn't he know that in the Emperor Sakra Heaven, there's still Emperor Sakra Heaven and also Hegemon Realm? Qian Nen also smiled coldly and said, this boast was over the top. We got to help him brag about it after going back. Otherwise, it can't show the prowess of this Grandmaster.
The moment Wu Jiang heard, a hint of a smile could not help surfacing on his face. Yeah, this boy embarrassed him so hard today. If he did not repay it, it would really let him down too much. Although on the surface he could not afford to provoke Yi Yuan, he could still play some cheap tricks in the dark. Such as letting everyone know about the brag that Yi Yuan made. At that time, see how this guy cleans up the mess.
Furthermore, after Zhuo Chen knew about this, he would definitely view Yi Yuan in a different light. As for Zuochen's face, sorry about it, that wasn't our business anymore. He, Wu Jiang, had no relations with Zuochen whatsoever. After Wu Jiang and the others left, Huazong also led Yi Yuan away from the mountain pass gates. He noticed that although there was already no one maintaining order, these 10,000 people were still orderly.
Furthermore, there were still many wounded people rushing over from all directions. Among them, some powerhouses even took the initiative to appear and help maintain order, classifying these wounded into categories. Seeing this scene, Huazong also sighed emotionally.
He knew that Yi Yuan's way of doing things was correct, but for some things, his strength fell short of his wishes too. Junior apprentice brother, you just entered the sect. Some things should originally not be said to you. But you caused a lot of trouble for Master, Huazong said with a solemn expression.
Oh? Why do you say that? Yi Yuan said indifferently. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Huazong was even angrier at his failure to live up to expectations.
But Master repeatedly exhorted to definitely take good care of junior apprentice brother. Clearly, he valued him greatly, so he could not flare up too. Junior apprentice brother just came to the sect. You're probably not clear about many things yet. The extreme medicine sect has many people, the factions standing in great numbers. Although these people's
cultivation realms aren't high, they more or less have some forces behind them. You want to dispatch them to the front lines.
It's probably not realistic, but you already put the word out just now. Wu Jiang, they all will
definitely blow the matter up. At that time, we won't be able to clean up the mess and Master's face will be utterly lost, Huazong said in a solemn voice. Huazong killed his way out from Saint Sovereign Heaven one step at a time too. That was how he was taken in as a disciple by Zuochen.
With regards to the petty tricks of Wu Jiang, these people, his heart was clear as a bright mirror. This kind of method to deal with Emperor Realm powerhouses, that was equivalent to seeking death. But to a newbie who just entered the sect, it proved effective every time.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior apprentice brother, I feel that the extreme medicine sect is still too easy and comfortable. At present, we're being confronted by a formidable enemy, but the extreme medicine sect
hasn't even gone to the front lines. This isn't appropriate. Wu Jiang, they all are just the first batch. I feel that later, our extreme medicine sect's disciples can be sent to the front lines in batches. You got to know that place is where you can increase strength the fastest.
Huazong opened his mouth wide, having a dumbfounded look on his face.
Not answering the question. Forget about that. This kid actually still wanted to make everyone take a tour to the absolute heaven barrier. Was he crazy? With just the likes of you, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven? Or did you think that you are the extreme medicine sect master, and you are giving directions to the nation here? Huazong smiled bitterly and said, Junior apprentice brother, if this matter isn't resolved, Master will be furious when the time comes. It isn't a good thing to you either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior apprentice brother, rest assured, I have a score in my heart.
You have a score my ass.
Huazong secretly cursed in his heart. This brat was really hopeless. What kind of eyes did his master have to actually take fancy on this kind of fool? Brother will say up to here. Junior apprentice brother, take care of yourself. Huazong's tone also became unfriendly. This kind of person who was rash and indiscreet, furthermore, closed his ears off to other people's words. He really did not know what he should do.
Huazong settled Yi Yuan down and immediately left. East Victory Mountain Range occupied a vast area with countless spiritual veins. Zuochen's lineage also had their own dojo, Xianyang Peak.
The residences of Yi Yuan and Yangqing few people were on Xianyang Peak. After Yi Yuan returned to his own residence, a middle-aged man dressed in green Dao robes appeared out of thin air in the house just like that.
Current sect master, Song Qingyang, pays respect to martial uncle. This middle-aged man actually directly clasped his hands and said to Yi Yuan, if someone was here, they would definitely be frightened until their jaws dropped.
This middle-aged man in green shirt was an Emperor Sakura Heaven Overlord, a Grand Completion Emperor Sakura Heaven Mighty Expert, as well as the current sect master Song Qingyang. He actually bowed to a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven.
Of course, Song Qingyang's face had some unnaturalness. A supreme powerhouse like him carried out the etiquette of a disciple to a measly little saint sovereign heaven. He also had bitterness that he could not say out. Ancestor Cloudmount, his elderly self, really knew how to look for trouble, to actually take a measly little saint sovereign heaven in as a disciple. Wasn't this killing people? Yi Yuan was currently in closed seclusion and thinking. Hearing Song Qingyang's voice, he slowly opened his eyes and said, "I've troubled Lord Sect Master." Song Qingyang hurriedly said, "Martial Uncle is killing Qingyang. Your ancestor Cloudmount's personal disciple, so you're naturally Qingyang's senior too. Some trivial matters are what Qingyang should do." Song Qingyang coming over was naturally arranged by Zhou Pinespring. Zhou Pinespring reminded him repeatedly that this junior apprentice brother was remarkable and highly favored by ancestor Cloudmount. Even if he was the sect master, he did not dare to be careless in front of Yi Yuan too. Even if he knew that Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator. Illy talking about it, Song Qingyang was Hegemon Cloudmount's god knew how many generations of disciples already. But he already cultivated to grand completion Emperor Sakura Heaven, and could barely manage to call Cloudmount Grandmaster. Therefore, when he saw Yi Yuan, he could only call Martial Uncle too. And the extreme medicine sect, the sect master was not the real person in charge. Above the sect master, there were actually still two great powers. The first was naturally Hegemon realms. And the second was the extreme light pavilion. Only after that did it reach sect master. Inside the extreme light pavilion were all some old monsters. Some were former sect masters and some were the sect's elders, etc. However, those able to enter Emperor Sakura Heaven, the majority of their strength was grand completion Emperor Sakura Heaven. These people were in close seclusion all year round or wandering outside, assaulting that fleeting and ephemeral Hegemon realm. The Extreme Light Pavilion's other two Hegemon realms originated from the Extreme Light Pavilion. And Zhou Pinespring was also a member of the Extreme Light Pavilion before promoting to Hegemon realm. Yi Yuan was the person that Cloudmount appointed to enter the Extreme Light Pavilion. Regardless of seniority or authority, he was above Song Qingyang. Hence, he could only be careful. It was just that, being like this to a measly little saint sovereign heaven, Song Qingyang felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Lord Sect Master doesn't have to be like this. Although Yi Yuan's realm is low, I'm not an insensible person. Normally, you can just treat me as an ordinary disciple. I'll also be respectful to Lord Sect Master. I entered the extreme medicine sect primarily to enter the scripture library. Hence, I'll be entering closed seclusion soon, Yi Yuan said with a smile. After hearing this, Song Qingyang's heart eased up slightly. He was afraid that this youth's status was high and would carelessly interfere in the sect's affairs. Then he, this sect master, would really be awkward. However, Yi Yuan entered the sect just to enter the scripture library. What was this playing at? Song Qingyang hurriedly said, "Then I'll have to make Martial Uncle feel wronged." The matter that happened outside the sect, Qingyang already knows. After arranging for Martial Uncle to enter the Extreme Light Pavilion, I'll make the arrangements. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, Lord Sect Master." Song Qingyang nodded slightly and said, "Then, shall we enter the Extreme Light Pavilion right now?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Song Qingyang flicked his sleeves and disappeared with Yi Yuan. A figure took large strides into Wu Jiang's residence and said with a loud laugh, "Wu Jiang, I heard that you got taken care of by a Saint Sovereign Heaven?" "Ha ha, nice one." This person was Wu Jiang's diehard follower, Zhou Kun. Zhou Kun's strength was not that strong, being comparable to Wu Jiang. But he was a capable person. In the extreme medicine sect, some people were very well informed. Zhou Kun was one of them. Hence, when Wu Jiang suffered a loss, he was the first to know. When Wu Jiang saw Zhou Kun, he snorted coldly and said, "I was just about to go find you. You came just in time." Zhou Kun smiled and said, "Are you going to take this martial uncle of ours down a notch?" Wu Jiang smiled and said, "It's still you who understands me." Zhou Kun chuckled and said, "You rest assured, this is my specialty. In less than a day, this matter will definitely rage all over the city. Even those Emperor Realm powerhouses will know. At that time, I want to see how this martial uncle of ours gets down from the stage." Very soon, a piece of news spread like wildfire. Master Wuchen's new disciple, Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist Yi Yuan,
instructed to exile several hundred of the sect's disciples to the absolute heaven barrier. The moment the news came out, it immediately incurred a wave of ridicule and mockery. Who does he think he is? He can utter something that sounds so overconfident. Hoo-hoo, he acknowledged an amazing teacher. It's understandable. Goodness gracious, if they got sent out, what to do about it in the future?
Should we go to Xianyang Peak to grovel to this grandmaster?
How wise is ancestors Wuxian? How did he accept a hothead as a disciple? In less than half a day, this wind had already swept through the extreme medicine sect. One should not look at how the extreme medicine sect was huge. The speed of news spreading was not slow at all. In the extreme medicine sect, going to the absolute heaven barrier was a very taboo thing. After all, nobody wanted their own sect's disciples to go to the front lines and court death. Of course, extreme medicine sect had nearly half of its disciples that were resisting the blood race at the absolute heaven barrier.
It was just that the disciples that went to the absolute heaven barrier were mostly the warring faction, while most who stayed behind to defend the sect were from the conservative faction. Like Zuoqin, he was a typical example of the warring faction. Over 70% of the disciples under him were at the absolute heaven barrier.
Therefore, although Xianyang Peak was big, there were actually not many people. The conservative faction's opinion was not to fight but to groom a large number of powerhouses in the sect and accumulate strength. Over these years, the extreme medicine sect strengthened the nurturing of martial arts and had indeed also groomed a large group of Emperor Realm powerhouses. This way, the conservative faction's status became even more stable.
Hence, Yi Yuan wanting to exile these people actually touched the interests of the conservative faction. They naturally would not let Yi Yuan get his way.
Many Emperor Realm powerhouses also scoffed in derision when they received this news.
A brat who was still wet behind his ears thought that he could cover the sky with one hand after entering the sect?
Laughable. Why did Zuochun take in this kind of moron as a disciple?
The news spread fervently while Wu Jiang and Zhou Kun had smug faces.
Martial Uncle Zhou's ability is truly remarkable. It's just been half a day, and that grandmaster of ours has already become the laughingstock of the entire sect, Qian Nan said ingratiatingly.
Zhou Kun had a proud look as he said, a trivial matter.
But this piece of news spreading so quickly wasn't just my credit alone. Someone is adding fuel to the fire. Wu Jiang nodded his head and said, Zuochun, that old thing raises a hue and cry every day about making the sect's disciples go to the front lines and deliver themselves to death. He's very stubborn. It looks like this brat obtained his true legacy. But we have got to thank this brat too. Zuochun, that old fellow, is going to lose his face this time. Speaking of this, Wu Jiang was very pleased with himself.
When talking, he did not have the slightest respect for Zuoqin, this grandmaster, either. In reality, they were very disgusted with Zuoqin and could even be said to abhor him.
Behind the scenes, they were not stingy with talking about these warring factions. Furthermore, news spread so quickly. Zhou Kun clearly did not have this much ability.
There were Emperor Realm powerhouses adding fuel to the fire.
Clearly, there were also people happy to see Zuochun get deflated.
Serves him right.
Zuochun, that old thing, keeps calling for us to go to the absolute heaven barrier every day. God knows how many people in the sect hate him to death and wish for him to die at the absolute heaven barrier. This time we can just nice watch a show, Zhou Kun also said with a look of contempt.
Wu Jiang smiled and said, what's laughable is that kid. Does he really think that just by having high seniority he can cover the sky with one hand? Those more formidable than Zuoqin in this extreme medicine sect
are not just one or two people. Oh right, Zhou Kun. Who do you think gave us a push from behind this time?
Zhou Kun smiled and said, asking me, don't you know it?
Apart from that one, who else could it be?
Wu Jiang laughed and said, Zuoqin, that old fogey, repeatedly tried to drag Emperor Qin Shan into the water. Emperor Qin Shan has hated him to the core a long time ago. Apart from him, there's really nobody else. After this time, that Yi Yuan will have a hard time in the sect. Maybe Emperor Qin Shan will find a reason and directly send that punk off to the absolute heaven barrier.
Gong.
The few people were currently laughing away when the door was directly kicked open by someone. A youth with a shoulder strap walked right in.
Wu Jiang was just about to lose his temper. But when he saw the arrival, he could not help drawing a cold breath. A foreboding premonition welled up in his heart.
Senior apprentice brother Ling gracing us with your presence. I wonder what instructions you have? Wu Jiang said with an ugly expression.
The arrival was called Ling Jiang, a law enforcement hall disciple. Law enforcement hall disciples had great authority. This Ling Jiang was in charge of the true sovereign heaven and below disciples of the few dojos nearby.
Ling Jiang coming at this time, he probably came looking for trouble.
Could it be that Yi Yuan, that punk, knew that he boasted too much, so he mobilized the law enforcement hall to come deal with him? Until now, he also did not believe that Yi Yuan could exile all of them to the absolute heaven barrier. Such a large movement, it was bound to be unanimously opposed by the conservative faction.
Previously, the warring faction had already done so. In the end, they naturally ran into a wall.
Ling Jiang's expression was frosty as he said, "Wu Jiang, bring your men and assemble at Heart Serenity Peak," and immediately set off for the absolute heaven barrier. The expressions of the three people present changed wildly at the same time, their eyes full of shock. How was this possible? That brat really did it?
Could it be that those Emperor Realm powerhouses all did not care? Could it be that the conservative faction was just passively watching the warring faction be pleased about it?
"I want to meet Martial Uncle Yun Hai," Wu Jiang gritted his teeth and said. Emperor Cloud Heaven Powerhouse, Zhang Yun Hai, was Wu Jiang's backer. At this time, it was impossible that he did not protect him.
However, Ling Jiang still said coldly, "Don't bother. You don't have to hold on to hope either. This order was personally passed down by Sect Master. No one can protect you."
"What? A Sect Master?" Wu Jiang somewhat doubted his own ears, his eyes full of shock. Why would Sect Master, that kind of paramount existence, care about this kind of trivial matter?
This was impossible.
But Wu Jiang knew that Ling Jiang absolutely would not joke about this. Nobody could afford to make this kind of joke. Although the Sect Master was not the supreme authority, Hegemon Realms and the Extreme Light Pavilion basically would not care about things.
Under normal circumstances, Sect Master was the highest adjudicator in the Extreme Medicine Sect.
No one dared to provoke His Majesty. Ling Jiang said coldly, "Wu Jiang, move faster. You only have an hour."
"If it's delayed, you don't have to go anymore either."
Finished saying, Ling Jiang turned around and left. He did not need to look at Wu Jiang either. No one dared to defy the law enforcement hall's orders. Otherwise, the consequences would be much more serious than going to the absolute heaven barrier. Wu Jiang's heart turned ashen. This was not giving him any chance at all. But why was this happening?
He really did it?
But why would it be Sect Master? Wu Jiang said with a look of despair.
He made this matter known to everyone. Originally, he wanted to give Yi Yuan and Zuochen a slap.
Slapping the face of an Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse. Thinking about it made people a little excited. But now the matter blew up so big. The one who got slapped was him instead. By the side, Zhou Kun's expression was similarly very ugly. Ackle ran down his spine. He seemed to have provoked a remarkable person. Him not getting named showed that he had escaped a calamity. But the matter of him spreading the news could be investigated as long as one had the intention of looking into it.
Now he only wanted to become transparent. Yi Yuan's joke of wanting to exile Wu Jiang was currently being mocked by the entire sect.
Very soon another explosive news came. Wu Jiang, those few hundred people were really exiled. That group of people who offended Yi Yuan in front of the mountain pass gates. None of them managed to escape. The extreme medicine sect burst into an uproar from top to bottom. How did that boy do it? This time, it's actually Saint Sovereign personally giving the order to punish a group of true Sovereign Heavens and Saint Sovereign Heavens.
The boast that he made is really accomplished. This matter blew up so big. In the end, Wu Jiang himself became the biggest joke. How laughable.
No way, right?
It's a few hundred people. They got exiled just like that. Could it be that the extreme medicine sect's wind direction is starting to change?
In my view, this matter was likely Zuochen personally speaking up.
He has extremely high hopes of advancing to grade 9 Heavenly Alchemist. If he were to really fly off the handle, Sect Master has to give him some. Phase 2.
It's just that Zuochen pampers this little disciple a little too much. Right?
With Sect Master personally giving the order, this caused a mighty uproar in the sect from top to bottom.
Wu Jiang and the rest were merely a group of small fries. Nobody cared. Presently, At this critical juncture, such an order seriously made people's minds fall into a reverie. All along, the conservative faction and warring faction could be said to act independently and defiantly. Sect Master's attitude had always been impartial too. But this time, directly exiling a few hundred people, it was still the first time after the war. Although the extreme medicine sect had close to half of its disciples at the absolute heaven barrier, the vast majority voluntarily took part in the war. Those who were not willing to participate in the fight were usually not forced to under normal circumstances. But this time, it changed. Did the wind change, or was it really just for a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven? But no matter what, the boast that Yi Yuan put out was truly realized. The situation that Wu Jiang and Zhou Kun painstakingly created not only did not let Zhuo Chen's lineage become a joke, but it also fulfilled their wishes instead. Now, the entire sect knew that Zhuo Chen won. Then would the warring faction have the upper hand? When Hua Zong heard this news, he was stunned. He wondered whether he heard wrongly or not. Saint Sovereign actually personally gave the order to exile Wu Jiang and the others for a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven? He thought of Zhuo Chen right away. Other than Zhuo Chen, who else could have such power? But this also deeply reflected how much his master valued Yi Yuan. Third senior apprentice brother, Zhu Yan, patted Hua Zong's shoulder and said with a bitter smile, "The few of us should go and meet this little junior brother together. Master has always taught us that, apprentice. Brothers should help each other and be close as a family. But now, little junior brother just entered the sect, and he got left out to dry by us. Most likely, his elderly self is very enraged. Right?" There were 5 senior apprentice brothers present. Just earlier, they were still discussing how to deal with this matter. They did not expect that it had been resolved. Furthermore, it was even with such a fierce method. Zhuo Chen took in a total of 16 disciples, but 5 had already died in battle. At present, there were 5 that remained in the sect, with third senior apprentice brother Zhu Yan as the eldest. The remaining were all following Zhuo Chen to fight at Absolute Heaven Barrier. These 11 people, only Hua Zong alone was true Sovereign Heaven. The rest were all Emperor Realm powerhouses. When Zhu Yan and the rest heard about this, they were very angry too and did not have the intention of going to meet Yi Yuan at all. But now reality slapped them in the face. Reality proved that Master's concern toward Yi Yuan was even stronger than they imagined. Hua Zong smiled bitterly and said, "We can only do this. It looks like this little junior brother of ours is really beloved by Master." These words were a little sour. Zhuo Chen's requirements of them senior apprentice brothers were very stringent. He had never done this kind of pampering thing before. Zhu Yan and the others very naturally pinned this on Zhuo Chen. Although they were also somewhat doubtful whether Zhuo Chen had so much weight to make Sect Master personally give the order, this was the most logical explanation. Zhu Yan said coolly, "Being able to be valued so much by Master, little junior brother must have aspects that surpass others. Rather than being sour about it here, it's better to work hard and increase our strength and strive to make Master view you in a different light." This time, Sect Master personally taking action might also be that the wind direction changed. Absolute Heaven Barrier's war situation might not be optimistic. Hua Zong was startled and hurriedly said, "Senior apprentice brother lectured well. It was junior apprentice brother who was rash." The senior apprentice brother's 5 people came to find Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan was not around. Zhu Yan and the rest were afraid of new-formed cracks forming between them and Yi Yuan and could not leave immediately either. They could only wait in Yi Yuan's residence. At this time, Yi Yuan already entered the Extreme Light Pavilion. The Extreme Light Pavilion was formed in an independent space. When Yi Yuan entered inside, he only felt spiritual energy fill his body. The heaven and earth spiritual energies here were several dozen times that of the outside world. One had to know the East Victory Mountain Range was one of Heaven One continent's limited major spiritual veins, its spiritual energy being extremely abundant. And the spiritual energy here was even more terrifying. The sun and moon circled this place, forming its own world. It was clearly an amazing work. Yi Yuan had a feeling that this place was where the extreme medicine sect's true foundation lay. Song Qingyang brought Yi Yuan and went straight into a great hall. Countless memorial tablets were enshrined in the great hall. Yi Yuan could not feel death chi from these memorial tablets.
Instead, there was an incomparably sacred feeling. The Extreme Light Pavilion is where the foundation of the Extreme Medicine sect lies. Only Pavilion Elders and the sect master have the qualification to enter this place. The memorial tablets enshrined here are all our Extreme Medicine sect's predecessors. Those whose cultivation reached grand completion Emperor Sakura Heaven will leave behind a wisp of source aura on their deathbed. In the course of time, this place became the Extreme Medicine sect's land of destiny. Our Extreme Medicine sect also prospered with each passing day. Although Ancestor Cloudmount said to let you enter the Extreme Light Pavilion, you must pay respects to the predecessors and obtain their recognition before you're considered the Extreme Light Pavilion's Pavilion Elder. Song Qingyang said. Yi Yuan's heart also turned somber as he listened. There were no less than 3,000 memorial tablets before this eyes. So many grand completion Emperor Sakura Heavens had actually appeared in the Extreme Medicine sect. Yi Yuan heard me. Tian said before that Source Aura was the crux to step into Hegemon realm. Only by reaching grand completion Emperor Sakura Heaven could one have the possibility of comprehending Source Aura. Such a precious thing, these predecessors could actually bear to leave them in their own memorial tablets. It was also no wonder that the present Extreme Medicine sect was like the noonday sun. This is the new disciple that Master newly accepted? Just Saint Sovereign Heaven, Master his elderly self is really impressive to actually find such a brat for me to be a junior apprentice brother. Suddenly Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. An old man who was emaciated like a stick appeared in front of him, sizing him up and down with a hint of amusement in his eyes. This old man gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. Although he was the same as Song Qingyang, both Grand Completion Emperor Sakura Heaven, Yi Yuan had a feeling that he was much more powerful than Song Qingyang. Yi Yuan felt that this person might be able to break through to Hegemon realm at any time. When Song Qingyang saw the old man, he immediately bowed and said, Disciple Song Qingyang pays respect to Pavilion Elder Clearcloud. Martial Uncle Yi, this is Ancestor Cloudmount's eldest disciple, your eldest senior brother, Li Clearcloud. Yi Yuan's heart turned somber, and he said with a bow. Yi Yuan offered greetings to eldest senior brother. Li Clearcloud's mouth curled, and he suddenly yelled loudly, Little bastards, all come out for me and pay respect to your little martial uncle. Do you all think that you can get through this hurdle? Humph humph, if that old fellow finds out, you guys will get it. With his roar, one figure after another suddenly appeared in the great hall, their expressions very awkward. Each and every one of those who came out had extremely powerful auras. But compared to Li Clearcloud, they were still a notch inferior. But compared to Song Qingyang, they were significantly stronger. One look and you could tell that these people were very old. It was just that their expressions were a little ugly. Paying respects to little martial uncle. An old man with age spots all over his face bowed toward Yi Yuan with an embarrassed look. Paying respect to little martial uncle. Paying respect to little martial uncle. These extremely old Extreme Light Pavilion elders all bowed towards Yi Yuan with unwilling expressions. But in their hearts they had cursed Hegemon Cloudmount several times over. This old man actually took a Saint Sovereign Heaven in as a disciple. Where would their old faces go? A bunch of old men with half a foot into Hegemon realm actually called a Saint Sovereign Heaven as their martial uncle. The scene was too beautiful until you did not dare to look. Seeing these people's behavior, Song Qingyang immediately felt much more comfortable in his heart. Meanwhile, Li Clearcloud secretly sighed in relief. Luckily your father joined early. Otherwise, I would also have to call this little fellow martial uncle like this bunch of little bastards. These guys' seniority, they are all very low. It's just because they cultivated to grand completion Emperor Sakura Heaven and also entered the Emperor Sakura Heaven that they can call you as their martial uncle. Otherwise, they won't even be able to call you that, Li Clearcloud said casually. By the side, the old faces of the group of pavilion elders turned bright red. In front of Li Clearcloud, they really did not have the capital to be proud. Your matters, Zhou Pinespring, that little imp has already told me. You're very good. This time you've rendered great contributions for the Alliance. Them calling you their martial uncle is also worthwhile. In our lineage, there are only me and Zhou Pinespring, 2 people left. The rest are all dead. So right now, in the Extreme Medicine sect, apart from that old man, me and that little rascal, your seniority is the highest. Understand? Li Clearcloud continued explaining.
Many thanks for explaining, eldest apprentice brother. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, but he was very shocked in his heart.
He naturally understood what the phrase all dead that Li Clear Cloud talked about meant.
As long as one did not reach the hegemon realm, there would always be Tao tribulation falling. Furthermore, it would get stronger and stronger. Reaching grand completion Emperor Sakra heaven, cultivation realm could not rise anymore. There was only overcoming tribulation continuously. Therefore, those disciples of hegemon Cloudmount all died under the Tao tribulations. But Li Clear Cloud entered his tutelage the earliest, and yet, he was still alive all the way until now. It could be seen how terrifying his strength was.
TT was just that Yu Yuan was very puzzled. Li Clear Cloud was so heaven-defying.
Why could he not break through to the hegemon realm?
Li Clear Cloud seemed to have seen through Yu Yuan's puzzlement and said with a disdainful look, "Zhou Pinespring, that rascal thinks that his talent is outstanding. Actually, it's also just like that. Talent, this kind of thing,
can't be eaten as food. Immense accumulations erupting, understand?
Your eldest senior brother, me, my talent isn't great, but I win in that I advanced gradually and entrenched myself at every step, walking step by
step until today. I've outlasted all the people in the same generation till they died. I've also weathered out those younger than me.
Furthermore, barring no accident, I'll outlast you too."
Ha ha ha. Don't look at how your eldest senior brother. I am inferior to Zhou Pinespring, that rascal currently. Once I break through to the hegemon realm, I can beat him until he has to look all over the ground for his teeth.
Furthermore, don't look at how I haven't reached the hegemon realm. If I really fight, I'm not weaker than some of the weaker hegemon realms.
I can barely be considered a hegemon realm too. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he grinned and said, "Eldest senior brother, you might not be able to outlast me." Li Clear Cloud smiled and said, "Divergent cultivators all say that, but in the end, they all died."
Since time immemorial, grand completion Emperor Sakra heaven divergent cultivators have appeared before. But hegemon
realm divergent cultivators had never appeared before. Therefore, I can definitely outlast you.
Yi Yuan was still unmoved and said with a light smile, "Then let's wait and see." Li Clear Cloud smiled and said, "You brat, you're indeed a little interesting. No wonder that old man took fancy on you. Enough nonsense. Step forward and pay respects to the forefathers.
Be careful. This hurdle
isn't easy to get through."
Yi Yuan nodded slightly and walked over toward the memorial tablets. There was a futon placed before the memorial tablets. Yi Yuan arrived before the futon and knelt straight down. Dong!
Dong!
Dong! Yi Yuan gave 3 kowtows toward the memorial tablets and could not help feeling somewhat perplexed in his heart.
Wasn't it said that it was difficult to pass?
Seemed like there were no surprises. Could it be that it had not arrived yet?
Eldest senior brother, did I do anything wrong?
Amen. Eldest senior brother. Yi Yuan got up, turned to look at Li Clear Cloud, and suddenly discovered that Li Clear Cloud was staring at him dumbfoundedly.
Not just him, all of the pavilion elders present as well as Song Qingyang all had an expression like they had seen a ghost.
Yi Yuan was currently feeling uncertain in his heart when the entire great hall suddenly lit up.
He could not help turning around to look and discovered that those several thousand memorial tablets all gave off a dazzling light.
Yi Yuan felt as if a profound and inscrutable thing had descended on his body. As for what this was, Yi Yuan could not put his finger to it either. But Yi Yuan felt that there was an additional trace of vague connection between him and these memorial tablets. His brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that this was the test? Eldest senior brother. When he turned to look at Li Clear Cloud again, Yi Yuan discovered that the expressions on his face became even more exaggerated. That kind of shock already could not use words to describe. Yi Yuan had a blank look, not knowing what was going on. Very soon those lights dimmed down. But that trace of vague connection was still there. Yi Yuan looked toward Li Clear Cloud, quietly waiting for his explanation.
Li Clear Cloud swallowed his saliva hard and revolved around Yi Yuan a few times as if wanting to see through Yi Yuan. It shouldn't be.
How is this possible?
No matter how I look, there's also nothing out of the ordinary.
What right does this kid have to surpass me? As he looked, Li Clear Cloud shook his head, his mouth muttering nonstop. How could Yi Yuan still not understand? He seemed to have done something incredible. However, he really did not know what had happened. Suddenly, Li Clearcloud moved closer to Yi Yuan and asked, "You punk? Are you a freak? No matter how I look, you're also not that kind of world-shocking genius. Why can you get all the predecessors' recognition?"
Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Is all the predecessors' recognition very hard?"
Li Clearcloud jumped right up and scolded, "Brat, stop posturing. The recognition of all the predecessors isn't hard. It's simply impossible."
There are a total of 3,892 memorial tablets here. As long as you obtain the
recognition of 1/5, it's considered passing the test. But nobody has ever obtained all the recognition. Do you know who obtained the most recognition before you? Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said, "That must be you, eldest senior brother." Li Clearcloud smacked his thigh and said, "Ha!
Boy, you're really clever."
Senior brother, I obtained a total of 3,023 predecessors recognition. It's even more than our master. Joe Pinespring, that rascal, there's even less need to talk about him. There were only 2,631.
What capability do you, boy, have?
To actually pass with all the votes.
Yi Yuan had a blank look and asked, "What does this recognition represent?"
Just what kind of test is this? He still could not make neither head nor tail until now and completely did not know what it was testing. Little Marshal Uncle, the Extreme Light Pavilion's test actually places the most weight on character and disposition.
Of course, talent, potential, and other aspects all have a comprehensive consideration. This is a
feeling from the unseen world. Can't be described with words. If one has to say it in words, it's making more predecessors like you and bestow upon you the power of blessing. Of course, making everyone like you is something impossible. Therefore, the predecessors who don't like you will stand in the way of you paying homage. If the predecessors that like you are a lot, it will naturally press down this obstruction. But the strange thing is that when you were paying homage earlier, there was actually no obstruction at all. Furthermore, you obtained the blessing power of all the predecessors. This is too
inconceivable,
Song Qingyang explained, his words carrying immense shock. Truly, they had never heard before of anyone who could accomplish this. What was the most difficult thing in the world? That was naturally to make everyone like you. Although the predecessors could not represent everyone, but making over 3,800 predecessors like you at the same time, this was absolutely something extremely difficult.
But Yi Yuan did it.
Hearing Song Qingyang's explanation, Yi Yuan seemed to have understood something. The reason why he obtained the unanimous recognition of these predecessors, it was probably still because of the striking righteous air that existed in his body. Walking all the way here, Yi Yuan had saved the common people from misery and suffering time and again, developing an impressive righteous air.
Not just that, in these 2 lifetimes, the people that Yi Yuan saved with alchemy Dao could not be counted at all.
There were likely not many cultivators that could match up to his merit. Cultivators were mostly selfish.
The stronger one was, the more they tended to consider their own interests.
But Yi Yuan sought a clear conscience when doing things. Just like outside the mountain pass gates, it originally did not concern Yi Yuan, but he meddled in other people's business. The power of origin stowed in these memorial tablets were originally masterless objects, but they had already formed a unified whole. It could form some kind of resonance with the striking righteous air that Yi Yuan developed unknowingly.
Thus, that was how Yi Yuan obtained all of the predecessors' recognition.
What's blessing power? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Do you feel that you've established a trace of connection with these memorial tablets? Yi Yuan nodded his head. Li Clearcloud continued. These predecessors' memorial tablets carry the destiny of the sect. Therefore, your destiny will also be bound together in a common cause with the sect. The stronger the sect is, the stronger your destiny too. Similarly, your destiny will also nourish the sect. In addition, when you encounter a desperate situation, it will automatically trigger this mysterious power, and the predecessors will block the fatal blow for you. Although the strength of the predecessors who left
Behind the origin power didn't reach Hegemon realm. After so many years of accumulation, the power formed by these memorial tablets already reached a very terrifying level. It absolutely won't lose to top Hegemon realm powerhouses. Of course, the power of blessing still has the most important function, which is helping you comprehend the power of origin. Over 3,000 great Daos, over 3,000 origin power.
That's an endless fortune. Yi Yuan was also incredibly shocked when he heard.
He did not expect that this power of blessing was actually so monstrous.
He also finally understood why the extreme medicine sect was so powerful. Wanting to step into the Hegemon realm, the power of origin was a hurdle that could not be avoided. But the power of blessing could actually help comprehend the power of origin. Actually, before the war with the blood race, the extreme medicine sect already faintly showed signs of being Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's #1 great sect. For great hegemons, this was something that no hegemon-level sect had. If time was given, it might not be impossible for the extreme medicine sect to grow into a super sect like the Labyrinth Divine Palace.
In that case, eldest senior brother being able to transcend the Tao tribulation many times is also because of the power of blessing? Yi Yuan looked toward Li Clearcloud and said with a smile.
Li Clearcloud nodded and said, "That's right." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I wonder how my power of blessing compares to eldest senior brother?" Li Clearcloud's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "There's no comparison, because nobody has ever received the blessing of all the predecessors."
Yi Yuan beamed and said, "In that case, I'll be much more confident when facing the heavenly punishment in the future. It looks like it won't be easy for eldest senior brother to want to outlast me."
Li Clearcloud's expression turned blacker.
He got slapped in the face.
But Li Clearcloud knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. His power of blessing was far worse than Yi Yuan's. But even so, he still relied on the power of blessing and lived until now.
Then what about Yi Yuan? Thinking about it, he shook his head again and said, "It's no use. Although the power of blessing is strong, no matter how strong it is, it's also not stronger than heavenly Tao.
If heaven wants to eliminate you, it's useless no matter how strong the power of blessing is."
Yi Yuan grinned and said, "There's no point in arguing. Wouldn't we know if we test it out?" Finished saying, Yi Yuan's figure flashed and he went out of the great hall.
Suddenly, Yi Yuan's aura rose crazily. He was actually going to break through to Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven.
In reality, Yi Yuan could have broken through long ago.
It was just that taking the initiative to call down heavenly punishment the last time made Yi Yuan almost lose his life. The Tao tribulation this time was even stronger than before. It was at least 8-9 Tao tribulation. Hence, Yi Yuan needed to store up and accumulate strength.
At present, with the power of blessing, Yi Yuan naturally did not have so many misgivings anymore.
Rumble.
Tao tribulation arrived as expected.
The terrifying pressure made even Li Clearcloud give a sidelong glance. How did this boy provoke heavenly Tao? A mere middle Saint Sovereign Heaven is actually going to transcend 8-9 Tao tribulation. Li Clearcloud also said in surprise.
It was not that he had not seen before divergent cultivators. But such a freakish divergent cultivator, it was really still his first time seeing. 8-9 Tao tribulation, normally only true sovereign heaven powerhouses had the qualifications to transcend it.
Furthermore, it was even slightly stronger lower true sovereign heavens. Boom! Very soon, Tao tribulation fell, the power was even greater than before. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan brought out the Tao sword and slashed a sword on the Tao tribulation. The Tao tribulation collapsed with a loud bang.
Yi Yuan had a stunned look. When did his Tao sword become so strong?
Following that, one Tao tribulation after another fell down.
Yi Yuan chopped out with a sword again. The Tao tribulation collapsed once more.
Yi Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. Was this the mysterious power of the blessing power? But he clearly did not feel that he was more powerful.
The power of his Tao sword was still the same as before, but why could he shatter the Tao tribulation so easily?
By the side, Li Clearcloud's eyes went wide. What kind of bullshit sword technique is this boy using? Each sword slashed onto the weak spot of the Tao tribulation. This boy clearly doesn't have such sharp eyesight, but he could accomplish this. Even if it's the
power of blessing, this is also too monstrous, right? Li Clearcloud said indignantly.
8-9 Tao tribulation, it was just some rule power descending. It was not invulnerable. These Tao tribulations were masterless things without consciousness. It was naturally impossible for there to be no flaws in the utilization of rules. Therefore, Tao tribulation had weak points too. It was just that to Yi Yuan it was simply impossible to discover these weak points. Unless one reached an extremely high realm and had an extremely deep comprehension of rule power, only then could one detect it. Only then could one resolve a major problem with little effort, easily shattering the Tao tribulation.
But each of Yi Yuan's sword moves chopped on the weak point of the Tao tribulations randomly.
If this kind of strange thing happened once in a while, forget it. But it actually happened to Yi Yuan for every sword. A coincidental thing became an inevitable thing. This was terrifying.
How sharp were Li Clearcloud's eyes? He saw through the root of Yi Yuan being able to easily shatter the Tao tribulations with a glance.
It was just that he was incomparably shocked in his heart. The enhancement of this power of blessing was also too scary, right? Song Qingyang was stunned too. Yi Yuan's strength was clear to him at a glance as well. This 8-9 Tao tribulation was absolutely not easy for him. But now it was like a piece of cake. When could Tao tribulations be overcome like this too?
This luck is too heaven-defying.
Even if there's the enhancement of the power of blessing, it shouldn't be like this too. Most likely, this boy's own destiny is extremely strong to begin with. Now, with the blessing power
of all the predecessors enhancing, that's why it's terrifying to such an extent.
The corners of Song Qingyang's mouth twitched a few times, his expression seemingly strange as he said, "Right now, if lower true sovereign heavens were to fight with Yi Yuan, they would probably vomit blood, right? A great destiny wielder plus the power of blessing. This simply has no solution, not just lower true sovereign heaven. I'm afraid that if middle true sovereign heaven encounters this boy, they will vomit blood too. Yeah, although Yi Yuan can't do anything to a middle true sovereign heaven. If the middle true sovereign heaven wants to kill him, it's simply dreaming. I suspect that if this boy goes to a mystic realm right now, will he be able to find treasures if he went to relieve himself?" Those martial nephews of Yi Yuan were rambling away, finding it hard to hide the shock in their hearts. This luck was really going to defy the heavens.
One could say that the entire extreme medicine sect was standing behind Yi Yuan now.
Wanting to kill him, you would have to ask the extreme medicine sect's predecessors. With the augmentation of the sect's destiny, it would be hard even if Yi Yuan wanted to die. These Grand Completion Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses were all envious until they wanted to smack Yi Yuan to death. Very soon, the tribulation clouds scattered in disgrace, as if feeling some kind of deep helplessness too. Yi Yuan's realm also broke through smoothly, reaching Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven.
He came before Li Clearcloud rather excitedly and said with a smile, "Eldest senior brother, this power of blessing is really very useful. When you transcend tribulation, is it like this too?"
Li Clearcloud's face turned black, immediately wanting to ignore Yi Yuan.
Was it like this? Yes. But it was already very impressive to have one time under 10 rounds of Tao tribulation.
He was simply cheating. If he transcended tribulations like this for all future realms, then would the first divergent cultivator hegemon in history be born? It was not impossible. He thought that the bet that Yi Yuan made with him would only be realized after a very long time. He did not expect that the face slapping came so quickly. It was likely not easy to outlast Yi Yuan.
He was a wielder of great destiny to begin with. Now, having obtained the power of blessing too, it would really be hard to die even if he wanted to.
Swoosh! Li Clearcloud threw a small and exquisite jade sword over, saying in a muffled voice, "I don't want to talk to you. Take this jade sword and hurry up and go.
Also, don't come to the Extreme Light Pavilion if you have nothing to do. Either way, your realm is still lacking. It's no use to come here too." The others nodded one after another, deeply feeling that way too. This guy seemed to purely be here to bully people.
Finished saying, Li Clearcloud did not give Yi Yuan the chance to talk at all. Flicking his sleeves, Yi Yuan was sent out of the Extreme Light Pavilion space. Ouch! Yi Yuan plopped his buttocks onto the ground and grimaced in pain. This Li Clearcloud was really merciless.
Yi Yuan felt that he was very innocent. Wasn't it just transcending a tribulation?
Was there a need for each and every one of you to look like you're bound by a common hatred for an enemy? Yi Yuan surveyed the surroundings. He returned to his residence. The means of an Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouse was really fantastical. Even with his spatial rule attainments, he did not figure out how he returned. He was holding the Extreme Light Jade Sword in his hand. This was the token of an Extreme Light Pavilion's Pavilion Elder's identity, and also the key to enter the Extreme Light Pavilion. The location of the Extreme Light Pavilion was very secret. Ordinary people did not know it. However, Yi Yuan had the Extreme Light Jade Sword in his hands. As long as it was within the boundary of the Extreme Medicine Sect, he could enter the Extreme Light Pavilion at any time. With the Extreme Light Jade Sword, Yi Yuan was one of the most powerful people in the Extreme Medicine Sect. Suddenly, Yi Yuan heard a din outside. Zhu Yan, after messing around for a long time, this little junior brother of yours is a coward. It's also just bullying some juniors. When it really comes down to exchanging blows with his peers, he doesn't even dare to let out a fart. Martial Uncle's Wuxia is so protective of him like a hen protecting her chicks. I was wondering what kind of alchemy genius he was. After messing around for a long time, he doesn't even dare to show his face.
At this time, Xianxia Peak was surrounded by many people. Most were Emperor Realm powerhouses. There was also a minority who were true sovereign heavens.
But the words were rather impolite. Zhu Yan's brows were tightly furrowed, and he said, Wang Lin, stop showing off here. If you have the ability, let's have a contest. Little junior brother just entered the sect, and you all are bullying to the doorstep like this. Do you really treat our lineage like we have nobody? But Wang Lin was not angry and said with a smile, My junior apprentice brother Lu is grade 5 realm 2. How can fighting with a peer be bullying to the doorstep?
You all don't even dare to have this kind of competition. Are you not cowardly turtles?
Zhu Yan, if you were to admit that your lineage's people are all cowards in front of all the senior and junior apprentice brothers, we can turn around and leave.
The expressions of Yu Yan and the few senior apprentice brothers were ugly to the extreme. While by the side, Hua Zong's face was flushed red, wishing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into.
This Wang Lin was Emperor Qin Shan's eldest disciple. Emperor Qin Shan was Emperor Wuqia's sworn enemy. The two people's strengths were comparable, and their status in the sect was similar too. They were also backbone figures of the conservative and warring factions. They could be said to be incompatible like water and fire. Previously, Emperor Qin Shan added fuel to the fire with regards to Yi Yuan's matter, planning on making Wuqian lose a great deal of face. In the end, he himself ended up dusty and dirty in appearance. Everyone was perfectly clear about those affairs in the sect. Having lost so much face, Qin Shan was naturally not willing to let the matter go.
Just nice, his youngest disciple exited seclusion and his alchemy path strength improved greatly, so he came to bully to the doorstep.
Who was his youngest disciple?
Lu Daoyi, Extreme Medicine Sect's Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist's #1 person. Before Yi Yuan entered the sect, Lu Daoyi was the Extreme Medicine Sect's man of the hour.
He challenged the entire Extreme Medicine Sect's Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemists by himself. In alchemy, he could be said to have fought all over the Extreme Medicine Sect and was unrivaled. Even many Grade 6 Heavenly Alchemists were not his match either. Back then, Wuqian and Qin Shan were both very optimistic about Lu Daoyi and wanted to take him in as a disciple. As a result, Lu Daoyi still chose Qin Shan in the end.
After he got the title of #1 Grade 5, he immediately went into closed seclusion.
This closed seclusion was 10 years long. Just a few days ago, Lu Daoyi just exited seclusion. Before he could display his ability, Yi Yuan just happened to have arrived. Under Qin Shan's hastening of influence, Yi Yuan merely entered the sect for less than half a day and was already the man of the hour in the entire Extreme Medicine Sect. Qin Shan naturally could not swallow this insult. Didn't he send Lu Daoyi to come and challenge him? It was just nice. It also let Lu Daoyi display his strength after leaving seclusion. On the one hand, it showed that he, Qin Shan, could teach disciples. On the other hand, it was also to let the conservation faction obtain more say. You look, only by secretly developing in the rear could one produce experts. Of course, Lu Daoyi did not let Qin Shan down either.
He came to Xianxia Peak to challenge Yi Yuan. In the end, Yi Yuan just happened to have gone to the Extreme Light Pavilion. Zhu Yan and the rest just happened to be here. It was naturally impossible to let Yi Yuan, this newcomer disciple, step forward. Lu Daoyi did not talk rubbish either, directly issuing Hua Zong a challenge letter to compete in alchemy with him. In the end, Lu Daoyi won. His alchemy strength already surpassed Hua Zong all round. A grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually defeated a grade 6 heavenly alchemist. How could this not make people sigh with admiration? One had to know that Hua Zong was not an ordinary grade 6 heavenly alchemist. He could be ranked within the entire sect. Otherwise, why would he have been accepted by Zuo-Qin as a cross-generation disciple? In order to slap the face of Zuo-Qin's lineage, Wang Lin deliberately spread the news and attracted many sect powerhouses. In the end, Lu Daoyi shocked the world in one battle, crushing Hua Zong. Hence, that was why Hua Zong was so ashamed. Hua Zong's fists were clenched tightly as he said, "Third senior brother, it's all my fault. If my strength wasn't lacking, we also wouldn't be humiliated by people like this." Zhu Yan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Striving harder after knowing humiliation is what a real man does." Hua Zong clenched his jaws tightly and nodded his head. But Zhu Yan felt a headache too. This situation currently was not easy to resolve. At this time, a voice broke the silence. "Hey, each and every one of you, what are you quarreling about at my residence? You guys, do you still want people to cultivate or not? Do you have any civic-mindedness or not?" The moment Hua Zong looked, he could not help staying dumbfoundedly. "Little junior brother? When did you come back?" With this, everyone's gazes all looked toward Yi Yuan simultaneously with a whoosh. Previously, Yi Yuan was clearly not at his residence. With so many people surrounding here, where did Yi Yuan pop out from? Even Zhu Yan, this Emperor Realm powerhouse, was very surprised too. He did not detect Yi Yuan's return in the slightest. But Wang Lin and the rest seemed to be greatly invigorated. The perpetrator came out. "Aren't you, Zuo-Chun, amazing? Don't you dote on this disciple? Today, I'm going to slap your face ruthlessly in front of the entire sect." Wang Lin looked toward Zhu Yan with a look of amusement and said, "Didn't you say that he wasn't around? Now, what do you still have to say?" Zhu Yan had an awkward look. Looking toward Yi Yuan, he had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations. "Didn't you know how to hide for a bit? Running out at this time, wouldn't it confirm cowardly turtle this term?" Lu Daoyi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a snicker, "You're Yi Yuan? I even thought about what kind of incredible genius you were. After messing around for a long time, it's just a cowardly turtle." Yi Yuan looked at Lu Daoyi and said coolly, "Who are you?" Lu Daoyi smiled smugly and said, "Don't know who I am? Listen up. I'm Lu Daoyi, Extreme Medicine Sect's Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemists #1 person. Very soon, I'll become the #1 person among Grade 6 Heavenly Alchemists. I only have one goal, and that's Ancestor Pine Spring. I'll step into profound grade before stepping into Emperor Realm." Got to say, this self-introduction was very impressive. It was because daring to put Zhou Pine Spring as a goal was a very courageous thing in the first place. Furthermore, Lu Daoyi had this capital. He was just Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heaven and already defeated a powerhouse like Hua Zong. When he reached Grand Completion True Sovereign Heaven, he might not be unable to step into profound grade. Logically speaking, Lu Daoyi should be hated by many for being so arrogant. But there was none at all. Lu Daoyi really underwent a complete change after the closed seclusion this time. I didn't expect that he set Ancestor Pine Spring as his goal. It sounds very arrogant, but it's really very promising. I heard that Ancestor Pine Spring could already defeat the top grade 6 heavenly alchemists in the sect when he was at grade 5 realm. Martial Uncle Qin Shan took in a good disciple. Although we're grade 7 realm, we might get caught up to by him if we're careless. In the battle previously, Lu Daoyi exhibited a formidable alchemy path strength. After 10 years of closed seclusion, he really underwent a complete transformation, shocking the world with one battle. Even the Zhou Pine Spring back then was likely not much stronger than Lu Daoyi. Maybe when Lu Daoyi reached Grand Completion True Sovereign Heaven, he would really step into profound grade. When Yi Yuan heard, he chuckled inwardly. Was profound grade very hard? He said coolly, "So incredible?"
Since you're already number one, what did you come to find me for? Lu Daoyi said coolly. I just exited seclusion a few days ago and heard that a peerless genius at the same rank joined the sect. I naturally have to come and defeat him.
Otherwise, how can my title of number one be confirmed? But seeing you, I'm very disappointed. You're not worthy to be my opponent at all.
These words were partly true and partly false. He indeed looked down on Yi Yuan, feeling that Yi Yuan was not worthy of being his opponent. But the other half was in order to infuriate Yi Yuan and then to slap his face mercilessly in front of everyone.
This way it would feel amazing. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan did not continue at all and said coolly, oh, since that's the case, then what are you still waiting here for?
You can go. The moment these words came out, everyone could not help being stupefied. So cowardly? Even Zhu Yan and the rest were also stunned.
Following, they felt so ashamed.
Why did their master take in such a disciple? He was too lacking in guts.
If Lu Daoyi was true sovereign heaven, then forget it. But Lu Daoyi was just Saint Sovereign Heaven.
Even if he clearly knew that he was not a match, he also could not concede defeat under this kind of circumstances. Otherwise, how would others view their master? How would people view you? Furthermore, Yi Yuan had just entered the sect for a day. Even if he lost, it was not considered disgraceful either.
But Yi Yuan did not follow up at all.
They were disappointed, unbelievably disappointed. Lu Daoyi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a big laugh, "In that case, you admit defeat?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I never said this." Lu Daoyi was stupefied again and said, "Since you're not admitting defeat, then compete in a match."
Yi Yuan continued to shake his head and said, "Leave.
I won't compete with you, because there's no meaning at all."
Lu Daoyi could not help laughing as he said, "In that case, you're being completely shameless? Whatever you think." Yi Yuan had waned interest and turned around and left, leaving behind the dumbfounded-looking crowd.
This Lu Daoyi could not muster up his interest at all. Yi Yuan did not even have the desire to slap Lu Daoyi's face. Was winning Huazong very impressive?
Was sating Zhou Pinespring as a goal very impressive?
It was just that Yi Yuan's behavior was simply stubbornly hanging on in the view of the others. Clearly not a match and did not even dare to compete, but was not willing to admit defeat. It was difficult for this kind of person to have great accomplishments.
I even thought what kind of remarkable disciple Martial Uncles Wuxia took in.
Looking at it now, it's simply disgraceful.
Even if he loses after competing in a match, we won't look down on him either. At least he had the courage. But now he's clearly not a match and even refused to admit defeat, hoo-hoo.
WLL. T the hell. Martial Uncles Wa is really blind. Bringing a coward back and even protecting him like a treasure. Yi Yuan's departure set up a mighty storm.
Zhu Yan and the rest wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. This was a complete and utter humiliation.
After Wu Jiang and the others were exiled, their perception of Yi Yuan immediately improved significantly. But now, it immediately returned to before emancipation.
No, it was even worse than before emancipation.
This was not losing your own face. This was losing their master's face. Lu Daoyi laughed loudly and said, "Senior apprentice brother Zhu Yan, Uncle's Wuchan was wise all his life. But I didn't expect that he would have times where he's blind too. This kind of trash. I, Lu Daoyi, don't even have the desire to smack his face. Senior apprentice brother Wang. Let's go." Wang Lin smiled and said, "Indeed, this kind of person, junior apprentice brother, will be bringing disgrace upon yourself by taking action. Let's go."
As he said, Qin Shan's lineage left straightaway. There was already no need to compete in this match. The effect was far better than beating Yi Yuan. Zhou Chen's lineage probably would not be able to lift their heads for a very long time. Furthermore, Lu Daoyi defeating Huazong in this battle would surely shock the entire sect.
Their goal had already been achieved. At Yi Yuan's residence, Zhu Yan was very unhappy and said in a solemn voice, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, how can you be like this? You got to know that who you're representing isn't just yourself. There's also master. If you admit defeat, fine then. But you didn't concede and also did not accept the challenge. Master's face has been utterly lost by you." Yi Yuan was indifferent and said smilingly, "Third senior brother, I really can't muster interest in that Lu Daoyi. Competing with him is a complete waste of time. Zhu Yan was stunned and could not help laughing as he said, "In that case, you feel that you're better than him?" Yi Yuan nodded his head naturally and said, "That's of course." Zhu Yan's smile became a sneer and said, "Since you're stronger than him, why didn't you compete then?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Because he's too weak." Zhu Yan could not resist laughing loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, even your senior apprentice brother. I don't dare to say that Lu Daoyi is weak. You're actually saying that he's weak? Junior apprentice brother. You disappoint me too much. I really didn't expect that you're such a person." Finished saying, Zhu Yan flicked his sleeves and left. With regards to the indignation of Zhu Yan and the others, Yi Yuan did not take it seriously either. He was not familiar with these people to begin with. There was no need to pay too much attention to their feelings. After Zhu Yan, these people left, Yi Yuan immediately went to the scripture library and started browsing the extreme medicine sect's alchemy records. The extreme medicine sect focused on alchemy, their scriptures being extremely plentiful. It could be said to be enough to fill a house to the rafters. The extreme medicine sect's scripture library was divided into martial and alchemy. And the alchemy scripture library was a full 7 stories high. Of course, entering a different floor required different permissions. As Zuo Chen's disciple, Yi Yuan's authority was naturally great and could directly climb up to the 6th floor. As for the scripture library, the extreme medicine sect's limitations were not too great. Alchemy Dao was different from martial Dao. It was not about giving a person a secret book, and then he would be able to ascend to heaven in one step. The things recorded in alchemy classics were also greatly different from the things recorded into martial arts classics. Some of the profound things, even if let a person look, he might not be able to understand it too. Only by accumulating little by little could one go from the easy to the difficult and complicated, reaching the pinnacle. But not having many limitations did not mean that there were no limitations. The 7th levels classics, that was all the foundation of the extreme medicine sect. Only those with the highest authority could browse them. After Yi Yuan entered the scripture library, he did not stop at the lowest level but went straight up to the 6th level. Yi Yuan was only half a step away from profound grade. What he needed now was a spark of inspiration to break through this shackle. Ordinary classics could consolidate his foundation, but it was unable to serve as any advice. Therefore, he went straight to the 6th floor. Alchemy classics were not like martial arts classics, being classified into levels. Just as the 100 Herbs Illustrated Handbook, it could be said to just be the list of some heavenly medicines, but its preciousness was enough to place it at the 7th level. In the 6th level, there were naturally some records that Yi Yuan could not understand. But he understood the vast majority of it. It was because of the realm he had already reached. Above profound grade, it was even more vague and insubstantial. That level of records was incredibly precious and would naturally be placed at the 7th level. Of course, Yi Yuan knew that there were even higher level books placed in the Extreme Light Pavilion. That place, only the Extreme Light Pavilion's pavilion elders had the qualifications to browse through. However, those books were still too distant for Yi Yuan. There was naturally no need to consider them for now. At the 6th level, there were not many people reading the classics. It was basically some Emperor Realm powerhouses. The moment Yi Yuan entered the door, it immediately attracted sidelong glances. It was not that there were no grade 5 heavenly alchemists able to go up to the 6th floor. Lu Daoyi had this qualification. But even Lu Daoyi would not go up to the 6th level either. The alchemy records here were not suitable for him. Therefore, seeing a Saint Sovereign Heaven come up, these Emperor Realm powerhouses were all extremely surprised. Yi Yuan ignored these people's gazes, going straight for the bookcases and starting browsing through. All kinds of jade slips were placed on the bookcase. Next to the jade slips, there were the names and profiles of the records, which were clear at a glance. Yi Yuan swept a glance and casually picked up a profound grade heavenly pill detailed explanation and started reading. Young man, it's not good to reach beyond your grasp. Profound grade heavenly pill is a realm that you're currently unable to touch. Better to lay down the foundation honestly. That's the right way. Suddenly, a voice transmitted over next to Yi Yuan's ear. Upon turning his head to look, it was an old man in black robes. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said smilingly, "Many thanks to Ancestor for your teachings." This disciple got it.
Although he said so, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of leaving. This black-robed old man's strength was unfathomable. Yi Yuan could not see through. He had likely already reached Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm. Hence, Yi Yuan called him ancestor. The black-robed old man frowned and said, "Boy, are you turning a deaf ear to this seat's words?" Yi Yuan was helpless and could only say honestly, "Ancestor, this disciple came here in order to break through to profound grade." The moment this was said, many emperor realms immediately laughed out loud. A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven said that he wanted to break through to profound grade was really hilarious. These people, had already reached Emperor Realm and had not broken through to profound grade yet. It was fine if he did not say anything. But the moment he said this, the black-robed old man snorted coldly and said, "Not only are you reaching beyond your grasp, you're even wildly arrogant and conceited. Who's your master?" Yi Yuan was helpless and could only say, "My master is Wuchan." The black-robed old man snorted coldly and said, "Does Wuchan that brat have eyes but couldn't see? How did he accept such an ignorant brat to be a disciple? Go to where you should go. Don't disturb other people's reading here." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Ancestor, I'm just here to read. I didn't disturb others. It's you who disturbed the others." The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. This boy was really arrogant. Did he not know who this person in front of him was? Even if he did not know, to dare calls Wuchan that brat, and even said that he had eyes but could not see, could he be an ordinary person? "You actually dared to talk like this." The black-robed old man gave a cold laugh when he heard that. He said, "Hoo-hoo, well done. Even if Switchin that brat is in front of the seat, he also wouldn't dare to talk like that. Young friend, you really have a lot of balls." Yi Yuan said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, "This disciple is just speaking the truth. This disciple has the right to enter the 6th level. I naturally have the right to read here. Even if this blows up to sect master there, I'm not in the wrong either. Ancestor, you don't have the authority to make me leave. If Ancestor, you insist on making this disciple leave, then I can only go to the law enforcement hall to redress my grievance." The black-robed old man's face was already black as the bottom of a pot. This brat actually brought to the law enforcement hall to suppress him. He was making him leave for his own good. Not only did this brat not appreciate the kindness, but he was also even messing with him. If this matter really ended up at the law enforcement hall there, he really could not explain it clearly. With Yi Yuan's identity, he indeed had the qualifications to read the records here. He was the Alchemy Scripture Library's manager. If he really chased Yi Yuan out, that would be his fault. The law enforcement hall would embarrass him. He, an exalted Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouse, actually made things difficult for a Saint Sovereign Heaven. This could not be justified no matter what. "Ha! Good. Very good. This seat wants to see how you break through to profound grade realm. You're called Yi Yuan, right? This seat has remembered you. Later, this seat will ask Swachan that brat how he teaches disciples." The black-robed old man flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind the dumbfounded group of Emperor Realm powerhouses. This kid is too amazing to actually shoot down Elder Fanli until he's speechless. What amazing! I think that he's courting death. Elder Fanli is the sect master's senior apprentice brother, his seniority being extremely old. This kid offended him. Even martial uncles Wuchan can't protect him too. Hoo-hoo, actually. I also really want to see how this boy breaks through to profound grade realm. Yi Yuan naturally knew that Fanli was doing it for his own good. But he told the truth and the other party did not believe him and even wanted to chase him away. Sometimes geniuses were so helpless. "Since you want to see, then I'll let you see." Yi Yuan did not think too much either. Divine sense sinking into the jade slip and started reading carefully. Very soon, the matter of Yi Yuan not daring to accept Lu Daoi's challenge, but that he was too stubborn to admit defeat, was known across the entire sect. Originally, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven naturally would not attract people's attention. 2. But the commotion caused when Yi Yuan entered the sect was too big. Even if he did not want to attract attention, he could not. This matter continued to ferment. Very soon, Zhuchen's lineage became the laughingstock of the entire sect. When sect master gave the order personally,
there naturally would not be people who thought that it was Yi Yuan's face. Hence, the vast majority of the people felt that this was Wuchun being partial to Yi Yuan. Now, who he was shielding was actually this kind of coward. Wouldn't it be a joke? On the other hand, Lu Daoi's grand words also spread across the extreme medicine sect swiftly, shocking everyone. Lu Daoi's domineering exit from seclusion could be said to have become a sea-stabilizing divine needle of the conservative faction. Although he was just a grade 5 heavenly alchemist, his battle achievement already closed in on the number 1 genius, Zhou Pinespring. What did this indicate? This showed that the conservative faction's way of doing things was correct. If they could nurture another hegemon realm in the rear, it would absolutely have a profound impact on this war. On Tiansong Peak, Qin Shan said with a loud laugh, "Good. Good disciple. Master indeed didn't misjudge you. This time, you really gained face for Master." These 2 days, he was really riding on the crest of success, getting his fill of the limelight. Even when some Emperor Sakra heavens saw him, they also greeted warmly with smiling faces. Lu Daoi smiled and said, "Master, the marvelous thing is still at the back. From tomorrow onward, I'll challenge the sect's grade 6 heavenly alchemists. I want to let everyone know that I, Lu Daoi, am the number 1 genius after Ancestor Pinespring. I want to let everyone know that Master's opinion is the correct one. I lost," a grade 6 heavenly alchemist said dejectedly. In the next second, the whole audience was shocked. This is already the 18th consecutive win. Goodness gracious. This Lu Daoi is going to defy the heavens. Grade 6 heavenly alchemists are almost being swept away by him. His impressiveness really wasn't bragged about. Maybe he can really catch up to Ancestor Pinespring's footsteps. It's pretty close. Emperor Qin Shan really took in a fine disciple. Speaking of which, Emperor Qin Shan is on par with Emperors Wuchun to begin with. But now the gap is widened. These 2 disciples are really, one is in the sky and the other on the ground. For half a month in a row, Lu Daoi won 18 matches in a row, shocking the entire sect. Leaving seclusion this time, Lu Daoi was domineering to the extreme, and he really fought all over the extreme medicine sect and was unrivaled. These 18 people were all existences who rose above the masses among grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Lu Daoi being able to win all the battles, he was definitely powerful to the extreme. Even when compared to the Zhou Pinespring back then, it was not far off too. Back then, Zhou Pinespring truly swept across grade 6 when he was at peak grade 5. In contrast, Emperor Qin Shan's old adversary, Emperor Wuchen's disciple Yi Yuan, was really far too lacking. A mother relied on her son to be noble, while a master relied on his disciple to be noble. If one could bring up a hegemon realm powerhouse, that would absolutely be infinitely glorious. Hey, did you guys hear? That newly accepted disciple of martial uncles Wuchen, Yi Yuan, entered the scripture library and made public that he's going to break through to profound grade. Martial Uncle Fanli urged him with good intentions, and he even shot Martial Uncle Fanli down. It's really making me die of laughter. There's still such a thing? Ha ha ha. The disciples under Martial Uncles Wuchen's tutelage when compared to Martial Uncle Qinshan has always been a notch stronger. If not for senior apprentice brother Meng Yutian death in battle, their lineage would firmly suppress Qin Shan's lineage. But now, they really completely lost face all the way to their grandmother's home. Isn't that so? When that Yi Yuan entered the scripture library, he went straight up to the 6th level. That's absolutely max posturing points. Grade 5 heavenly alchemist stepping into profound grade realm. If it can really be done, that will really shock the entire grand bright jade complete heaven. Ha ha ha. How hilarious. That boy is also an interesting one. Talking about Yi Yuan, everyone burst into laughter. Because of Qin Shan and Zuochen's relationship, Lu Daoi would naturally be used as a comparison too. Not comparing was still fine, but upon comparison, the difference was really too big. One was like the sun in the sky, being incomparably dazzling. The other was like the dust beneath one's feet, being bleak and dim. Especially Yi Yuan's personality, it was what made people denounce the most. Puffing himself up at his own cost and reveling in it, he became everyone's laughingstock. In this whole world, most likely apart from himself, there was no one with the sense of superiority anymore. Tomorrow, I'll challenge senior apprentice brother Wang Ji.
At that time, all senior apprentice brothers please show up and support. Lu Daoi surveyed the surroundings and said loudly.
With this, it shocked everyone even more. He's actually going to challenge Wang Ji. Impressive.
Wang Ji is Ancestor Peijian's disciple. He can definitely rank among the top 10 in grade 6. It looks like Lu Daoi still has strength to spare.
With this, there will really be a good show to watch. Previously, who Lu Daoi challenged were all the disciples of grade 8 heavenly alchemists.
But some grade 9 heavenly alchemists similarly had grade 6 disciples.
Of course, the eyesights of grade 9 heavenly alchemists were pickier. The grade 6 disciples that they took in were naturally stronger. Wang Ji was one of them. Lu Daoi's challenges set off bigger and bigger waves in the sect. Even some veteran Emperor Sakura heaven powerhouses have already started to pay attention. Once the strength that Lu Daoi displayed reached a certain level, Qin Shan, this small household, naturally would not be able to accommodate him anymore.
At that time, those grade 9 heavenly alchemists would be moved too.
Regarding the outside world's disturbances, Yi Yuan was completely clueless. These few days, he had been immersing in the sea of alchemy Dao all along, unable to extricate himself. The extreme medicine sect was well deserving of being the #1 alchemy sect. The records on the 6th level were truly incomparably vast. Compared to that incomplete labyrinth divine palace, the alchemy records here were clearly more comprehensive and more complete. Furthermore, countless profound grade powerhouses had appeared in the extreme medicine sect's history before. Their handwritten notes were also stored in the scripture library. These were valuable assets. Yi Yuan could even distinctly feel that he was getting closer and closer to the realm of profound grade. It was just that all of his seriousness was pretending to be profound in other people's eyes.
Either way, profound grade could not be broken through to in a day or two. Just you pretend. See when you can pretend until.
Senior apprentice brother, I heard that you got shot down by a junior recently and didn't even dare to let out a fart?
The one talking was Fan Li's junior apprentice brother, Miao Chuan, and he was also Song Qingyang's junior apprentice brother.
He was closer to Fan Li. Hearing that he got deflated, he specially came to see him. Fan Li's face was black as the bottom of a pot, and he said in a solemn voice, "The juniors now don't know how to appreciate kindness too much. I saw that his strength was meager, and so I asked him to consolidate his foundation and take care not to reach beyond his grasp.
In the end, he used the law enforcement hall to pressure me.
Hoo-hoo. I'm currently really looking forward to how he breaks through to profound grade." Miao Chuan smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother, rest assured, after this boy comes out, this junior apprentice brother will definitely give vent to your anger. There's no trouble that my law enforcement hall can't look for." Miao Chuan was the law enforcement hall's great protector. His strength naturally could not be underestimated. The law enforcement hall's view was fairness. No matter who it implicated, it would take an impartial approach to all. But the law enforcement hall's authority was also immense. If they really wanted to use the sect rules to find trouble, not many could escape it. Fan Li nodded and said, "I'll leave this matter to you, senior apprentice brother. I have lived to this ripe old age. Yet, I've really never seen such an arrogant junior before. A mere grade 5 heavenly alchemist wants to step into the realm of profound grade 2. If he really breaks through, I'll smack my mouth into shambles." His voice had yet to fade when Fan Li and Miao Chuan's expressions suddenly changed. Inside the scripture library, a profound and inscrutable undulation quietly descended. Did someone break through to profound grade? It wouldn't be that boy, right? Miao Chuan said. Impossible.
This is definitely someone else breaking through. Right now on the 6th level, there are several who are stuck at the bottleneck of profound grade. Fan Li denied it right away.
Grade 5 heavenly alchemist reaching profound grade. How was this possible?
Didn't that mean that Yu Yuan was even more monstrous than Ancestor Pine Spring?
It was absolutely impossible for this kind of thing to happen. The two people's figures appeared on the 6th floor at the first moment.
In the next moment, the two people's expressions were indescribably wondrous.
It's really him.
How is this possible?
Grade 5 realm breaking through to profound grade? This boy is truly so monstrous. Fan Li asked a series of questions to hide his current shock. But it could not be hidden.
This scene was seriously too shocking.
The entire scripture library was in an uproar. He really broke through.
It turns out that he wasn't boasting. He's really amazing. Grade 5 realm breaking through to profound grade, he's even more monstrous than Ancestor Pine Spring. We ridiculed him for half a month. After so long, we're the dumbest ones.
True grade entering profound grade was a huge leap.
Just as Holy Sun Song Yongning back then, he had long already stepped into the realm of true grade at greater sublime heavenly stratum. His aptitude was naturally significantly worse when compared to the extreme medicine sect's disciples.
In the extreme medicine sect, to be an expert entering true grade was the most basic requirement.
But there were scanty few who stepped into profound grade from true grade.
The vast majority of heavenly alchemists barely managed to step into profound grade when they were at grade 8 realm.
There were even some who could not break through to profound grade at all.
Those who broke through to profound grade at grade 7 realm were all peerless geniuses.
Being able to advance to profound grade at initial stage grade 7, those were all geniuses among geniuses, targets of heavy grooming by the sect.
This kind of geniuses had the possibility of reaching peak grade 9 in the future. Grade 6 realm reaching profound grade, other than Zhou Pinespring, there were really not many of them who could be found. Lu Daoi's ultimate goal was just to step into the realm of profound grade before grade 7. It could be seen from this how difficult it was for true grade to enter profound grade.
As for a grade 5 realm profound grade expert, it was simply unheard of.
But today it appeared. Profound grade was a kind of heavenly pill grade and also a kind of realm. Reaching profound grade showed that one's understanding of alchemy Dao already attained a higher level, and the person had a chance to pry into that fleeting and ephemeral realm of chaos heavenly master. The current Yi Yuan already entered a state of forgetting oneself, allowing alchemy Dao rule to strike him.
Taking this step was only a matter of course, but Yi Yuan's pursuit went far beyond profound grade.
The realm of Cloudmount blooming flowers with a single thought had broadened Yi Yuan's horizons, opening another window for him. He was still reading the book, still immersed in Dao. As for when he broke through, he was completely unaware.
He was still immersed in the knowledge of the Jade Slip, but the extreme medicine sect had long already exploded.
This news was like Cloudmount's blooming flowers with a single thought, instantly sweeping across the entire sect.
As for the news of Lu Daoi's beating Wang Ji, it was instantly drowned out.
All 19 battles, all victories.
More than half of the grade 6 realms were swept across by him.
The imposing momentum that Lu Dao used more than half a month to create was instantly crushed by Yi Yuan's breakthrough. Although I scorned him, he died because of me. This matter was completely and utterly a dimensional level blow. He and Lu Dao were originally not in the same dimension.
With regards to Lu Daoi's actions and his challenges, Yi Yuan did not pay attention to it at all.
But Yi Yuan's breakthrough had completely shattered his limelight without the slightest mercy. At this time, there was already no one who would go and pay attention to a genius disciple who viewed Zhou Pinespring as his goal. It was because there was already a genius who completely surpassed Zhou Pinespring.
Yi Yuan's surpassing was not a little bit, but it was an all-round surpassing.
Before this, the extreme medicine sect's record was entering profound grade at peak grade 6. But now, Yi Yuan directly refreshed this record to grade 5, increased it by a full major realm. You're a genius? Hoo-hoo. Go to one corner and play.
In the eyes of true geniuses, there was only surpassing, and it was not chasing.
In Yi Yuan's eyes, there were no opponents at all. Hence, he naturally would not waste his energy and go compete in alchemy with Lu Dao as well. When Qin Shan's lineage heard this news, everyone was petrified for a full quarter of an hour. Yi Yuan, this jumping clown, had long already been tossed to the back of their minds by them.
In their eyes, Yi Yuan was never an opponent.
Their opponent was Zuochun. Giving Yi Yuan a blow was just in order to make Zuochun look bad. That was all. It had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. But the weakling without the slightest sense of existence in their eyes became the most dazzling pearl on East Victory Mountain Range. This kind of contrast made them feel despair, especially Lu Dao. Oh, since that's the case, then what are you still waiting here for? You can go. Leave, I won't compete with you, because there's no meaning at all.
Whatever you think. Yi Yuan's calm and collected tone seemed to still be echoing in his ears. It sounded so ridiculous at that time. But now, they finally understood that it was not stubbornness and not stubbornly hanging on, but that he did not treat him as an opponent at all. At this very moment, when Lu Daoyi recalled half a month ago, it was as if Yi Yuan's eyes did not have him at all. He, this peerless genius after Zhou Pinespring, was directly overlooked. The one who ignored him was a rookie, whose realm was even lower than his. How could this be? How could this be? Lu Daoyi mumbled under his breath, clearly unable to accept this result. But this news had already been confirmed. Furthermore, it was the scripture library's ancestor Fan Li who personally verified it. At the time of the breakthrough, there were also many people who saw it. I'm not convinced. I'm going to challenge him. Lu Daoyi suddenly roared and rushed out. Qin Shan flicked his sleeves, and Lu Daoyi returned to where he was. Qin Shan looked at Lu Daoyi, his expression seemingly complicated. Heaving a light sigh, he said, Daoyi, forget it. Although it's very demoralizing to say this, Master has no choice but to tell you. It's impossible for you to defeat him in your lifetime. You guys are too far apart. Poo work. Lu Daoyi spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly and fell to the ground with a loud bang, passing out. When the group of senior apprentice brothers saw this scene, their faces had some reluctance. Master, is being so straightforward too demoralizing to little junior brother? Wang Lin could not resist asking. Qin Shan sighed again and said he's completely not on the same level as Yi Yuan in alchemy. Even Grandmaster Pinespring is likely not on the same level when compared to Yi Yuan too. If Daoyi doesn't realize this point, then his road of alchemy Dao will collapse here, and he can forget about improving another inch. In reality, his talent is really very high, and he even has hope of catching up to Grandmaster Pinespring. There's no need to compare to that one. If he understands this point, he'll still have great accomplishments in the future. It's just that it's probably very, very difficult. Qin Shan was a genius too. He naturally knew about the pride of geniuses. The more genius one was, the prouder they were. Hence, extreme medicine sect's proudest person was Zhou Pinespring. Lu Daoyi's talent was comparable to Zhou Pinespring. How could he not be proud? However, the more it was so, the harder it would be to extradite himself when faced with such a blow that left him black and blue all over. Whether or not he could walk out of it, that would depend on how strong his inner heart was. Qin Shan, bursting this bubble, was hoping that Lu Daoyi would re-establish after destruction, striving harder after knowing humiliation. Otherwise, he could not think of other ways. But even so, this difficulty was still too high. A hint of indignation flashed across Wang Lin's eyes, and he said, On what basis? On what basis could that punk break through to profound grade? He's just grade 5 realm. Recalling that scene from half a month ago, he felt that Yi Yuan was very laughable at that time. But now, he felt that Yi Yuan's posturing level was lofty and out of reach. Many people like to pretend to be aristocrats after becoming rich, demonstrating their extraordinariness from before and after. However, true aristocrats would never show off. True aristocrats were very low profile. Hence, when a local tycoon ran into a true aristocrat that was really losing face all the way to their grandmother's house, they were like this. Qin Shan's face also had a hint of unnaturalness. Clearly, he did not dare to believe it either. Yeah, what right does he have? The matter blew up so big. Most likely, over at the absolute heaven barrier that side, they all will be shocked too, right? Qin Shan muttered. Old far Cloudmount, you really picked up a treasure. I didn't expect that this kid is actually so monstrous, entering profound grade at grade 5 realm. Hegemin Cloudmount's face was full of smugness, but he said, He's a little talented, but him being able to break through to profound grade so quickly, that's all due to my credit. The other hegemons shut up very sensibly. This guy was unbelievably pretentious. Back then, when Hegemon Pinespring advanced to Hegemon realm, this old man showed off so much, wanting the whole world to know. These people were victims of it. It was also that the war had erupted now. Otherwise, this old thing would definitely show off again this time, making sure the whole world knew. They had never heard before of a grade 5 realm profound grade expert.
When these hegemons heard this news, they were naturally inexplicably shocked in his hearts.
Grade 6 realm profound grade experts would still emerge occasionally whether or not they could become hegemons, just as Lu Dowie. But grade 5 realm profound grade experts were unheard of.
Ha ha ha. You all these fellows, in spite of how each and every one of you put on airs, you're really inferior to me, Cloudmount, in teaching disciples. This time, this seat is going to coach a divergent cultivator hegemon realm.
Not that I'm saying you guys, us old things might not be able to make any improvements in 10,000 years. Why not spend more effort on teaching disciples? Produce a few more hegemons and we wouldn't have to toil so hard anymore either.
Just you show off. Can't we just ignore you? Could hegemon realms be coached? If they could be coached, then Heaven One continent would not have ended up in this plight too. Seeing everyone remain quiet, Cloudmount smiled and said, Pine Spring, what do you think? This brat's talent really surpasses yours.
Joe Pinespring said whether it's success or failure, it still has to depend on afterward.
Cloudmount smiled and said, Hoo-hoo, it looks like you're jealous too. Indeed, for so many years, it's not that there were none who surpassed you at grade 6 realm, but later they all faded into the crowd. But this little junior brother of yours, I feel very optimistic about him. Joe Pinespring smiled and said, What Master said is right. This disciple is indeed a little jealous in my heart. However, in this present situation, if little junior brother can reach the hegemon realm, it will indeed be a great thing to us. Cloudmount chuckled and said, Those juniors in the sect have probably all gone crazy from fighting now, right? But they all don't know that this kid has already been claimed. When they discover Yi Yuan's identity, their expressions must be very fascinating, right? Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, this seat is the sect master's senior apprentice brother. My seniority is the highest in the sect. If you acknowledge me as your master, you'll be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. Don't listen to him. This old punk's strength is too weak. That's why he has to guard here in the scripture library. I'm different. I'm the strongest one other than sect master.
If you acknowledge me as your master, you can obtain countless resources.
Yi Yuan, in the path of cultivation, one mustn't just rely only on talent. One should rely on resources more. What bullshit resources do you have? Yi Yuan, this seat is in charge of the extreme medicine sect's alchemy resources. As long as it's heavenly medicines that you need, there's nothing that this seat can't get. It's tremendously beneficial to you if you acknowledge me as your master.
5 alchemy path powerhouses were currently surrounding Yi Yuan.
These 5 people were the 5 people with the most illustrious authority in the extreme medicine sect apart from Song Qingyang.
Fan Li was Song Qingyang's senior apprentice brother, but among these 5 people he did not have much advantage instead.
Of course, those Emperor Realm powerhouses on the scripture library's 6th floor were all chased out.
It was better for this scene in front of them to not be seen by people. Miao Chuan and Fan Li were the closest, but currently Fan Li was glaring at Miao Chuan fiercely as if going to tear him into two. It was because Miao Chuan was his greatest competitor in fighting for this disciple.
As for the disdain at the beginning, it was long already tossed beyond the 9th layer of heaven by them.
This kind of disciple was hard to come across in 10,000 years.
Yi Yuan swept a glance and suddenly smiled and said, Ancestors, why didn't Sect Master come?
At virtually the same time, the 5 people's expressions turned black. Why? Looking down on the few of us?
You punk. You're too full of yourself.
One should know, even when Hegemon Pinespring was unrivaledly talented back then, when he was at Saint Sovereign Heaven Realm, no one showed any interest in him either.
Ho-ho. Don't misunderstand my words. My meaning is, the few of you probably don't have the qualifications to take me in as a disciple. Yi Yuan continued. The 5 people exploded at once. Brat, you're really full of yourself.
In this extreme medicine sect, apart from the few of us, who else had the qualifications to take you in as a disciple?
But in the next second, the expressions on their faces instantly became fascinating to the extreme. It was because a small and exquisite jade sword appeared in Yi Yuan's hand since no idea when.
The extreme light jade sword.
Why would this puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven have the extreme light jade sword?
An extreme light jade sword was something that only the extreme light pavilion's elders had. Thinking up to here, the 5 people could not help shuddering. To think that this one in front of them was actually an extreme light pavilion elder? How was this possible? Fan Li's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said ferociously, Song Qingyang, you bastard, to actually dare scam your father. Song Qingyang, you'll give birth to a son without an anus. Song Qingyang, fuck you. The few people practically burst out swearing at the same time. Very clearly, Song Qingyang knew about this, but he did not warn them. Logically speaking, after Yi Yuan did such an astonishing thing, Song Qingyang should have come over right away. But he did not. Yi Yuan said coolly, Martial nephews. It's not that sect master had the intention to hide it. This was what master instructed. The few of you are all the extreme medicine sect's upper echelons. Please don't spread this matter. Master? Who was this boy's master? Fan Li's expression was embarrassed as he said, Pavilion, Elder Yi, may I ask? Your master is Hegemon Cloudmount. The 5 people were collectively speechless. They thought that this was probably Hegemon Pinespring's disciple. That was why he had the qualifications to enter the Extreme Light Pavilion. Who knew that he was actually Hegemon Cloudmount's disciple? Hegemon Cloudmount had already not accepted a disciple for over 100,000 years. Paying respects to little martial uncle. The 5 people gave Yi Yuan a deep bow while having fascinating expressions. It was too much of a freaking scam. On the other side, Zhu Yan and the rest were sitting on pins and needles, their expressions similarly very fascinating. After getting this news, their reactions were virtually cut from the same cloth as Emperor Qinshan that side. Collectively petrified. Too impressive. Impressive until they were unable to digest it in a short time. It turns out that what little junior brother said was true. Zhu Yan's face was full of bitterness as he said, Lu Daoyi was really too weak. Not just Lu Daoyi, even he, Zhu Yan, was similarly too weak. When Yi Yuan said this, they scoffed in derision and were full of disdain. But when Yi Yuan broke through to profound grade, everything became a matter of course. Huazong similarly smiled bitterly and said, No wonder little junior brother couldn't be bothered to take action. Lu Daoyi can't muster up his interest at all. In our view, Lu Daoyi is amazingly talented. But in little junior brother's view, he's not worth mentioning at all. What have we done? Zhu Yan smiled bitterly and said, After little junior brother exits seclusion, I'll personally admit my mistake and apologize. Us senior apprentice brothers are too unqualified. I eliminated you, but it had nothing to do with you. This was a tragic story. The outside world raged wildly in a violent storm, but it did not have the slightest to do with Yi Yuan, although it was all because of him. Yi Yuan's close seclusion was 10 years long. For 10 years, Yi Yuan seriously studied the alchemy records that he could read on the 6th level. He gleaned considerable benefits. Profound grade was indeed another realm. Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao had already taken shape a long time ago. One pill, one world. But worlds had distinctions of superiority too. Just like the 33 heavens and the planes across the heavens, they were not worlds on the same level. Profound grade heavenly pill, the heavenly pill was still that heavenly pill, but the level was already completely different. It was just like forcefully raising their original small world by a level. The medicinal properties of the heavenly pill naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. After Yi Yuan exited seclusion, the proud son of heaven, Lu Daoyi, from 10 years ago, had long already faded into the crowd. Of those true sovereign heavens who were once defeated by him, someone had already stepped into Emperor Realm. Many of his peers had also broken through to true sovereign heaven and stepped into the ranks of grade 6 heavenly alchemist. However, the piece of news concerning Yi Yuan breaking through to profound grade was still limited to within a certain scope in the end. Why? It was because no one took him in as a disciple. Logically speaking, this kind of amazingly talented genius, there would at least be extreme light pavilion elders or even hegemon realm powerhouses who took them in as a disciple. But there were none. The reason was very simple. Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator. Someone who was destined to die, someone who was destined to be unable to step into hegemon realm, was not worth paying attention to. No matter how genius you were. The people of the outside world naturally did not know that all the upper echelons in the sect had once fought to take him in as a disciple.
They were even more unaware that Hegemon Cloudmount had long already taken him in as a disciple. Hence, in many people's view, the sect was deliberately suppressing Yi Yuan. Because of this kind of unprecedented major event, the sect actually did not have any movements at all.
Thinking about it, it made sense too. You, a trash who was unable to break through to Hegemon Realm, actually turned a genius who had extremely high potential to become Hegemon Realm into a good-for-nothing. Preposterous?
Therefore, the moment Yi Yuan exited seclusion, he drew all manners of strange gazes. This guy is clearly occupying the latrine and not taking a dump. Isn't that so?
He can't become Hegemon himself but caused others to be unable to become Hegemon. This is making others have no alternative path to take after he reached the end of his rope. Lu Daoyi is completely crippled. He didn't make any advancement for 10 years.
Sigh, an originally good sapling for Hegemon Realm got ruined by him just like this. Hearing these discussion voices, Yi Yuan was stupefied too. Who was Lu Daoyi?
What did him getting crippled had to do with him?
In Yi Yuan's eyes, Lu Daoyi was just an insignificant minor character. He could not be bothered to remember him at all. Yi Yuan, you finally exited seclusion.
Ha ha, you don't know how awe-inspiring I, Lord Qin, have been in these 10 years. Just as Yi Yuan was absent-minded, a loud laughter sounded out. No need to look, and one would also know that Yang Qing had arrived.
Sure enough, hearing that Yi Yuan exited seclusion, Yang Qing brought Big Yellow, Shao Qing, and Jingfei immediately came over. Yang Qing entered the Extreme Medicine Sect too and became the Extreme Medicine Sect's disciple.
As for Jingfei, the three of them, because they were of the true spirit lineage, they only stayed on Xianyang Peak with the identity of servants. Yang Qing was still as show-offy as before.
Yi Yuan ignored him but asked, "They all said that I ruined Lu Daoyi. Who is Lu Daoyi?" The moment these words came out, the whole place fell into a dead silence. It turned out that you crippled him, but you didn't even know who he was? You're too much.
Yang Qing had a strange look too as he said, "Do you really not know?
Or are you feigning ignorance?" Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, "I entered closed seclusion as soon as I entered the sect. It's also not that you don't know. When did I ruin Lu Daoyi?" Yang Qing was speechless as he said, "Have you forgotten? Before you went into closed seclusion, Qin Shan's lineage came to challenge you once before." Upon saying that, Yi Yuan remembered it. It seemed like there was really such a thing. "Oh, it's him? But I didn't agree to compete in alchemy with him either. How did I cripple him?" Yi Yuan said speechlessly. Yang Qing laughed loudly and said, "Wasn't it still because you broke through to profound grade?"
You don't know how stirred the entire sect was when you broke through to profound grade 10 years ago.
Lu Daoyi had always believed that he was number 1 in grade 5, and even wanted to catch up to Ancestor Pinespring. In the end, he was given a direct blow by you.
Hearing that when he got the news that you broke through to grade 5, he vomited blood on the spot and used 2 years' time before getting off the bed. During these remaining 8 years, he has also been like a walking corpse without making any improvement in 10 years.
If this isn't your fault, who else can you blame? The muscles on Yi Yuan's face twitched. What did this have to do with him? Just this bit of psychic. He still wanted to catch up to senior apprentice brother Pinespring? Although Yi Yuan did not know about Zhou Pinespring's past, he believed that Zhou Pinespring absolutely would not be so fragile. The stronger the opponent was, the stronger you should be.
Your father had not even made a move and you already fell down. With just this, you still wanted to break through to Hegemon Realm? Yi Yuan waved his hand and directly filtered Lu Daoyi out. Turning to size Yang Qing up, he said, "It looks like you're living pretty well these 10 years. Many extreme medicine sect disciples around immediately fell down.
This guy was too posturing. Could you freaking not feel any guilt at all? You ruined a Hegemon Realm sapling." The moment Yang Qing heard about himself, he immediately had a look of exultation and said, "That's right, elder brother. I am an Emperor Sakura Heaven Powerhouse's personal disciple now.
In terms of seniority, you still have to call me Martial Uncle."
Yi Yuan's expression was strange as he said, "Oh? Which Emperor Sakura Heaven is blind to actually take you in as a disciple?"
It was dead silent all round again.
"Are you freaking courting death?
You were clearly just a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven. You actually dared to say that an Emperor Sakura Heaven Powerhouse was blind?
Yang Qing snorted coldly and said, Lord Qing, I swept across true sovereign heaven realm these 10 years.
At present, I've already fought into the top 50 on the true sovereign list. Even grand completion true sovereign heaven powerhouses have been challenged by me. Elder Brother's superior performance has moved a bunch of Emperor Realm powerhouses. Many Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses wanted to take me in as a disciple but were intercepted by Great Emperor Jiaze. Great Emperor was the honorary name for Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses. Speaking of Yang Qing's ranking, it was originally not so heaven-defying that it could obtain the favor of a great emperor. But during these 10 years, his improvement was the fastest among the sex martial arts powerhouses. Not one of Yang Qing's talent was indeed extremely terrifying.
The rain-clear continent limited his talent.
Entering a hegemon-level sect like the Extreme Medicine sect, his talent revealed itself very quickly. In these 10 years, Yang Qing's great Dao rule improved extremely fast.
From the initial most zero interest shown by everyone, to rising up prominence later on, then to sweeping across true sovereign heavens, he only used 10 years. In 10 years, his cultivation realm only increased to peak middle true sovereign heaven, but his combat power was off the charts. Grand completion true sovereign heaven realm powerhouses were virtually swept away by him. His ranking in true sovereign heaven also jumped straight up to the top 50 from a few thousandth place.
One had to know, in a huge sect like the Extreme Medicine sect, how terrifying was it to rank in the top 50.
Hearing these, Yi Yuan was not surprised. He knew that Yang Qing was tremendously talented. In terms of martial arts talent, he was not even much worse than him. Of course, he did not have his great destiny, so his combat power was significantly worse than his.
But entering the Extreme Medicine sect made up for the inadequacy in his destiny. In this place, there was no shortage of heavenly pills, no shortage of cultivation methods, no shortage of martial techniques, no shortage of opponents, nothing was lacking.
Hence, his talent started showing.
Yang Qing liked to brag, but sometimes it was also not really bragging. Yang Qing, you still have the heart to show off to a good-for-nothing here. Hoo-hoo, if I were you, I'd hurry up and pack my things up and make a run for it. This way maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. When Yang Qing had a look of exultation, a mocking voice sounded out in their ears.
Hearing this voice, Yang Qing's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Zhang Qian, who the hell do you think you are?
To also dare scold others a good-for-nothing? Grand completion true sovereign heaven, and you were beaten by your grandpa Qing until you had to search the ground for your teeth. You have the cheek to call out too.
Zhang Qian did not care either, saying with a snicker, Isn't some guy who can't advance to hegemon realm a good-for-nothing?
A grade 5 realm profound grade expert actually doesn't have the sex ancestors take him in as a disciple.
Ha ha ha. What a big joke.
As for you, you can't jump around for more than a few days, no matter how genius of a person you are.
My Lord Qing, if you have the ability, posture to senior apprentice brother Luo Hao. Yang Qing's expression instantly became very ugly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, What's wrong, Yang Qing? Zhang Qian smiled and said, Trash, you don't know it yet, right? Yang Qing killed senior apprentice brother Luo Hao's biological younger brother. Now, the two of them have already arranged a life and death battle, which will be carried out the day after tomorrow. Senior apprentice brother Luo Hao is ranked 4th on the True Sovereign list, a half-step Emperor Realm mighty expert.
Do you think that he has hope of surviving? In the Extreme Medicine sect, grand completion true sovereign heavens were as plentiful as oxen fur, but half-step Emperor realms were very, very few. Reaching half-step Emperor Cloud Heaven meant that there was very high hope of stepping into Emperor Cloud Heaven.
Hence, the majority of those able to reach this step were geniuses. And Luo Hao was even above average among them. Yang Qing was practically already matchless in grand completion true sovereign heaven. The vast majority of those ranked in front of him on the True Sovereign list were half-step Emperor realm. With Yang Qing's current cultivation realm strength, it was definitely impossible to beat them. Furthermore, Luo Hao was even a top powerhouse among half-step Emperor realms.
True Sovereign list rank 4th, that was an existence that might step into Emperor realm at any time.
Yi Yuan looked at Yang Qing and said, You can't win.
Yang Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. This posturing could not continue anymore. Geniuses had a limit too. It was impossible to jump realms and challenge limitlessly.
How long can you last? Yi Yuan asked again. One move. Yang Qing was full of bitterness as he said. He had challenged before half-step Emperor Realm powerhouses, but the gap was still too big. True Sovereign List, half-step Emperor Realm was a watershed. Even if one was ranked 1 in Grand Completion True Sovereign Heavens, it was also impossible to be a match for a half-step Emperor Realm.
Hence, the gap between Yang Qing and Luo Hao is tremendous.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, If let you break through to Grand Completion True Sovereign Heaven, would it be enough? Yang Qing's eyes lit up, and he said in pleasant surprise, Of course it's enough. If I can reach Grand Completion True Sovereign Heaven, I can definitely pummel him until he has to search the ground for his teeth.
The expression of Xianxia, who was next to them, changed too, but very soon he smiled again and said, TSK, profound grade expert is indeed very domineering when talking.
However, Trash, if I didn't guess wrongly, you don't seem to have contribution points yet after entering the sect, right? Even if you want to refine pills, how will you exchange for heavenly medicines without contribution points? At this time, Wang Lin appeared from God knows where and said with a smile, It's not just no contribution points. He even owes the scripture library 54,450 contribution points. Although Martial Uncles Wuchun gave notice, you've already exited seclusion now and should repay the contribution points. Yi Yuan, for a very long time after today, you'll probably be refining heavenly pills for the sect for free to repay the contribution points. Yi Yuan was stupefied. There was still such a thing?
Yi Yuan really did not know about this. It was naturally impossible for the extreme medicine sect's disciples to make endless demands. A major sect of close to 100,000 people, the consumption every day was astonishing. Without contribution to the sect, one naturally could not get the resources that they deserved.
Yang Qing had run all over the place these few years too, risking his life to earn contribution points. That was why he improved rapidly.
In reality, the scripture library did not allow credit charges. But Yi Yuan's seniority was too frightening. There was naturally no one who would say anything about him.
According to Yi Yuan's identity as Wuchen's disciple, he had 300 starting contribution points when he entered the sect.
And the scripture library's 6th level each day required 15 contribution points.
Therefore, Yi Yuan could only last for 20 days. Later, he revealed his identity to Fan Li and the rest, and they became even more afraid of mentioning about contribution points. To the outside, they just said that's Wuchun gave notice. That was why they allowed Yi Yuan to overdraft on the contribution points. But after he exited seclusion, these contribution points all had to be repaid.
Speaking about it was coincidental too. Wang Lin was in charge of these matters in the scripture library. So these things that were on the surface, he knew about it.
Hearing that Yi Yuan exited seclusion, he naturally had to come and collect the debt. Fan Li, these big shots naturally would not care about these trivial matters.
Of course, if Yi Yuan went to give notice, this would not be a problem. But his true identity would probably be exposed. Zheng Qian was also stupefied when he heard it, immediately laughing and said, 54,000 contribution points.
Ha ha ha. Trash, you're really broke. Even if you refine pills for the sect without sleeping or resting, you'll also need more than 20 years before you can repay these contribution points. You can't even fend for yourself anymore. You still want to meddle in Yang Qing's affairs?
Trash is trash.
Yi Yuan's expression was strange as he said, Is 50,000 contribution points a lot?
Yang Qing nodded his head helplessly and said, It's too much. In my 10 years, I spent 7 years doing the sect's missions and only barely managed to get 17,000 over contribution points in total. More than 50,000, you're really prodigal. Earning contribution points was very hard.
The reason why Zheng Qian said 20 years was because he knew that Yi Yuan could refine profound grade heavenly pills.
Otherwise, it might not even be repaid after 50 years.
Zheng Qian could not help laughing loudly when he heard that and said, Yang Qing, just wait to die. Moreover, this trash merely broke through to profound grade for 10 years. It's totally impossible for him to refine profound grade heavenly imperial pills currently.
Also, to refine profound grade heavenly imperial pills, the price of each grade 5 heavenly medicine isn't lower than grade 6 heavenly medicines. Calculating it, it will at least be tens of thousands of contribution points too.
Therefore, you can give up on this. The dawn that Yang Qing had just seen was completely shattered by Zheng Qian. What Zheng Qian said was completely right. The heavenly medicines that heavenly imperial pills needed were too valuable. If it was in the past, it was still all right. Now Heaven One was waging war with the blood race. The remaining territory was only 2/3 of Heaven One continent. It was very hard for the SEC to enter the blood race's territory to harvest heavenly medicines. Hence, the price of these heavenly medicines would naturally be even more expensive. Wang Lin also smiled and said, Yi Yuan, go and report to Gray Fate Peak now. Otherwise, I'm going to report to the Law Enforcement Hall and have them come and take care of you. Yi Yuan crippled Lu Daoyi. Now, seeing Yi Yuan's good friend be killed was also a delightful thing. Yang Qing heaved a sigh and said, Yi Yuan, I appreciate your good intentions. The trouble that I caused, I'll bear it myself. Yi Yuan said coolly, can't even last one move. What the hell can you bear? Leave this to me. You don't have to worry anymore. Have a good sleep later and wreck that whatever luo how the day after tomorrow for me. With regards to Yang Qing, Yi Yuan could trust him. This guy looked unreliable, but he had a sense of propriety when doing things. Yang Qing definitely did not indiscriminately kill Luo Hao's younger brother. There must be a reason for this. With his relationship with Yang Qing, how could he possibly look on indifferently with folded arms? Even if he revealed his identity, he would save Yang Qing too. Of course, that way his own safety would have no more guarantee. However, if he had to use seniority to pressure people with this minor thing, then he would also be too defeated. How much were 50,000 contribution points? Calculating in this manner, for true sovereign heaven disciples, when they went out on a very dangerous mission once, the contribution points were between 300 and 500 points. This kind of mission was basically 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. Being able to do it twice a year was already the limit. If it was an ordinary mission, it would be pushing the limit for there to be 100 or 80 points. And Saint Sovereign Heaven disciples, their difficulty in obtaining contribution points was clearly greater. Even if Yi Yuan was heaven-defying and more formidable than Yang Qing, he would need at least several decades before he could finish repaying too. Therefore, Yi Yuan's words simply sounded like a ridiculous joke to the others. Ha ha ha. Leave it to you? You repay your own contribution points before talking. Amen? You came just in time. Senior apprentice brother Gua, Yi Yuan has already exited seclusion. He owes the sect more than 54,000 contribution points. It's time to pay it back. Wang Lin said with a loud laugh. At this time, a figure walked out. It was a law enforcement hall's disciple, Guofeng. He came precisely on orders to capture Yi Yuan to repay his debts. Since you broke through to profound grade, fine then. Come and refine pills. Guofeng and Wang Lin were on good terms to begin with. Furthermore, Guofeng's master had received Qin Shan's kindness before. He would naturally stand on Wang Lin's side. The contribution points owed to the sect naturally have to be repaid. But it was not to the extent of being captured to repay the debt as soon as one left seclusion. A large sect did not lack those few tens of thousands of contribution points either. Guofeng looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, Junior apprentice brother Yi, please come. Many people there were all watching a show. Even the law enforcement hall had moved out. Could you still overturn the heavens with this? Obediently refine pills to repay the points. Who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not going. The moment Wang Lin heard, he immediately grinned. What I wanted was for you to not go. Sure enough, Guofeng said coolly, whether to go or not isn't up to you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Of course it's up to me. Guofeng said, In that case, Junior apprentice brother Yi is forcing this Gua to take action? Don't think that with martial uncles were protecting you, you can look down on the law enforcement hall. If my law enforcement hall wants to capture someone, martial uncles can't stop it. Guofeng was a half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse too. His ranking was lower than Luo Hao, but he was ranked 9th too. Wouldn't dealing with a Yi Yuan still be a piece of cake? And the law enforcement hall had a transcendent status in the extreme medicine sect. Regardless of whether it was alchemy path powerhouses or martial path powerhouses, they all could not afford to provoke. Seeing this, Wang Lin and Zheng Qian smiled even brighter. Yi Yuan shrugged and said indifferently, "Isn't it just 50,000 plus contribution points? Isn't it done if I repay it today?
How big a matter is it to make you all look self-righteous?
It's really scary." Wang Lin laughed loudly and said, "Isn't it just 50,000 plus contribution points? Ha ha ha. Do you think that you're an Emperor Realm powerhouse? Even if it's an Emperor Realm powerhouse, it's also impossible to conjure 50,000 contribution points out within a day. Not scared of spraining your tongue from talking big too?"
Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and looked at Guofeng and said, "I'm going to earn contribution points now. Do you want to follow or not?"
Guofeng's brows furrowed slightly, and he nodded his head and said, "If you want to delay the time, that's up to you too. But it's only limited to today." Yi Yuan had just exited seclusion today. If he could repay it today, he would naturally have nothing to say.
If he directly captured him, it would go against the rules instead. Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense either, turning around and leaving. The Merit Hall, the place where the extreme medicine sect issued missions and to exchange for contribution points. This method of contribution points was also the way in which the vast majority of sects maintain normal operations. No matter how large the sect was, it was not a bottomless hole either.
Over time, resources would ultimately be consumed.
Hence, each disciple had the duty of maintaining the operation of the sect, including the sect master.
At this time, a large group of people flooded into the Merit Hall at once, immediately attracting countless gazes. Yi Yuan came before the mission desk and directly opened his mouth, saying, "I'm Emperor Wuxia's disciple. I want to see Martial Uncle Feiwen."
Chen Feiwen, Merit Hall's top person in charge, and also Wuxia's senior apprentice brother.
Yi Yuan naturally did not know him. It was Yang Qing who told him. That disciple was merely Saint Sovereign Heaven. Upon hearing that he was Wuxia's disciple, he naturally did not dare to be neglectful. Very soon, Chen Feiwen came out and sized Yi Yuan up and down. "You're Yi Yuan? I heard that your talent is extremely monstrous. It's a shame that you're a divergent cultivator. What are you finding me for?" Chen Feiwen asked. Yi Yuan said, "I'm here to exchange for contribution points." Chen Feiwen frowned and said, "I remember that you seem to have just exited seclusion, right? Haven't even taken on missions yet?"
"What are you using to redeem contribution?"
"Points."
Chen Feiwen naturally did not know ordinary Saint Sovereign Heavens. But Yi Yuan's reputation was too great. It was impossible for Chen Feiwen not to hear about him too.
"Heh, Martial Uncle Feiwen. Yi Yuan owes the scripture library 54,000 contribution points. He says that he can earn it in a day. We feel that he's formidable, so we followed to take a look." Wang Lin interjected at an appropriate time. Chen Feiwen was stupefied and could not help laughing as he said, "Brat, bragging isn't a good habit."
"Forget about you. Even if it's the seat, it's impossible to earn 50,000 contribution points in a day too." Wang Lin smiled and said, "Martial Uncle, Yi Yuan is a person who creates miracles. Maybe he really has the ability to earn 50,000 contribution points in a day." Chen Feiwen knew that he was not on good terms with Yi Yuan and also discerned the mockery in his words. He looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Oh?
What are you using to earn 50,000 contribution points? Take them." Yi Yuan did not waste his breath either, flicking his sleeves grandly. A pile of jade slips instantly appeared on the ground, piling up as high as a small hill. These jade slips were precisely acquired by him in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. In the 50 years before he came to Heaven One continent, he had been studying these things too. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to reach profound grade so quickly. The grade of these jade slips was not high. It was also about the same as those jade slips on the 5th and 6th levels of the scripture library. But the things recorded in these jade slips were absolutely extraordinary. When the Labyrinth Divine Palace was at the height of its power and splendor, how glorious was that! Their alchemy path strength was only stronger and not weaker compared to the current extreme medicine sect. Ordinary things, they simply held it in contempt. Those able to be housed in the treasure depository pavilion were all treasures among treasures. Originally, Yi Yuan planned on directly donating these to the extreme medicine sect. But now, it seemed like redeeming for contribution points was pretty good too. The appearance of these jade slips made the room full of people jump in fright.
What was this playing at? When Wang Lin saw, he could not help laughing and said, I was wondering what capability you have. It turns out that it's just a bunch of lousy jade slips. In this grand bright jade complete heaven, what place could have more records than our extreme medicine sect? Zheng Qian also smiled and said, Senior apprentice brother Wang must be joking. He's planning on using numbers to score a victory. Think about it, even if one jade slip is worth 50 contribution points, 1,000 jade slips will be worth 50,000 too. But could one jade slip be worth 50 contribution points? Impossible. The extreme medicine sect's scripture library could be said to be filled to the roof with books. There were God knows how many jade slips of all levels. These jade slips were at the very most adding flowers to embroidery. That was all. It was not worth any money. Moreover, what good stuff could a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven have? Could his jade slips be more impressive than the records that those hegemon realms spent hundreds of thousands of years to collect? Chun Feiwen also smiled and said, Martial Nephew Yi, if you want to use numbers of exchange for contribution points, I'm afraid that it won't pass. You got to know that the records in the scripture library, those were all screened through. Records that are second-rate can't enter the scripture library at all. Even if they enter, if it's not very valuable, it's at most giving you 3 to 5 contribution points too. Therefore, you'd best take these things back. Yi Yuan did not get angry either but smiled and said, Martial Uncle's words are a little too hasty. Why not pick one to take a look first? How about it? Chun Feiwen shook his head and said with a smile, Fine. There's no harm in taking a look. Wang Lin and the others had mocking looks on their faces too. Just you hang on stubbornly. Hence, Chun Feiwen casually picked up a jade slip and sank his divine sense into it. Very soon his expression changed drastically. This is actually the long-lost profound heart-entering dream chapter. Shock was written all over Chun Feiwen's face, and he looked toward Yi Yuan. This profound heart-entering dream chapter was definitely able to reach the level of entering the scripture library's 6th level. Furthermore, it was an excellent piece. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it and said with a smile, Martial Uncle, take another look? Chun Feiwen's hands trembled. His eyes when looking at Yi Yuan again became different. You wouldn't be telling me that so many jade slips are all on the same level as the profound heart-entering dream chapter, right? While being half dubious, he could not resist picking up another jade slip. His expression changed again. Vintage. It was still a vintage. They were all vintages. Chun Feiwen looked at one after another. He was shocked until it could not be any greater. A small hill-like pile of vintage records. Then would there be any that's there to make up the numbers inside? Chun Feiwen grabbed one inside. This was even more incredible. He had never even heard of the name before. However, based on the records logged in this jade slip, he could tell that it was extremely precious at a glance. Seeing Chun Feiwen, who became increasingly more shocked, Wang Lin and the others finally could not laugh anymore. You wouldn't be freaking acting out a play with Yi Yuan, right? 1 or 2, I believe. 3 or 5, I believe too. But don't tell me that in this hill-like pill of jade slips, it was all filled with incredible records, right? Suddenly, Chun Feiwen stopped his movements. Looking at Yi Yuan with a solemn face, he said, Martial Uncle Yi, this matter is of utmost importance. It concerns the sect's prosperity and decline. I can't make a final decision anymore. I'll go and report it to the sect master right away and have him make the final call. Finished saying, he immediately flashed away, leaving behind the dumbfounded-looking crowd. This already rose to the level of the sect's prosperity and decline? Martial Uncle, could you not exaggerate things to raise an alarm? Just a bunch of lousy jade slips, was there a need? A moment later, Song Qingyang came, Fan Li came, several of the sect's big shots all came. It was a matter of the sect's prosperity and decline. They could not refrain from making their moves. With regards to Yi Yuan, Song Qingyang was already speechless. My little ancestor, can't you keep a lower profile? How did things end up as some major matter that caused a great sensation in the entire sect? Facing the look in Song Qingyang's eyes, Yi Yuan returned a helpless look. I didn't want to either. But, since someone forced me to take contribution points out, then I could only begrudgingly agree. These things should be enough for him to do whatever he pleases in the sect after redeeming for contribution points, right? When Song Qingyang and the others arrived at the merit hall, they picked up those jade slips that piled up like a small hill. The more they looked, the more solemn their expressions were, and the more shocked their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan. Did this guy dig up all the alchemy Dao treasures across the heavens?
Too impressive. Each of these jade slips was worth a fortune. They could not be measured in monetary terms at all. Of course, they were unable to be measured using contribution points too.
With these alchemy records, one could even create another extreme medicine sect.
Too impressive.
Song Qingyang already could not find the words to describe Yi Yuan.
It was as if only the word impressive could showcase Yi Yuan's prowess. Seeing the expressions of the group of big shots changing one after another, Wang Lin, they all finally broke down.
Everyone present was curious about just how incredible these jade slips that Yi Yuan took out were.
Including Wang Lin, they all. They lost so unwillingly. Song Qingyang put down the jade slip in his hand, spat out a turbid breath heavily, and said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, the value of these jade slips are simply incalculable. How about this?
The sect won't reward you contribution points anymore either. From now on, whatever you need, ask the sect directly.
All kinds of resources that you need to cultivate, the sect will supply it limitlessly." The moment these words came out, the whole place was shocked.
Was it so amazing?
This reward was too freaking amazing. What were contribution points? Those who entered the sect could not do without it. Within the sect, everything that you did revolve around contribution points. Regarding this point, the sect master, elders, even the extreme light pavilion and hegemon realms were all like that. Did the sect master need contribution points for whatever heavenly medicine he needed?
Yes. If the sect master wanted something from the sect, then he would have to exchange for it by taking out the corresponding value.
But Song Qingyang's words meant that from today onward, Yi Yuan no longer needed to worry about contribution points. He could take whatever he wanted. Too crazy. Yi Yuan was only grade 5 realm currently. After he stepped into Emperor realm, or even reached Emperor Sakura heaven in the future and needed those grade 9 heavenly medicines, was it still taking whatever he pleased?
Yes.
It was because the use of these books was too great. Song Qingyang did not doubt in the slightest that these records were able to advance the extreme medicine sect's alchemy path strength by a significant deal. After today, all of the Emperor Realm powerhouses in the sect would probably make a headlong rush to enter the scripture library and borrow these records. Their strength would advance by leaps and bounds for some time to come. Looking at things from a broader perspective, Yi Yuan taking these alchemy records out would let the strength of the Heaven One Alliance side rise tremendously.
It would have enormous significance on the war as a whole.
Therefore, the contribution points were already impossible to measure.
An exemption from contribution points, this had probably never happened in the history of any major sect before.
In the history of the extreme medicine sect, Yi Yuan was the only one.
This little martial uncle was really amazing. How many earth-shattering major things had he already done as soon as he entered the sect?
I agree. These records are too precious. Using it can practically make a fresh start elsewhere and create another extreme medicine sect. This reward isn't overboard, Fan Li said with a nod.
N.W. I have no objections either.
Hurry up and arrange it. I'm going into closed seclusion right away. With these things, I might be able to comprehend origin. Miao Chuan was too impatient to wait. I agree. I agree too. The few big shots present were virtually unanimous.
Then the whole place erupted into an uproar.
Crazy. Really insane.
Did you hear it?
Create another extreme medicine sect. This Yi Yuan is simply incredible. This guy really has tremendous fortune. To actually be able to obtain so many treasures. Wang Lin, they all have set the explosives on fire. With this, they blew themselves up until nothing remained. The whole place was in an uproar, discussing animatedly. The scene before their eyes was seriously too shocking, especially Fan Li's comments. It practically drove the extreme medicine sect disciples present crazy.
This guy was insane, right?
The things that could establish a sect, you gave it to the sect just like that? People were all selfish. The value of these things was sufficient to move them. Starting a sect and establishing a faction. Standing proudly at the apex.
Who did not want this sort of thing?
Just as everyone was inexplicably shocked, Yi Yuan waved his hands nonchalantly and said, "No need. These jade slips, I planned on donating them to the sect in the first place. It's just that after entering the sect, I was anxious to break through to profound grade and forget to deal with them."
Now it's great. Sect Master, I'll use them to exchange for 54,450 contribution points. In addition, just reward me with some grade 5 heavenly medicines will do.
In the next second, the whole place became dead silent. Even Song Qingyang was stupefied on the spot too.
Was this boy crazy? He was actually going to donate these treasures to the sect free of charge?
These were all priceless treasures. You gave them away so casually?
Although they were on the receiving side, Song Qingyang still felt that it was too rash and too improper.
Prodigal. As for 54,450 contribution points, what the hell did that count for? Why, you're not joking, right? The corners of Song Qingyang's mouth twitched slightly as he said. He had already been completely defeated by this little martial uncle. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "When I acknowledged Masters Wuxian as my master, I told him that I'll be giving these treasures on me to the sect. In return, I'll get to freely browse inside the scripture library."
Now, since I've already entered the scripture library, everything naturally don't have to be mentioned anymore. However, I have a request. These jade slips that I donated are open to all sect disciples for free.
This guy is crazy, right? That's limitless contribution points.
With limitless resources, cultivation speed will advance by leaps and bounds, and he can use countless grand mist treasures to arm himself. He actually doesn't want it? Donating so many records, it's just for him to repay the scripture library's contribution points? What a waste. However, Wang Lin and the others, their faces are also slapped resoundingly.
You could say that again.
Wang Lin wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into right now.
Didn't you say that 50,000 contribution points were very hard to get? I could earn 500,000, 5 million, 50 million, but I don't want to. I just want 50,000 contribution points.
How is it? Does your face hurt?
Song Qingyang was speechless. This little martial uncle was too good at posturing. However, he still shook his head and said, "No way that way. The sect will owe you too much. This kind of treasure is astonishing."
If it was an ordinary disciple and the sect profited at his expense, then fine. But who was Yi Yuan? Little martial uncle. Even if you gave me, I would not dare to take it too.
Yi Yuan naturally knew what he was thinking about and said with a smile, "If Sect Master feels that you owe me too much, then I have a suggestion. I wonder if Sect Master is willing to listen to it." Song Qingyang nodded and said, "Say it."
Yi Yuan said, "Now that a great enemy stands before us, if we're still fettered by old conventions, it's no different from committing suicide. Since our extreme medicine sect is an alchemy overlord, then we should shoulder the responsibility of an alchemy overlord. I feel that some of the sect's resources can be opened up to the entire Heaven One.
Such as the scripture library, such as some training grounds." The moment these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. This was a big move.
What a sect relied on to establish itself across the heavens were these resources. Therefore, no matter which sect it was, they would be very stringent with these resources.
Yi Yuan could easily enter the scripture library. That was because his status was high enough. For ordinary disciples, even if it was staying in the scripture library for a day, they would have to budget it stringently, let alone people outside of the extreme medicine sect. Now, Yi Yuan was actually going to share these resources in the scripture library with Heaven One continent. This was simply insane. Many disciples looked at Yi Yuan like looking at an idiot. Who did you think you were? When was it your turn to come and meddle in this sort of thing?
Suddenly, a figure appeared, pointing at Yi Yuan's nose as he scolded, "Impudent."
Yi Yuan, who the hell do you think you are? How the sect operates? How can it be what you can speak recklessly about? These resources are all where our extreme medicine sect's foundation lies. Opening it up to the entire Heaven One is severing the sect's foundation.
You have malicious motives.
This person was none other than precisely Qin Shan. This mighty Emperor Vast Heaven expert went onto the playing field personally. However, Yi Yuan did not know him. He just said with a strange expression, "Did you turn dumb from cultivation? If I want to sever the sect's foundation, would I still take these things out? Qin Shan's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, "Conceited brat, you have no respect for your elders and engage in wild talks here. You should be punished for your crimes." At this time, an Emperor Sakra Heaven sect elder suddenly spoke up. "Sect master, this boy is too haughty, treating his elders with contempt. He should be killed." He was called Jiang Yuan Dao, a backbone figure of the conservative faction. Yi Yuan's words displeased him greatly too. Not just him, Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted the strong opposition of the conservative faction. Immediately, the spearheads of all the Emperor Realm powerhouses pointed at Yi Yuan. At present, the majority of the Emperor Realm powerhouses remaining in the sect belong to the conservative faction. Therefore, their voices of condemnation toward Yi Yuan grew higher than the previous wave. It was virtually one-sided. Out of their mouths, Yi Yuan became a criminal who committed the most heinous crimes, and they would not be content with anything less than killing him. Everyone felt that Yi Yuan was finished. Incurring public wrath, Zuoqin could not protect you too. Although Song Qingyang and the group of upper echelons had calm faces, there were indescribable peculiarness in their hearts. Disrespecting elders? Your father doesn't even dare to be so unbridled in front of little martial uncle. You guys are really awesome. However, Yi Yuan's words indeed had too great an implication. They had no choice but to be cautious. It was just that with Yi Yuan's identity, since he said this kind of words, was that the will of the ancestors? All shut up for me. Song Qingyang yelled coldly. The world became quiet. He said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, the implications of this matter are too great. This sect master can't make the decision. But I'll report your idea to the Extreme Light Pavilion and let the pavilion elders make a final decision. Yi Yuan said with clasped hands, then I'll have to trouble sect master. Everyone burst into an uproar again. Were the heavens changing? The suggestion given by a Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually going to be reported to the Extreme Light Pavilion? Too crazy. It was as if countless face-slapping sounds had sounded out in the air, while Jiang Yuan Dao, Qin Shan, and the rest were staring with their mouths agape. Sect Master and the group of big shots would actually care about a junior's view? Even if you donated these treasures, you could not use it to put pressure on the sect too, right? But very soon, everyone felt relieved. After all, having donated these treasures, Sect Master was letting Yi Yuan's face look a little better for the time being. Reporting to Extreme Light Pavilion? It did not exist. Yi Yuan, such a good opportunity just now. It would have been great for you to exchange for an Imperial Extreme pill too. In order to posture, you're not even caring about your brother anymore. Yang Qing said weakly. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, Imperial Extreme pill for what? The sect's heavenly pills are also nothing more than this. I'll refine a better one for you and let you posture and slap faces. Alright? Yang Qing's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, is this for real? Yi Yuan nodded and said, of course it's real. Zhang Qian sneered and said, hoo-hoo. What high-sounding sentiments. Who do you think you are, to actually look down on the sect's heavenly pills? Don't forget, you're only grade 5 realm. So what if profound grade? Can you refine profound grade heavenly imperial pills? What a joke. Wang Lin similarly said disdainfully, hoo-hoo. In the entire extreme medicine sect, there's only you, one heavenly alchemist. Profound grade expert. How formidable. Yi Yuan gave Wang Lin a glance and suddenly said with a smile, Senior Apprentice Brother Wang, doesn't your face hurt? Wang Lin was taken aback, his face really turning somewhat hot. He was seriously too oppressed. Targeting Yi Yuan time and again, in the end, this guy slapped his face each time. How shameful. You guys can naturally mock me. However, you have to be prepared to be slapped by me. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. These words were domineering. Entering the sect for 10 years, how many earth-shattering major things had Yi Yuan done? Starting from the first day, Yi Yuan had already caused a great sensation. Then, each time was more impressive than the last, and each time more sensational than the last. Until now, it was as if the entire extreme medicine sect was revolving around Yi Yuan. What right did a divergent cultivator trash have? What heavenly medicines did he take? Qin Shan asked with a solemn face. Crane needle profound tea, 5-directional divine rain. Wang Lin reported a series of heavenly medicine names, his gaze full of mockery. Qin Shan could not help being stupefied when he heard it and said, "Infinite comprehensive pill." Wang Lin smiled and said, "Exactly so. This boy really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just broke through to profound grade for 10 years and he dares to refine the infinite comprehensive pill, which is known as the most difficult in history. Ha ha. That Yang Qing is probably going to be scammed to death by him." Qin Shan also could not help laughing as he said, "This boy, really? Infinite comprehensive pill, even if I take action, being able to refine true grade is already pushing it to the point of bursting. Where does he get the courage to dare refine this?" Below the life and death stage, there were streams of people. Originally, this battle was just between Luo Hao and Yang Qing, two people. It would not have attracted too much attention. But, because of Yi Yuan, the influence of this battle became huge. Even Yang Qing himself admitted that he could not last a single exchange with Luo Hao. Then could Yi Yuan defy the heavens? Incredible. It seems like in the sect, there's no one who can refine the infinite comprehensive pill at all. Is that Yi Yuan going to defy the heavens? What a joke. He's the youngest profound grade powerhouse in history. How can a mere infinite comprehensive pill stump him? Heh. This brat really talks big. A series of mocking voices came from below the stage. The corners of Luo Hao's mouth could not help curling slightly when he heard these discussion voices. Why was the infinite comprehensive pill called the hardest in history? It was because it was an extremely rare all-attributes heavenly pill. What was called an all-attributes heavenly pill? After consuming it, one's strength would skyrocket in all aspects. Divine essence, great Tao rule, the power of rules, origin divinity, physical body, so on and so forth, these aspects would all have an all-round improvement. This kind of heavenly pill sounded fantastical, even somewhat frightening. Of course, because it had such a heaven-defying medicinal effect, its refining difficulty was also the hardest among same-rank heavenly pills. The difficulty was hell level. How difficult was it? A grade 8 heavenly alchemist like Qin Shan could not refine a profound grade infinite comprehensive pill too. He could refine true grade, but the medicine effect of true grade was basically only a little better than nothing to true sovereign heavens. The difficulty was high, but the medicinal effect was ordinary. Only by reaching profound grade could it truly have a heaven grade effect. Hence, in the extreme medicine sect, there wasn't such a heavenly pill at all. It was not that nobody could refine it, but exalted hegemon realms would not run over to refine a grade 5 heavenly imperial pill for you, right? Furthermore, the heavenly medicines that the infinite comprehensive pill needed were extremely precious too. They were even more valuable than some grade 6 heavenly medicines. This was because they were too rare. It was also that this was a super sect like the extreme medicine sect. For ordinary sects, they would not be able to even collect the heavenly medicines. Therefore, when they knew that Yi Yuan was going to refine the infinite comprehensive pill, the entire sect scoffed with derision. 2 days ago, Yi Yuan slapped the faces of everyone in the sect. Today, everyone came to watch Yi Yuan become a joke. Below the stage, Yang Qing appeared somewhat anxious. The life and death battle was about to begin right away, but Yi Yuan still had not come. What are you looking at, Yang Qing? You wouldn't really think that Yi Yuan can bring the infinite comprehensive pill and come help you change your fate, right? Luo Hao arrived before Yang Qing and said with a snicker. Yang Qing said with a cold snort, "Mind your own business." Luo Hao's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Yang Qing, just you show off. After getting on the life and death stage, you'll know what's called despair. You killed my younger brother. I'm going to sentence you to eternal damnation." Yang Qing's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, "Your younger brother colluded with the blood race and butchered his own species, committing countless crimes and misdeeds. Landing in my hands, I couldn't let him live. Even if we do this again, your father will still kill him without fail." When he was carrying out missions, he accidentally discovered that Luo Hao's younger brother was cultivating with human blood, his methods being extremely cruel. The ordinary martial artists who died at his hands were beyond count. Yang Qing was normally casual, but with regards to this sort of thing, he really would not be careless. Hence, he killed Luo Hao's younger brother. Who knew that this person was actually Luo Hao's younger brother?
Before his younger brother died, he sent Yang Qing's information to Luo Hao. In the end, the two people sowed irreconcilable enmity. Before Luo Hao's younger brother died, he did things cleanly. Yang Qing did not bring back any evidence. Mion. With regards to Yang Qing killing someone from the same sect, as long as it was outside the extreme medicine sect, there wasn't this restriction. This way, the two people each stuck to their own versions and could only use a life-and-death battle to resolve it. When Luo Hao challenged him, Yang Qing was not a cowardly person either, directly accepting. Although he clearly knew that he was not a match. Luo Hao gave Yang Qing a glance and said coolly, "Keep framing charges. Very soon, you won't be able to talk anymore." Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of showing up. Luo Hao leaped onto the life and death stage and shouted, "Yang Qing, the hour has come. Why haven't you come up in haste to prepare to die?" Yang Qing's mouth curled and he said, "There's still 15 minutes. What are you anxious about?" "Haha, Yang Qing, stop struggling." Yi Yuan boasted too much. "He absolutely won't dare to come," Zhang Qian said with a loud laugh. In reality, that was what everyone thought. The hardest in history was not said for fun. To profound grade powerhouses, this was a hell-level difficulty too. Yang Qing, give up hope. If Yi Yuan dares to come, your father will pluck my head off for you to kick like a ball. Wang Lin also said with a cold smile. Yang Qing gave him a glance and said coolly, "Grandpa Qing has remembered what you said." While he said so, Yang Qing's heart was also a little nervous. Time was almost up. Yi Yuan did not even show a hint of a shadow. "Son of a bitch, hurry up and come. If you don't come, your father is going to die." Yang Qing cursed wildly in his heart. Luo Hao smiled coldly and said, "Delaying the time can't change the final outcome. Forget it that he doesn't dare to come. Even if he really refines the infinite comprehensive pill, you'll definitely die today beyond doubt too." As he said, he arrived in front of the judge and said with clasped hands, "Martial uncle, the time has come." That Emperor Realm powerhouse nodded slightly and said to Yang Qing, "The time is up. Yang Qing, take the stage." Yang Qing's face turned black. This punk really stood him up. Fuck me. However, he also knew that he could not drag the time anymore. Helpless, he could only leap onto the stage. Catch! Just as he was dangling in the air, a streak of flowing light flashed and flew straight over. Yang Qing was overjoyed, swiping a vial with a grab and landing on the stage. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Qing immediately opened up the vial and downed it in one gulp. Everyone did not have time to determine whether or not that was the infinite comprehensive pill. And only at this time did Yi Yuan's figure slowly appear. The whole audience was in an uproar. This guy really came? That thing just now was the infinite comprehensive pill? This guy would not have randomly gotten some heavenly pill to posture, right? Luo Hao's expression changed, and he said to the judge, "The time is up. Martial uncle, please announce the immediate commencement." The judge nodded and said, "Getting on the life and death stage, life and death are your own responsibility. Begin." Luo Hao did not feel that Yi Yuan could really refine a profound grade infinite comprehensive pill, but he would not give Yang Qing the chance to refine the heavenly pill. This was the life and death stage. It was no laughing matter. Whether or not it would not be too late to verify after Yang Qing died. Ha! Luo Hao slashed a saber over, immediately stirring up the wind and clouds. 3 power of rules were immediately performed by him to the extreme. He was a genius. The moment this saber came out, forget about Yang Qing. Even his senior and junior brothers, who were similarly half-step Emperor Realm, absolutely could not block it too. One saber and they would be met with a violent death. But, when he saw that playful look in Yang Qing's eyes, his expression could not help changing wildly. Over here, Yang Qing's entire body instantly ruptured when the medicinal pill entered his abdomen. He only felt as if his soul was about to ascend. That liberating feeling made him unable to hold back a groan. Too wonderful. In virtually an instant, he felt as if his strength was like a rising tide. It was rising sharply and crazily. I feel somewhat bloated. Yang Qing was really bloated.
He felt like he was a balloon, being inflated with air at a very rapid rate.
This heavenly pill was too amazing.
Boom! At the place where Yang Qing was standing, space exploded. Stones flew everywhere. Under Luo Hao's saber, there was no chance to get lucky at all.
Dead? Definitely dead.
No matter how amazing the heavenly pill is, it's also impossible to skyrocket instantly. There has to be a process to digest the medicinal strength. Says.
True.
Yi Yuan must have come at this time deliberately. Either way, Yang Qing will be dead too. We also can't investigate what kind of heavenly pill he consumed. Indeed, a divine scam. To be able to scam his teammate like this. How swift and fierce was Luo Hao's saber. This saber of his was simply a miracle in the eyes of others. Hence, Yang Qing had to die.
But there were still many Emperor Realm powerhouses present. However, their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. Break, break, break.
On the life and death stage, an angry roar suddenly came over. Yang Qing's figure appeared again. His entire body dyed in blood. Clearly, Luo Hao's move earlier had already inflicted heavy wounds on him.
However, he ultimately still relied on the infinite comprehensive pill and evaded it. Although seriously wounded, his aura was rising crazily and his realm actually directly broke through to upper true sovereign heaven.
Furthermore, this realm was still increasing rapidly.
His strength was skyrocketing, rising sharply in all aspects. Physical body, divine essence, power of rules, so on and so forth.
Everyone was stunned. Yang Qing actually evaded it. He was clearly not an opponent who could last one exchange with Luo Hao. How could he avoid this blade? The infinite comprehensive pill was so amazing?
Yes, it was even more incredible than they imagined.
Because when Yi Yuan was refining the pill, some mutation even happened.
His power of blessing activated.
The medicinal effect of this infinite comprehensive pill was 10 times that of ordinary profound grade heavenly pills.
The powerful medicinal strength directly poured into Yang Qing's body, seemingly opening up the water gates of his realm, rising crazily. Furthermore, Yang Qing was in a very mysterious state currently.
Originally, he could not keep up with Luo Hao. But now, Luo Hao's every movement and action was within his grasp. The reason why he was seriously wounded was that his bodily functions could not keep up with Luo Hao. But he still barely managed to avoid it. Humph!
So what if you took the infinite comprehensive pill?
I won't give you the chance to refine the medicinal effect. Luo Hao gave a cold snort, the saber momentum rising again. Hence, he unleashed his blade frenziedly. Each saber slash was stronger than the last. On the life and death stage, it was saber images everywhere, bedazzling people's eyes. But Luo Hao was panicking. Saber had saber momentum. A powerhouse like Luo Hao naturally knew how to utilize saber momentum even more.
With each saber slash after another, his imposing momentum would rise to a very terrifying realm.
Even the ranked 1 Chao Dian would not dare to let him accumulate saber momentum at his discretion too. But his saber actually got further and further away from Yang Qing. Luo Hao is impressive. This grandson is definitely going to die without a burial ground.
Well deserving of being the #1 saber in true sovereign.
Luo Hao, finish him off. Ha ha ha. What rubbish infinite comprehensive pill, too weak. Too weak. Those true sovereign heavens and saint sovereign heavens did not know the inner reason. Seeing Luo Hao's saber momentum get stronger and stronger, they cheered him on frenziedly. However, the face slapping came so quickly. Boom! Amidst the saber images, a streak of black light suddenly appeared.
The saber images that filled the sky dissipated with a loud bang. Luo Hao's body directly collided with the protection screen like a kite with a broken string.
Yang Qing stood holding his spear, his imposing momentum surging to the sky, being incredibly domineering.
Although he sustained rather severe injuries, it was like he had been reborn anew at this time.
That sovereign azure sky, who considered himself without equal in the world, had returned again. Yang Qing pointed at Luo Hao with his long spear and said indifferently, "What rubbish #1 saber in true sovereign, weak to the max.
From today onwards, your father is the #1 spear in true sovereign."
No, wait, it's #1 in true sovereign. If you're not convinced, feel free to come and challenge, your father will receive it all. Just the likes of you trash also dare to posture in front of this sovereign. It serves you right to get slapped. Ha ha ha, Chao Dian. After I kill Luo Hao, do you dare to fight or not? The current Yangqing was inflated to the extreme. He felt that he was already invincible under the heavens. This infinite comprehensive pill was too amazing. Too amazing. Ever since stepping onto Heaven One continent, he no longer had that feeling of looking down upon the world in the past. But now he finally regained this feeling. The king was undefeated. His strength had soared several hundred times over. Furthermore, it was an all-around improvement. His cultivation realm, he already reached grand completion true sovereign heaven. His physical body, it similarly reached grand completion true sovereign heaven. His origin divinity, it was also grand completion true sovereign heaven. Even in terms of power of rules, he achieved mastery, with Spear Dao and power of rules reaching peak rank 6 at the same time. The crux was that the soaring in strength did not let him feel fleeting and ephemeral, but it was incomparably solid instead. He had never seen before such an amazing heavenly pill. Yangqing knew that the heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined might be very impressive. But he did not think that the heavenly pill that Yi Yuan refined would actually be so awesome. Below the life and death stage, Chao Dian's face became black as the bottom of a pot. Got to admit, Yangqing was seriously too capable of drawing aggro. This guy was currently boundlessly inflated. The most important thing was that his strength was sufficient to support his inflation. That spear just now, Chao Dian saw it clearly. He could not receive it. What shitty luck. Okay. I'll have a battle with you. Chao Dian was an extremely proud person too. How could he accepted to be provoked like this? Even if he clearly knew that he was not a match, he had to fight too. The strong would never fear challenges. Ha ha ha. Chao Dian, you have guts. But, from this day forth, you'll have to live under the shadow of this sovereign. Amidst the loud laughter, Yangqing sent out his long spear. Boom! Luo Hao dead? The whole place was dead silent. There was only Yangqing's arrogant laughter. Did it end just like that? This was also too fake, right? Luo Hao was true sovereign heaven rank 4th. He actually did not even have the strength to fight back under Yangqing's hands? Previously, they were all mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability to actually attempt to refine the most difficult pill in history, the infinite comprehensive pill. Now, not only did Yi Yuan refine it, but he also used an extremely terrifying way to let Yangqing rise up crazily. This face was really slapped resoundingly. Was Zen. Yangqing himself also admitted that he could not last a single exchange with Luo Hao. But, after consuming Yi Yuan's heavenly pill, he directly one-shot Luo Hao. This kind of contrast really drove people nuts. How could you be so amazing? Owen. Wang Lin, Zheng Qian, Guofang, Qin Shan, and the rest had all turned their noses up at Yi Yuan previously, mocking him to the best of their ability. But now, those words seemed to have turned into slaps, slapping onto their faces crazily. Chao Dian, come up. Watch your grandpa Qing wreck you. Yangqing said complacently. He was already inflated to the extreme. The former king was already being completely taken lightly by him. Hearing this, everyone really wanted to go up and slap his face. But they could not do it. Chao Dian, you definitely can't lose. Chao Dian went up the life and death stage with a black face. Yangqing said to the judge, Old man, borrow the life and death stage to use. Today, I'm going to reign over true sovereign heaven. Bang! The judge directly smacked Yangqing into the dirt with a slap. Everyone felt incredibly satisfied. Who asked you to posture? You're full of yourself. The judge looked at the Yangqing in the dust and said nonchalantly. It served him right. This was what everyone present was thinking. Yangqing got to his feet, looking at the judge with an unfriendly expression as he said, Humph, humph, old man, change is the only constant thing. The wheel of fortune turns. After my cultivation realm catches up to you, I'll definitely smack you into the ground. Smack him to death. Everyone was shouting in their hearts. However, the judge actually gave him a profound glance and said with a nod, Boy, you're pretty good. I'll lend you this field. Yangqing snorted again and said, Don't think that lending the field can resolve the grudge. I'm very vengeful. The judge laughed loudly and said, "All right, then I'll wait for you."
Yang Qing was not long-winded either, leaping onto the stage. Xiao Dian also followed closely behind.
The moment the two people made their moves, they were their strongest attacks. But this time, they saw Yang Qing's spear clearly. A domineering spear. Boom! It was only to hear a loud noise. Xiao Dian shot out backward. But Yang Qing did not budge an inch. With one strike, the level was immediately established.
Everyone was incredibly shocked.
This was also too bloody freakish, right? I lost. Xiao Dian threw down a sentence, turned around and left. The entire audience was in shock.
With one heavenly pill, Yang Qing soared to the sky with one bound and became #1 in true sovereign heaven?
Unbelievable. What the hell kind of heavenly pill was this? Could you give me one? You trash, you mocked your grandpa Qing daily for the past few days. Now, does this slap feel good? Ha ha ha. Yang Qing put away his long spear and laughed rampantly. Those people who had mocked him before wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into.
How could they have expected this kind of heaven-defying rise?
Yang Qing, what are you being cocky for? If not for Yi Yuan, what the hell are you? Zhang Qian said with refusal to accept it as final. Yeah, the impressive one is Yi Yuan. What does it have to do with you? You've performed all of his posturings. Do you really think that you're very impressive?
Everyone seemed to have found a relief outlet, rebutting Yang Qing frenziedly. Yang Qing did not care in the slightest and showed off. He said, "Your father can beat you all down by having such an awesome brother.
If you're not convinced, bring it on."
Everyone was speechless.
You make a lot of sense. I actually have nothing to say in reply. Why did we not have a brother like Yi Yuan? Hence, the news of Yi Yuan defying the heavens with one pill swept throughout the entire extreme medicine sect once more. The entire sect was incredibly shocked.
Although the one who swept across true sovereign heaven was Yang Qing, everyone's discussion was more focused on Yi Yuan. It was because the one who created this miracle was Yi Yuan.
Even those Emperor Realm powerhouses and high-level heavenly alchemists were all shocked too.
Such a heaven-defying heavenly pill, how did Yi Yuan refine it?
Even if it was an all-attributes heavenly pill, it would not be to an extent of being so heaven-defying too, right?
Just what kind of additional material did Yi Yuan add?
These people suddenly discovered that after Yi Yuan entered the sect, it seemed like all of the limelight had been snatched away by him alone.
The infinite comprehensive pill was hailed as the hardest in history. Yi Yuan was just grade 5 realm and he actually refined it.
Not only did he refine it, but the medicinal effect was also mind-bogglingly amazing.
Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan's alchemy strength already surpassed many grade 8 heavenly alchemists?
This was a freaking joke, right? Didn't you just enter profound grade for 10 years? What right do you have to be so impressive? Of course, this kind of small scene had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. He had already entered the Extreme Light Pavilion.
As he Gemin Cloudmount's little disciple, the sect had no choice but to take his words seriously.
Moreover, he just gave the sect such great kindness.
Little junior brother, this matter affects the situation as a whole. The implications are too big, Li Clearcloud said with a solemn expression. A pavilion elder said, "I disagree as well.
If people learn our things and run out to establish a sect, then our extreme medicine sect will have many opponents out of the blue. Little martial uncle, your seniority is high, but some ideas are still too naive." In the Extreme Light Pavilion, virtually all the pavilion elders were opposed to Yi Yuan's proposition.
This kind of idea was too fanciful and fallacious. Creating many opponents out of the blue for themselves, this was a way of digging their own grave.
This notion was already deeply entrenched in the hearts of people. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, "Pray tell, everyone, since the Heaven One Alliance was established, how many powerhouses has our Heaven One continent given birth to? Which powerhouses did our extreme medicine sect give birth to?" Li Clearcloud's brows furrowed, and he shook his head and said, "Our extreme medicine sect didn't give birth to any true powerhouses. There have even been hundreds of Emperor Realm powerhouses who have already fallen because of the war. As for the other sects, there are mostly the same. In fact, they are even worse off than us." "That's it," Yi Yuan said calmly. After the Heaven One Alliance was established, it seemed like everyone was united. But until now, you're still only clearing away the snow in front of your own doors. Not only did our strength not get stronger, but we're also being weakened by the blood race nonstop instead. In contrast, the blood race grew stronger the more they fought, and their powerhouses got more and more. I don't know how long more the absolute heaven barrier can still resist, but if things continue like this, we probably won't be able to resist anymore. The Extreme Light Pavilion's pavilion elders had all gone to the front lines before and fought with the blood race. Over these few thousand years, quite a number of the Extreme Light Pavilion's pavilion elders had actually fallen too. These were all origin powerhouses, with hopes of stepping into Hegemon realm in the future. As for the other sects, that went even more without saying. Many people in the sect have never been to the front lines before. They probably don't know the cruelty and dangers there at all, and they also don't have much sense of danger. In fact, they even think that our Hegemon realms are very strong, and they can keep the blood race's powerhouses outside of the absolute heaven barrier. But in reality, I saw strong worry on Master Cloudmount and Senior Apprentice Brother Pinespring's faces. Even existences of their level completely don't have the confidence too, right? At this current situation, the various major sects are still thinking of preserving strength pending to stage a comeback. It's just that do they have this chance? I don't believe that those Hegemon realms can't see this. But I feel that Divine Lord is probably lacking an opportunity. Since nobody is willing to take the lead, then why don't our extreme medicine sect break this stalemate? Furthermore, I don't feel that opening up resources will cause huge losses to the sect. On the contrary, I feel that it can make us become stronger instead. The extreme medicine sect is an alchemy path leviathan, but the other sects similarly have their own foundations. If we open up resources, it can let those small sects undergo a mutual exchange of resources. Our disciples are elites among elites. Could it be that they would lose to them? Ilai. Yi Yuan said a whole bunch at great length, expounding on the pros and cons. Yi Yuan had already prepared these words for a long time, making those pavilion lords dazed from listening. Should these things be what you, a puny little saint sovereign heaven, consider? Hearing you speak, you directly substituted yourself as Divine Lord, His Excellency. However, each and every one of these pavilion elders was incredibly shocked in their hearts. Yi Yuan's development was too big. When they were still conflicted about the sect's interests, Yi Yuan had long already jumped out of the sect and placed his horizons across the entire Heaven One continent, even the entire Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven. In reality, when Yi Yuan was at Northern View City, he had already understood from Zhuo Chun in death about the present situation. These plans, he had long already worked them out. Talking about it at this time, it was enlightening the benighted. Proposing something like this from the perspective of Divine Lord, that was incredibly difficult. It was because he had to balance the various great hegemons and could not let anyone suffer a loss in benefits. Otherwise, this alliance would be done for. But breaking this bottleneck from the extreme medicine sect could not be better. Once the extreme medicine sect did it, the situation would be broken. Divine Lord would be able to push the boat along the current and carry out a transformation on the entire Heaven One alliance, achieving a fusion. Only this kind of fusion could let Heaven One become stronger. Otherwise, they could only be encroached upon by the blood race step by step, and then all of them would fall into the enemy's hands in the end. With Yi Yuan defying the heavens with one pill, Yang Qing swept across True Sovereign. This matter set off huge waves in the extreme medicine sect from top to bottom. But before the aftermath of this matter had passed, a piece of news that was even more of a bolt out of the blue descended. This time, the ones who were shocked was not just the extreme medicine sect, but it was the entire Heaven One alliance. The extreme medicine sect had opened up cultivation resources to the entire Heaven One alliance. This news was too explosive. Of course, the one who got slapped the hardest were still the extreme medicine sect's disciples. Previously, they were all mocking Yi Yuan, thinking that it was impossible for this matter to be realized. Forget about the Extreme Light Pavilion agreeing to it. Sect Master was just brushing him off and would not bring this matter up to the Extreme Light Pavilion at all. Who knew that it was really brought up? However, they did not know that if Yi Yuan wanted to report it to the Extreme Light Pavilion, he did not need Song Qingyang at all. Bringing it up was not strange. What was scary was that the Extreme Light Pavilion actually really agreed. It's crazy, right? This is something that shakes the sect's foundation. The pavilion elders actually agreed. Where are the hegemon ancestors? Yi Yuan messing around like this, they're not going to control him too.
Motherfucker got slapped in the face again.
With regards to the extreme medicine sect's decision, everyone could not figure it out after racking their brains. What right did a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven have to have his suggestion be adopted after bringing it up? Furthermore, it was even such a major thing. The moment the news came out, the world was shocked. To itinerant cultivators and those small sects, this was absolutely a piece of huge good news.
However, it was naturally impossible for this kind of release to be without additional conditions.
For itinerant cultivators, those who used the extreme medicine sect's resources would be viewed as automatically joining the Heaven One Alliance and be subjected to the Heaven One Alliance's unified allocation of resources. Small sects must open their resources to the extreme medicine sect too.
Furthermore, as long as they utilized the extreme medicine sect's resources, they would have to go and serve at the absolute heaven barrier for 3 years.
All sects were members of the Heaven One Alliance.
But Heaven One continent still had countless itinerant cultivators. These itinerant cultivators were a force that could not be overlooked.
Among these people, there were brave ones who were killed at the absolute heaven barrier all year round.
But there was still a very large part that was huddling up in the rear. This decision of the extreme medicine sect would immediately summon a large portion of itinerant cultivators.
It would not do if they did not come.
What did itinerant cultivators lack?
Resources. Among itinerant cultivators, there were actually many geniuses. They suffered from a lack of cultivation resources, their cultivation realms having difficulty breaking through all along. If their cultivation realm did not break through, they would have to face endless Tao tribulations. Come one day, they would die. With the extreme medicine sect opening up resources, they would have hopes of breaking through their realms. In terms of cultivation resources, the extreme medicine sect was absolutely positioned right at the top. They were virtually number one across the entire Heaven One continent.
Even the other 2 great hegemon-level sects could not compare to the extreme medicine sect too.
Therefore, the extreme medicine sect's cultivation resources had a fatal allure. This kind of good thing, no one would refuse it.
Hence, countless powerhouses were gathering over at the extreme medicine sect.
Furthermore, this way of doing things brought huge prestige to the extreme medicine sect. The extreme medicine sect is well deserving of being an alchemy overlord. This great courage makes people admire them. The extreme medicine sect is too responsible. After my strength breaks through, I must go to absolute heaven barrier and showcase my abilities.
Putting aside sectarian views and breaking hundreds of millions of years old established practices, the extreme medicine sect really has great breadth of spirit.
Among these people, they were naturally people who had great experience and knowledge too. The extreme medicine sect, having such an open attitude, made them feel ashamed of their unworthiness. They secretly swore to definitely head to the absolute heaven barrier. Every day, there were countless powerhouses gathering in front of the mountain pass gates. Yes. There was one more thing that made the entire extreme medicine sect hate Yi Yuan to the core.
From now on, all of the extreme medicine sect's disciples would take turns going to the absolute heaven barrier.
No matter whether you were of the conservative faction or not, you would have to be forced to the front lines in the future. Huazong was stunned when he got this news. He discovered that the boasts that Yi Yuan made were really realized one by one. This little junior brother was truly remarkable. Why was he, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, impressive to this extent?
Did the conservative faction remain silent about this?
No. The moment the news came out, the conservative faction immediately carried out a large-scale reverse play. They practically swarmed out in full force, joining forces to exert pressure on the sect.
The conservative faction's forces practically occupied more than half of the extreme medicine sect.
Once they joined hands, the power could be imagined.
However, right at this time, a dharmic decree descended from the sky, shocking the entire extreme medicine sect.
At this moment, that dharmic decree could be seen by the whole sect. The extreme medicine sect's 4 great hegemon realms joined hands to send down the dharmic decree, stating that the extreme light pavilion's decision was the will of the hegemon realms. With this, the extreme medicine sect boiled over. The four great hegemons were aloof from worldly affairs and had never expressed their attitudes with regard to this matter before.
This time, they actually joined hands to send down the Dermic decree.
No one could resist the will of the hegemon realms.
Hence, they determined the world with one move, and the conservative faction's voice was directly suppressed by this Dermic decree.
Ha ha ha, that boy indeed suits your father's appetite the best. This move of his is really played beautifully. The thing that even this seat can't do, he actually did it.
In the absolute heaven barrier, hegemon Cloudmount's hearty laughter could be heard.
However, not all the hegemons could hear this laughter. It was because his voice was actively being isolated. But Divine Lord His Excellency could hear him. I really didn't expect that this boy is actually so stunning, breaking the stalemate of several thousand years in one stroke. With this, those few stubborn old things will probably fly into a thunderous rage.
Speaking of which, I really need to thank you Yuan properly this time, Divine Lord His Excellency said with a smile.
Heh heh. Divine Lord Your Excellency. You mustn't just be all talk and no action. This seat has remembered these words, Hegemon Cloudmount said with a shady smile. The moment Divine Lord heard this, he could not help laughing as he said, You old fellow, could it be that this lord will still owe a Saint Sovereign Heaven Jr.? This time, Yi Yuan really helped out greatly. However, those few old fellows will probably be finding you to settle scores. Cloudmount smiled coldly and said, Would your father be scared of them?
If not for the few of them obstructing in every possible way, our new policy would have long been pushed forward. Why would we end up being so passive now?
Humph. Already at the juncture of life and death survival, those few old fellows are still so fettered by old convention. It serves them right to have their sex be wiped out. The absolute heaven barriers hegemon realms were naturally not of one heart and mind too. The reason why it developed until the present situation where all hegemon realms joined hands, it was forced by circumstances. Why did the conservative faction have a market? Without hegemons supporting them, how could they be tough? Among these hegemon realms, hegemon Cloudmount and the rest of this group were all of the warring faction. They hoped to break down the barriers between sections. The Heaven One Alliance was one family, but the vast majority of hegemon realms turned their noses up in disdain at this. These hegemon realms hoped that there must be autonomy between sects. Otherwise, their legacies would be buried in oblivion in the dust of history. Among them, the other two continents' hegemon realms especially dominated. Their sects had practically been annihilated already. Therefore, they had a very averse attitude towards this kind of merger. Divine Lord also advocated for breaking down the barriers, but he needed to borrow the strength of these hegemon realms to deal with the blood race, so it could only keep dragging on until now. But Yi Yuan's action completely broke this deadlock. Once the situation was broken, Divine Lord took the initiative. Then what right did Yi Yuan, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, have to be able to do something that even hegemon realms could not accomplish? The problem still lay with those treasures of the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Ever since entering the sect, Yi Yuan pushed his momentum to the peak step by step. At the crucial moment, he threw out these Labyrinth Divine Palace treasures. Under this kind of situation, the extreme medicine sect's conservative faction already could not make much noise anymore. It was because they needed those treasures too. They also needed to become strong. At this time, the moment the Dermic decree of hegemon Cloudmount and the rest descended, it immediately suppressed all the voices in the sect. We're not convinced. On what basis should we be the first batch to go to the absolute heaven barrier? Yeah, this matter was caused by Yi Yuan. If wanting to choose someone to go, it should also be him who goes first. Just because Yi Yuan donated a bunch of jade slips, he can get special treatment?
In the law enforcement hall, a group of people was rioting nonstop. Zheng Qian, Wang Lin, and the rest were shockingly in ranks. The first batch of names headed to the absolute heaven barrier had already been issued. None of those who opposed Yi Yuan could escape. Even Qin Shan, this grade 8 heavenly alchemist, was also sent to the front lines.
Of course, it was not a coincidence. Yi Yuan did it on purpose.
These people jumped around the most. Of course, he could not let them continue acting like tyrants.
However, Yi Yuan's goal was naturally not to send them to death. These people were all geniuses. Yi Yuan did not deny it. Perhaps going to the front lines could make them improve at a great pace. It was just that the mortality rate at the front lines was also extremely high. Qin Shan had a black face as he said in a solemn voice, "Marshal Uncle Ming Tang, if you don't give an explanation today, even if it's defying the sect's orders, we won't hesitate." 2. Ming Tang was a law enforcement hall elder, an Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm mighty expert, his status being extremely high. Yi Yuan's name did not appear in the name list of the first batch, so these people immediately blew up. On what basis? Hence, they ran to the law enforcement hall collectively to make a scene. As the saying went, it was hard for the law to punish the collective. They all had this mentality. The overwhelming momentum was unstoppable. But making Yi Yuan go was a must. Otherwise, they could not swallow this insult. Ming Tang glanced at Qin Shan and said coolly, "Have you all made enough noise?" Yi Yuan, their party of 5, already left the sect a month ago and set off for South Qi Giant City. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of place was South Qi Giant City? The #1 dangerous city below absolute heaven barrier. It was not that this city was very dangerous, but that this city's casualty rate was too high. Frighteningly high. Why? The absolute heaven barrier blocked the blood race army. But when dividing Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven into 2, how big was the absolute heaven barrier? Unimaginable. This absolute heaven barrier was like a 10,000-mile Great Wall. It stretched even longer and more unbroken than a 10,000-mile Great Wall. However, to maintain the absolute heaven barrier, Hegemon realm powerhouses needed to expend a considerable effort too. Simply put, the absolute heaven barrier was like a large net. The place where the Hegemon realms were garrisoning, that was the nodal point of the large net. The node was naturally as strong as iron. But since it was a web, then there had to be gaps. The war between the blood race and Heaven One unfolded in these gaps. Incomparably cruel. Heaven One Alliance built one giant city after another in these defensively weak places, planting a large army of countless powerhouses. South Qi Giant City was the place with the largest loophole. Of course, it was also the most dangerous place. One could say that the army stationed there practically had no overlap with anyone from the first batch of army stationed there. The first-generation army from the high and mighty Emperor Realm powerhouses to Saint Sovereign Heaven Army had all died out. One could imagine how dangerous South Qi Giant City was. In the rear, no matter which sect it was, their complexions would change colors at the mention of South Qi Giant City. No one was willing to go. It was because South Qi Giant City was equivalent to death. Not roughly equivalent. That place was absolutely an incomparably cruel and savage battlefield. That place was hell. Yi Yuan actually went to South Qi Giant City, a Saint Sovereign Heaven. No matter how amazingly talented you were, you would also be an ant in South Qi Giant City. Lowly like an ant. There were no geniuses there, only dead people. Too cruel. Was this guy mad? Ming Tang's gaze swept over everyone's faces, and he said with a cold smile, "When you guys were afraid, others were already at the front lines." This elder feels that Yi Yuan's opinion is correct. You these people crack yourselves up to be geniuses, enjoying countless glory, but you all don't know how cruel the front lines are. You all won't be able to grow up without experiencing the baptism of blood. Go on. With this, nobody spoke anymore. Yi Yuan already went to South Qi Giant City, what else could they say? Where they were going to this time was Floating Light City. Although that place was the front lines too, it was not an absolutely dangerous place. There were 108 cities below the absolute heaven barrier. Among them, there were 9 giant cities. Cities that had the word giant were all brutal battlefields. And among them, South Qi Giant City was the most dangerous. This is South Qi Giant City? Sure enough, it's very cruel. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Yi Yuan could not help sighing lightly. Clearly, this place had just experienced a great battle. 10. The city walls that towered into the clouds, half of them were already demolished. Many high-level formation Dao masters were currently repairing the city walls. Outside the city, several thousand dead bodies were casually thrown around, looking ghastly. There weren't bloodkins because they would not leave behind dead bodies. Either die or revive. Many Saint Sovereign Heaven soldiers were currently collecting the corpses, their eyes faintly holding tears. But their gazes were full of resoluteness. The land outside the city took on a dark red hue as if it had already been dyed thoroughly with blood.
This was not an adjective but a fact.
Yi Yuan already heard about it before coming. That red color dirt was the hallmark of South Qi Giant City. This place was dyed red by fresh blood. Yi Yuan few people did not see this great battle, but the degree of danger was clear just by thinking about it a little. This battle must have been extremely fierce. Yi Yuan had experienced the Northern Front battle, but that level of battle completely could not be mentioned in the same breath as this place. Big brother Yi Yuan. The blood race is so abominable.
Jingfei wants to kill the enemy too, kill them all.
Sniff, sniff. Jingfei immediately burst into tears when she saw the scene before her eyes.
Too tragic. Even the young Qing, who went about happy-go-lucky every day, also had a solemn and respectful face at this time.
Yi Yuan, my blood is already burning. Yang Qing said. Yeah, me too. As he was talking, Yi Yuan gave a deep bow to this stretch of land. On top of the city walls, a gray-robed middle-aged man looked at the city wall that was currently being repaired, his expression being incredibly grim.
Yi Yuan noticed him very quickly because his aura was extremely strong. He was definitely an Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm mighty expert.
Hey kid, you're new here, right?
To dare come to South Qi Giant City, pretty gutsy. An easygoing Saint Sovereign Heaven soldier came up to greet warmly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, some things ultimately need people to do. This brother, didn't you come too? The moment the other party heard, he laughed loudly and said, I like to hear this.
Little brother, you came to the right place.
Our South Qi Giant City is the most soulful place.
Fighting here, there are no regrets in death. I'm called Wang Yan. What are you called, little brother? Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, this little brother, Yi Yuan, is from the extreme medicine sect. Wang Yan waved his hand and said, South Qi Giant City has no sex, only brothers. Even if you were a flower in the extreme medicine sect, it's completely meaningless in this place. 2. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said with a smile, what Brother Wang says is right. This little brother has received the teachings. In a few sentences, Yi Yuan already felt the difference. Originally, Yi Yuan thought that in such a savage battlefield, humanity was gray and without luster, especially having just experienced a great battle. But Wang Yan seemed very relaxed, without the slightest psychological burden, talking in a jovial manner. Yi Yuan could feel that it was not that Wang Yan was heartless, but that he had qi in his heart.
This qi was the soul of South Qi Giant City.
When people come here, they would be infected by this place very quickly and be assimilated. Brother Wang, who is that? His bearing is extraordinary. Yi Yuan pointed at the middle-aged man on top of the city walls and asked. Wang Yan chuckled and said, you don't even recognize City Lord Feng Xiaotian. How do you live?
That is our South Qi Giant City's spiritual leader.
Wang Yan's words were filled with admiration.
Yi Yuan had some guesses long ago in his heart. It was indeed Feng Xiaotian.
This was South Qi Giant City's 10th city lord. The previous 9 were all dead. They died in battle. South Qi Giant City's danger was not said for fun.
Even an Emperor Sakura Heaven expert like the city lord died over and over again.
However, Feng Xiaotian was different. This person completely grew up in South Qi Giant City. This was a god of war. When he entered South Qi Giant City, he was only true sovereign heaven realm. Before this, he was unknown too.
But he grew up step by step during the battles with the blood race. His cultivation realm also advanced steadily from true sovereign heaven to Emperor Cloud Heaven, then to Emperor Vast Heaven and Emperor Sakura Heaven. All the way until presently he became South Qi Giant City Lord. This was a true blue god of war. In each battle, he would lead his men in a charge, killing until the bloodkins were trembling with fear. Under this kind of battle intensity, for him to be able to live until now and even reach the peak realm of Emperor Sakura Heaven, it was simply unimaginable. Of course, it was also precisely because of this that he already became a god of South Qi Giant City, the idol in everyone's hearts. Yi Yuan suddenly said, it turns out that he's City Lord Feng, but, looking at his appearance, he seems to be frowning heavily. Did he encounter some problem? Wang Yan heaved a slight sigh and said, the blood race is getting crazier and also increasingly stronger.
This time, they even collapsed half of the city walls. The city protecting Grand Array is badly damaged and difficult to repair.
Without the city protecting Grand Array, we might not be able to stop the Blood Race army.
The few big shots are currently having a headache.
Yi Yuan and Wang Yan were currently chatting when Feng Xiaotian suddenly shouted, "Brothers in the city, those who know Formation Dao, please gather below the southern city wall."
I know too. City Lord Feng needs us. Let's hurry up. Virtually instantaneously, those powerhouses who knew Formation Dao flooded towards the city walls one after another. Yi Yuan witnessed what was called 100 responses to one call.
Being able to serve Feng Xiaotian seemed to have become a kind of glory. I'm not going to continue talking to you any longer. I'm a grade 5 Heavenly Formation Master. City Lord Feng is summoning people. I need to go. Finished saying, Wang Yan ignored Yi Yuan and ran in haste.
This level of Grand Array naturally did not need grade 5 Heavenly Formation Masters originally. But now, Feng Xiaotian was clearly making a Hail Mary effort too. Yi Yuan did not hesitate and joined those Heavenly Formation Masters too. Brother Yi is actually a Heavenly Formation Master too? When Wang Yan saw that Yi Yuan came over, he could not help being very surprised.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I know a little bit."
Wang Yan nodded and said, "Amen. It's a crucial moment now. Those who have money offer money. Those with strength exert strength. Later, you follow me. You can ask me anything that you don't understand." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Then I'll have to thank Brother Wang very much." Very soon, 1,000 Heavenly Formation Masters gathered below the southern city walls. There were grade 5 and grade 6 experts. As for grade 7 and grade 8 Heavenly Formation Masters, those already belonged to the top powerhouses. They were all repairing the Grand Array on the city walls.
Feng Xiaotian cupped his fists to everyone and said, "Brothers, everyone saw it too. The city walls city protecting Grand Array is badly damaged at present, almost paralyzed. The Blood Race is attacking us more and more frequently.
In at most 5 days, they will make a renewed effort after failure. Without the city protecting Grand Array, it will be very hard for us to guard South Qi Giant City. Therefore, this Feng needs everyone's help." Those Heavenly Formation Masters immediately replied, "Serving City Lord Feng is our honor." A hint of reluctance flashed across in Feng Xiaotian's eyes, and he gave a deep bow to the 1,000 Heavenly Formation Masters. The cultivation realms of grade 5 and 6 Heavenly Formation Masters were too low. There was a tremendous risk when repairing this kind of Grand Array that approached origin level. A single misstep and they would be drained dry by the origin power contained in the Grand Array. But at this time, Feng Xiaotian had no other choice either. Yi Yuan could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This place was really different. Feng Xiaotian merely gave a yell, and 1,000 Heavenly Formation Masters stepped forward resolutely, without even a trace of hesitation. This was simply unimaginable in the extreme medicine sect.
This was life-threatening. This Feng will be counting on everyone, Feng Xiaotian said with a choke.
City Lord Feng doesn't need to be courteous. This is our responsibility, everyone said in unison. Got to admit, Feng Xiaotian was very charismatic.
His every movement and action gave people an amiable and approachable feeling. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could tell that Feng Xiaotian attached great importance to his men, and it did not seem to be hypocritical.
Very soon, there were many grade 7 Heavenly Formation Masters that came over and brought these 1,000 over people away. The parts that grade 5 and 6 Heavenly Formation Masters could repair were not many, but there was strength in numbers. Their participation would speed up the restoration of the Grand Array. One grade 6 Heavenly Formation Master, bring along 10 grade 5 Heavenly Formation Masters. The 10 of you grade 6 Heavenly Formation Masters follow me to assist me in repairing the Grand Array. Whatever I make you all do, just follow. Make sure not to act on your own. Understood. A grade 7 Heavenly Formation Master arrived in front of Yi Yuan and the rest, and he directly picked out 110 people and left. The others were the same too. This way of division could reduce the casualties to a minimum.
This seat has already divided this piece of grade 7 Heavenly Formation's formation base. The 11 of you will be in charge of this area.
Remember, you have to be super careful. Make sure not to make any mistakes. The grade 6 heavenly formation expert who brought Yi Yuan said respectfully, "Yes, Lord Qili." This person was called Lu Yi. He was quite successful in the aspect of formations. With regards to Qili's order, Yi Yuan did not pay attention to it. He had already started to size this majestic heaven-shocking grand array up and down. Yi Yuan had similarly seen before many array formations with tremendous power in the Labyrinth Divine Palace's records. His knowledge and experience could not be mentioned in the same breath as these people. This city-protecting grand array was an extremely complicated interlinked grand array. Furthermore, it touched Origin Realm and was only a step away from a true Origin grand array. An interlinked grand array was not what a grade 9 heavenly formation master could set up. It must have been jointly produced through numerous heavenly formation masters. This grand array was linked to the absolute heaven barrier, sealing off all paths of retreat. If the blood race wanted to breach the absolute heaven barrier, there was only breaking through South Qi Giant City. It was just that South Qi Giant City had experienced a series of fierce battles. The power of this grand array was long already less than a tenth. After experiencing the previous battle, it was even more ruined now. It could be seen from this how terrifying the battle before they came was. Arg! Suddenly a miserable cry came over, startling Yi Yuan awake. A grade 5 heavenly formation master was already devoured by the grand array. However, the others did not even turn their heads around. It was not that they were numb, but that they had to race against time. In South Qi Giant City, dead people were really something that was all too normal. Sorrow, this kind of emotion, was the most useless. If people died, then the debt had to be repaid in blood. Repairing the grand array meant that they could kill more bloodkins and they would be able to avenge everyone. Kid, what are you still in a daze for? In South Qi Giant City, there's no time for you to grieve over losses. Hurry up and get to work. Louis shouted coldly at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said, "Repairing like this? Forget about 5 days. Even if it's 50 days, it can't be repaired entirely at all." Lu Yi's brows furrowed slightly, thinking to himself that this new kid really had a lot of crap. The adults still did not know whether or not it could be repaired entirely. Was it your turn, a measly little saint sovereign heaven, to speak? That's not something that you should worry about. You just care about repairing. There's no need for you to worry about anything else. Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of taking action. He just said lightly, "These over 1,000 people aren't even enough to fill the crevices between the teeth. After the people die out, it's impossible to finish repairing too. And the repaired grand array will still be too weak to stand up to a single hit. This way we're purely wasting time." Louis exploded the moment he heard it and said with a cold smile, "Hoo-hoo, then you mean that we're resigning ourselves to doom here? New kid, I don't care where you're some bullshit genius from. In South Qi Giant City, just obey orders. Are you doing it or not? If you're not doing it, hurry up and get lost for your father." Yi Yuan did not get angry and just said coolly, "Give me an hour. I think I can repair the formation base here by myself." What Yi Yuan was referring to was the range of these 110 people, and not their 10 people range. The array formation that these 110 heavenly formation masters were working on reached several tens of thousands. Even if they did not sleep or rest, it simply could not be repaired without a day's time. Now, Yi Yuan actually shamelessly boasted that he could finish repairing in an hour by himself. Was this not a joke? Louis laughed from extreme fury and said, "Kid, I think that you're not here to repair the grand array but here to cause trouble, right? Get lost. I don't have the time to listen to you boast here." Wang Yan also did not think that Yi Yuan could boast so much. Did you freaking specifically come to South Qi Giant City to posture? But you did not know that this place was not a place to posture at all, right? There was only killing and obedience here. Yi Yuan, here isn't the extreme medicine sect. You got to judge the situation when you're boasting. All right? Wang Yan urged. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "I'm not boasting. Whether or not it can be done, the outcome will be seen in an hour. Also, I hope that everyone can stop. Repairing like this will only cost lives in vain. It's too inefficient." Ha! Boy! What high-sounding sentiments. These 1,000 people stopping for an hour. Do you know how much work is going to be delayed? Can you afford to bear this loss? Yeah, even the grade 9 heavenly formation master over there, Master Ziyang, can't help it. Are you? A measly little saint sovereign heaven, more impressive than him.
Hurry up and get lost. If you keep messing around and delaying everyone's time, we'll directly send you on your way. For a moment, everyone's spearheads pointed at Yi Yuan.
You mean that over 1,000 of us heavenly formation masters here, including a bunch of grade 8 and grade 9 heavenly formation masters, are not even as good as you, a puny little saint sovereign heaven? Louis looked at Yi Yuan and sneered coldly. If you did not brag, then it was me who was boasting?
A punk who had just arrived was uttering wild ravings, truly ignorant. Louis was already prepared to make a move and send Yi Yuan off. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, instinctively wanting to reveal his identity as He Gemin Cloudmount's disciple.
But that way, everything would become meaningless. He would not be able to continue staying in this South Qi giant city too. Suddenly, his gaze glimpsed the Feng Xiaotian in the distance. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, and he shouted, "You're right. I'm not targeting anyone. The heavenly formation masters here are all trash. Clearly don't need people to die, yet you insist on using human lives to stack it up. What are you all if not trash?"
One speech shocked the entire city. Everyone put down the work in their hands and looked over here.
Among them naturally included Feng Xiaotian too. Hearing this, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. Where did this boy come from, being so arrogant? Louis was stunned. This kid really dared to continue. Ha ha ha. Ignorant thing. I think that you're simply here to cause trouble.
The restoration of the entire Grand Array has been delayed by you alone.
You deserve death. Louis laughed with extreme fury, and his aura exploded and was about to exterminate Yi Yuan. Stop! Right at this time, he was stopped. The one who shouted at him to stop was precisely Feng Xiaotian. Louis hurriedly bowed and said, "City Lord Feng, this boy is deliberately disrupting the restoration of the Grand Array. This lowly one was just about to kill him, carry out capital punishment." Feng Xiaotian waved his hand and looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Little brother, this place is the battlefield. You mustn't shoot your mouth off. If you can't do it, not just you, the sect behind you shall also suffer a great wrath." When Yi Yuan saw Feng Xiaotian come over, he could not help letting out a sigh of relief. His judgment was indeed not wrong. The former posturing sentence was in order to attract everyone's attention.
And the latter sentence was the crux to move Feng Xiaotian.
He cherished his men very much. Actually, he was not willing to send these people to death.
If there was a way that did not let these people die and could also repair the Grand Array, he would naturally be willing to use it.
Although he also knew that this possibility was very low. In reality, Feng Xiaotian knew better than anyone that 5 days was not enough at all. If these over 1,000 people died, they would have died in vain too.
But even if the Grand Array was a fraction stronger, they would be able to kill a few more Bloodkins too. Was using 1,000 people to exchange for 2,000 Bloodkins worth it or not?
Of course it was worth it.
This was a last resort that could not be helped. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "I'm willing to write up a military writ. Give me an hour, I'll restore this whole stretch.
If I can't do it, I'll atone for my crime with my death. City Lord, Your Excellency, this boy is completely causing confusion in the morale of the troops."
How can he, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, possibly do it?
Yeah. City Lord, Your Excellency, stop talking nonsense with him. Time is being delayed by him. This boy might be the blood race's spy. Nobody believed Yi Yuan's words at all. Too nonsensical.
One person doing the work of 100 people, furthermore, it only needed an hour? Boasting was not done like this.
However, Feng Xiaotian waved his hand and said, "For the sake of everyone's safety, this city lord is willing to gamble once. Even if I'm tricked, I won't hesitate either." Yes, he was completely gambling, because even he himself also did not believe that Yi Yuan could do it.
But he was willing to gamble.
There were far too many people who died. A single less death, that was good too.
It was also precisely this compassion for ordinary soldiers that made his prestige in South Qi Giant City extremely high. South Qi Giant City's cohesiveness and combat power were also extremely shocking. Feng Xiaotian looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "There's no need to write up a military writ. If you trick us, this city lord will personally send you on your way."
Yi Yuan nodded slightly and came right in front of a damaged stretch of grand array.
Interlinked grand arrays were exceedingly complicated.
Forget about a measly little grade 5 heavenly formation master. Even if it was a grade 8 heavenly formation master, it was hard to see through it too.
These restoration works all had grade 9 heavenly formation masters designate an area first with a few small-scale array formation demarcated before they could complete it. No matter how complicated the array formation, it was also composed of one small array element after another.
Those low-level heavenly formation masters could not see through it, but it did not hinder them from repairing the grand array. It was because these large formations were being analyzed little by little until in the end, demarcated into some grade 5 and grade 6 small array formations.
This was like an assembly shop. Each person was in charge of their own production processes.
When all the pipelines were finished, the grand array would naturally be completed. These low-grade heavenly formation masters did not need to understand how these parts were produced. They just needed to install them.
The ones who truly understood all these were the grade 9 heavenly formation masters.
This region's restoration that Yi Yuan was going to complete, the difficulty was not just the workload of 100 people. He even had to understand the principles of this entire area. And he was only grade 5.
These heavenly formation masters were insiders. They naturally did not believe that Yi Yuan could complete the restoration. Yi Yuan did not make a move to repair but started observing the formation bases in this region, looking like a professional who knew what he was doing.
This scene naturally incurred a series of ridicules. Lu Yi smiled coldly and said, "Putting on an appearance.
Forget about this load of 100 people. If he can complete one person's load, your father will go straight to the Blood Race's camp to kill the enemy."
Qi Li also said disdainfully, "City Lord Feng has compassion for his subordinates. How benevolent."
It's just that this kid is completely wasting everybody's time. Hoo-hoo, he already looked for 15 minutes and only looked at such a tiny bit.
I want to see how he completes the repair within an hour. Yi Yuan just continued looking like this. After looking for very long, he did not have the intention of making a move either. Logically speaking, this kind of restoration did not need to comprehend array formation at all.
Yi Yuan's way of doing things was completely unnecessary in the eyes of the others.
Furthermore, didn't repairing need time? Such a complicated array formation, even if it was parsed until it was just grade 5 heavenly formations, that also required a huge amount of time to repair.
Along with the passage of time, everyone believed more and more that Yi Yuan was purely talking nonsense. Feng Xiaotian also shook his head unwittingly. Sure enough, was it still a failed bet?
This kid was just a little talented. Then he had grandiose ambitions without real ability and engaged in empty talk. It seemed like it was really the case. However, he himself also did not harbor any hope, no? Outside of the absolute heaven barrier, the Blood Race army was currently gathering.
This time, the Blood Race was prepared to take down South Qi Giant City in one stroke.
Blood Promise, this Blood Race army's commander-in-chief, was an Origin Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse.
He had already fought with Feng Xiaotian for several hundred years.
In the battle that had just ended, they paid the price of 13 Emperor Sakra Heaven deaths and forcefully riddled the city, protecting Grand Array full of holes. Hence, the Blood Race army gathered once more. They planned on bringing work to completion in one stroke. Absolute Heaven Barrier's passageway only had a very small gap. They were unable to send too many powerhouses in. But, time after time of wearing away, South Qi Giant City was finally tottering on its feet too. This time, this seat is going to perform a remarkable feat without equal. As long as we connect South Qi Giant City's passageway, our Blood Race will be able to reinforce troops to the Absolute Heaven Barrier without ceasing.
Absolute Heaven Barrier won't be far from collapse too. Blood Ramus was somewhat boiling over with excitement at this time.
Having fought fiercely with Heaven One continent for several thousand years, they finally saw the dawn of hope.
And the crucial battle was being realized by him. How could he not be excited?
Congratulations, Great Emperor, Your Excellency. Felicitations, Great Emperor, Your Excellency. The subordinates gave their congratulations one after another. At this time, a figure returned. Blood Promise was filled with lofty sentiments as he said with a smile, "Is there any activities at South Qi Giant City?" That subordinate said, "Lord Blood Promise, South Qi Giant City, has stopped repairing the city-protecting Grand Array. Blood Promise said in surprise. The city-protecting Grand Array is their lifeblood. How can they possibly give up? The subordinate said, It's absolutely true. If Your Excellency doesn't believe it, you can go over and take a look. It has already stopped for an hour. Blood Promise laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Is this Feng Xiaotian indeed giving up? It looks like he has already come to his senses. The city-protecting Grand Array no longer has the possibility of restoration. This seat won't give him the chat. 5 days. This seat only needs 5 days and I'll be able to recover to my peak state. In order to breach the city, this seat is going to expend 1 heavenly blood bead. An hour passed in a twinkle. At this time, Yi Yuan was only left with the last 15 minutes. The surrounding jeering already became enraged, cursing him. 1 hour had been forcibly delayed by this fool. Why don't you go and die? Amidst countless cursing voices, Yi Yuan suddenly made a move. One stream of divine essence after another was injected into that damaged Grand Array, without the slightest trace of stopping. Those who were weaker could not even see Yi Yuan's movements clearly. Too fast. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Were you here to be a freaking joke? Who repaired Grand Arrays like how you're repairing? Repairing the formation base required deducing the surrounding array elements bit by bit, and repairing it little by little. This was a colossal project that took a lot of time. But you're not even looking? In less than 100 breaths of time, Yi Yuan already fired out God knows how many streams of divine essence. Then, he pointed at the void. That stretch of Grand Array was instantly lit up. Motes of array elements emerged again. This finger was like the Midas touch. Those heavenly formation masters discovered to their astonishment that the array elements had actually already linked up together at goodness knows when. The array elements were activated all at once, and then the formation base was consolidated, finally letting this large stretch of array formation be completely repaired. Too stunning. This move was like playing a game of Go. It was as if Yi Yuan's moves previously were all planting foreshadowing. Then the final move completely linked up his large dragon into one, instantly activating the whole thing. This kind of means was simply fantastic. If it was a grade 9 heavenly formation master, accomplishing this was not hard. But Yi Yuan was merely just a grade 5 heavenly formation master. He did not even understand the Grand Array. How did he do it? At this moment, the over 1,000 heavenly formation masters present were dead silent. They even discovered that the region that Yi Yuan repaired was far greater than the area that he promised before. This was also to say that he alone used an hour's time to complete the load of 100 over people. This efficiency was simply divine. Could it be that this guy was a grade 9 heavenly formation master to begin with, and that he just concealed his strength? Impossible. This move, even a grade 9 heavenly formation master could not do it too. Even if it was a grade 9 heavenly formation master, they would need to deduce it little by little too. Of course, their speed was on a completely different level than low levels. Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said, This guy snatched all the limelight again. When can it my, Lord Qing's, turn to steal the limelight? Little. And Master, how did you do it? This kind of restoration means is unheard of. Shock was written all over Feng Xiaotian's face. Even his term of address changed. He had already been at South Qi Giant City for 3,000 years. This city-protecting Grand Array had been damaged and repaired and damaged, God knows how many times already. The grade 9 heavenly formation masters that came to maintain the Grand Array died and were replaced, and then replaced and died again. But Feng Xiaotian had never seen before such a breathtaking restoration method. Louis and the rest had already completely shut up. He only felt a chill run down his spine. Fuck me, what have I done? I nearly throttled a major savior. Yi Yuan smiled and said, City Lord, Your Excellency doesn't have to be like this. This is just a small trick. Putting it bluntly, it's actually nothing. Everyone wished to smack Yi Yuan to death with one slap. You even freaking scared grade 9 heavenly formation masters until they pissed their pants. Could you not posture? What kind of existence was Feng Xiaotian? He immediately discerned Yi Yuan's underlying meaning, his entire body trembling as he said, You mean that this sort of heaven-defying means can be disseminated? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Of course.
Otherwise, why did I make them all stop? Feng Xiaodian sucked in a breath of cold air, immediately feeling wild elation.
Over 1,000 people using this kind of means to restore the grand array at the same time. What kind of terrifying efficiency was that? Even thinking about it felt a little exciting. Feng Xiaotian gave Yi Yuan a deep bow and said, "Master, please impart this technique. If we stop the blood race, you'll be South Qi Giant City's #1 meritorious official."
Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Feng Xiaodian up and said, "City Lord, your excellency mustn't be like this. The brothers are resisting the blood race here with almost certainty of death. Why would this you cherish my own belonging that's of little value?"
This technique is called Lesser Origin Restoration Art. It's specifically used for repairing large-scale array formations. Hang on. You're saying this is the Lesser Origin Restoration Art? Beside Feng Xiaotian, Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Master Wang Fan had shock written all over his face.
Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Precisely so." Wang Fan similarly drew a breath of cold air and said, "Legends have it that the greater and lesser origin restoration arts were created by the #1 formation Dao Hegemen back then, Hegemen Luotian. It's ever successful in repairing array formations.
But this technique has long already been lost for many years. Little brother, you actually let it see the light of day again. Actually, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's demise back then was a tremendous loss to the entire 33 heavens.
The Labyrinth Divine Palace's road to rise accompanied slaughter and accompanied plundering.
Back then, countless precious books, treasures, all had been collected by the Labyrinth Divine Palace.
But in the wake of the Labyrinth Divine Palace's demise, many precious treasures were all buried in the dust of history. This lesser origin restoration art was one of them.
Mi Tian said that the truly formidable one was the greater origin restoration art. However, the greater origin restoration art should be hidden in the real Labyrinth Divine Palace. Yi Yuan only obtained the lesser origin restoration art. But the lesser origin restoration art was also a great tool to repair large-scale array formations. This secret art normally did not have much use, but it was definitely incomparably sharp. The so-called lesser origin restoration art was actually a kind of algorithm.
No matter how complicated the array formation was, there would always be rules to laying down formations. And the lesser origin restoration art was the technique that made use of damaged array formations to calculate the rule of laying down the formation.
As long as one found the rule to set up the formation, and then proceeded to repair the array element nodes inside, the array formation would be restored naturally. Of course, talking about it was simple, but without exceedingly formidable means in formation Dao, one absolutely could not find the rules involved. Only by comprehending the source and standing at an extremely high level to analyze countless array formations could one find a suitable restoration art that could be used universally. Therefore, while it was simple, to really do it was as difficult as ascending to heaven.
Just like 1 + 1 = 2, this was the mathematical problem that everyone knew. But to understand why 1 + 1 = 2 would be an extremely terrifying idea. Even if it was a top mathematician, it was hard to solve it through immeasurable effort too.
Since time immemorial, there was only Hegemen Luotian alone who reached this level of attainment.
Therefore, after the Labyrinth Divine Palace fell, this set of techniques had also been lost.
Presently, this set of lost techniques saw the light of day anew, stunning all the formation path masters. That was also something within reason.
Hence, Yi Yuan began imparting the lesser origin restoration art.
This thing was like a formula. As long as you learned it, you could just nest it in.
Of course, there were difficult areas too.
Just as how to apply the formula nimbly was also a knowledge.
One had to know heavenly formations were not mathematically formulas, its complexity even surpassed the level of astronomy.
Even if heavenly stratum powerhouses were all immensely formidable, it also could not be learned in a short while. This process roughly needed 3 days. However, a beard lathered was half-shaved. These 3 days' time would naturally be worth it. At this time, there was already no one who felt that Yi Yuan was talking big to impress people anymore. Those who cursed Yi Yuan before were all extremely embarrassed. Especially Louis, he was immensely regretful in his heart. Coming before Yi Yuan, he slapped his own mouth ruthlessly.
He nearly caused a great disaster.
If not for City Lord Feng having a sharp eye for discovering able people, then he would really have handed the chance of victory this time over to the blood race with both hands. Then he would really be the sinner of the entire Heaven One continent. The news of the restoration of the Grand Array being at a standstill was sent back to the blood race like the wind. Great Emperor Blood Promise even personally went to the absolute heaven barrier and looked at South Chi Giant City from afar. Sure enough, everything stopped.
1 day, 2 days, 3 days.
The entire South Chi Giant City did not have any activities. However, he also saw that countless powerhouses flooded into South Chi Giant City. Clearly, the rear had reinforced a lot of forces. South Chi Giant City was already prepared to put up a desperate fight. But, without the city protecting Grand Array's protection, when had their blood race been afraid of anyone before?
But when it reached the 4th day, the restoration of the Grand Array started again.
Hearing this news, Blood Promise burst out laughing.
Could it be that this Feng Xiaotian went mad? 5 days' time used up 3 days for no reason. Now, there are only 2 days left and he ran back to repair the Grand Array?
What can 2 days be enough to do? Blood Promise naturally knew the city protecting Grand Array like the back of his hand too. Forget about 2 days. Even if it was 20 days, it was insufficient to repair it too. Therefore, he was ridiculing Feng Xiaotian madly. This troublesome opponent finally panicked. As for the progress of the restoration, they were unable to judge it. On the one hand, they could only observe from a distance. On the other hand, if the Grand Array did not erupt with power, they could not feel it too. This was unless they came near the city. Only then could they feel the Grand Array distinctly.
5 days later, the Blood Race army was finished gathering. This time, they gathered a 100,000-strong army.
This number was already the limit that the absolute heaven barrier could withstand. Any more and the absolute heaven barrier would rebound, crushing all of these ants.
Of course, outside of the absolute heaven barrier, those hegemon realms were all being tied down.
Otherwise, if they took the initiative to attack, a 100,000-strong army was not even enough to look at.
Bloodromus stood in front of the army with an imposing appearance.
Children, today, it's finally the day where we'll breach the absolute heaven barrier. As long as we take down South Chi Giant City, we'll be the blood race's heroes.
At that time, all the glory will fall on us. This seat will break through to hegemon realm and you all will also soar to the heavens in one bound.
Success or failure hinges on this one action. Blood Promise was filled with lofty sentiments as he said, "Great Emperor is mighty.
The blood race will definitely win."
The tsunami-like voices echoed around the periphery of the absolute heaven barrier. Now, you all follow the seat and trample South Chi Giant City flat. Trample South Chi flat. Trample South Chi flat. Trample South Chi flat. The blood race's momentum rose to the pinnacle. They all already knew that Feng Xiaotian had already given up on the city-protecting Grand Array. The Heaven One alliance without the city-protecting Grand Array was too weak.
The 100,000-strong army charged into the absolute heaven barrier in mighty contingents. In the sky above South Chi Giant City, it was densely filled with figures.
Feng Xiaotian took the lead, his face full of solemnness. There was only an army of 60,000 behind him.
These few years, the blood race's powerhouses grew more and more and South Chi Giant City's expenditure increased more and more. The troop replenishment also gradually slowed down. The blood race's battle tactic was very simple, use numbers to swarm you to death. This time, there were only 5 short days. South Chi Giant City seriously had no time to replenish the troops. With 60,000 versus 100,000, this was a very awkward comparison.
The blood race was strong to begin with. Even fighting 1-on-3 was normal. But now, they used 60,000 troops to face the blood race's 100,000. Without the enhancement of the Grand Array, it was really hopeless this time. In the army of 60,000, the people's faces all carried a solemn and tragic expression, as if brave warriors who would never return.
They did not know that the Grand Array was already almost finished repairing.
Feng Xiaotian told them that the Grand Array was already completely crippled. It was useless. The 60,000-strong army could only forcefully resist the blood race's 100,000 elite soldiers.
Therefore, these people were all already harboring the determination of certain death to fight to the death with the blood race.
But actually, The Grand Array was only a step away from restoration. As long as these thousands of people unleashed the lesser origin restoration art simultaneously, the city-protecting Grand Array would be finished repairing instantly. Not repairing, it was suggested by Yi Yuan. Seeing as how the Grand Array was about to be finished repairing, everyone including Feng Xiaotian were beside themselves with joy. But Yi Yuan suddenly suggested to stop repairing the Grand Array. Because once the Grand Array was repaired, that tremendous undulation could not be concealed. At that time, the blood race would be on guard. With the lesser origin restoration art, letting the Grand Array be completely repaired was merely a blink of an eye. So at this time, making them suffer from their own scheme was the best strategy.
Want to win a big one.
Listening to Yi Yuan's words, Feng Xiaotian instantly calmed down. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of shock. What a formidable boy! When everyone fell into a frenzy, he could maintain his cool and plot to maximize the fruits of the battle. Furthermore, this kind of operation was without the slightest flaws. Even if the blood race racked their brains, they absolutely could not think that they could completely repair this near-collapse city-protecting Grand Array within a short 2 days.
Ha ha!
Feng Xiaotian. Looks like you already have some awareness.
This seat has coveted your blood for a long time already. 2 armies standing facing each other, Blood Premie's heroic spirit surged to the sky. Around him, just the Emperor Sakura heaven experts were more than 30 people.
And on Feng Xiaotian's side, there were only 8 people. For the sake of this great battle, the blood race could be said to have brought out all their elites. Different from the Heaven One Alliance, the blood race had as many powerhouses as clouds.
They were blocked by the absolute heaven barrier and unable to devote their full combat force at all.
In the great battle 5 days ago, the blood race lost more than 10 Emperor Sakura heaven powerhouses, finally destroying the city-protecting Grand Array. And this time, Blood Promise transferred over all of the elites that could be mobilized. In this battle, he was determined to succeed. Feng Xiaotian said disdainfully, "Vanquished foe, how dare you speak bravely?"
The 2 people had fought no idea how many times. Feng Xiaotian firmly suppressed Blood Promise. It was just that because of the blood race's special characteristics, Feng Xiaotian could not kill his opponent at all.
Blood Promise did not get angry either and said with a snicker, "Feng Xiaotian, you're also just relying on the city-protecting Grand Array to indulge in a contention of mouth and tongue."
Now, the city-protecting Grand Array has already been destroyed. This seat wants to see what you still have to be arrogant. Feng Xiaotian stood proudly in the air and shouted, "Even if we fight until the last soldier, we absolutely won't let you all take half a step into the absolute heaven barrier too.
Brothers, what should we do?
The city exists if the people exist. The city dies if the people die.
The city exists if the people exist. The city dies if the people die. The city exists if the people exist.
The city dies if the people die."
The air teemed with the aura of slaughter. They no longer had any paths of retreat. They were only risking their lives to kill a path out. This murderous aura that surged to the sky. Even Blood Promise was visibly moved by it too. He suddenly realized that this would likely be an unprecedentedly tough battle today. In the past, the South Qi army had the city-protecting Grand Array and would not be hopeless like today.
But today they only had the path of cutting all means of retreat to take. Feng Xiaotian looked at Blood Promise and said with a cold smile, "You saw that, Blood Promise? Wanting to open up the absolute heaven barrier, step over our dead bodies."
Blood Promise's gaze turned dark, and he flicked his sleeves grandly and said, "Then we'll step over your corpses. Children, follow this seat and trample South Qi." Under his word of command, the 100,000-strong army had blood energy surging to the sky, dyeing the sky red. In this 100,000-strong army, they were all elites among elites. How shocking was that commotion! Feng Xiaotian did not move. This was because the Blood Race army had not entered the range of the Grand Array yet. Heavenly stratum powerhouses moved extremely fast. Even if it was an army of 100,000 people, rushing to the city was merely an instant too. In a blink, both sides clashed together in close quarters. And in the next second, Yi Yuan lightly made a hand gesture. Over 1,000 heavenly formation masters started using the lesser origin restoration art at virtually the same time. Rumble. The city protecting Grand Array was finished repairing.
The time was grasped perfectly.
The city protecting Grand Array instantly gave off a dazzling light, enveloping the 100,000-strong army fully. Feng Xiaoyan's pupils constricted. The power of the city protecting Grand Array had increased. As South Qi Giant City's city lord, Feng Xiaotian was all too familiar with the city protecting Grand Array. After years on end of warfare and the Grand Array being constantly repaired, the power was actually already less than 1/10 of its heyday. But now, the Grand Array had recovered at least 70% of its power.
This was too terrifying.
The lesser origin restoration art was too impressive. Yi Yuan was too awesome.
Because Feng Xiaotian knew that even if Yi Yuan imparted the lesser origin restoration art to everyone, his efficiency was still dozens of times higher than the others.
The load of Yi Yuan's soul restoration could match 100 people's amount.
He alone practically did nearly 20% of the workload.
Without Yi Yuan, even if there was the lesser origin restoration art, it was also impossible to completely repair it, and it was even less likely to let the Grand Array recover 70% of its power. Blood Premise's face turned green. He lifted his head to look at the sky in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. The city protecting Grand Array was fully repaired within 2 days? Furthermore, the power of the Grand Array increased by a great deal.
Was this a miracle?
How did Feng Xiaotian do it? How many blood race powerhouses had fallen in order to wear down the power of the Grand Array? Just the Origin Realm powerhouses had no less than 100 people who died. Now, you're telling me that the Grand Array was completely restored?
Didn't that mean that all of our people who died for so many years had all been in vain?
I'll fuck you. Countless painstaking effort, countless battles, countless deaths. In the end, it was actually all for naught.
Blood Ramus was going crazy.
However, he no longer had time to be shocked. No one was more clear than him about the power of this interlinked Grand Array. He felt that all the blood in his body was about to explode. It was over. In the next second, countless flames, lightning, ice, falling rocks,
fell from the sky.
Bang, bang, bang. In the Grand Array, these terrifying attacks seemed to have eyes, all landing on the bloodkins. Suddenly, miserable cries were continuous. No matter how strong these low-level bloodkins were, they died upon contact.
Under such power, they did not have time to revive at all and were directly obliterated.
South Qi Giant City became a purgatory once more.
The 60,000-strong Heaven One army looked at this scene before their eyes muddle-headedly, completely stunned.
Wasn't it agreed upon to fight to the death?
Wasn't it agreed upon that the Grand Array was crippled?
Wasn't it agreed upon to drain the last drop of blood?
We had not even freaking made a move yet, and the blood race already had more than half dead or injured.
But in the next instant, everyone went crazy. They looked at Feng Xiaotian, their gazes full of fanatical worship. Indeed, this is our omnipotent god of war. 2 days. We only used 2 days and completely restored the city protecting Grand Array.
This is simply a miracle.
City Lord is mighty.
Heaven One Alliance is mighty.
City Lord His Excellency is omnipotent, mowing down all resistance. Miracle. Divine battle. This is Heaven One's most brilliant victory ever. Heaven One army had already gone completely crazy.
It was just that the hero in their eyes, their gazes landed on another person at this time, their gazes full of fanaticism.
Yi Yuan created an unprecedented miracle.
This time was different.
Outside the Grand Array, the blood race could continuously deplete the Grand Array and wear down the army. But once they fell into the Grand Array, what awaited them would be a massacre. Heaven gave the blood race a powerful bloodline power. Then it would also strip them of other abilities.
The blood race was extremely weak in Formation Dao and Alchemy Dao, these great Daos. Otherwise, they also would not have spent several thousand years in front of the absolute heaven barrier.
Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning fell, directly bombarding on Blood Premise's body. His aura instantly withered significantly.
At this time, he was breaking out of the encirclement frenziedly, wanting to charge out of the grand array crazily.
His strength was too strong. Origin powerhouses, even if it was the city protecting grand array, it was hard to obliterate him too. Feng Xiaoyan's gaze turned intent. Flicking his sleeves grandly, he shouted, "Brothers, let's create an unprecedented divine battle together.
Follow me and kill together."
Kill!
The battle cry of the 60,000-strong Heaven 1 army shook the heavens.
Grade 9 Heavenly Formation Master Wang Fan brought a group of Grade 8 Heavenly Formation Masters and were currently controlling the Grand Array vigorously.
The Heaven 1 army was like fish in water inside the Grand Array.
They did not show the slightest leniency, killing the blood race powerhouses wantonly. Motherfucker! Your father has never killed so satisfyingly before.
Ha ha!
Awesome! Awesome!
How's this killing people? This is simply killing pigs. Blood race bastards, you guys have today too.
Ha ha ha! Your father is going to kill all of you.
Heaven 1 army's powerhouses were all satisfied to the extreme.
Under the cooperation of the Grand Array, the blood race powerhouses could not stand up to a single blow at all. They had never killed the blood race so satisfyingly before. This was a massacre to their heart's content. In the past, even if there was the help of the city protecting Grand Array, they were unable to obliterate the blood race thoroughly too. So each great battle, the blood race would have many wounded but few deaths. Could not beat, just directly retreat. They could not do anything at all. While on Heaven 1's side, if they died, they would really be dead.
But today was completely different.
This was a one-sided slaughter. Feng Xiaotian slammed a punch out, directly killing an Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse.
Awesome.
Too satisfying. Killing Emperor Sakra Heavens like killing dogs. Yiyuan, you're really too remarkable. Blood promise. Didn't you want to drink my blood? Don't run. Amidst the loud laughter, Feng Xiaotian chased after him. The current blood promise lost his soul and was quaking in his boots. Quick!
Quickly stop Feng Xiaotian. Blood promise shouted at the top of his voice.
Hence, another 3 Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouses immediately came up to surround and block Feng Xiaotian. But, in the Grand Array, how could they be Feng Xiaotian's match? After a few rounds, 3 people were killed by Feng Xiaotian.
Blood Promise took this chance and pushed through the city-protecting Grand Array and fled for his life crazily. Blood race bastards, watch your Grandpa Qing's spear.
Come on.
Bring it.
Aren't you all very impressive? In the army, Yang Qing's long spear killed until the blood race did not have the slightest strength to fight back.
Under Emperor Realm, they were not opponents that could last one exchange with him.
Big Yellow, Xiao Qing, and Jingfei were also killing the enemy frenziedly. Yi Yuan joined the battle too, collecting the blood essence of the blood race. Such a fine opportunity, Yi Yuan naturally would not let it go.
This battle fought until heaven and earth dimmed, blood flowing like rivers. Blood Promise was killed several times, but he revived each time. But even so, he suffered huge losses this time too, and it would be difficult to recover again within a short time.
The 100,000-strong blood race army had less than 1,000 people who escaped. Heaven 1 is mighty. City Lord is mighty. The shouting was akin to a huge wave, shocking heaven and earth.
This was an unprecedented great victory, a great victory that was to one's heart's content.
However, not long ago they were still in despair. This great reversal was really satisfying until their souls left their bodies. 100,000 troops completely annihilated.
That's an army of 100,000. I feel like I'm dreaming until now.
Ouch! What did you hit me for? Too satisfying. Really too awesome. City Lord Feng is truly a celestial deity that descended to the mortal world. It's been a few thousand years, right? In 108 cities, Heaven 1 Alliance had countless casualties. But we have never experienced before such a great victory with accomplishments that surpasses ancient and modern times. We won. Talking until the back, many people burst out crying. Heavenly stratum powerhouses all had strong state of minds. The scene of tens of thousands of people weeping was simply unimaginable. Everyone cast fervent gazes toward Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian stood proudly in the firmament, overlooking all life as he raised his fist.
his voice trembling slightly as he said, "We won. 1, 1, 1. Everyone raised their hands and shouted. Feng Xiaotian made a hand gesture as he said agitatedly, "Brothers, you all are mistaken. The one who created this miracle isn't me, Feng Xiaotian, but him." His hand pointed at Yi Yuan in the crowd. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of gazes focused on Yi Yuan simultaneously with a whoosh. Everyone was shocked. "Hey! Saint Sovereign Heaven? Ji got to be joking. I know that various brothers have doubts in your heart, but in this battle, Yi Yuan contributed the most. The city protecting Grand Array really couldn't be restored anymore. It was Yi Yuan who brought the long-lost Lesser Origin restoration art that let the Grand Array be completely restored. Yi Yuan's formation path attainments is transcendent. He alone completed 20% of the workload. When the Grand Array was about to be repaired, it was also him who reminded the City Lord to let the City Lord draw the bow but not discharge the arrow, luring the enemy deep in. Actually, Yi Yuan told me before that he doesn't want this credit. But I Feng Xiaotian can't take his credit. Without lying to everyone, even if I knew that the Grand Array could be repaired, I also never thought that there could be such an astonishing great victory. But that moment when the Grand Array was repaired, I was stunned. The city protecting Grand Array actually directly recovered to 70% of its peak power. Therefore, this unprecedented great victory was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Feng Xiaotian voice echoed, his voice spreading throughout the entire South Qi giant city. Whoosh! In an instant, countless voices erupted. Heaven One Army's powerhouses were all shocked to the extreme. A Saint Sovereign Heaven dictated the entire war situation? Too crazy. Too inconceivable. But they knew that Feng Xiaotian would not lie. His matter was absolutely true. Where did this guy pop out from? In their impression, only hegemon realms, only Origin Emperor Sacra Heavens, only such existences could dictate the war. But who could have thought that an ant like Saint Sovereign Heaven actually made 100,000 bloodkins lose their lives at South Qi Giant City? A total of 100,000 bloodkins. In the past, it was not that South Qi Giant City had not fought with an army of 100,000 bloodkins before. But South Qi Giant City paid the price of more than 100,000 powerhouses' lives in order to repel the blood race. This was even under the circumstances of having the city protecting Grand Array. However, today, they annihilated the blood race's 100,000-strong army with virtually zero casualties. Master Yi is awesome. Master Yi is mighty. The 60,000-strong Heaven One army raised their hands and cheered again. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were full of gratitude, full of shock, and full of pride. In his panic, Blood Promise heard South Qi Giant City's yells. He could not help being taken aback. Who was Master Yi? Facing this scene, Yi Yuan was quite helpless. He really did not want to steal this limelight. Who knew that Feng Xiaotian, this fellow, was actually so forthright? By the side, Yangqing looked at Yi Yuan with envy. The limelight was snatched up by you alone again. Are you all blind? Didn't you see Sovereign Azure Sky rampage in all directions? Above the void, one black and one white figure stood proudly in the sky. Edgeless, you're too weak. If not for me, we really might not have been able to breach South Qi Giant City. Ha ha ha, the black-robed man looked in the direction of the absolute heaven barrier and laughed loudly without ceasing. Edgeless was the hegemon realm who was closest to South Qi Giant City. The reason why South Qi Giant City became a human world purgatory was that his strength was too weak. He was weak. The absolute heaven barrier around him was not strong enough. The gap was naturally the largest too. The 9 great giant cities were actually guarded by the 9 weakest hegemon realms. And Edgeless was the weakest among the 9 people. Like the absolute heaven barrier that was guarded by hegemon Cloudmount, the passageway that was left behind could at most only let 10,000 people pass through at the very most. Even if the blood race had exceedingly formidable abilities, it would be difficult to open up a gap from his place too. Therefore, the blood race virtually placed all of their energy on the 9 great giant cities. Among them, South Qi Giant City was the most important. South Qi Giant City's capture was near at hand. Eugene was naturally in a great mood and made digs at Edgeless. When the blood race sieged a city,
There must be a hegemon realm to restrain. Otherwise, if Edgeless made a move, no matter how many people it was, it could only be death too. However, they already formed a tacit agreement between themselves long ago that they would not take the initiative to attack.
This was because the blood race could not gain any advantages in front of the absolute heaven barrier. Edgeless' expression was very ugly. He was burning with anxiety in his heart too.
He was naturally clear about South Chi Giant City's situation. He blamed himself.
If not for him, South Chi Giant City would not have fallen into enemy hands.
But he really did his best already. Once South Chi Giant City opens, our blood race army will be able to enter the absolute heaven barrier continuously in endless streams. At that time, the absolute heaven barrier will exist only in name. The blood of all you hegemon realms will be ours sooner or later. Edgeless, are you very anxious right now? Do you feel very desperate? Right, it's this expression. Ha ha ha.
Reproach yourself for your incompetence.
The absolute heaven barrier is merely a mantis trying to stop a cart. Hegemon Eugene mocked without restraint. He was full of joy in his heart. Their blood race's hegemons held deep-seated hatred towards the absolute heaven barrier. Now, seeing this situation, he was naturally happy. Suddenly, a blood light flashed in front of him. A phantom appeared.
This person was precisely Blood Promise who escaped with his life. This was Blood Promise's message.
Hegemon Eugene smiled lightly and said, "Blood Promise, you did well.
This seat only asks you this. Has South Chi Giant City been slaughtered clean?"
Blood Promise's expression was like his mother had died. Kneeling down with a thud, he said with a quiver, "Lord Eugene, we failed."
What?
What did you say?
Impossible.
The city protecting Grand Array has already been destroyed. Even if 100,000 pigs were sent in, it's also impossible to fail, right?
Blood Promise, you're courting death. Blood Promise's words were seemingly like a loud slapping until Hegemon Eugene felt his head spin, his eyesight blurring.
Hence, he became incredibly furious.
When a Hegemon was enraged, heaven and earth would change colors.
On the other side, Hegemon Edgeless was similarly stupefied, his gaze full of astonishment.
How is this possible?
Feng Xiaotian actually blocked it? But the army did not seem to have entered the absolute heaven barrier for very long. Blood Promise quivered even harder, and he said, It's the city protecting Grand Array that had a problem. The city protecting Grand Array wasn't damaged at all. Feng Xiaotian lured us into the Grand Array and instantly activated the Grand Array. South Chi's city protecting Grand Array recovered to its peak power all at once. Our army of 100,000 has been virtually wiped out. Talking until the end, Blood Promise's voice was already akin to an ant's. But Hegemon Eugene heard it all.
An army of 100,000 bloodkins was completely annihilated.
Bang!
The phantom in front of him directly exploded and dissipated without a trace.
Eugene's fury could already immolate heaven and earth. Ha ha ha.
Eugene, I'm very weak, but our Heaven One is akin to having providential help. Army of 100,000 completely annihilated.
This time, you probably also can't give an explanation after you return to the clan, right?
Sorry about this. You most likely won't be able to drink the seat's blood. Edgeless laughter reverberated throughout the heavens.
Really satisfying. An army of 100,000 bloodkins was completely annihilated. When did our Heaven One achieve such a terrifying great victory before? That was right. It was terrifying. This victory sounded like it was simply a fantasy tale. Too horrifying. Killing 100,000 bloodkins, what kind of concept was that? The more furious Eugene was, the better he, Edgeless, felt. These days, he had really been oppressed badly.
Thank you, South Chi Giant City.
Thank you, Feng Xiaotian. It was just that beyond the ridiculing, he was also very confused in his heart.
He was still aware of how much ability Feng Xiaotian had.
This punk had the chance to advance to Hegemon, but to talk about Formation Dao, he really did not have this ability.
Just who on earth was it? To actually do such a major thing that had the ability to rule the world?
Ha ha ha. What a stinking brat.
The big gift that you gave Master is really too surprising. Really too satisfying. Seeing the battle report that was sent over, Hegemon Cloudmount was extremely delighted.
Below true sovereign heaven, all annihilated.
Emperor Cloud Heaven Bloodkins, more than 2,000 killed.
Emperor Vast Heaven Bloodkins, more than 400 killed. Emperor Sakura Heaven Bloodkins, 28 killed.
The battle report that came from South Chi Giant City simply set the world on fire.
Although he did not know what happened in South Chi Giant City, he knew that Yi Yuan must have done it. Apart from him, there was no one else.
He knew that Yi Yuan went to South Chi Giant City. When he got the extreme medicine sex message, he was still worried about Yi Yuan's safety.
South Chi Giant City's situation was very bad. He was very worried too. Who knew that such a piece of astonishing good news was actually transmitted over?
Old Foggy Cloudmount, you really accepted a fine disciple.
Old thing, this time, your father really has to hand it to you. This battle is satisfying. Old Foggy Cloudmount, this time, you can show off however you like. In the absolute heaven barrier, the hegemons felt an upsurge of emotion too. This kind of unprecedented great victory had never been experienced since the rise of the blood race. Too satisfying. These 100,000 blood race elite soldiers were absolutely not expendable to the blood race too. After this battle, the blood race had to dial it back too. Who said that your father is going to show off? Humph. This punk just came to Heaven One continent for a few years. The contributions that he rendered are even greater than your father, this hegemon realm.
No can do. Your father has to go beat him in case he becomes cockier than ever.
Swoosh. A stream of flowing light flew out. Hegemon Cloudmount's clone flew straight for South Chi Giant City.
The faces of the group of hegemon realms immediately turned black. This was called not showing off?
If I couldn't beat you, I'd definitely press you. This old thing on the ground and rub up and down.
Yi Yuan? You're saying that we lost at the hands of a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven? Hang on.
Why is this name a little familiar? In the Blood God Temple, Lord Wang's face was somewhat stunned. Clearly, he did not expect that the truth would actually be so surprising. Originally, South Chi Giant City finally opened up a passageway, and Lord Wang's was very happy. Who could have thought that 100,000 elites actually went and never returned? He was somewhat unable to accept this result. A battle that was a certain win actually ended being defeated so thoroughly in the end. The important thing was that the blood race completely did not know whose hands they were defeated at. Feng Xiaotian? Absolutely not. The blood race was too clear about how much capability Feng Xiaotian had.
Hence, the Blood God Temple activated Heaven One Continent's intelligence system and finally knew everything.
Yi Yuan. This name appeared in front of Lord Wang's. The blood race's intelligence chief said, Lord Wang's remembered correctly. The defeat in the Battle of Northern View City was precisely because this Yi Yuan came in between. That's why we fell short of success at the last step.
Lord Bloodsky is also seriously wounded and haven't recovered because of him.
Lord Wang's gaze turned cold, revealing some killing intent.
These two times were both the blood race's strategic victory. It was actually ruined in the hands of a Saint Sovereign Heaven.
Unprecedented humiliation. The chief knew that Lord Wang's had killing intent aroused. Have you figured out why South Chi's city protecting Grand Array would suddenly recover? Lord Wang's said in a solemn voice. The chief said, We figured it out. It was Hegemon Luo Tian's lesser origin restoration art.
It said that this lesser origin restoration art landed in the Labyrinth Divine Palace's hands in the end. So this subordinate guessed that this boy might have very likely obtained the Labyrinth Divine Palace's inheritance. Lord Wang's pupils constricted, his gaze full of shock.
Labyrinth Divine Palace's inheritance. These few words seemed to have magical power.
The super great sect that swept across the heavens back then. Even he, this royal bloodkin, was extremely moved by the Labyrinth Divine Palace's inheritance too.
In addition, Heaven One Alliance has already imparted the lesser origin restoration art all round to the 108 cities. In the future, if we want to open up a passageway, it will likely be even harder. The chief could not help feeling a headache.
Originally, the blood race had already seen the dawn of the absolute heaven barrier being breached. Who knew that they would actually return to before liberation overnight because of Yi Yuan's sudden emergence? Freaking hell. Who to reason this out with? Lord Wangzhou mused for a moment and said in a solemn voice, "Inform the Dark Knight to kill Yi Yuan at any cost." The chief's gaze turned intent, being extremely shocked. Dark Knight consisted of bloodkins lying low in Heaven One continent. It was also him who was responsible for liaison with Dark Knight. His information also came from Dark Knight. It was too difficult for the blood race to want to slip into Heaven One continent through the absolute heaven barrier. Hence, each one in Dark Knight was very precious. Lord Wangzhou was actually disregarding all costs for the sake of a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. If Yi Yuan strayed outside, that would still be fine. But, if he kept hiding in South Qi Giant City, the price of wanting to kill him would be too great. Feng Xiaotian was not to be messed with. What? You want to go out of the absolute heaven barrier? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Hegem and Cloudmount nearly bit his tongue off. Are you freaking kidding? Your father doesn't even dare to go out and you want to go out? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's been a few thousand years. The blood race is getting stronger and stronger, but we know nothing about them. At this rate, it's very bad for us. If my guesses are right, you all are already under tremendous pressure now, right?" More than tremendous. It was simply Mount Tai crushing down from above. Having obtained 2 continents, the blood race acquired countless blood. This was their capital to become strong. In these few thousand years, the blood race gave birth to 5 hegemon realms. Heaven One Alliance did not have a single one. Not only did they not have any, 3 hegemon realms even fell in these few thousand years. With one declining and the other rising, the absolute heaven barrier was actually in a precarious situation already. At this rate, the blood race's hegemon realms would get more and more. Even if Heaven One's hegemons joined hands, they would not be the blood race's match anymore as well. At that time, it would be true despair. Hegemon Cloudmount had a black face as he said, "This has nothing to do with you. What you have to do now is to devote yourself to cultivation and grow your strength. Even if you break through to Emperor Sakura Heaven, it will be of tremendous help to the Alliance too." This boy was already unbelievably impressive at just Saint Sovereign Heaven. When he reached Emperor Sakura Heaven, Cloudmount simply did not dare to imagine it. Perhaps he would be the blood race's nightmare. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Know yourself and the enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger of defeat. We know absolutely nothing. It's very dangerous. Only I'm the most suitable to infiltrate the blood race." Hegemon Cloudmount's mouth curled, and he said, "The blood race's aura is very unique. After you go out of the absolute heaven barrier, you'll immediately get recognized. The blood race must have already learned about South Qi Giant City's matter. I think that they would love to have you walk right into a trap at this time." Yi Yuan smiled, and suddenly, the aura on his body changed. A bloody and evil aura emerged from his body. This aura was actually identical with the blood race. Seeing Ghost, if not for that Yi Yuan was still chatting with him earlier, he would definitely have smacked Yi Yuan to death with one slap right now. Hegemon Cloudmount's eyes became wide saucers, and he said in disbelief, How did you do it?" The blood race's aura could not be imitated at all. That kind of aura was derived from bloodline, derived from each cell. Even if it was a hegemon realm, they would not be able to sneak into the blood race too. Otherwise, the Alliance would have long sent people to infiltrate the blood race. But Yi Yuan actually did it. A heavenly pill appeared in Yi Yuan's hand, and he said with a smile, "This is called blood imitation pill. After taking it, one will be able to change their aura from the inside out. Even the blood race will find it hard to discern too." TSK, the blood race's blood essence is indeed good stuff. During these few years, Yi Yuan collected some blood race blood essence. He naturally would not give up on the research. The blood imitation pill was one of the results. Hegemon Cloudmount stared at the pill dumbfoundedly. There was indeed only Yi Yuan who could do this. But sadly, this thing was useless to him. His cultivation realm was too high. "All right, since you've already decided, I won't stop you. However, the blood race is different from Heaven One. You have to be careful," Hegemon Cloudmount said in a solemn voice. The South Qi Giant City after the battle entered a rare period of peace. On a dark night with strong wind, several figures floated into the city Lord Manor.
The black-clothed person asked in a solemn voice. You are sure that Yi Yuan is in the courtyard? A human knelt as he said, Yes, master. Yi Yuan has frequently been coming in and out of Feng Xiaoyan's manor these few days. Just in the evening, this slave saw with my own eyes that Yi Yuan entered the courtyard and never came out. That large yellow bull would never leave his side. Today's no exception either. The black-clothed person said with a strange laugh, Gij, after this boy dies, he can be sufficiently proud. In order to kill him, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, our Dark Knight mobilized 4 Emperor Vast Heavens and 7 Emperor Cloud Heavens this time. Master is wise. Feng Xiaotian seemed to have calculated that we're going to ambush Yi Yuan. So he sent a Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse to protect Yi Yuan closely, the human said. The man in black said with a laugh, Heh? Feng Xiaotian calculated everything, and also can't calculate that we actually planted so many blood slaves in South Qi Giant City. The black-clothed person, Blue Ash, was an Emperor Sakura Heaven upper echelon of Dark Knight. In Dark Knight, every powerhouse was extremely precious. Each time they sent these Dark Knight members into Heaven 1 continent, they would have to pay a terrible price. This was because the Grand Array in the cities was connected to the Absolute Heaven barrier. If they wanted to enter, they had to go through the cities. Therefore, wanting to supply Dark Knight, they must launch a large-scale war. Imagine how great the difficulty it was for Dark Knight to break through the city protecting Grand Array and Heaven 1 army. The blood race had clear distinctions from other races. Although the human race was unable to imitate the blood race's aura, it was similarly difficult for the blood race to imitate the aura of humans too. But the blood race could plant blood marks in humans, turning them into blood slaves. These Dark Knights gathered intelligence through one blood slave after another. However, South Qi Giant City screening was extremely strict. It was very hard for blood slaves to get in. South Qi Giant City did not have many blood slaves. In order to let these blood slaves into the city, Dark Knight spent a huge amount of effort. However, these blood slaves' strengths were not strong and their status was not high. They were unable to gather some core secrets. But this time they were finally put to use. Blood slaves could directly summon bloodkins into the city through a special array formation, avoiding the inspection of the city protecting Grand Array. Of course, they would not use this kind of method unless it was a last resort. Once exposed, they would die without burial grounds. Therefore, in order to kill Yi Yuan, Dark Knight really put forth blood capital this time. 1 Emperor Sakura Heaven for Emperor Vast Heavens, and 7 Emperor Cloud Heavens. They were just for the sake of ensuring a certain kill in one strike. This was the full power of a hidden branch. Blue Ash made a hand gesture. 11 Emperor Realm powerhouses quietly headed for the courtyard that Yi Yuan was staying at. Yi Yuan's courtyard was quiet. In a side room, a powerful aura covered the entire courtyard. Blue Ash gave one of the Emperor Vast Heavens a wink, making them go to the side room to tie down that Emperor Vast Heaven. Meanwhile, the other 3 people would launch a certain kill strike against Yi Yuan. As for Blue Ash, he was here to let these people make a full retreat. Although his strength was not as good as Feng Xiaotian, bringing these people and escaping after killing Yi Yuan was an easy job. 3, 2, 1. Do it! Blue Ash shouted coldly. 3 great Emperor Vast Heavens immediately erupted with all their strength. With Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses taking action, how shocking was the commotion. Before the strike landed, the entire courtyard already turned into a pile of dust. The Emperor Vast Heaven protecting Yi Yuan was directly bogged down. Boom! Bluish's strike directly leveled the courtyard to the ground. But in the next moment, his eyes went wide. This was because Yi Yuan was actually standing there perfectly safe and sound. His full power blow actually did not even harm a hair of his. How is this possible? Bluish said in disbelief. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Blue Ash with a smile that was not a smile as he slowly opened his mouth and said, Dark Knight really made an extravagant display. 1 Emperor Sakura Heaven for Emperor Vast Heavens, 7 Emperor Cloud Heavens. If you all die here, Dark Knight will feel great pain too, right? Wonder whether Lord Wang's will stomp his feet in anger or not. As he talked, Yi Yuan's appearance and aura underwent an upheaval change. That aura even rose rapidly and actually directly reached Emperor Sakura Heaven. Bluish's pupils constricted. and he cried out in surprise, F Feng Xiaotan, this is impossible.
What I felt earlier was clearly.
Clearly Yi Yuan's, right? Feng Xiaotian smiled and his fingertips bent lightly. A little void sword suspended in his palm. The aura of that little sword was exactly the same as Yi Yuan's.
Reaching Bluish's realm, it was naturally impossible to identify the other party by their appearance, but it was possible through the unique aura of each person. Each person's Tao was different, so the aura on everyone's body was also completely different. Completely simulating another person's aura, this was impossible.
But Yi Yuan could. Before leaving, Yi Yuan forced out a wisp of Tao sword and handed it to Feng Xiaotian. This Tao sword could perfectly conceal Feng Xiaotian's own aura and let him turn into Yi Yuan.
It was for the sake of paying them back in their own coin. Sure enough, Bluish fell for it.
Bluish's entire body trembled as he said in disbelief, How can this be? For the sake of the assassination this time, he had already been doubly cautious. He did not expect that it'd still fail. He never dreamed that Yi Yuan could actually let others perfectly disguise as himself.
Just how many tricks and trump cards did this guy have? Feng Xiaotian smiled and said, Your current expression is exactly the same as mine back then.
Hoo-hoo. Since you came, stay behind.
What in the world is going on? Who can tell me what the hell is this? In the Blood God Temple came Lord Wang's was bellow. Yes, he was furious. The entire hidden branch was completely annihilated. 1 Emperor Sakra Heaven, 4 Emperor Vast Heavens, 7 Emperor Cloud Heavens. In order to let these people enter Heaven 1, how much price did he pay?
But now it was directly gone. The key thing was that Yi Yuan was not dead. The next day, Yi Yuan swaggered around in South Qi Giant City again.
That appearance was clearly telling the blood race, I'm not dead.
Even being hundreds of millions of miles away, Wang's had a feeling like he had been slapped too. This was because the order to kill Yi Yuan was given by him. If not for his order, it was impossible for Bluish to have moved out in full force. But in the end, all were completely wiped out.
What was even more aggravating was that after the second day, Yi Yuan was even more arrogant until he directly went out of the city. Furthermore, he only brought 1 Emperor Vast Heaven Guard.
He seemed to be saying, Come on, kill me. Wang's order had not been rescinded yet. Of course he had to be killed. Hence, several more waves of Dark Knight members came to raid Yi Yuan. In the end, still completely annihilated. However many came, however many died.
In a short half a month, Dark Knight lost 2 Emperor Sakra Heavens, 20 Emperor Vast Heavens, and more than 70 Emperor Cloud Heavens.
Lord Wang's was completely mad. He had no choice but to have the chief send the order to stop the raid on Yi Yuan. This was freaking simply delivering heads. Heh. Yi Yuan, your alchemy skills are really divine. We're walking openly in the city like this, and nobody recognizes us. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at Yang Qing and he said crossly, I say, can you be low profile or not? Do you know that there are Emperor Realm powerhouses nearby eavesdropping?
Yang Qing said without a care, what the hell do Emperor Realm powerhouses count for?
I'll be able to sweep away them before long. Yi Yuan gave him a glance, his mouth curling as he said, Is that so?
If you're so impressive, you must not need me to help you refine the Emperor Fate Pill. The moment Yang Qing heard, he immediately switched to a fawning expression as he said, I'm saying I'm so impressive, but isn't it still all thanks to Master Yi?
In the future, when Hegemon Azure Sky, sweep across the world and reign supreme, you'll be the father of the Emperor. Shut up.
Oh.
Humph. Just you be smug. After Lord Qing, I reach Hegemon Realm, I'll definitely give you a good one.
At this time, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, 2 people had long already passed through the absolute heaven barrier and arrived in a blood race city. The blood imitation pill was a heavenly sovereign level pill. Yang Qing could naturally consume it too. The 2 people swaggered through the streets but did not reveal the slightest flaw. Of course, there also would not be bloodkins who would think that there were actually people who could completely imitate their aura. This city was called Giant Net City, one of the blood race's largest cities on Heaven 1 continent.
Yi Yuan, they all even obtained a piece of news. A new battle of Sun selection would be carried out here.
The blood race would select new Saint Sovereign 100 Sons and True Sovereign 100 Sons every decade. The most outstanding 200 bloodkins would be sent to the Blood God Temple and be heavily groomed. Wanting to investigate the blood race's secret, entering the Blood God Temple was naturally the best choice. However, the blood race's present territory already occupied more than 2/3 of Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven. Their clansmen were naturally a lot. When Yi Yuan 2 people arrived outside the absolute heaven barrier, they were completely stunned too. The number of the blood race was seriously too many. The scale of their one city was often 3 to 5 times that of a heaven one city. It was not that the blood race was extravagant, but that without this scale, they could not accommodate so many clansmen at all. The blood race propagated by splitting, the propagation speed extremely fast. Yi Yuan 2 people estimated that the numbers of Heaven One's races added up probably could not even match up to 1/10 of the blood races. So many clansmen, no matter how low the chances of giving birth to powerhouses, the number could not be very low either. The blood race had 2 Blood Emperor-level cities in Heaven One continent. Giant Net City was one of them. Giant Net City would select 20 of the strongest people and send them to Thundercry continent and Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City to undergo the final 100 Sons selection. Yi Yuan 2 people were aiming for this. The place to report was the battle hunting ground in the city. This place had a large-scale grandstand and could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. At this time, all seats were occupied in the battle hunting ground. Each period's 100 Sons battle was the gluttonous feast of the entire blood race. It could be said to be followed closely by all the people. Therefore, the battle hunting grounds tickets would be hiked to a sky-high price every time. How many powerhouses were participating in Giant Net City selection? 8 million Saint Sovereign Heavens. 1 million True Sovereign Heavens. This number looked scary, but actually it was nothing. This selection had no threshold. Anyone could take part. And the population that a Blood Emperor-level city had jurisdiction over reached as high as several tens of billion. Then why would the Saint Sovereign Heavens number just 8 million? Therefore, the majority of those who came to take part in the selection were very confident in themselves. Actually, this kind of selection was a cruel trial in the first place. Many Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were originally unknown, but in this kind of cruel selection they grew stronger the more they fought, ranking in the 100 Sons in the end. This kind of example was not in the minority. Of course, this number was really frightening when placed in the Heaven One Alliance. Over 8 million Saint Sovereign Heavens, this was merely just the number in one Blood Emperor-level city. There were 10 Blood Emperor-level cities on Heaven One continent. Then the other 2 continents? Those 2 continents were 2 complete continents. Enter your name. Name. Blood Azure. The Saint Sovereign Heaven in charge of registration issued a wooden card to Xianxia, engraving his name on it. Enter your name. Name. Blood Azure, Yi Yuan said. The registration person was taken aback and said, "You're called Blood Azure too?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "What's the problem?" The registration person shook his head and said, "No problem." Finished saying, he issued Yi Yuan a token too. The blood race had a lot of people with the surname Blood. There were naturally a lot of Blood Azure names too. It was just that these 2 people were called Blood Azure at the same time. It made him very surprised. 1 Saint Sovereign Heaven, 1 True Sovereign Heaven. Furthermore, it looked like they were on very good terms. Xianxia looked at Yi Yuan hatefully, wishing to tear him to shreds. This guy actually took on the same name as him. For this, he even flew into a thunderous rage with Yi Yuan. But of course, he was still suppressed by Yi Yuan in the end. Yi Yuan was Saint Azure back then. Now, when choosing a name, he naturally had to pick Blood Azure too. As for Xianxia, he had Azure as his name to begin with. He naturally had to pick Blood Azure too. Hence, 2 Blood Azures appeared. Xianxia shot Yi Yuan a hateful glare and said, "Punk, don't fail to enter the top 10. You'll disgrace Blood Azure this name." Yi Yuan said coolly, "The one who should be worried should be you, right? If you can't get a spot, scram back to your hometown for me." Xianxia said with a cold smile, "What a joke. If this sovereign gets second place, I'll immediately commit suicide." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Unfortunately, there are 10 passageways. Otherwise, these 10 spots, I'll bag them myself." Failing to posture, Xianxia was not willing to show weakness. He said, "Me too. These two people looked down on each other like nobody else was around, immediately drawing angry glares from a group of people. These two are too freaking arrogant.
Are you treating us as air? Hoo-hoo. What high-sounding sentiments.
A grand completion, true sovereign heaven, the other is even just upper saint sovereign heaven. Aren't the two of you scared to sprain your tongue when talking big? Behind the two, one person said with a cold laugh.
Yi Yuan turned his head to look at him and said coolly, talking big? Is a trash like you worthy of me talking big?
Too narcissistic. Just who was the freaking narcissist? That person smiled coldly and said, trash?
Hoo-hoo. There has really never been anyone who dared to say that about me. You probably don't know who I am, right?
Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, not interested to know because that's meaningless to me. Hoo-hoo, reckless and blind thing to not even know brother Cho Yang. He has the strength to attempt for the 100 suns this time.
I wonder which countryside this fool is from. Thinking that he can still be number one after arriving at Giant Net City. You.
OT. Hot ha, what a joke. The things that he said, brother Cho Yang probably doesn't even dare to say them. Stupidity is really the original sin.
It's fine, it's fine. After entering the passageway, he'll be taught how to behave. Waves of mocking voices came from all around. Although there were 8 million Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, there were naturally quite a few who already had great fame too. Cho Yang was one of them. In Giant Net City, his strength was sufficient to rank in the top 3. He was a strong contender for the slots this time. In reality, these 10 spots were also probably being produced among those 20 to 30 people. Everyone had a score in their hearts.
Even if there was a dark horse, it would also not be a measly little upper Saint Sovereign Heaven's turn.
Among 8 million Saint Sovereign Heavens, which realm had the most numbers? Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven.
This realm occupied the vast majority. And this realm was actually basically all cannon fodders too.
Occasionally amazing the world with a single brilliant feat and being able to kill their way into the top 100 was already considered pretty good. There was no chance for the top 10 at all.
This was because the powerhouses at the top of the pyramid were all grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens and half-step true Sovereign Heavens.
Therefore, Yi Yuan's words were really very laughable.
Hoo-ha, kid, I remembered you. I'll choose the same passageway as you. Cho Yang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold laugh. Yang Qing swept a glance at Cho Yang like looking at a fool and said to Yi Yuan, this guy wouldn't be a moron, right?
Yi Yuan said coolly. He's clearly an idiot. Talking with idiots will make you dumb. Let's.
80.
Yang Qing deeply felt that way too. Right, hurry up. After done talking, the two people left straight away and completely did not have the intention of paying any attention to Cho Yang. Cho Yang's face turned into the color of pig liver.
Fucking hell, too arrogant. Facing this scene, many people held the attitude of gloating over others' misfortune.
Cho Yang followed.
Hey, there's a good show to watch now. Cho Yang won't let him off. It turns out that seeking death is done this way. I'll follow that kid too. This good show can't be missed.
Many people also followed Yi Yuan, 2 people, seeing which passageway he was entering.
8 million people, a moment of carelessness, and you would lose them. The entrances of true Sovereign Heavens and Saint Sovereign Heavens were not in the same place. So very soon, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing were splitting up. Yi Yuan arrived at the passageway entrance and the guard said, entering from which passageway? Yi Yuan asked, which passageway is the strongest currently?
The guard gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, the strongest at present should be the number 1 passageway. Yi Yuan said, number 1 then. The guard was not long-winded either, directly sending Yi Yuan into the number 1 passageway. Giant Net City's powerhouses opened up 2 enormous spaces in the battle hunting ground to carry out the 100 Sun selection. The fights in the spaces would be presented in the battle hunting ground. Hundreds of thousands of people would be able to see them clearly. There were a total of 100 Saint Sovereign Heaven passageways, 10 as one group.
In each passageway, only 100 people could enter the next level.
In the end, the 1,000 powerhouses in a group would fight for 1 spot. This way of fighting was extremely cruel. Each 100 Sun selection, the casualties were virtually more than half in order to fight for these 10 spots. One had to know, even if the blood race was brutal, wanting to kill the opponent was very difficult too. But, out of 8 million Saint Sovereign Heavens, it actually needed nearly 4 million people to die. Could be seen how cruel such a selection was. However, the blood race did not care. Their propagation ability was extremely strong and could nurture a large batch of powerhouses again very soon. But this kind of method that was the survival of the fittest could create a large batch of powerhouses. Therefore, the powerhouses that displayed their abilities and advanced to the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, those were all true powerhouses, their strength extremely terrifying. Many of these people even had the strength to kill true Sovereign Heavens. When Yi Yuan killed 3 Saint Sovereign 100 Sons back then, it could be seen to what kind of extent his strength was formidable. Presently, Yi Yuan broke through to Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. His strength grew significantly again. With regards to this level of selection, he naturally did not take it to heart. And this kind of selection, the strong who truly had faith in themselves would all choose the number 1 passageway. That represented confidence and glory. Then why did Yi Yuan choose the number 1 passageway? He wanted to kill. These people were all the blood race's seeded candidates, all future Emperor Realm powerhouses. Each one killed, Heaven 1 would have one more iota of hope. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the number 1 passageway, Chou Yang's brows furrowed slightly. His strength was very strong, but if he entered Group 1, then he would have to fight to the bitter end with those few people. At that time, he really might not be able to get a spot. He naturally did not feel that Yi Yuan entered the number 1 passageway in order to get a spot. He was clearly playing tricks to make him not dare to enter. As for Yi Yuan, as long as he did not fight to the bitter end after entering, there would not be a problem surviving. In the passageway, if those who were scared to die hid at one side, no one would find trouble with you. But, if you wanted to snatch the passageway opening, then there would be countless people fighting it out to the bitter end with you. Clearly, Yi Yuan did not have that strength. Impressive. That kid actually went into the number 1 passageway. Number 1 passageway, that's where immortals fight. I heard that Blood True Xuehao He Ming. These big shots all entered the number 1 passageway. If Chou Yang were to enter the number 1 passageway, there's definitely no problem entering the next level. But it would be difficult to want to get a spot. He got slapped badly by that kid just now. If he doesn't go in, his face will be lost. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the number 1 passageway, many who followed all started whispering to each other. Chou Yang's face turned into the color of pig liver again. Damn it. This punk definitely did it on purpose, Chou Yang said hatefully. However, there were already quite a few people who followed after behind him. He already sent out the big talk just now. If he were to shrink back at this time, then he would really become a laughingstock. Hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, "So what if blood drew? Could it be that I, Chou Yang, am scared of you?" Finished saying, he immediately went into the number 1 passageway. The grandstand immediately boiled over with excitement. Chou Yang entered the number 1 passageway too. Terrific fellow, the number 1 passageway is really where immortals fight. Counting in Chou Yang, there are probably half of Giant Net City's top experts who already entered the number 1 passageway. It's really a death group. I heard that Blood True strength has likely already reached the top 50 strength of the 100 Sons. The others aren't bad either. Although there are only 100 Sons each time, those who get eliminated with the strength of the 100 Sons aren't in the minority. Yeah, at least Blood True, Xuehao, Chou Yang, He Ming, the few of them should all have hopes of winning this spot. Chou Yang few people were all seeded candidates. Their every movement and action attracted a lot of attention. At this time, great gods gathered in the number 1 passageway. It completely ignored everyone's enthusiasm for watching the battle. Only this kind of battle was nice to watch. Only this was exciting. This money was not spent in vain. As for Yi Yuan, nobody paid attention to him at all. An upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, who would pay attention to him? Time slowly trickled by. 8 million people chose their passageway one after another. The 100 passageways were evenly distributed. If a passageway was full, it would not be allowed to be chosen anymore. And in reality, the people who chose the first group's 10 passageways were very few instead. This was because this was absolutely a death group. Even if you entered the top 1,000, it was very hard to fight for that soul spot too. There were too many powerhouses. Of course, there were also quite a few true powerhouses who opted for a tactical concession. After all, obtaining the slot to enter the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons was the king's way. Showing off momentary bravery here did not have any meaning. Just as those people said, many who had the strength of the 100 Suns were all eliminated in the end and even died. But the reality was so cruel.
Obtain the 100 Sun spot, soar to the heavens in one bound.
Failing to obtain it, fade into the crowd.
It's over. It's over.
I entered the first group. Fuck. Just a bit slow. It's hopeless now. Very soon, the selection of the passageways was completed. Many people were all lamenting the cause was lost. Entering the death group, they became hopeless.
After Cho Yang entered the number 1 passageway, the pupils of blood drew and the rest all constricted.
Another formidable opponent came.
Cho Yang, you actually came in too. Ming came up and said with a smile that was not a smile. Why? You're allowed to come in and I'm not allowed to enter. Cho Yang said with a cold smile.
Haha, of course you're allowed. But with your cautious personality, we all thought that you wouldn't come in, Ming said with a laugh.
Humph. I'm definitely taking this spot, Cho Yang said proudly.
He had the confidence of a powerhouse.
However, his gaze landed on Yi Yuan, brimming with killing intent.
The passageway had not opened yet. They were not allowed to make a move now. Otherwise, he would have immediately killed Yi Yuan. Seeing Cho Yang's gaze, it immediately drew the attention of those powerhouses who could not help looking toward Yi Yuan in surprise. Could it be that Cho Yang came in because of this upper Saint Sovereign Heaven?
Not to such an extent, right?
With regard to these gazes, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious and closed his eyes to rest.
He has enmity with you? Ming asked in confusion. Cho Yang said if you heard what he said, you guys would also have enmity with him.
This sentence successfully attracted the attention of the group of powerhouses. Ming said in surprise, "Oh? What did he say?" Cho Yang recounted the matter at the registration area in detail from the very beginning, successfully increasing Yi Yuan's aggro value to 300%. Which of these people were not proud sons of heaven? Which of them was not incomparably proud?
They would say that the slot belonged to me. But there was absolutely no one who would say these words, I alone will bag 10 spots.
These words were too arrogant and would incur public outrage.
These heavens chosen were strong, but they would not be strong until the extent of incurring public outrage too. Forget about a saint sovereign heaven. Even if a true sovereign heaven was here, he would not dare to say so too. Especially the number 1 passageway, the strength of these proud sons of heaven did not pale to true sovereign heavens.
So many people attacking together, who could fend them off? What high-sounding sentiments.
Hehe, the passageway is about to open right away. I really want to see just how impressive this little brother is.
Oh right.
Bloodru, you likely can't get this spot, Ming said with a smile.
Bloodru's strength was indeed slightly stronger than the others. Therefore, the likelihood of him getting the spot was the highest. Of course, it was also just a possibility. So many experts, there were too many variables. No one dared to say that they would definitely win. If it was one-on-one, that would be easy to say.
Bloodru did not even look at Yi Yuan and said coolly, just a moron. You guys are stooping to his level too.
Ha ha ha, that makes sense. Idiot. Aren't you going to provoke us? Ming said to Yi Yuan with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan ignored him and closed his eyes to rest.
He was not so free. With this bit of time, using it to cultivate, using it to gain enlightenment on alchemy Dao, formation Dao, what was not good about it?
However, him ignoring these people was immediately thought of as being cowardly by everyone. Hoo-hoo. That kid is probably frightened silly, right? Doesn't even dare to talk anymore. Please. With close to 20 big shots, if it were you, would you dare to speak? If it was posturing outside, forget it. Entering the number 1 passageway, he can only submit. Makes sense. Being remembered by so many big shots. He'll really die.
In a while, reckon that he'll be going crazy, ha. This was a very large space. Over 80,000 people were being shut in a crammed radius, being shrouded by a light screen. Before the passageway opened, they could not make a move. Otherwise, they would be directly killed. At this time, the 2 Emperor Sakura Heaven big shots of Giant Net City, Sumu and Bloodsword, were also both paying attention to the number 1 passageway. This place was often where the strongest one was born. Bloodtrue's first place is most likely in the bag. This kid is quite similar to you, Sumi said with a smile.
Bloodtrue was Bloodsword's descendant. He firmly suppressed the others in Saint Sovereign Heaven. He was also Bloodsword's pride. Regarding this descendant, he also nurtured him with all his heart. Hearing that, Bloodsword said smugly, I estimate that Bloodtrue's strength can pretty much enter the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons top 20.
This battle is merely child's play.
Su Mu's pupils constricted, and he said, That boy hid his strength? This fellow, really hid so deeply. Bloodsword smiled and said, If he doesn't hide a bit of strength, how will he win when he reaches the Battle of 100 Suns? Those capable of going to heaven absolute Blood Emperor City are all true heaven's chosen. Sumu nodded and said, If he's really able to enter the top 20, then this seat's face will naturally feel a glow too. Bloodsword smiled and said, Stop pretending in front of me. Su Yun's strength can also take first place firmly among true sovereign heavens.
The value of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons is still not as good as a true sovereign heaven in the end.
This Su Yun was naturally Su Mu's descendant. They had the backgrounds of Emperor Sakra heaven powerhouses. Their strength was naturally extraordinary.
Sumu smiled and said, The competition between true sovereign heavens is even fiercer. Whether or not Su Yun can take first place is really hard to say. Alright, it's about time to open up the passageways.
Boom! The light screen above everyone's heads dissipated with a loud bang.
At the same time, the passageways also directly opened.
Everyone was very far away from the passageway. This distance was used to kill. However, even if one reached the passageway entrance, it could not be directly entered to. The passageway entrance was sealed. There was a mechanism on it. One should activate the mechanism 3 times in a row before the passageway could open. After someone entered the passageway would shut again, and it would need to be opened once more.
And this increased the intensity of the killing. Virtually right away, Chou Yang rushed toward Yi Yuan. He wanted to kill him at the first moment. Not just Chou Yang, quite a few Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses rushed over to this side.
However, Yi Yuan already disappeared since God knows when.
Where's he?
He was clearly still here just now. Fuck. At least you ran fast. Don't let your father run into you. Otherwise, I'll make you die horribly. Little bastard ran pretty fast. Chou Yang gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, With over 80,000 people, if one hid in the crowd, it was really not so easy to find.
At this time, over 80,000 people had already collided together, flesh and blood scattering being incomparably tragic. These top powerhouses formed their own circle. More than 20 powerhouses were frenziedly fighting a melee together. However, they did not use their full strength. It was just fighting who would be the first to enter the passageway.
There was no need to go all out in this first round. The real killing was in the next level. At that time, that would be the real irreconcilable till death. After the first level was done fighting, it would give people an opportunity to exploit instead. Bloodtrue's skill was a level higher in the end. He still rushed out of the encirclement of several formidable foes to be the first.
However, he could not shake everyone off.
After all, there were no easy people here. First place is your father's.
Bloodtrue, you're not allowed to snatch it. Chou Yang drew his blade and hacked at Bloodtrue frenziedly.
His strength was really very strong. Even Bloodtrue did not dare to underestimate too. However, before entering the passageway, the killing had not reached the peak yet. The passageway entrance was the meat grinding field. Very soon, those over top 20 powerhouses rushed to the passageway entrance. Following that, they were stunned.
A figure was unexpectedly at the passageway entrance. He did not enter the passageway either and just stood there like that.
Who could this person be if not Yi Yuan?
It turned out that he had long already reached the passageway entrance.
Seeing everyone come up, Yi Yuan said with a grin, Just came, huh? I waited so long for you guys.
Everyone's hearts trembled. This guy had such speed, no wonder he was gone in a blink of an eye.
It seemed like this punk's wild arrogance was not without logic. It was just that they did not understand. He was already the first to reach, so why was he still staying here?
The first to open the passageway, this was an incredible glory.
However, Bloodtrue also secretly let out a sigh of relief. Nearly failed miserably at a simple task. Waited so long for us?
Hoo-hoo, boy, what are you trying to do? Xianxia said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled with ill intent and said, nothing, I just want to tell you guys that other than me, nobody can take a step into the passageway. The moment these words came out, over 80,000 people burst into thunderous laughter. Were you freaking joking? Xianxia laughed loudly and said, Blood Azure, is your brain spoiled? In the 100 Suns battle, there has never been only one person who makes it out of the passageway entrance. You mean that you want to stop over 80,000 of us by yourself? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I never said that. Everyone sneered coldly and were just about to retort but heard him say, I'm saying to kill until no one dares to go in. Stop? It did not exist. I'm gonna kill all of you, bro. Everyone was shocked again. This guy was absolutely a madman. You freaking bragged until even you believed it yourself, right? Ha ha. I'm so scared. Punk. Come kill me then. Yeah, we all, these half-step true sovereign heavens, are too weak. I beg you, kill me. Bring it on. I really want to see how you kill until no one dares to go in. Yi Yuan had completely become a clown. These words really sounded hilarious to the extreme. Somewhere in space, Sumu, two people also exchanged glances, staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied. They had really never seen before such an arrogant young man. Although Yi Yuan's spatial rule also surprised them just now, just based on this, and he wanted to deal with over 80,000 people. Let alone that speed was not everything. Strength was the king's way. No matter what, everyone's final goal was to pass through the passageway. Even if your speed was fast, it could not be brought into play under this kind of circumstances. If everyone rushed forward, you could only forcibly resist. Otherwise, the boasting that you made would become a joke. Boom. Amidst the loud laughter, Yi Yuan suddenly attacked. That I beg you, kill me statement was directly blown apart, completely erased. Yi Yuan said coolly, since you're begging me, then I'll satisfy you. The expressions of Blood True and the rest changed drastically. This punch was so strong. I beg you, kill me was a top powerhouse too, half-step true sovereign heaven. He actually died without even having the time to react. Although it was a surprise attack, this also showed that Yi Yuan was very strong. Blood True's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, all right, you've already proved your strength. You have the qualifications to enter the passageway. Go in. We won't stop you. He felt that Yi Yuan's strength was probably not weaker than his own. If they really fought, then he would probably have to use all of his strength. Right now, he did not want to expose his strength too early. He naturally also did not want to fight with Yi Yuan until they were both wounded. But Chou Yang's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, Blood True, what do you mean? Blood True said coolly, there is no meaning at all. There's no need to waste time in this level. Want to fight, do it after entering the next level? Chou Yang was a little indignant, but he also felt that Yi Yuan's strength was likely not weaker than his. That blow earlier, he examined his own conscience and felt that he could not do better than Yi Yuan. Although this punk talked big, he still had some strength. The others stopped talking, clearly tacitly consenting to Blood True's recommendation. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, are you all misunderstanding something? I'm not flaunting martial prowess to you all. I only want to kill people. None of you guys are allowed to enter the next level. Blood True's pupils constricted and he said in a solemn voice, Blood Azure, don't refuse face when it's given. He was truly infuriated. This punk was posturing a little too much. But just as he was enraged, Yi Yuan moved. It was only to see Yi Yuan throw a punch out, aiming straight for one of the top half-step true sovereign heavens. Boom! That person was directly killed without the slightest strength to fight back. Everyone's hearts trembled wildly. If the first, genuine strength, it was because everyone was already on guard. But the result was still an instant kill. This time, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stopping, one punch following another. The places that he passed through were all him instantly killing the others. No matter how strong you were all unable to take one punch from me. This fist technique was the dragon race martial technique that Mitian improved on with the 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist as the foundation. Mitian was once a hegemon realm powerhouse. His horizons extremely far. Altering a fist technique was naturally easily accomplished.
After improving it and matching it with the blood imitation pill, the power that Yi Yuan released carried a thick bloody and evil aura, being exactly alike blood race martial techniques. Back then, when Yi Yuan's bloodline had just evolved, his combat power could already one-shot the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Now that his strength had improved greatly, killing these so-called powerhouses was not worth mentioning at all. Seeing Yi Yuan rampage in all directions, Bloodtrue's heart shook wildly. This strength was too terrifying. Everyone join hands and kill this punk first. Bloodtrue roared angrily. Everyone's heart turned cold, immediately joining forces. Zens. More than 100 half-step true sovereign heavens with apex strength directly surrounded Yi Yuan until not even water could seep through. Among them, there were even some of those top powerhouses. However, it was still useless. The more Chouyang watched, the more alarmed he became. The powerhouses that he viewed as his opponents could not last one punch under Yi Yuan's hands. The current Chouyang was terrified until his courage and spirit were crumbling. He desperately retreated backward, hoping that Yi Yuan had forgotten about him. Who could have thought that this guy was so strong? Blunder. A miscalculation. He finally understood that Yi Yuan ignored him back then, not due to haughtiness, but it was because he really did not have him in his eyes. Finally, he quietly withdrew from the battlefield and could not help heaving a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, the others held Yi Yuan back. He did not expect that Bloodtrue actually hid his strength. Among so many people, only he could barely manage to exchange a blow or two with Yi Yuan. It was also fortunate that this guy hid his strength. Otherwise, this time he would really have to die. Didn't you say that you're not trash and even wanted to prove it to me? Why? Giving you the opportunity now? But you want to leave. Suddenly, a deadly voice sounded in his ears. Chouyang was frightened until he blew smoke from all 7 orifices, his entire person almost blowing up. But he could not find Yi Yuan. It was as if the surrounding was all Yi Yuan. Where are you? Chouyang was fully on guard, all the hair on his body standing on end. I'm right in front of you. You can't even see. Chouyang's pupils constricted, only to hear a long sigh transmit over, I gave you a chance. But it looks like you're indeed still just a piece of trash. Boom. A punch slammed out. Chouyang was dead. It was naturally very easy for Yi Yuan to kill Chouyang. But he deliberately did not kill in order to let him feel fear. Among the thousands of experts, in a blink of an eye, there were only 3 or 4 left. There was even a large swathe of the others who died. But Chouyang's death triggered everyone's nerves. Chouyang's strength was absolutely the most pinnacle existence in this group of people. But even he was dead without the slightest strength to fight back. We're not entering. All of us are not going in. Don't kill me. He Ming's courage and spirit had crumbled as he said. Bloodtrue also had a solemn expression as he said, Blood Azure, you win. I give up. He did not feel that Yi Yuan dared to kill him because he was Deputy City Lord Bloodsword's descendant. The consequences of offending an Emperor Sakra Heaven were unimaginable. Boom! Punch was sent out. He Ming was directly blown apart. Bloodtrue's pupils constricted, only to see Yi Yuan's devilish voice transmit over. Sorry. I never said that I wouldn't kill you all if you beg for mercy. Ants have no right to give up. Yi Yuan threw a punch over. Bloodtrue's pupils constricted. He could not block this punch. Ancestor! Bloodtrue's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared. Right at this time, a voice came down from above the void. Blood Azure. Let Bloodtrue off. This seat will owe you a favor. Boom! Yi Yuan's fist directly tore Bloodtrue apart without any sluggishness. Sorry, who are you? Is your favor very valuable? Killing the strongest, Bloodtrue, the remaining ones were even too weak to withstand a single blow. His strength was long already invincible in the same rank. One should not look at how this passageway had a lot of numbers. To Yi Yuan, numbers could not change anymore. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Places that he passed through, corpses scattered everywhere. Apologies, no corpses. It was directly obliterated. The blood race did not have corpses. Good. 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 Very good. Hoo-hoo. A mere Saint Sovereign Heaven actually directly treated this seat as air. Above the void, Bloodsword stomped his feet in anger.
An exalted Emperor Sakura heaven was actually being disregarded.
That brat called Blood Azure did not even pay attention to him. By the side, Sumu also looked at him with a sympathetic look as he said, "Calm down. He's just a junior. If he's dead, then he's dead." Bloodtrue's talent was indeed high, but no matter how high, he was also just Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was not worth flying into a rage. Bloodsword's descendants were in great numbers. There would always be a few outstanding ones. As for finding trouble, don't even think about it.
The overseers in the clan were still watching.
Regarding the 100 Sons selection, the Blood God Temple attached a lot of importance to it. They would send overseers to each city. It was for the sake of ensuring impartiality of the selection.
Although he was angry, Bloodsword really did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan faded into mediocrity, then forget it. Yet, his strength was formidable. There was absolutely no problem entering the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons.
Such a genius. How could the clan possibly allow Bloodsword to deal with him? Yi Yuan also knew this. That was why he would go on a killing spree.
The current Yi Yuan had already gone mad from killing. Over 80,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens were fleeing crazily inside the space. There was already no one who dared to contend with Yi Yuan head-on.
They already understood that Yi Yuan's strength was on a completely different level than them. Head-on fighting was no different from seeking death.
But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of letting them off. His movement technique was extremely fast. Places that he passed through, a bunch of bloodkins would directly disappear.
The numbers in number 1 passageway were diminishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was no retreat route in the passageway. The only way out was the passageway. When Yi Yuan was chasing, some people also wanted to take the chance to escape from the passageway entrance. But what welcomed them was a punch from beyond the heavens, directly quelling them. Hence, a strange scene appeared in the number 1 passageway. Yi Yuan alone was chasing 80,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens and killing them. On the battle hunting grounds grandstands, it had already completely boiled over with excitement. Where did this guy pop out from? This is also too strong, right? My eyesight must be freaking failing. Number 1 passageway. Which time didn't kill until heaven and earth dimmed. This time, it's actually one person hunting down 80,000 people.
Dark horse. An absolute dark horse.
This guy's strength can probably already enter the 100 Sons top 5.
Too monstrous.
Too monstrous.
Our giant net city is going to shock the Blood God Temple with this.
The scene that appeared before their eyes was seriously too surprising. They originally planned to watch a miserable fight. But in the end, what they saw was one person hunting down several tens of thousands of people. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan already turned into a super demon king, making the people in number 1 passageway tremble with fear when they heard him. At the second floor space, there were already many people who were successful.
Along with the passage of time, the numbers became more and more.
But what they found strange was that the number 1 passageway did not have people come out of it from start to end. It's really strange. Is the fighting in the number 1 passageway this time so tragic? More than 90 people in our number 3 passageway have already come out. Yet, they actually didn't have a single person coming out.
The first level is merely playing. Those guys wouldn't have pulled out the big guns, right? But even so, it also wouldn't be completely zero, right? Now this is interesting. 3 days will be up very soon. Are they planning on rushing out together? The first group's 1,000 people already reached over 800 people at this time. The first level's contention was only 3 days' time. Presently, the time limit was going to be up very soon. But not a single person came out of the number 1 passageway. This made everyone incomparably surprised.
These bloodkinds all gathered together, speculating on all sorts of possibilities. Just like that, the 900 people from number 2 passageway to number 10 passageway were gathered very soon.
But number 1 passageway still had no activities.
Time slowly trickled by. It looked like the 3 days time limit was going to be up right away. The questions in everyone's hearts grew more and more.
Swoosh! Suddenly, the passageway opened, a figure flew straight out.
Seeing this person, the 900 people present could not help being stupefied. Who was this person? Where's Bloodtrue? Where's Cho Yang? Where's He Ming? Why was it an upper saint sovereign heaven who came up? Were those guys all defeated by Yi Yuan?
Hey, kid, where are the others?
Why is it just you alone who came up? The number 2 passageway's first place could not hold back his doubts and asked Yi Yuan.
Although Yi Yuan was the only one who came up, he naturally would not be scared of Yi Yuan.
It was because his strength was not the slightest bit weaker than Bloodtrue they all. It was just that he did not know. When those bloodkins in the first level saw Yi Yuan now, they practically wanted to piss their pants.
This guy was too horrifying.
The people were naturally not killed entirely.
Over 80,000 people, there were too many of them.
Even if it was standing there to let Yi Yuan kill, Yi Yuan would have to kill for a long time too. Let alone that those people fled desperately. In 3 days, Yi Yuan killed nearly 40,000 people, killing until even his hands felt weak. In the end, he actually could not quite kill anymore.
Yi Yuan was strong, but he was not strong until he could be like back then, slaughtering hundreds of millions of life forms with one finger. They were the same rank after all. He still had to kill one by one.
After adjusting his breathing for some time, Yi Yuan immediately came up.
As for the rest, they naturally did not dare to come up anymore.
Courting death, Yi Yuan did not answer the first place. He swept a glance over everyone's faces and said with a smile, "Emin, this time, there's no need to kill until my hands turn into jelly anymore. Just a few hundred people. Killing all of you won't take too much effort." Half a day later, the first group was completely wiped out. Yi Yuan stepped into the passageway with a back view that appeared slightly lonely. He bagged the spot.
This time, he was the first to come out.
The battle situations of the other 9 groups were much fiercer than Group 1. When Yi Yuan returned to the battle-hunting ground, the hundreds of thousands of spectators on the grandstands fell into a death-like silence. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were filled with fear. This guy was an out-and-out executioner. All 900 proud sons of heaven. He killed them all by himself.
These few thousand years, the 100 Sons battle had already been hosted God knows how many times. Such a thing had never appeared before.
Even if the blood race was extremely warlike, they were intimidated by Yi Yuan too.
Ha ha. Too weak.
A bunch of trash. You can't even block one of your Grandpa Qing's spear. Sure enough, Grandpa Qing is the first to come out. "Humph humph, your father said to take first place." "It means I'm taking first place."
"Hey, you punk, you actually came out earlier than me?"
"But it's no use. Your Grandpa Qing challenged 10 half-step Emperor realms with one spear, fighting until none of them dared to make a move. How is it? Impressive or not?" Suddenly, Yang Qing's figure appeared above the grandstands. The moment he came out, he made an unnecessary fuss and was incomparably arrogant. Yang Qing made an unnecessary fuss, but very soon, he discovered that something was not right. Too quiet. The battle-hunting ground had several 100,000 watching the fights. Why was it so quiet?
Seeing Yi Yuan looking at him with a smile that was not a smile, Yang Qing only felt somewhat jittery and said, What did you
do?" Yang Qing already understood Yi Yuan long ago. One should not look at how this guy normally kept quiet, appearing too profound to understand.
But when he caused trouble, 10 Yang Qings could not catch up either. Ever since this guy landed on Heaven 1 continent, how many earth-shaking major events had he done already?
Motherfucker. Looking at his appearance, it looks like today's trouble was not small again.
Nothing, it's just that I killed all the geniuses in my passageway. These guys were too weak. There's no kick in killing it all, Yi Yuan said with some dissatisfaction. Everyone was speechless.
No kick and you still killed so many. You're simply the devil.
My blood race is bloodthirsty, but it simply does not hold a candle compared to you at all. It was also just that there was 3 days' time. If Yi Yuan was given a few more days, everyone would not doubt in the slightest that this guy could kill off all the people in the number 1 passageway.
What did you say?
K killed all?
What kind of joke is this? Yang Qing's eyes became wide saucers, a look of disbelief on his face. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong but did not know how strong the current Yi Yuan was. This result was really too surprising. Killing everyone in a passageway, what did this mean? This signified genuine invincibility in the same rank. Saint Sovereign Heaven. No matter how impressive you were, You could not post any threat to Yi Yuan anymore. Thinking about his own battle achievement, he actually showed off in front of him.
Oh, was this not him slapping his own face?
But very soon, he understood why Yi Yuan did so. Really satisfying. If this news reached back to South Qi Giant City, the Heaven One that had just calmed down would explode again, right? Yang Qing gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up and said with a strange expression, "You're amazing. Ha ha ha. I finally got a spot. The few of you fools aren't my match in the end."
Suddenly, a figure landed in the plaza and let out a burst of loud laughter. Xianxia defeated many formidable foes, obtaining the Saint Sovereign Heaven spot. He was very excited.
But very soon, he also discovered something amiss. Where were the cheers?
The voices of exclamations?
Why was it so quiet? Suddenly, he looked in the direction of the number 1 passageway and could not help being startled in his heart.
It was not Blood True.
Not He Ming. Not Chou Yang either. It was just an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. What the hell?
The number 1 passageway where powerhouses gathered, why would it be an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven who obtained the spot? That kid, why is it you who came out of number 1 passageway? Did they kill one another and let you come off cheap? Xianxia looked at Yi Yuan and said with a disdainful look.
The several 100,000 people present had expressions that were strange to the extreme.
Come off cheap?
Kill one another? Hoo-hoo, did they have this chance?
Yi Yuan completely ignored him and said to Yang Qing, "Why are there so many idiots this? Too so I. Year?"
Yang Qing smiled and said, "There are idiots every year. This year is especially a lot."
Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Makes sense, makes sense."
Xianxia's expression turned cold, and he said, "Boy, I've remembered you, refusing face when it's given." Everyone on the grandstand only felt a chill run down their backs. This was a great killing god. Not being remembered by him was already giving thanks to everyone. You actually still wanted to remember him? Very soon, all the passageways had people come out of it. The 20 spots were occupied very quickly. Su Mu and Bloodsword descended from the sky, landed in the plaza. It was just that their expressions were both very ugly. Su Mu's descendant was also beaten down by Yang Qing.
However, he was a little better than Bloodsword. Yang Qing did not have that ability to kill everyone. Encountering this kind of homicidal maniac, anyone would be depressed until they vomited blood.
Bloodsword looked toward Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression and said with a cold smile, "Boy, you're very good. This seat has remembered you." The moment these words came out, the 18 victors present all had baffled faces. How did this boy offend Great Emperor Bloodsword?
However, Xianxia gave a cold laugh, thinking to himself that this punk was dead for sure to have actually offended Great Emperor Bloodsword.
Unless you really became Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, you would be dead for sure. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Are you stupid? Do I, Blood Azure, still need your approval when killing people? Is your face very valuable?" Bloodsword's pupils constricted, a pair of eyes staring at Yi Yuan, already almost unable to suppress his impulse to kill people.
The hundreds of thousands of people present, as well as the 100 Sons candidates, were stunned. You are also too freaking arrogant, right? That is a great emperor. You rebutted him so readily.
Isn't this sowing irreconcilable enmity? Yi Yuan naturally did not care. This guy did not dare to do anything to him at all. As for the future, he also would not really keep staying on in the blood race.
After I left, who cares about floodwaters surging?
Being so arrogant, Yi Yuan naturally did it on purpose. The persona of a homicidal maniac naturally needed unparalleled overbearingness to serve as a foil. Don't look at me with this sort of eyes. Otherwise, I'll kill you in the future.
Maybe you feel that it's a little funny, but breaking through to Emperor Sakura Heaven is nothing difficult for me. In fact, maybe I don't need to step into Emperor Sakura Heaven and I'll be able to kill you at Emperor Vast Heaven Realm.
You might feel that this day is very far away and that you have adequate time to kill me. But you'll never get the chance. With my strength, getting Saint Sovereign 100 Sons first place is as easy as turning over my hand.
In the future, I'll be true Sovereign 100 Sons number 1 too. Emperor Realm will be the same. You'll never have the chance to kill me.
Yi Yuan looked at Bloodsword and said it casually.
But the looming threat that exuded was too obvious.
Fuck me.
Too awesome. A Saint Sovereign Heaven actually threatened an Emperor Sakura Heaven.
Those 1800 sons candidates all opened their mouths wide. Where did this guy pop out from? Each one of them was a candidate. Why were you so outstanding? Why were you so impressive?
Ha, who do you think you are?
100 sons number 1? Why don't you ascend to heaven? Shu'er looked at Yi Yuan and mocked with a loud laugh. Boom!
Yi Yuan threw a punch over Xianxia directly disappeared without even reacting to it. The remaining 100 sons candidates had dumbfounded faces.
Freaking hell, you were also too arrogant, right? We all killed our way out from a horde and you killed on a whim? However, this guy was really so strong. How could an upper saint sovereign heaven be so strong? Looking at Bloodsword again, he actually did not even dare to let out a word.
What did this show?
This showed that great Emperor Bloodsword already acknowledged Yi Yuan's words in his heart. He really did not have the opportunity to kill Yi Yuan.
I see. But Yi Yuan could kill him as easily as turning over his hand in the future.
Too awesome. There was actually such an impressive person in the world. Bang.
Bang. Bang.
When everyone was still in shock, Yi Yuan moved again.
Bastard, we're 100 sons candidates. You dare to kill us?
Motherfucker. Everyone attack. Fight it out with him. Very soon, these people were annihilated.
The original 10 candidates were already just left with Yi Yuan, one person currently. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock.
900 sons candidates had just killed their way out of heavy encirclement and were currently fired up with boundless enthusiasm. In the blink, they were gone. Impressive. Really impressive. Is this guy insane? Doesn't he know that once these 100 sons candidates get a spot, it's equivalent to being protected by the Blood God Temple and having a death exemption gold token? It's going to blow up big this time.
The Blood God Temple probably won't be willing to drop the matter. TSK, this kind of thing is really the first time in the history of the 100 Sons selection.
Everyone was stunned by Yi Yuan's shocking action. These candidates had already gotten a spot. It was equivalent to being the Blood God Temple's disciples. But Yi Yuan actually killed all of them.
Then, could Bloodsword not stop Yi Yuan?
Of course he could. But he did not. Bloodsword smiled coldly and said, "Boy, you're really arrogant until the horizon. But this time, this seat wants to see who can save. You." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at Bloodsword and said disdainfully, "Put away your little petty tricks. You're unable to understand the world of the strong. If these trash go to the Blood God Temple, they will merely make a fool of themselves. It's enough for Giant Net City to have me alone." Well said. A figure stepped out into the air. His aura was actually a little more powerful than Bloodsword 2 people. But Bloodsword's expressions changed drastically.
He thought that Lord Blood Envoy would punish Yi Yuan severely.
Who knew that he actually said, "Well said." Blood Envoy looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes making no effort to hide the admiration in the slightest as he said, "Boy, this seat likes you very much." With one sentence, it shocked everyone again.
Blood Envoy looked at Bloodsword and said coolly, "Bloodsword, you disappoint this envoy greatly.
The improvement in Cultivation realm has already made you lose your original heart. Back then, you came from the 100 Sons too. At that time, you were decisive in going for the kill and was also extremely stunning.
But the sharp edge on you has been ground flat. Have you forgotten our blood race's original intention of choosing the 100 Sons?"
His gaze swept over the faces of Xianxia and the others, and he said in a solemn voice, "My blood race isn't afraid of death. What we're afraid of is that you're not strong enough.
Only the strong have the right to survive.
Weaklings can only be eliminated.
Blood Azure's talent is the strongest that this seat has seen. Do you think that this seat will punish Blood Azure for a group of useless trash?"
Ridiculous. What he said was right. It's sufficient for Giant Net City to have him alone.
The whole place was silent. Many people lowered their heads in shame. Bloodsword's old face felt even more ashamed. Where was the agreed-upon face slapping?
Why did he get slapped? But Xianxia laughed wildly in his heart when he heard it. Where did this moron come from?
Was it really all right for you to support that guy like that? When you all discover that the one that you all were supporting was actually a human, would you go berserk at that time or not?
Even thinking about it felt a little exciting.
Xianxia was currently very much looking forward to the arrival of that day.
Yi Yuan, this fellow was too capable at causing trouble. Alright.
Since the selection is already done, the 11 of you head to Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City with the seat then.
Arriving at Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, even if it was Yi Yuan, he was also amazed by it. This city was really too big and too grand.
He could feel that the city walls were made of extremely high-quality treasures, giving off waves of extremely terrifying auras. Although Yi Yuan could not feel the array formation in the city, he felt that the city absolutely had an extremely terrifying destructive power. South Qi Giant City was utterly not worth mentioning in front of Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City.
This Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City was probably built by the blood race pouring their power in. Even if a hegemon realm came, it was likely very hard to conquer this city too. Lord Alfly, Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City seems to be a little different. Yi Yuan pretended to be curious.
These 100 Sons candidates were all like country bumpkins entering a city for the first time too. They were naturally deeply shocked by the grandeur of Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City too.
Therefore, upon Yi Yuan asking, they all immediately perked their ears to listen. Alfly said coolly, "You just know that even if a hegemon realm came to this city, they will have to die with regrets too.
No need to ask about the rest. This is our blood race's secret. When your cultivation realm is up to par, you'll naturally know." When Yi Yuan heard, his heart turned slightly cold. Indeed, as expected. However, this was pretty good news too. If one day some hegemon realm went crazy and ran over to attack Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, then they would really suffer a cataclysmic disaster.
Although the blood race did not understand formation Dao, there must be some hidden means too. It was just that the blood race was too mysterious. Many things were not known by outsiders.
Alright. After entering the city, don't run around. Some places are not where you guys can go.
I'll order someone to explain this to you. You all are powerhouses who killed your way out of tens of thousands of people and are all seated candidates for the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons too. As a reward, you all can enter the Heaven Absolute Blood Pool and cultivate for 10 days.
As for how much improvement you can make, that will depend on your potential. Blood Envoy Alfly said.
The blood race had a very superficial understanding of alchemy Dao.
But they similarly had their own cultivation methods.
Blood pools were one of them.
The blood race studied blood extremely deeply. Devouring blood was just the most primitive method.
The blood race had a profession called Blood Medicine Master. Like heavenly alchemists, they would use some secret techniques to mix with blood, letting the blood unleash very miraculous power for the clansmen to absorb.
The blood race would create blood pools and pour these formulated blood in, which would be the blood pools.
However, this kind of method was extremely bloody. The construction of blood pools required extremely terrifying amounts of blood. They occupied 2 continents. All races were enslaved by them. Hence, the blood race slaughtered construct powerhouses to build one blood pool after another. The sins that they had committed were too numerous to be recorded. There was a blood pool in Giant Net City too. But, compared to Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, it naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that the blood race's best blood pool was in the Blood God Temple. The final reward of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons was to enter the Blood God Temple's blood pool.
This was absolutely a huge reward to the Bloodkins.
When these Saint Sovereign 100 Sons entered, it would even let them undergo a transformation to remold themselves thoroughly.
Watching Yi Yuan and the others enter the blood pool, the corners of Alfly's mouth curled slightly.
With this boy's character, he would probably cause a huge wave again after entering the blood pool, right? However, the more trouble he caused, the better. Otherwise, how would it show this seat's prowess?
Blood envoys monitored the world.
But this blood envoy, was just monitoring a measly little Heaven 1 continent. Thundercry continent and Lasting Wind continent's blood envoys were the real people in power. Saint Sovereign 100 Sons actually had little to do with Heaven 1 continent. It was because the people that Alfly brought over every time were basically all cannon fodder characters.
Lasting Wind continent and Thundercry continent had 99 Blood Emperor level cities respectively. There were 3 great blood envoys.
Of the 7 great envoys, he was getting along the most poorly. But this time, Yi Yuan made his eyes lit up.
This boy was not a well-known figure, but he amazed the world with a single brilliant feat.
Furthermore, He was very optimistic about Yang Qing's strength too.
2 blood azures, this was his capital to win back face.
This time, it was finally your father's turn to turn things around, right? Lasting Wind and Thundercry, 2 continents both, had 99 Blood Emperor-level cities. 10 people each city, there would be 2,100 Suns candidates. But there were only 99 positions in the Blood pool.
These 2,000 people sharing 99 positions were naturally not enough. Therefore, they could only snatch. These 99 positions naturally all had people occupying them.
The lower the number, the higher the concentration of the blood medicine. 100 Suns candidates, each person had 10 days of cultivation opportunity.
But actually, the vast majority could not get 10 days.
Wanting to cultivate in the blood pool, they would have to challenge one of them.
The victor only had 1 day of cultivation time. The loser, bye-bye.
Losers were not allowed to challenge a second time. 1 day later, that number would accept other people's challenges again. Yi Yuan handed his wooden card to the manager, and it just happened to be seen by 100 Suns candidate beside him, immediately attracting a series of ridicules. TCH, Giant Net City, a bunch of cannon fodders also dare to come to the blood pool to cultivate. Hey, kid, don't you know that a trash from Heaven 1 continent isn't allowed to enter the blood pool? The one who spoke was a youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape's. The moment these words came out, a group of amused looks immediately cast over from all around. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that. It seemed like there was really only him entering the blood pool. What is going on? Is Heaven 1 continent such a failure? This matter was Yi Yuan who was ignorant and ill-informed. The other cities' people all knew about this. But Yi Yuan had zero communication with those people on the whole journey. There was naturally no one who told him about this. It was not that Yi Yuan pretended to be proud and cold, but that the matter of him slaughtering off a passageway had already spread out. Those people all feared him like a tiger. In reality, the 100 Suns candidates from Heaven 1 continent would never step into the blood pool. This was because that was only asking for trouble. In the course of time, no one went anymore. Heaven 1 continent rarely had someone who could enter the ranks of the 100 Suns. Even if one occasionally entered, they would also be ranked at the bottom.
At first, they naturally wanted to enter the blood pool to cultivate too.
However, they were beaten each time until they had to search the ground for their teeth or even straight up ended up dead. There was naturally no one who dared to come anymore. Therefore, the blood pool had an unwritten rule. Those from Heaven 1 continent were not allowed to enter. Of course, this was the agreement among the 100 Suns. The officials naturally still acknowledged their identities. It was just that they looked down on Heaven 1 continent. Why was there such a situation? Actually, Heaven 1 continent's bloodkins were basically all immigrants. The earliest immigrants were all the weakest batch in the blood race. These people were merely cannon fodders, specifically used to deliver to death. The blood race used these people to whittle away the cities under the absolute heaven barrier. Either way, if these people died, there would be no heartache either.
But without a doubt, Heaven 1 continent's bloodkins were the weakest in the blood race. Of course, Heaven 1 continent had true elites too.
The 100,000-strong army that was destroyed by South Chi Giant City, as well as that army that sneak-attacked Northern View City back then were elites. However, these 2 armies had completely succumbed at Yi Yuan's hands.
SUC. It was also precisely because of this that the blood race's Wang Zuo would be so furious, insisting on killing Yi Yuan.
Although Yi Yuan did not know what was going on, he understood very quickly. Alfly deliberately did not say anything. It was in order to let him come and make trouble.
That guy knew that he was strong, so Alfly specifically let him come and slap faces.
Heh, this guy is really wicked. Isn't he afraid of him succumbing here? However, slap faces it is then. After I push you up to the sky and then tell you that I'm a human, would you vomit blood on the spot or not? I really didn't know this. Brother, can you teach me or not? Yi Yuan said with a smile. The youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape's said with a sneer. Brother?
Are you worthy to? Hurry up and get out.
Otherwise, you're going to get it. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile. I'm a 100 Suns candidate. With an identity token, I naturally have the right to challenge the people in the blood pool.
You don't have the right to make me go out. The youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape said with a snicker, whoa.
100 Sons Candidate. What a scary title. Ha ha ha.
He said that he's a candidate for the 100 Sons. Are you all afraid or not? There were immediately people who started kicking up a row all around.
Scared. Scared to death. These people are all not 100 Sons candidates. Is heaven one continent, that place full of powerhouses? Are they all very formidable? I wonder if those powerhouses in the blood pool are a match for the Heaven One Continent expert or not. These people completely looked down on Heaven One Continent, their words being very nasty. The youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape's said disdainfully, "Boy, you might not know, those able to enter the blood pool to cultivate, all have hope of becoming Saint Sovereign 100 Sons in the end, and you all who came from Heaven One Continent are all cannon fodders. Do you understand what's called cannon fodder?"
Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. Hurry up and get lost. Once you choose to challenge the powerhouses in the blood pool, you'll die very horribly.
Yi Yuan said coolly. Is that so? I'm so scared. This lord. I wonder if when it's my turn to challenge, can I make everyone in the blood pool get lost?
By the side, that half-step Emperor Realm manager could not help being stupefied.
I'll get lost? What was the meaning of this? Challenging all of them. If I kill them all, I should be able to enjoy the blood pool all by myself, right? Yi Yuan saw that the manager was confused and asked. The manager was stupefied again, his mind somewhat unable to wrap itself around that.
Kill them all?
This fool. Where did this guy appear from? Hoo-hoo, little fellow. Do you know who are cultivating in the blood pool? The manager could not help laughing as he said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, "Who they are have nothing to do with me, because they will become dead people very soon." When the youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape's heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, awesome. Heaven One Continent really produced a formidable character. Then you remember well. I'm called Blue Blood. When you challenge, remember to call me along." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "If you want to court death, I naturally won't stop you." The slot for challenging only had 99 people every day.
Yi Yuan just handed his identity token over. He naturally had to wait in line. His time to challenge was 2 days later. Yi Yuan's words instantly caused an uproar in the entire blood pool.
They had seen before morons, but they had never met anyone so moronic. What is this place? Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. Even if you are a dragon, you have to coil up too. Do you know how many powerhouses were here?
You boasted so shamelessly and actually wanted to kill everyone in the blood pool.
Are you crazy? Why did an idiot come from Heaven One Continent? Apart from producing fools, what else can that godforsaken place produce? Hoo-hoo, the 10 seats this year, there are 7 who are cultivating in the blood pool.
This kid has gone nuts to actually want to kill them all.
TSK. Really looking forward to it. 2 days. 2 days later, we'll naturally know. Everyone used sympathetic gazes to look at Yi Yuan. They already determined that Yi Yuan was a fool. If he was not a fool, how could he say such stupid words? The manager looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "No need to kill everyone. You just have to defeat everyone, and this blood pool will naturally be yours alone." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "What's the point in defeating? It's naturally directly killing."
The next day, it was Blue Blood's turn to challenge. He directly challenged the number 7 blood pool's powerhouse. This action also caused a stir in the blood pool.
Before this, Blue Blood was invincible. No one expected that he would be so strong. The number 1 blood pool was one of the 10 great seeded candidates. To dare challenge this position, Blue Blood's strength naturally went without saying. However, no one expected that Blue Blood actually won. Won beautifully. Everyone could also see that this Blue Blood was actually still holding strength in reserve.
This guy was absolutely a major dark horse.
In the 100 Sons battle this time, Blue Blood was very likely to make it into the top 10. All of a sudden, Blue Blood became Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City's man of the hour.
Before entering the blood pool, Blue Blood specially came before Yi Yuan and said smugly, "Powerhouse from Heaven One Continent, I welcome you to challenge me tomorrow. Remember, I'm at the number 7 blood pool." Yi Yuan had always been at the martial arena. He had also seen this battle. Blue Blood's strength was indeed very strong. Reaching Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, the strengths of these contestants were more than a level stronger than those in Giant Net City. Yi Yuan could also tell that these 100 Suns candidates hanging around in the blood pool, their strength was actually about the same level. They had virtually already reached the limits that Saint Sovereign Heaven could reach. Compared to those in the extreme medicine sect in the same rank, the blood race was significantly stronger. However, Yi Yuan was far from concerned. With his bloodline breaking through, his strength had long already broken through the limits of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Coupled with the effect of the power of blessing, he was virtually invincible in battle. Even if the current Yi Yuan faced off against a middle true Sovereign Heaven, he could also cut him down. These blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens all had the strength to jump a major realm and fight. But if they faced off against a middle true Sovereign Heaven, it would be certain death. Not everyone was as monstrous as Yi Yuan. "You are not worthy yet." Facing Blue Blood's provocation, Yi Yuan turned his nose up at him. "Hoo-hoo, you can go ahead and posture now. I hope that you won't be scared when it's time to challenge tomorrow," Blue Blood said with a sneer. The current Yi Yuan had long already become a laughingstock of the blood pool. He wanted to challenge everyone in the blood pool. This sort of thing had never happened before in the history of the blood race. Nobody possessed the strength to defeat 100 same rank geniuses in Saint Sovereign Heaven. Furthermore, these 100 geniuses were all the strongest in the blood race's Saint Sovereign Heaven. On the following day, the challenges in the blood pool continued without any breaks. Many dark horses rose to prominence one after another. But no one was as stunning as Blue Blood. Finally, it was the third day. It was Yi Yuan's turn to challenge. Many people gathered around, pouring ridicule on him again. "Hey, Heaven One Continent's expert. It's your turn to challenge. You said before that you wanted to challenge all the geniuses in the blood pool. You mustn't be scared at this time. Your luck is pretty good. Bloodage already maxed out the 10 days and already came out of the blood pool. Otherwise, you can still challenge him. Go up there and do it. Don't be scared. Big shot, hurry up and knock them all down. I want to carry your shoes for you." Yi Yuan had not taken the stage yet, and a series of guffaws already came from all around. The geniuses present were all very proud, so they never disdained to take somebody to the task. They had always had the heart that yearned for number 1 but would never say that I was going to sweep all of you away. No one dared to say so. Bloodage was the publicly recognized strongest person in this period. If Yi Yuan just challenged him, it would not be to such an extent of making people ridicule him like so. But to challenge everyone, that was too stupid. Therefore, Yi Yuan became an out-and-out clown in their eyes. The manager looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Expert from the Heaven One Continent, are you still insisting on challenging everyone?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. Call them over and end the fight swiftly. I still have to cultivate." The manager was stupefied. Clearly, he did not think that Yi Yuan really dared to accept it. He was just throwing in a word or two of derision earlier. Could it be that this guy was really tired of living? In a certain hidden space, several big shots were currently paying attention to the situation in the blood pool. "I'll fly, he's your trump card this time? No matter how I look, he seems like a fool too. Hoo-hoo, could it be that this kid thinks that this place is Heaven One Continent? He just killed a few fools. Does he really think that he's invincible in the same rank? Even if he's really invincible in the same rank, nobody dares to be so arrogant either, right?" The 7 great blood envoys were shockingly present. The other 6 people mocked I'll fly. They had already heard about Yi Yuan's performance on Heaven One Continent. It was just that, in their view, what was killing a bunch of trash worth being smug about? They were all too clear about the strength of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Because each period's Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were led by them. And among them, there were quite a few people who were former Saint Sovereign 100 Sons too. Why did the blood race attach so much importance to the Battle of 100 Sons? It was because the chances of powerhouses being born among the 100 Sons were very high. The Saint Sovereign 100 Sons from several thousand years ago were presently long already big-shot characters who could take charge as chief at a front.
There were even some who already broke through to Hegemon realm.
Each period's battle of 100 Sons was conducted every 10 years. It could be said to be the cradle of the blood race's reserve powerhouses.
And these blood envoys, the blood god temple would also give a certain reward to the powerhouses that they brought out. It was just that Alfly had never gotten these rewards before. Facing the other 6 blood envoys' mockery, Alfly did not care and just said with a smile, "Young people can't be taken seriously when showing off momentary bravery. We all just have to watch the show properly." A blood envoy said with a cold smile, "Alfly, don't think that we don't know what you have in mind. Finally managed to get a card and you want to sweep away our faces, right?
It's just that if we extend our faces over, do you dare to hit? Who to send into the blood pool, how much strength to exert, they all had a score in their hearts."
The Battle of the Blood Pool was actually the preview of the Battle of the 100 Sons. And Alfly had never won before, so his goal was not hard to guess. In the martial arena, 99 genius martial artists were staring at Yi Yuan. It was as if they were looking at a dead man.
This guy was absolutely a madman.
"Minwen, go and take care of him. He's purely wasting our time." The one who spoke was precisely the number 1 blood pool's genius, Bloodrain. After Bloodage left, he moved from position 2 to position 1. Now, he was the strongest one among these 99 people.
As for Minwen, he was merely Bloodrain's lackey.
Bloodrain completely looked down on Yi Yuan and could not be bothered to take action to deal with him. It was a waste of time.
When Minwen heard the command, he rushed straight for Yi Yuan.
"Hang on," Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Bloodrain smiled coldly and said, "Scared? Sorry, it's too late."
Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You guys sure that you're not attacking together?
I gave you all the chance. In a while, you guys won't even have time to regret it." Everyone exchanged glances first. Following that, it was hooting peals of laughter.
Attack together?
Just to deal with an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven?
Hoo-hoo, you have to know, our opponents were basically all true Sovereign Heavens.
Hoo-hoo. Punk, get through me first before posturing. Minwen rushed toward Yi Yuan with a big laugh. Bang! A large blood-colored hand suddenly appeared from the void.
A palm smacked down and Minwen directly turned to ashes. "MN, I'm considered to have gotten through, right?
Are you all sure that you want to come one by one?" Yi Yuan's eyes swept over everyone's faces, his gaze full of ridicule.